In the sweltering heat of August, the air was thick with humidity. Beneath the scant shade of a few trees lining the roadside, a group of young individuals huddled together, cigarette butts dangling from their lips as they awaited the traffic light signal. Suddenly, one of the youths, exhaling a cloud of smoke, seemingly noticed something intriguing, letting out a soft gasp as his gaze fixated on a particular spot at the street corner. "Arno, what are you staring at?" inquired one of his companions. The young man named Arno remained transfixed, his eyes glued to the street corner, before finally articulating, "Tell me, how does a blind person cross the road?" His companion paused, taken aback, before responding slowly, "Typically, blind individuals have someone to assist them, or they're guided by a service dog. In more modern cities, there are also auditory signals at traffic lights. If all else fails, perhaps they could navigate by sound and the guidance of a cane." Arno shook his head. "But what if there is no one to assist, no guide dog, no auditory signals, and the cane is being used to carry cooking oil instead? Do you think you're funny?" His friend rolled his eyes, following Arno's gaze, and in the next moment, he was rooted to the spot. There, at the opposite corner of the road, stood a youth clad in a black short-sleeved shirt, his eyes obscured by several thick layers of black satin, completely shutting out all light. In his left hand, he held a cheap shopping bag brimming with vegetables, while his right hand gripped a white cane slung over his shoulder, resembling a yoke, with a large bucket of glistening yellow cooking oil perched at the end, shimmering in the sunlight. A black satin blindfold shrouded his eyes, a cane resting on his shoulder, with vegetables in his left hand and a bag of oil in his right. This bewildering scene immediately captivated the attention of a crowd nearby. "Hey, look at that person, how peculiar. Can he see the road with so much cloth covering his eyes? Did you not notice the cane in his hand? Clearly, he is blind. What era is this? Blind individuals typically wear sunglasses who would wrap their eyes with fabric on a hot day. Isn't it uncomfortable?" "Indeed. And have you ever seen a blind person walking without a cane, using it instead to carry things? Today's youth certainly know how to amuse themselves." The summer cicadas could not drown out the whispers of the onlookers, who curiously scrutinized the young man while quietly debating whether he was genuinely blind or merely pretending, their eyes glancing expectantly at the flashing red light. At that moment, a melodious voice resonated beside the boy. "Brother, may I help you cross the street?" It was a young girl, perhaps 12 or 13, dressed in a school uniform, with a few beads of sweat glistening on her cheeks. Her large, dark eyes were filled with concern as they gazed at the boy, pure and unpretentious. The boy paused briefly, turning his head to meet the girl's gaze, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Sure." He shifted the bag of vegetables to his right hand, wiped the sweat from his brow with his left, and gently clasped the girl's hand. With a click, the green light illuminated. The boy took a step forward, walking alongside the girl towards the opposite side of the street. The little girl appeared quite anxious, glancing nervously at the vehicles on either side, her steps cautious and timid. As for the young boy, he walked with unwavering confidence. To the onlookers, the scene resembled not a kind-hearted girl assisting a blind person across the street, but rather an older brother guiding a younger sibling. "He's not blind," Arno asserted upon witnessing this. "He must be able to see." One of the young men behind Arno rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he exclaimed, "I understand now. He's cosplaying as a blind monk." Smack! A resounding slap landed sharply on the back of his head. Arno grumbled, "You fool, all you ever do is play games. Who in their right mind would cosplay as a blind monk in the middle of the street? Do you have a death wish?" After a brief pause, Arno murmured softly, "Besides, the blind monk wears a red cloth over his eyes, and that costume doesn't resemble it at all. Arno, you're one to talk. Be quiet." "Oh." As the two exchanged banter, the previously silent young man observed the boy's departing figure, his brow furrowed in contemplation. "What's the matter?" Arno noticed his gaze. "I know him." "You know him?" Indeed, the young man nodded. "I heard that when my cousin was in elementary school, There was a student in their school who suffered an accident, resulting in vision problems and requiring black satin to cover his eyes. It was rumored that he also faced mental challenges. That was a matter of a decade ago. Perhaps the individual has since recovered. However, at the time, it seemed to cause quite a stir, and within a few days, that student withdrew from school. I heard he later transferred to a special institution for the visually impaired. At that moment, another person interjected with keen interest. Pray tell, what precisely was the incident? How could it render someone blind while also inducing psychological issues? Surely, it must have been something supernatural? I am uncertain. He paused briefly, but it is said to involve circumstances even more outrageous. Such a tragic fate, Arno sighed. What was his name? It seems to be Lin. Lin Qi. As the evening glow painted the sky, Lin Qi pushed open the door. Almost instantly, the savory aroma wafting from within enveloped his senses. He inhaled deeply, swallowed, and stepped inside with his burdens. Creak! The ancient door emitted a shrill protest, drowning out the sizzling sounds from the kitchen. A middle-aged woman emerged from the culinary space, and upon seeing Lin Qi with his numerous parcels, she gasped and hurried towards him. What a massive jug of peanut oil! Have you misused the government subsidies again, my dear? Aunt, the government assistance for the disabled is intended for living expenses. Utilizing it to purchase oil is merely a practical application, Lin Qi replied with a smile. Nonsense. That money is reserved for your university education. It cannot be squandered. I must tell you, the money I earn from working is sufficient to sustain the three of us, so do not spend recklessly. Aunt gently wiped the oil barrel with her hand, her expression tinged with a hint of sorrow as she murmured, such a large barrel of oil, and it's a brand name. It must have cost quite a bit, right? Before Lin Qi could respond, Aunt suddenly realized something. Oh, how wonderful! It seems there are still many good people in society. Have you properly expressed your gratitude to them? I have. Lin Qi deftly shifted the topic. Aunt, where is Jean? He's on the balcony doing his homework. By the way, the doctor from the psychiatric hospital is here for the routine checkup this year and is resting in a room. Go and see him. We'll start preparing dinner and call you when it's ready. Lin Qi paused for a moment, acknowledging her with a soft "oh" before turning towards the bedroom. Hello, I am Dr. Li from Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital. Upon Lin Qi's entrance, the young man seated on a small stool in the bedroom rose, speaking gently with a warm smile. He wore large black-framed glasses, exuding a scholarly demeanor. Lin Qi raised an eyebrow in surprise. Wasn't it Dr. Han who used to come before? Dr. Han was promoted to vice president last year. Dr. Li replied with a smile, a flicker of envy evident in his eyes. Lin Qi nodded slightly, responding with an "oh." Indeed, given Dr. Han's considerable experience and exceptional skills, his promotion was hardly surprising. It was only natural for a younger doctor to take over the routine checkups. Seeing Lin Qi seated, Dr. Li cleared his throat and retrieved a stack of medical files from his bag. I apologize, as I'm also new here and not yet familiar with your situation. Allow me to gather some preliminary information. Dr. Li spoke with a hint of regret. Lin Qi nodded in acknowledgement. Your name is Lin Qi? Yes. You are 17 years old this year. Correct. Your birthday? October 5th. Ah, the medical record states that you became blind 10 years ago and were admitted to our hospital due to some issues? Yes. Dr. Li pondered for a moment. Have you perhaps changed your name? No, why do you ask? Lin Qi replied, taken aback. Dr. Li scratched his head, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Ahem. It seems I was overthinking. He pointed to the age listed in the medical record, then indicated the phrase 10 years ago. You see, you went blind 10 years ago, at which time you were exactly 7 years old, and your name happens to be Lin Qi. Thus, I assumed you might have changed it after losing your sight. Lin Qi remained silent for a long while before shaking his head. No, I have never changed my name. My parents chose the name Lin Qi for me even before I was born. That is indeed quite. Ahem, Dr. Li began, but abruptly realized it was impolite and closed his mouth. Quite a coincidence. Lin Qi remarked flatly. Indeed, quite a coincidence. Feeling a bit awkward, Dr. Li quickly shifted the topic. The medical record does not provide a detailed account of the incident that led to your blindness and mental distress. If you feel comfortable, could you share that with me? Before Lin Qi could speak, Dr. Li quickly interjected, "It is not my intention to offend. A deeper understanding of the patient enables more effective treatment. Of course, if you prefer not to share, I shall not press you." Lin Qi sat in silence, his eyes seemingly fixed on Dr. Li beneath the black ribbon. After a moment, he spoke slowly. No. Let us not define our relationship merely as that of doctor and patient. This is merely a conversation between friends, and it shall not progress beyond that. Dr. Li said with a half-joking tone, "Even if you were to tell me that you were drawn into a cauldron of alchemy by the supreme Lord Laozi, I would believe you." Lin Qi remained silent for a brief moment before nodding slightly. "As a child, I had a passion for astronomy. And then, one night, I lay on the eaves of my childhood home gazing at the moon." "What did you see? The moon rabbit?" Dr. Li chuckled. Lin Qi shook his head, and his next words rendered Dr. Li's smile frozen upon his face. "No, I saw an angel," Lin Qi replied earnestly, gesturing with his hands in front of him. "An angel, enveloped in golden radiance, with 6 white wings." Chapter 2. The angel on the moon. The room descended into a brief silence. "What is he doing?" "Nothing at all." He resembled a golden sculpture, seated in the center of a vast lunar crater, gazing up at the earth, as if watching over. Dr. Li rubbed the corner of his eye, slightly exasperated, and spoke. "Qi, do you know how far the moon is from the earth?" "Approximately 400,000 kilometers, Lin Qi replied calmly. 400,000 kilometers, Dr. Li echoed. "Even with the most advanced astronomical telescopes, one could barely discern the surface of the moon, yet you, at the age of 7, merely reclined beneath the eaves of your home and saw the angel on the moon with your naked eye?" "It was not I who saw him," Lin Qi murmured softly. "It was he who saw me. I merely lifted my gaze, and my eyes felt as though they were being drawn through space to meet his." "So, you mean he compelled you?" "One might say so. Otherwise, how could I have seen the moon's surface? I do not possess the gift of clairvoyance. But if an angel truly exists on the moon, why has humanity failed to discover it for all these years?" "I do not know," Lin Qi replied, shaking his head. "Perhaps that radiant angel prefers to remain unobserved. Moreover, do humans truly comprehend the moon?" Dr. Li, being a psychiatrist accustomed to various mental disorders, had encountered many peculiar cases throughout his career. He had discerned a pattern. The more earnest and seemingly sensible the ramblings, the more profound the underlying affliction. Lin Qi extended his hand, gently rubbing the black satin over his eyes. His voice bore no trace of emotional fluctuation. "That day, I locked eyes with him for a fleeting moment, and then I was plunged into darkness." Dr. Li parted his lips, lowering his gaze to the medical record in his hands, succumbing to silence. In the column detailing the cause of blindness, only 4 words were inscribed: "Cause unknown." So, what truly transpired back then? Could it be that, as Lin Qi claimed, he witnessed the seraphim upon the moon? How else could one explain the abrupt onset of his blindness? This thought flitted through Dr. Li's mind, only to be swiftly extinguished. That was close. He almost let the musings of a psychiatric patient lead him astray. He could vividly imagine the expressions of the doctors present a decade ago when young Lin Qi spoke those words. It was no wonder the child was forcibly retained in the hospital. By any measure, his utterances were those typical of a delusional mind. Such individuals were not uncommon within these walls. There were those who claimed to be the reincarnation of the Monkey King, idly hanging from horizontal bars, and others who believed themselves to be coat racks, standing motionless in their rooms all night. There was even a 40-year-old, unkempt gentleman who would often mistake others for his spouse, surreptitiously groping them. As for the last patient, he was a rather greasy middle-aged man. "You speak of events long past, but what of the present? How do you perceive this matter?" Dr. Li readjusted his demeanor and continued the examination process. "Merely delusions," he concluded. Lin Qi spoke calmly, stating, "That day, I accidentally fell from the eaves, my head striking the ground. As for my eyes, perhaps a nerve was damaged, resulting in my blindness." Dr. Li raised his eyebrows, jotting down a few notes in the medical record before engaging in light conversation with Lin Qi about everyday matters. After approximately 20 minutes, he glanced at the time, smiled, and rose to his feet. "Well then, The follow-up ends here. Your condition appears to be quite stable. I hope you can adjust your mindset and embrace life fully, Dr. Li encouraged as he extended his hand to Lin Qi. Lin Qi smiled softly and nodded slightly. Oh, Dr. Li, stay for a meal. His aunt urged warmly as she noticed Dr. Li preparing to leave. No, I have another patient to attend to, so I shan't impose. Dr. Li politely bid farewell to his aunt before exiting through the door. The moment the door closed, Lin Qi's smile vanished, as if it had never existed. Delusion, he murmured to himself. Brother, it's time to eat. His cousin Yang Jin called out. Emerging from the kitchen with dishes in hand, Yang Jin, for years younger than Lin Qi and just beginning middle school, had grown up alongside him ever since Lin Qi's parents went missing and he took refuge at his aunt's home. Their bond was closer than that of brothers. I'm coming, Lin Qi replied. As he settled at the cramped dining table, a sudden warmth enveloped his feet, causing him to pause before a faint smile graced his lips. Yang Jin glanced underneath the table and teasingly remarked, Well, you little black rascal, usually so lazy. Yet you arrive faster than anyone when it's mealtime. A small black mutt poked its head out from beneath the table, its tongue lolling outside its mouth, panting warmly as it approached Lin Qi, affectionately licking his toes in a display of endearment. 3 individuals and a dog, this constitutes a family. Simple yet arduous. It inexplicably offers solace. A decade has passed in this manner. Lin Qi gently caressed the dog's head and selected a morsel of meat from the scant few pieces in the bowl, placing it into his cousin Yang Jin's dish. He then offered a bone to the dog. Yang Jin accepted it without hesitation, given their fraternal bond. Further words would seem estranged. His concern lay elsewhere. Brother, is your eyesight truly improving? Lin Qi smiled faintly, replying, Yes, I can see now, though I still struggle with brightness. This black cloth must remain for a few more days. Understood, Auntie. By the way, brother, I've saved some money to buy you a stylish pair of sunglasses. I'll show them to you shortly. Yang Jin exclaimed with excitement, seemingly struck by a thought. Lin Qi chuckled and shook his head. Ah, Jin. While sunglasses can shield from light, they pale in comparison to this black cloth. I am not yet able to wear them. All right, Yang Jin replied, somewhat disheartened. But once my eyes are completely healed, I shall wear them daily while shopping, and I'll get you a pair as well, so we can match. Upon hearing this, Yang Jin's eyes sparkled once more, responding with a hearty agreement. By the way, Xiaoqi, Auntie has prepared everything for your school transfer. Come the start of this semester, you will transition from the special school to a regular high school. Auntie seemed to ponder something before speaking again. But are you truly certain? A regular high school is quite different from a special school, and given your situation, what if? There will be no what ifs, Auntie. Lin Qi interrupted her, stating that his eyes had healed, and in order to gain admission to a prestigious university, he must stand on equal footing with others. Child, even if you do not get into a good university, it is of no consequence, and will always support you. Brother, I can support you too. Lin Qi's body trembled slightly. The appearance concealed beneath the satin mask remained a mystery. His lips pressed together before curving into a smile, accompanied by a resolute shake of his head. He uttered no words, yet both Yang Jin and Aunt sensed his unwavering determination. Even the small black dog at his feet nudged Lin Qi's ankle. Woof. Chapter 3. The knock on the door upon returning to his room. Lin Qi closed the door behind him. He refrained from turning on the lights. The hour was late, and the scattered starlight outside illuminated the ground. In the darkened room, Lin Qi sat at his desk, slowly removing the satin from over his eyes. In the mirror upon the desk, the reflection of a handsome young man emerged. Lin Qi possessed striking good looks. Were he to remove the blindfold and groom himself slightly, paired with an enigmatic aloofness and profound aura, he would undoubtedly be regarded as the most attractive boy in school. Alas, his long-term concealment with satin, coupled with his identity as a disabled individual, completely overshadowed his brilliance. In the mirror, Lin Qi kept his eyes closed. His brows furrowed slightly, the eyelids that shrouded his eyes quivered as if straining to open. Even his hands clenched into fists with exertion. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. His body trembled for an extended period until he could bear it no longer. Suddenly relaxing, gasping for breath, a few beads of sweat trickled down Lin Qi's cheek, and a surge of anger flickered between his brows. Just a moment more. Just a fraction more. Why is it that every time, it is always just a tad short? When will he be able to open his eyes once more and behold the world with his own gaze? He claims to see now, yet he has uttered a falsehood. His eyes remain resolutely shut, unable to even part a fraction. Yet, He has not lied, for even with his eyelids closed, he can vividly perceive everything around him. This sensation is most peculiar, akin to having eyes scattered throughout his entire being, allowing him to perceive all things from every angle, with clarity surpassing that of his former vision, reaching farther than before. In the beginning, he could not achieve this. During the first 5 years of his blindness, he was indistinguishable from other true blind individuals, relying solely on sound and the guiding cane in his hand to navigate the world. However, for reasons unknown, 5 years ago, a transformation seemed to occur within his eyes, enabling him to gradually sense his surroundings. Initially, he could only perceive within mere centimeters before him, but as time progressed, his range of sight expanded, becoming clearer and more distant. Now, 5 years hence, he can see a distance of 10 meters. For an ordinary person, seeing 10 meters would render their vision nearly useless, but for a youth who has lost the gift of sight, these 10 meters signify everything. Most importantly, the 10 meters he perceives are devoid of obstacles. In other words, within a radius of 10 meters around Lin Qi, he possesses absolute vision. To put it bluntly, he can see through things. To elevate the expression, he perceives every speck of dust suspended in the air, every component within machinery, and every subtle movement of the magician beneath the table. This extraordinary ability seems to emanate from the pair of eyes that have been tightly shut beneath the black satin for a decade. Despite wielding such a near superhuman power, Lin Qi remains unsatisfied. While the 10 meters of absolute vision is indeed a blessing, he yearns to behold the world with his own eyes. This is the fervent ambition of a youth. Although he failed to open his eyes today, he can distinctly sense that the moment of true awakening is drawing near. After his morning routine, Lin Qi, as usual, retired to bed early, a habit cultivated from years of living in blindness, which, in truth, has not been entirely detrimental. However, as he lay on the bed, an image instinctively surfaced in his mind. Beneath the dark celestial vault of the universe, the desolate surface of the moon lay silent, its grayish-white terrain reflecting the dim starlight. In the very center of the largest lunar crater stood a figure akin to a sculpture. This figure stood there motionless, as if it had existed since time immemorial, radiating a sacred golden light, an aura so formidable that it could compel all beings to prostrate themselves. Behind it, 6 exaggeratedly large wings unfurled, casting a vast shadow on the silvery gray ground, obscuring the sunlight that streamed from behind. Yet, what remains indelibly etched in Lin Qi's mind, an image that cannot be dispelled, are its eyes. Those eyes, imbued with an awe-inspiring power and burning like a furnace, were as blinding as the sun at close range. Upon glimpsing those eyes, in an instant, his world was enveloped in darkness. 10 years prior, he spoke the truth, only to be diagnosed as mentally ill. Yet deep within, he knew distinctly what was real and what was mere delusion. Ever since he beheld the seraphim on the moon, he understood that this world was far from the simplicity it appeared to be. Gradually, Lin Qi fell into a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to him, at the very moment he drifted into dreams, 2 brilliant golden rays shot forth from the slits of his closed eyes in the darkened room, flickering and vanishing. Tap, tap, tap. In the misty realm, Lin Qi walked alone. The surrounding fog swirled, seemingly infinite, though treading upon the void. Each step he took resonated with a crisp sound, as if an invisible ground lay beneath him. Lin Qi glanced down at his form and sighed. Another one of these dreams. It knocks on his door every night. How tiresome. He shook his head in resignation and took a step forward. In the next moment, the surrounding fog recoiled, revealing an oddly styled modern edifice before him. The grand iron gate adorned with celestial carvings, the lights blazing like fiery orbs. The floating porcelain tiles beneath his feet. It was as though modern architectural elements were entwined with those of ancient mythological temples. A peculiar amalgamation, yet possessing an indescribable allure. This structure was familiar to Lin Qi, strikingly reminiscent of something he knew well. This bears an uncanny resemblance to the Sunshine Mental Hospital, where he once resided for a year. The most compelling evidence lies in the transformation of the words that once adorned the entrance, now replaced by God's mental hospital. A place shrouded in mystery. Lin Qi shook his head and stepped forward, approaching the imposing iron gate. 5 years ago, not only did his body undergo a sudden transformation, but so did his dreams. For 5 consecutive years, he has dreamt the same dream each night, with the enigmatic God's mental hospital as its focal point. However, the entrance to this asylum remained perpetually shut, impervious to any attempt to pry it open. Lin Qi circled the hospital countless times. There was but a single entrance at the grand iron gate. Although the surrounding walls were not particularly tall, the most absurd aspect was that every time Lin Qi leapt, the height of the walls would seemingly increase. As for brute force, even if Lin Qi were to shatter himself against the gate, it would remain utterly unmoved. There seemed to be but one method to gain entry: knocking. Grasping the circular ring on the iron gate, Lin Qi took a deep breath and struck the surface with considerable force. Clang! Clang! Another strike, yet the gate remained resolute. Lin Qi appeared unfazed, neither irritated nor disheartened, patiently continuing his rhythmic knocking. Fortunately, in dreams, he felt no fatigue. Otherwise, he would have been utterly exhausted by now. Thus, Lin Qi persevered like a diligent laborer, earnestly knocking at the door throughout the night. Chapter 4. Day of Survival. 1 week later, at the second middle school of Songnan City. Hey, look. Is that person from our school? Why does it seem as though a veil has been drawn over his eyes? Clad in our school's uniform, he undoubtedly belongs to our institution. He holds a white cane in his hand, indicating that he is visually impaired. How peculiar. I do not recall having seen him before. He must be a newcomer in the first year of high school. Strangely enough, with the black cloth wrapped around his eyes, he possesses a certain charm. Yet, how does a blind person attend classes? Our school appears to lack specialized programs for such individuals. I wonder. As anticipated, the moment Lin Qi stepped through the school gates, he became the center of attention for a considerable number of onlookers. However, having encountered such scenarios countless times before, Lin Qi strolled nonchalantly down the Maple Leaf Avenue, making his way toward the academic building. It is worth noting that he had mentally prepared himself to face the inevitable provocateurs, as is often depicted in numerous mindless stories, where a few so-called school bullies would emerge to mock him, setting the stage for his eventual triumph. Yet, the troublemakers did not materialize. Instead, several students approached him, inquiring if he required assistance. This unexpected kindness left Lin Qi feeling inexplicably disheartened. It stands to reason. They are all modern students who have undergone 9 years of compulsory education. How could there be so many oblivious troublemakers? Furthermore, even if such groups existed, they now adhere to a code of camaraderie. While it may be acceptable to help a friend settle disputes and express camaraderie, to bully a person with a disability would surely lead to their utter disgrace and ruin by the next day, drowned in a tide of scorn. Lin Qi ascended the staircase and soon discovered his classroom, the second class of the second year. Having spent a year in a special school during his first year, he now found himself as a transfer student, an interloper of sorts. From the majority of cinematic and literary portrayals, transfer students are often depicted as neglected, isolated, and emblematic of tragedy. After all, within the span of a year, various cliques had already formed, making it difficult for someone who does not take the initiative to genuinely integrate into the class. Lin Qi was acutely aware that he was not the type to take the lead, even if he had mingled with them during his first year. His aloof demeanor would likely have left him solitary even to this day. However, he found solace in solitude. It afforded him peace, undisturbed contemplation, and a singular focus on his studies. The thought of deliberately forging connections with others felt counterintuitive to him. Standing at the threshold of the classroom, Lin Qi inhaled deeply, steadied his mind, and stepped inside. The moment he entered, the previously raucous chatter abruptly ceased, and an eerie silence enveloped the air. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Just as Lin Qi was about to utter something, the classroom erupted in excitement. You must be Lin Qi. Your seat has been prepared for you, right over there. Lin Qi, can you not see? Allow me to escort you. Before he could fully grasp the situation, several classmates approached him, gently guiding him to his designated seat. A tall boy even took it upon himself to shoulder Lin Qi's backpack. Amidst a throng of admirers, Lin Qi safely arrived at his designated seat. Lin Qi. This diverges significantly from the script. Lin Qi, I am Jiang Qian, the class monitor. Should you require anything, feel free to approach me, declared a girl with her hair tied in a ponytail, proudly thumping her chest. I am Li Yifei. Should you wish to dine, simply call out to me, and I shall escort you, added the man who assisted him with his bag, grinning. And I as well, my name is Wang Xiao. A multitude of individuals encircled him, exuberantly extending their greetings. In that fleeting moment, Lin Qi found himself enveloped in bewilderment. To be candid, this was far removed from his expectations. You know me? Lin Qi's expression turned peculiar. It was as though a thunderclap reverberated in his mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. The subsequent remarks from his classmates became mere background noise. He gazed vacantly around the classroom, his thoughts involuntarily drifting to the image of a hunchbacked middle-aged woman, carrying a basket of freshly boiled eggs, earnestly beseeching her peers. Dear classmates, I implore you to assist my nephew. as his vision is not particularly keen and his demeanor is rather reserved. Please look after him. Young lady, you are truly lovely. My nephew is quite handsome as well. You are sure to take a liking to him. This child, Qi, is rather frosty on the outside yet warm within. Once you become acquainted, I assure you, you will get along splendidly. Unbeknownst to him, the black ribbon had begun to dampen slightly. He murmured softly. As the lively chatter filled the room, a female teacher entered, clutching a stack of books. Upon noticing Lin Qi seated in the front row, she offered a few words of comfort before providing a brief introduction to the class and commencing her lecture. The students turned their books to page 91, ready to delve into the history and predicaments of modern-day Daxia. It appeared that the presence of Lin Qi prompted the teacher to forego the usual preliminary reading, opting instead to directly expound upon the content of the text. A century ago, the Earth was home to over 200 nations, spanning across 7 continents and 4 oceans, each with its own unique customs and cultures. Even in that era of limited technological advancement, we were still able to embark on voyages to distant lands, experiencing the rich tapestry of cultural exchanges. However, on the fateful day of March 9th, an inexplicable fog suddenly manifested in Antarctica, rapidly spreading at an astonishing pace. Within a mere 24 hours, it engulfed nearly 98% of the Earth's surface. The towering skyscrapers crafted by humanity, the ancient and primordial forests, the unfathomable oceans, all were cloaked in this mysterious mist. As countless nations fell victim to its embrace, their fates rendered unknown. Yet, just as this unfathomable fog was poised to encroach upon the territory of Daxia, it inexplicably halted. The reason for this peculiar pause remains a mystery, but it indeed ceased its advance in an extraordinary manner. Over the course of a century, countless theories and conjectures have emerged. Some assert that this shrouded mist is, in fact, a living entity that, after consuming 98 of the Earth, has finally reached satiety, thus halting its advance near the Great Xia. Others posit that the unique magnetic field surrounding the Great Xia obstructs the mist's spread. Yet others claim that it is the accumulated essence of 5 millennia of Great Xia's history that is at play, safeguarding this land. Experts speculate that the probability of survival for those within the mist is exceedingly low, as inhalation or skin contact with this vapor is fatal. The contemporary Great Xia resembles an isolated island upon this planet, and we may very well be its last survivors. Thus, the day the mist first appeared, March 9th each year, is referred to as the Survival Day. Chapter 5. The unrestricted airspace. The moon hangs high, and the stars are sparse. As the bell signaling the end of evening study rings, clusters of students emerge from the classroom, laughing and chatting under the night sky. After a day of relentless toil, this moment may be their most liberating. Amidst this scattered throng, a substantial group of over a dozen students strides forth, moving in unison and with purpose towards the school gates. At the center of this formidable assembly stands a boy, enshrouded in black satin, akin to the filling of a dumpling, tightly wrapped and secure. This large contingent immediately captures the attention of the surrounding students. It goes without saying, it is none other than Lin Qi. Jiang Qian interrupts Lin Qi's words, speaking with resolute conviction. We promised your aunt that we would take good care of you, and we shall certainly uphold that promise. Indeed, Qi, it appears that our homes lie along the same route, making it quite convenient for both of us. However, I find myself rather perturbed. Lin Qi, to be honest, at this moment he would prefer to be the one isolated. Having lingered in darkness for so long, he feels ill at ease with the overwhelming concern from others. It renders him uncomfortable. Of course, Aunt and Yang Jin do not count, as they are his family. Nonetheless, their intentions are undoubtedly well-meaning, and he cannot bring himself to voice any discontent. Instead, resignedly continuing forward with the crowd. I must turn here. I shall take my leave. Until tomorrow. Until tomorrow. As they distance themselves from the school, the classmates surrounding Lin Qi gradually bid their farewells and departed. Within a few minutes, only 5 individuals remained by his side. The once boisterous atmosphere began to quiet, and the space felt suddenly expansive, prompting Lin Qi to exhale deeply. Do you think the mist will truly awaken again and engulf the entirety of Daxia? Li Yifei, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, inquired with curiosity. Haven't you heard what those experts have said? The likelihood of the mist reviving is minimal. Perhaps there will be no changes for the next century. As for what lies beyond that, well, we shall not be around to witness it, so why fret so much? Jiang Qian rolled her eyes. Ah, you know very well that the words of those so-called experts are the least reliable. What if we finally succeed in getting into university? Yet before we have the chance to truly savor life, The mist devours all of Xia? Wouldn't that be a tremendous loss? So, is this the reason you are merely passing time and not focusing on your studies every day? Jiang Qian approached Li Yifei, her expression serious, as she said, I must remind you that Teacher Wang has already stated that if you rank last in this exam again, you will have to move your desk to the front of the classroom. Yes, I understand, Li Yifei replied with an awkward smile. What you mentioned, isn't it referred to as the theory of natural disasters? It seems to be quite well regarded now. Jiang Qian nodded in agreement. But what if this mist is not merely a natural phenomenon? At that moment, Lin Qi, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Wang Xiao was taken aback, then chuckled. Qi, surely you don't genuinely believe those so-called theologians' claims that this mist is related to supernatural forces? We are in the 21st century. We must trust in science. There isn't that much superstition in the world. A classmate named Lu Yuan chimed in. Honestly, I think if those things did exist, the world would be far more interesting. Why waste our breath on such trivial matters? These issues are not our concern. Rather than obsessing over whether the mist will revive, it would be far more practical to catch up on sleep during the 3-day break after the survival day, Jiang Qian remarked with a smile. Indeed, the holiday is the most tangible benefit. At that moment, in the old district of Songnan City, a man was leisurely carrying a signboard as he strolled along the desolate and dimly lit streets. The antiquated streetlights cast a faint glow, elongating his silhouette. He glanced at his phone, then paused at the entrance of a narrow alley. Here it is, he murmured, setting down the placard he had been carrying on his shoulder and straightening it. Beneath the flickering street lamp, the sign's shadow danced elusively, and upon its sable background, a few vermilion characters stood out starkly, no thoroughfare. The man leaned against the lamppost, lit a cigarette, and inhaled deeply before activating his headset. Captain, the third sign is in position. Acknowledged. Commence. Roger. The man, cigarette clenched between his teeth, strode to the sign and pressed his thumb to his incisor. Biting down with force, a droplet of blood welled from the wound. He crouched down and smeared the bloody digit across the vermilion inscription, drawing a long, sanguine line through the words "no thoroughfare." His gaze sharpened, and an inexplicable aura erupted from him. He lifted his head to the inky firmament, whispering inaudibly, "Forbidden zone. Unrestrained null space." Instantly, the crimson stain on the sign before him faded rapidly, as if absorbed. Then, the 4 characters "no thoroughfare" flared with a sudden, sanguine radiance before gradually returning to their original state. The man slumped to the ground, exhaling a long, relieved breath, and grumbled with a touch of complaint, "Damn it." Emptied again. At that moment, were ones who observed Songnan City from above, they would discern 3 points of light shimmering near the old district. These beacons, serving as vertices, swiftly delineated a dark red equilateral triangle. At the moment when the triangular formation takes shape, the covered half of the old town gradually fades away, as if it were being erased from the map. Yet, from the ground, the old town remains unchanged. Simultaneously, at the center of this triangle, 6 black and crimson cloaks streak across the sky like lightning. The leader, a man, gazes up at the dark crimson heavens, gripping the hilt of the sword at his back, his eyes narrowing slightly. The actions of the phantom face begin. Chapter 6. The phantom face outside the old town. Brother, what are you doing playing on your phone in the middle of the night? Aren't you worried about getting a chill? Not long after, a passerby strolled across the street and, upon seeing this scene, burst into laughter. The man glanced at him before returning to his device, feeling restless with nothing to do. The passerby chuckled, pulled a cigarette from his pocket, and offered it to the man. The man waved his hand, replied earnestly, "It's work hours. I don't smoke." "Hey, sitting on the street playing on your phone counts as work?" The passerby laughed. "Well, fine." The passerby shrugged and stood up, heading toward the street behind the man. "Where are you going?" the man suddenly asked. The passerby raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" Following the direction of the man's finger, he noticed the inexplicably positioned sign in the middle of the road. Just as he was about to say something, he saw the words "no entry" flicker briefly in the distance. The passerby's gaze turned blank. The man seemed unfazed by this. And just as he was about to resume his game, another voice echoed in his earpiece. "Zhao Kongcheng." At the moment the sound resonated, the man abruptly sat up from the ground, the tranquility and weariness on his face vanishing, replaced by an unmistakable seriousness. "Captain, what has happened?" "There's been a complication. Among this batch of ghost-faced individuals, one has ascended to the rank of ghost-faced king. While we were engaged in subduing the other ghost-faced beings, It took the opportunity to gravely injure Hong Ying and escape the bounds of the forbidden ruins through the sewer. The ghost-faced king, Zhao Kongqing's expression shifted dramatically. In which direction did it flee? I will intercept it. No, Kongqing, you are not adept at combat and cannot defeat the ghost-faced king. I will pursue it. Zhao Kongqing hesitated. Then I. After the ghost-faced king's escape, 2 more ghost-faced beings seized the chance to slip into the sewer, while the others were preoccupied with eliminating the remaining ghost-faced entities. In which direction? Southeast. Understood. A gleam of determination ignited in Zhao Kongqing's eyes as he sprinted to the opposite end of the street, diving into a black van. He slammed the accelerator, and amidst a cacophony of roaring engines, sped away. On the passenger seat lay a neatly folded black and red cloak and a sheathed straight sword. All right. I need to make this turn. I'm off. At that moment, Li Yifei seemed to suddenly recollect something and spoke up. Wang Xiao, if I'm not mistaken. Isn't your home adjacent to the old town? Yes. Why? Wang Xiao's lips twitched slightly, rolling his eyes. Just spit it out already. Don't leave it half said. It leaves one feeling quite uneasy. Li Yifei hesitated for a moment, having heard that the old town has recently been quite perilous, plagued by a deranged serial killer. A serial killer? Is that true? Jiang Qian expressed her skepticism. Of course it is true. Li Yifei glanced around and lowered his voice. You may not know this, but in the past few days, over a dozen people have met their demise in the old town. Over a dozen? That is impossible. If there was such a commotion, the news would have reported it long ago. Wang Xiao shook his head. Hey, it's not impossible. Let me tell you, this situation is peculiar. Someone at the top has forcefully suppressed the news. If it weren't for my father working at the police station, I wouldn't even be aware of it. Peculiar? What do you mean? Li Yifei paused momentarily and lowered his voice even further. It is said that the faces of the deceased were completely skinned, leaving only a bloody mass of flesh and bulging eyeballs. The method is extraordinarily brutal. A chill wind swept through the air, and upon hearing this, the group felt a shiver run from their toes to the top of their heads. Li Yifei, are you out of your mind, saying such things at night? Jiang Qian's face turned pale as she instinctively surveyed the desolate street, her irritation evident. This area was already close to the old town, a remote part of Songnan City. With the evening study session having ended nearly at 10 o'clock, the streets were devoid of any passers-by, and Li Yifei's words indeed evoked a sense of dread. Not only was she, but even Wang Xiao and Lu Yuan, 2 grown men, felt a sense of trepidation. Wang Xiao glanced at the narrow path he was about to tread, a sudden wave of apprehension washing over him. If Li Yifei's words had merely evoked fear, Lin Qi's subsequent remarks sent shivers down their spines. Lin Qi paused in contemplation before uttering pensively, Are you certain that these deeds were committed by human hands? Qiyu. Jiang Qian's delicate frame trembled. The corners of Wang Xiao and Lu Yuan's mouths twitched imperceptibly as they cast peculiar glances at Lin Qi. So, it's you, Lin Qi, with the thick brows. Who would have thought you were the one harboring the deepest secrets? Li Yifei stared at Lin Qi in astonishment. You think so too? Silence, silence, silence. Jiang Qian, unable to endure it any longer, reached out and pinched Li Yifei's arm with considerable force, causing him to cry out in pain. Li Yifei clutched his arm, wincing in agony, and muttered softly from the sidelines, This isn't a ghost story. Wang Xiao shrugged. I won't stand here and listen to your nonsense. I, for one, do not believe in such supernatural entities. Farewell. Wang Xiao's figure gradually vanished into the narrow alleyway. Jiang Qian glared at Li Yifei once more, took a few steps forward, and then halted abruptly. She sniffed the air intently, her brow furrowing slightly, a hint of perplexity flickering in her eyes. Turning her head, she inquired, Have you noticed an unpleasant odor? An odor? Yes. The kind of stench that emanates from something decaying. I haven't detected it. What about you, Lu Yuan? Neither have I. Ugh. Before Lu Yuan and Li Yifei could complete their sentences, their complexions abruptly shifted as they clutched their noses, casting apprehensive glances around. Just as Lin Qi prepared to speak, an overwhelmingly nauseating stench permeated his nostrils, akin to submerging a piece of meat, rotten for over a fortnight, into a septic tank and blending it with a dozen putrid eggs. The mere inhalation incited violent spasms in his stomach. It was, without a doubt, the most revolting odor Lin Qi had ever encountered. Jiang Qian, with her particularly sensitive nose, immediately crouched down and began to retch. Good heavens! What is that awful smell? Li Yifei exclaimed, pinching his nose. I'm not sure, Lin Qi responded, his brow furrowing slightly. After a moment, he gestured towards the alleyway where Wang Xiao had departed. Judging by the direction of the odor, it seems to be emanating from there. Wang Xiao? The three of them echoed in unison upon hearing the familiar name. Exchanging glances, they dashed towards the alleyway Wang Xiao had entered. Lin Qi Knight remained in place. His brow furrowed as he gazed into the dimly lit alley, a sense of foreboding weighing on his mind. Although he was uncertain of the unfolding events, an ominous premonition gnawed at his core. The periphery of the old district, a deranged killer, an eerie stench, screams. Something felt amiss. After a period of hesitation and internal deliberation, he sighed in resignation and ultimately grasped his guide stick, charging into the alleyway. Under normal circumstances, Lin Qi Knight would never involve himself in such affairs, instead opting to flee in the opposite direction, as far as his legs could carry him. Since the screams have erupted, it is evident that something ominous is afoot. An unfavorable occurrence inevitably implies trouble, be it robbery, murder, or the grim sight of a crime scene. Whichever it may be, Lin Qi harbors no desire to entangle himself in such matters. His curiosity is not so insatiable that he yearns to uncover the truth behind the chaos. Nor does he possess an overwhelming compassion that drives him to play the role of a hero. Most importantly, he is not adept in combat. What if he were to lose his life in the process? Yet, the current situation diverges from his usual disinterest in meddling. He is far less inclined to owe anyone a debt of gratitude. Regardless, he feels compelled to ascertain what has transpired, if only to fulfill a sense of obligation. Should danger arise, he can simply make his escape. Although Lin Qi's eyes remain closed, his pace does not falter. The closer he draws to the source of the screams, the more his brow furrows in concern. The stench grows increasingly pungent. A second scream echoes from around the corner ahead, this time a woman's voice. Jiang Qian. Lin Qi abruptly halts at the bend of the alley, his senses revealing the figures of Jiang Qian and her companions within his mental perception. Not far from him, Jiang Qian lies crumpled on the ground, her mouth agape in terror as she gazes into the distance, her entire being trembling. In front of her, Lu Yuan and Li Yifei stand frozen like statues, their eyes fixed within a distance of 10 meters. He perceives everything. Beyond that, he becomes a true blind man. What could have so terrified Jiang Qian and the others? Though he is unable to see, his auditory senses are remarkably acute. He can distinctly hear rustling sounds in the distance, reminiscent of someone voraciously gnawing on something, indulging in it with wild fervor. It bears a striking resemblance to the way Xiao Hei Lai devours a bone. What has transpired? Lin Qi inquired in a hushed tone. Jiang Qian seemed startled by Lin Qi's sudden appearance, her hands frantically clutching at his garment, her teeth chattering in fear. A monster. A monster is gnawing on Wang Xiao's face. Lin Qi's expression immediately shifted. Run. Both Lin Qi and Li Yifei shouted in unison. Monster, help. Someone please. Monster. He screamed loudly as he fled. Lin Qi was taken by surprise when he was abruptly knocked, stumbling slightly before regaining his balance, only to hear a resounding crash from afar. It was as if a grizzly bear was charging towards him, pounding the ground with ferocity. Jiang Qian's pupils dilated in shock. Seemingly fueled by an unknown strength, she sprang up from the ground and ran away, screaming. As for Li Yifei, he had already dashed off the moment he uttered the word run, his speed surpassing even that of Lu Yuan, who had just shoved Lin Qi aside. Had it not been for Lu Yuan's momentary collision with Lin Qi, he would have already distanced himself significantly. Yet, in that fleeting moment of delay, he found himself trailing behind. Much like Jiang Qian, confronted by such a gruesome and terrifying spectacle, fear consumed the hearts of all present. As Lin Qi dashed forward, something intruded into his 10-meter range of spiritual perception. It resembled a human, yet it was distinctly otherworldly. It bore limbs and a head akin to a person. But in that moment, it moved like a hyena, sprinting across the ground on all fours, its form robust like that of a grizzly bear. Most unsettling was the ghastly visage that adorned its head, pallid and contorted, with a long, crimson tongue that slithered from its mouth like a serpent, extending half a meter and writhing with unsettling agility. Lin Qi's expression darkened immediately. Its speed was astonishing, in mere strides. It had vaulted from 10 meters away into his range of perception, and it was closing in with alarming rapidity. He could sense a fierce wind sweeping in from behind. Beside him, Jiang Qian felt the same dread, her face drained of color as fear and panic engulfed her. She stiffly turned her head, hoping to gauge how far the creature was. Surely, it must be quite a distance away? Yet it was too late. Jiang Qian's pupils constricted in terror as the grotesque face loomed almost directly in front of her, and she could palpably sense the overwhelming stench of blood emanating from it. Ah! The scream reverberated through the alley once more as she abruptly shut her eyes, pivoting to retrieve her backpack, intending to hurl it at the monstrous entity. She was utterly frantic. The backpack was no weapon, and she was no seasoned warrior. In such a life-and-death moment, the first to lose their composure would be the one to forfeit their chance of survival. The specter of death seized Jiang Qian's backpack strap with a brutal force, causing her to suddenly lose her balance and stumble to the ground. In an instant, a heavy shadow fell upon her, crushing her beneath its weight. The next moment, the darkness of the night was stained a deep crimson with her blood. Chapter 8. His eyes. Jiang Qian was dead. Lin Qi witnessed the entirety of her demise. The creature descended from the heavens, its claws slicing through her neck with the ease of cutting through tofu, before it gleefully began to feast upon her remains. Until her final breath, Jiang Qian's eyes were filled with terror and despair. Despite having endured considerable suffering and hardship, Lin Qi's mind had matured beyond that of his peers. Yet, this gruesome scene was one he had never before encountered. Moreover, now was not the time for him to succumb to nausea. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled towards the opposite end of the alley, seizing the opportunity while the monster was preoccupied with devouring Jiang Qian's body. The original escape route had been blocked by the creature, forcing him to retreat in the opposite direction, toward the location where Wang Xiao had fallen victim. The monster appeared to have a greater fascination with the corpse and did not pursue him, allowing Lin Qi to breathe a sigh of relief. He remained uncertain of what this creature truly was. However, it was undeniably beyond the realm of humanity and not classified among the beasts known to mankind. If one were to suggest that it was a mutated being altered by radiation, he might entertain the notion. Its size, strength, and speed were simply beyond the capacity of an ordinary human to contend with. Yet, this was merely a possibility. In this world shrouded in fog, having witnessed the existence of seraphim, he did not subscribe to the belief that science was the sole truth in existence. He held faith in the presence of the mysterious. Moreover, Lin Qi could not shake the feeling that the visage of this creature seemed eerily familiar. As he indulged in these errant thoughts, another presence encroached upon his mental awareness, prompting him to come to an abrupt halt. His breath quickened, growing increasingly labored. 10 meters ahead, the silhouette of the creature re-emerged. Lin Qi was certain it was not the same one he had encountered moments prior. Though its appearance bore a striking resemblance, it was undoubtedly a different entity. The most compelling evidence lay in the fact that this creature cradled the lifeless body of Wang Xiao, continuing to feast upon it. At that moment, Wang Xiao's visage had all but vanished, leaving behind a grotesque amalgamation of flesh and blood, were it not for the distinctiveness of his attire. Lin Qi might have failed to recognize him entirely. This was the second creature, the very one responsible for Wang Xiao's demise. While he had been in the company of Jiang Qian and others, he had not perceived the scene from 10 meters away, instinctively believing there to be only a single monster. In retrospect, he realized how profoundly mistaken he had been. The behavior exhibited by the creature that had slain Jiang Qian indicated a predilection for carrion, rather than the pursuit of the living. Otherwise, Lin Qi would not have managed to evade the scene. However, immediately following Wang Xiao's death, one creature had indeed pursued Lin Qi and his companions. This could only imply that another creature was already indulging in Wang Xiao's remains. In this narrow alley, two monsters had effectively severed all avenues of retreat for Lin Qi. His complexion turned ashen, and a long-suppressed emotion known as despair surged within him. Over the past 17 years, he had only faced true despair on 2 occasions. The first being a decade prior, when he beheld the eyes upon the moon. Once again, in this very moment, the grotesque creature that had just devoured the face of Wang Xiao carelessly discarded his lifeless body as if it were mere refuse. It then turned its gaze towards Lin Qi, its crimson tongue licking the blood from the corner of its mouth. In that instant, Lin Qi felt an overwhelming urge to curse. Damn it, why must misfortune befall me again? As a child, merely climbing onto a rooftop led to encounters with seraphs, only to be blinded and fall off, subsequently being mistaken for a lunatic and confined to a mental institution for a year. Now, just as I finally see a glimmer of hope, preparing to study diligently for the college entrance examination and embrace a brand new life, I am confronted by this hideous beast? How absurd. Under the weight of impending death, years of suppressed rage and sorrow within Lin Qi erupted like a volcano. This blaze of fury consumed him, compressing the fear in his heart until it shrank to a mere whisper, giving rise to an indomitable spirit he scarcely recognized. Gripping his cane tightly, he faced the poised creature, his chest heaving violently. In that moment, it seemed he was not confronting a mere monster that had just feasted upon a human, but rather all the grievances and setbacks he had endured over the past decade. Even his aunt and young Jean were oblivious to the tempest of anger hidden within this youth, suppressed for 10 long years. He refused to be a victim any longer. Perhaps even he himself was unaware that beneath the tumult of emotions, his eyes, which had remained closed for a decade, trembled violently, as if on the verge of opening. The creature, gazing hungrily at the delicate Lin Qi, resembled a rogue captivated by a beautiful maiden, letting out a piercing shriek before leaping into action. "Damn it. I fear you not." Lin Qi let out a low growl, wielding his cane, and charged toward the leaping monster. The distance between them rapidly diminished. Just as the creature's claws were about to tear through Lin Qi's throat, he abruptly sidestepped, narrowly evading the strike. However, despite his ability to perfectly anticipate the monster's movements, Lin Qi's physical prowess fell short. The claw grazed his temple, leaving a faint trail of blood. Simultaneously, the black ribbon was severed, whisked away by the swirling winds. With his eyes closed, Lin Qi seized the moment, unleashing a fierce shout as he thrust the cane into the creature's abdomen. Crack! A sharp sound resonated, and Lin Qi felt the weight of the cane lighten in his grip, only to be met with a tremendous force from behind as the monster's tail swept him away. He was flung to the ground, rolling several times, and gritting his teeth against the pain. He rose to find that his cane had shattered into 2 pieces. Designed for guiding the blind, the cane was not particularly sturdy, and against the formidable beast, it proved utterly inadequate. "Damn," he cursed, hurling the broken piece of the cane to the ground. After finally seizing an opportunity, it had been rendered useless. The break of the cane acted like a detonator, igniting a torrent of emotions within Lin Qi. He stood there, fist clenched tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, leaving behind trails of blood. "I refuse to yield," he roared. In that moment of emotional upheaval, an extraordinary sensation suddenly surged within his heart. Like a spring breeze nurturing the rain, a refreshing wave emanated from his heart, flowing to the stagnant corners of his mind. With a gentle touch, the thin veil of obstruction shattered. Lin Qi felt as though a sun had erupted within him. An unprecedented warmth enveloping his entire being, his eyelids burning as if scorched by an unrelenting fire. Thus, quite naturally, he opened his eyes, which had been sealed for a decade. The last image his gaze beheld was another pair of eyes, those of the seraphim. In that instant, a brilliant column of fiery light erupted from the alley at the edge of the old city, piercing the heavens. At that moment, the night was illuminated as if it were day. Chapter 9. The half-cut staff, how dazzling. What is that? Is there a fire somewhere? Impossible. A fire could not be this bright. Moreover, our Songnan city does not possess such towering structures. Hurry, capture this moment. Share it on social media. The radiant pillar of light was so blinding that half the population of Songnan city noticed it. Pedestrians halted in their tracks, eagerly speculating its origin. Some suggested an explosion. Others proposed an optical experiment, while a few whispered of divine intervention. Yet, only a handful understood the true significance of this luminous phenomenon. 2 minutes prior, in the old city, on the deserted streets, a ripple of space gently stirred, as if someone had lifted a corner of the canvas that shrouded the old district. Following this, 5 figures cloaked in crimson and black emerged from within. One individual surveyed the surroundings, stepping forward to lift the forbidden sign from the ground, shutting it with a decisive motion. The moment this sign was withdrawn, the silent old town shattered like fragile bubbles, revealing the true essence of its antiquity. The chilling blood stained the aged streets a deep crimson, while dismembered remnants lay scattered throughout. Had Lin Qi witnessed this scene, he would have realized that the severed pieces strewn about were none other than the very monstrosities he faced, grotesque faces lurking in abundance, at least 34 of them. As for old Zhao, he pursued the 2 fleeing specters. It was our oversight. The injured woman grasped her right shoulder, her demeanor somewhat listless. "Do not speak so, Hong Ying. None could foresee the presence of a spectral king amidst these fiendish faces," a nearby man reassured her. "Surely the captain can handle the spectral king alone? Of course, he shall be fine. Let us not forget, the captain is a formidable warrior of the 3rd realm. Chuan, you will encounter no peril." The man paused, harboring the hope that the 2 escaped specters would not bring about casualties among the innocents. No sooner had he uttered these words than a searing beam of light erupted from another direction, illuminating half the sky. The 5 turned in unison, their eyes wide with astonishment. That was a forbidden realm had emerged, and the energy radiating from it was astonishingly potent. This was at least a 5th realm, Wulian level of power, if not even a 6th realm. Klein, how could such a formidable force be drawn to the diminutive town of Songnan? No. This did not resemble a human forbidden realm at all. The man's brow was furrowed. Hong Ying paused for a moment, as if a realization struck her. "Are you suggesting this resembles the divine forbidden ground, which is to say, the the sacred realm. Upon hearing the term divine, the gazes of several individuals sharpened. Which deity are we speaking of? Fiery, holy, powerful, and imbued with the essence of creation. If I am not mistaken, this must be. The man fixated intently on the gradually dissipating beam of light, his words deliberate and measured. Divine Code 003, King of Angels, Michael. Lin Qi felt an overwhelming discomfort. At the very heart of this golden pillar, his body had completely lost control, eerily suspended in midair, as boundless energy surged forth from his eyes. That supreme, sacred aura remained etched in his memory. The distinction lay in the source. A decade ago, this energy emanated from the moon, whereas now it originated from his very own eyes. The essence of the seraphim and divine might surged uncontrollably from his gaze, his eyes resembling twin blazing suns, as if intent on reducing everything to nothingness. 10 years prior, the seraphim Michael had locked eyes with him from the lunar expanse. A decade later, Lin Qi opened his eyes, and the residual power of the seraphim erupted forth. Fortunately, the residual strength of the seraphim in Lin Qi's eyes was not excessive. After 7 or 8 seconds, the beam of light gradually faded, and Lin Qi's body descended from the air, staggering as he regained his balance. Within his eyes, the resplendent golden light slowly dimmed, ultimately leaving behind a faint golden halo. If the previous brightness could be likened to the sun, the current radiance was but that of a flickering candle. The formidable golden radiance that had erupted earlier was not his own, however. The golden halo now shimmering within Lin Qi's eyes was genuinely under his control, a faint wisp of seraphic power. Lin Qi inhaled deeply and slowly raised his head. The inky night sky, the antiquated streets, the chilling monsters, the ground awash with blood. As this far from pleasant tableau unfolded before Lin Qi, he smiled, a smile of genuine delight. For a decade, he had finally beheld the world once more through his own eyes. In that instant, the blood-smeared monster appeared almost endearing to Lin Qi. As early as when the seraphic might had erupted from Lin Qi, these two monsters had been pinned to the ground, nearly crushed into a pulp by the divine power. Only when the golden pillar of light dissipated did they regain their senses, glancing around in bewilderment before fixing their gaze back on Lin Qi, their eyes once more gleaming with a sanguinary desire. Jia, one of the monsters shrieked, lunging ferociously toward Lin Qi. In contrast to his previous state, Lin Qi was now markedly more composed. The instant the monster stirred, he had already discerned its trajectory in his mind, throwing himself forcefully to the side. Lin Qi's speed was indeed slow compared to the monster, but his reaction time was astonishingly swift. Those few seconds of prescience were enough to afford him the time to evade. It is not that he possesses the ability of foresight, rather, after his eyes were opened, his perceptual capabilities underwent a profound transformation. One aspect is the range of his mental perception, which expanded from 10 meters to 20 meters. It is worth noting that Lin Qi had previously taken 5 years to achieve a mere 10-meter range, and now it has doubled in an instant. The other enhancement lies in his dynamic vision. Within this 20-meter radius, Lin Qi possesses nearly 3 times the dynamic visual acuity of an ordinary person, with reflexes that can only be described as extraordinary. In the heat of close combat, he is nearly capable of anticipating his opponent's movements. As for the other abilities bestowed upon him by his eyes, Lin Qi has yet to fully comprehend them. However, the current situation does not afford him the luxury of exploration. The monster, like a bolt from the blue, lunged at the spot where Lin Qi had just stood, crashing through a substantial section of the wall. With its limbs pushing off the debris, it propelled itself once more towards Lin Qi. At that moment, he executed a swift roll to evade the monster's descent, reaching out to grasp the half of a fallen cane that lay nearby. Lin Qi quickly regained his footing. Crouching low, his gaze fixed intently on the rapidly approaching beast, both hands gripping the cane tightly. The creature left behind a trail of afterimages. The whirlwind it created tousling Lin Qi's dark hair. With a powerful thrust of its hind legs, it launched itself into the air. This time, Lin Qi did not retreat. Firmly clutching the half cane, he locked his eyes onto the creature's own. As the monster's razor-sharp claws extended towards Lin Qi's neck, just as they were about to make contact, his eyes abruptly narrowed. The faint golden hue in his eyes ignited like a sudden burst of firewood, illuminating them with an unexpected brilliance, akin to 2 blazing furnaces. A surge of divine might flowed through Lin Qi's gaze, forcefully invading the creature's very being. In that moment, the creature's perception of Lin Qi transformed, envisioning him as a supreme deity adorned with 6 wings, exuding an aura of terrifying authority. Under this divine pressure, its body succumbed to a fleeting paralysis. In that brief interval, Lin Qi elevated the half-formed blind cane high above and precisely pierced the creature's right eye. Chapter 10. The blade under the moonlight. The sharp remnants of the cane penetrated the creature's brain, extinguishing its vitality entirely. Yet, despite this, the momentum of its leap persisted. Its colossal form plummeted like a cannonball, violently crashing down upon Lin Qi, who clutched the broken rod. To put it plainly, Lin Qi's ability to slay this monster stemmed solely from his extraordinary dynamic vision and the divine might of the seraph, as his inherent strength had not been augmented. This creature weighed at least 200 kilograms, and he could not hope to free himself in such a short span. Moreover, immediately after summoning the divine might of the seraph, Lin Qi felt as if he had been utterly drained, devoid of any strength, and even slightly dizzy. Just then, the second creature, which had been lurking in the shadows, sprang into action. This hidden predator, concealed in the distance, finally revealed its menacing fangs. Its limbs raced with astonishing speed, weaving through the flickering shadows cast by the dim streetlights, its silhouette dancing like a spectral apparition. While a crimson tongue twisted in a sinister manner, Lin Qi could perceive the creature's movements, yet he found himself utterly unable to evade them, helplessly watching as the dense fangs rapidly loomed larger before his eyes. In the split second when the monster was merely 2 meters away, Lin Qi's pupils abruptly constricted. Within his range of perception, a figure, swifter than the monster, was swiftly approaching. It appeared to be a person, a genuine human being. With a whoosh, Lin Qi felt a blur before him as a silhouette descended from the night sky, landing firmly on the ground. The gale generated by the figure's descent billowed the dark crimson cloak, revealing the profile of a middle-aged man. Not handsome, nor particularly unattractive. He resembled an ordinary uncle one might encounter on the streets, easily overlooked. However, the murderous intent radiating from his eyes was as glaring as a sword's edge. Crouched low, he fixed his gaze on the creature, which was less than a meter away, his right hand firmly grasping the hilt of a blade at his back. With a crisp sound, the blade was unsheathed, its pale blue edge reflecting the muted moonlight, slicing through the heavy air, silently advancing forward. It was a straightforward, unembellished straight sword. The blade traced a crescent arc, colliding with the monster's claw, sparking a flurry of bright flashes. Zhao Kongqing let out a low growl, his muscles taut, as he lunged forward with a sudden step. The creature, comparable in size to a grizzly bear, was astonishingly forced back several paces. Lin Qi's eyes were filled with disbelief. Having faced this monster himself, he was acutely aware of its terrifying strength. Yet, this man before him had managed to drive it back? Who on earth was he? After forcing the monstrous creature back several steps, Zhao Kongqing moved with a unique grace, as if he were a leech clinging to the front of the beast. With swift strokes of his straight blade, he left behind a series of ghastly gashes upon the creature's flesh. The monster let out a wretched scream. Its eyes filled with malevolence as it glared at Zhao Kongqing. Its elongated, spear-like forelimbs rose, intent on slaying the loathsome human before it. However, before it could retaliate, 2 flashes of blade light severed its forelimbs with precision, before the creature could utter another cry. A cold glint ignited in Zhao Kongqing's eyes as he swiftly swung his blade towards the monster's neck. The pale blue edge effortlessly cleaved through the creature's flesh, and in an instant its head was sent soaring into the air, rolling to the ground with a dull thud. Without sparing a glance at the fallen beast, Zhao Kongqing leisurely retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it with a deliberate slowness as he took a deep drag. He then pulled out his walkie-talkie, instructing, "The 2 fleeing ghost-faced figures have been dealt with. Send the logistics team to clean up the battlefield." With that, he stowed the device away and walked directly towards Lin Qi, who had just managed to free himself. Lin Qi gazed silently at him, and Zhao Kongqing returned the stare. The 2 men locked in a wordless exchange beneath the night sky, beside the pool of blood. After a long pause, Zhao Kongqing could no longer contain himself and broke the silence, asking, "Did I look handsome just now?" Lin Qi, after a moment of contemplation, realized the sincerity in Zhao Kongqing's query and replied softly, "Yes, you did." "That's right," Zhao Kongqing chuckled. "Do you want to be as handsome as me?" "Not particularly." Zhao Kongqing's lips twitched slightly, a question lingering in the air. "Why?" "Because it's easy to die," Lin Qi replied earnestly. Zhao Kongqing found himself momentarily speechless. Yet, he had just witnessed the extraordinary powers that ordinary people could only dream of possessing. Did he not long to be a superhero, as depicted in the movies? "Not at all," he replied. "Because it's easy to die." Zhao Kongqing rubbed the corner of his eye, realizing that this young man before him was not someone to be taken lightly. Yet, He found himself ensnared in this complex situation, burdened by the weight of such formidable strength. Perhaps we should find a more suitable place for a conversation, he suggested after a moment's contemplation. By the way, I am Zhao Kongcheng, and I assure you, I am not a villain. Lin Qi, the boy responded, blinking innocently and nodding. I trust you. Please wait here while I fetch my backpack. My study materials are inside. Go on, then, Zhao Kongcheng replied with a resigned wave of his hand. Settling down on the roadside curb, a sense of dejection washed over him. If an ordinary person were to find themselves in such a predicament, they would likely be utterly terrified. Yet here was this lad, preoccupied with retrieving his study materials. What struck him most was the boy's outright rejection of his earlier entreaty. How infuriating. He had exerted every ounce of his prowess. Those previous strikes had been nothing short of magnificent. He had never fought so fiercely even during practice with his captain. Speaking of which, he wondered how his captain was faring against the formidable ghost-faced king. Zhao Kongcheng sat on the roadside, his image utterly unrefined, lost in thought while smoking a cigarette. Lost in thought? Something seems amiss. Where has that young man vanished to? Zhao Kongcheng stood frozen in place for several moments, his mouth agape, struggling to comprehend the situation he had just encountered. How could this fellow have escaped? Yang Jin, observing the fatigued visage of Lin Qi, inquired with curiosity, "Where is your cane?" Lin Qi, having slipped into his slippers, forced a smile and replied, "I encountered a minor incident on the way and inadvertently misplaced it. That's all right. If it's lost, you can simply procure another. Has the matter been resolved?" "Yes, it has." Little Black, panting, scampered over from the balcony, nudging Lin Qi's calf with his head before flopping onto the ground, exposing his belly. "Well then, have you completed your homework? There's just a little bit left. Is it really necessary to assign so much work in middle school? It's utterly absurd." Lin Qi rose, voicing his frustration, and said to Yang Jin, "If you're too tired, you needn't finish it. If the teacher scolds you, just let me know, and I shall speak with him." Yang Jin's lips curled into a smile as he nodded. "I'll be done soon." Lin Qi nodded in agreement. "I'm feeling a bit weary. I'll retire to my room. Make sure to rest early once you finish." "All right." Lin Qi dragged his exhausted form into his chamber, preparing to close the door when Yang Jin's voice echoed once more. "Brother, is everything truly all right?" "Everything is fine. Just get some rest." "Oh." "And there is milk in the refrigerator. If you wake up early tomorrow, heat it up yourself." "Understood, brother. Good night." "Good night." The door gently closed behind him as Yang Jin stood outside, cradling the small black creature in his arms, silently gazing at Lin Qi's room. He tenderly stroked the creature's head. "Do you sense it as well?" "Woof." He lifted his gaze towards the dim moonlight filtering through the window, murmuring, "There's a sin of blood about him." Author S. Note, Chapter 11. Opening the door, Lin Qi was truly fatigued, both mentally and physically. He had never anticipated that on his very first day of transferring, he would encounter such calamities. Monsters lurking in the shadows, betrayal from classmates, perilous battles, inexplicable awakenings, and the sudden emergence of a superhuman figure who vanished just as swiftly. Lin Qi was not naive. He comprehended that his experiences this evening were undeniably intertwined with the hidden facets of this world, the flesh-eating monsters, the radiant light emanating from his own being, and the man who single-handedly vanquished the creatures. That man was no ordinary individual, and from the manner in which he communicated over the intercom, it was evident that he was part of a vast organization, one that likely operated in secrecy to confront such bizarre occurrences. He had witnessed the light enveloping him. Perhaps he had even glimpsed the scene of his own triumph over the monster, thus prompting a desire to recruit him into their ranks. To claim that he was devoid of curiosity regarding these hidden realms would be a falsehood. He yearned to unravel the mysteries of his recent encounters and to comprehend the transformations occurring within himself. Yet, he was equally wary of being ensnared in this vortex due to his burgeoning curiosity. Some secrets, once unveiled, render one unable to escape their grasp. He harbored no aspirations of becoming a guardian of humanity. His sole desire was to safeguard his own abode. Soon, he succumbed to slumber, and once more, the familiar mist descended. Within the realm of dreams, Lin Qi surveyed his surroundings and sighed with resignation. Will it never cease to pursue me? Battling monsters while awake, only to have them knock on my door in my sleep. Such is my wretched fate. With practiced ease, Lin Qi advanced, and before long, the silhouette of a mental asylum materialized before him. On an ancient plaque to the right, a line of grand characters was inscribed, Pantheon Sanatorium. Lin Qi halted before the gates, his hand reaching for the circular knocker. Just as his fingertips brushed against it, the entire ground shuddered subtly, and the surrounding mist billowed abruptly. Clutching the knocker, Lin Qi wore an expression of utter bewilderment. What in the world? I haven't even knocked yet. Why is it already shaking? It wasn't like this before. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind like lightning. Could it be because he opened his eyes today? Lin Qi lowered his gaze, scrutinizing his dream state body, his eyes gradually illuminating with fervor. In the past, Lin Qi's dream body had been translucent, as fragile as drifting mist. Yet today, his form was noticeably more solid. Though still lacking substance, it was no longer transparent. He abruptly raised his head, his gaze fixed upon the gate that had obstructed him for 5 years, his eyes burning with increasing intensity. Today, it might just work. He inhaled deeply, grasped the circular knocker tightly in his hand, and forcefully slammed it against the door. Clang. The ancient chimes resonated from within the asylum, their volume magnified several times compared to before. Fortunately, the current Lin Qi possessed no corporeal form. Otherwise, the reverberation would have surely caused his eardrums to throb painfully. At the instant the bells tolled, the entire asylum trembled violently once more. A spark of excitement ignited in Lin Qi's eyes. Ding, ding, ding. Without pause, he struck the surface thrice more, causing the asylum to sway as if it were an earthquake. Finally, after the last strike, a resounding crash echoed throughout the building, and then all fell into silence. Just as Lin Qi contemplated another strike, the imposing door before him emitted a deep, creaking sound and began to move slowly. The door, now ajar, with a thunderous boom. As the entrance fully opened, Lin Qi beheld an ancient and dimly lit corridor. The floor, composed of an unknown material, emitted a faint glow, while luminous orbs flickered mysteriously upon the surrounding walls. Lin Qi advanced along the corridor, soon arriving at a junction, where a modern sign suspended above indicated the directions. To the left lay the wards, and to the right, the activity area. Gazing at the sign, Lin Qi murmured to himself, pondering how this layout mirrored the asylum he once resided in years ago. After a moment's hesitation, he chose to step into the activity area. The activity area may be limited in rooms, yet it encompasses all essentials. A multimedia room for watching films and television, a lounge for chess and entertainment, and a study for reading and learning. Moreover, within the confines of the building lies a circular outdoor lawn adorned with an array of sports equipment. Indeed, it is remarkably similar. How peculiar this dream unfolds. Lin Qi furrowed his brow, shaking his head in confusion. As he approached the entrance to the ward area, he suddenly halted. This place feels different. Lin Qi gazed at the dim and monotonous corridor before him, murmuring to himself. He distinctly recalled that during his time at Sunshine Mental Hospital, the ward spanned multiple levels, and although the facilities were not particularly luxurious, they were certainly clean and orderly. However, the ward area before Lin Qi was limited to a single floor, housing merely 6 rooms. Each door of these rooms was adorned with an array of peculiar symbols and patterns, densely packed, resembling some form of seal, causing Lin Qi to feel dizzy at just a glance. He forcefully averted his gaze from the door, steadied his mind, and looked elsewhere. In the upper right corner of the ward, an ancient plaque hung, with each room sign displaying a unique design. For instance, the sign for Room 1, where Lin Qi currently stood, depicted a large black circle. Conversely, the sign for Room 2 illustrated an object resembling a staff or a pen. Lin Qi proceeded down the corridor to the final Room 6, still perplexed by the enigmatic signs. He stared at the eerie door before him, lost in contemplation. In this dream realm of the mental hospital, the ward area stood in stark contrast to the Sunshine Mental Hospital he remembered. In those wards, did patients truly reside? Or was it, as the name of this asylum suggests, that within its confines dwelled deities? Lin Qi hesitated for a moment before slowly extending his hand towards the doorknob of the 6th ward. It was not out of recklessness, on one hand. This was his dreamscape, and any potential mishap would bear little consequence upon him. On the other hand, he had persistently knocked on this door for 5 years, and he did not wish to depart in a cloud of confusion. Deep within his subconscious, he felt an inkling that perhaps some secret related to himself lingered within this asylum. After all, why did its layout mirror so closely that of the Sunshine Asylum where he had once resided? As his hand approached, his fingertips gently brushed against the doorknob, a cool sensation transmitting through his skin. Contrary to his expectations of resistance or pain, his hand naturally clasped the knob. With a forceful tug, he found the door unyielding. He steadied himself and pulled again with all his might. Still, it did not budge. Resigned, Lin Qi abandoned the sixth door and moved to the fifth, exerting all his strength to pull it open. Yet, it remained locked. He proceeded to the fourth, third, and second wards, attempting each door in turn. But none yielded to his efforts. Finally, he arrived at the threshold of the first ward. Embracing the inevitability of failure, he exerted a final, forceful pull on the first ward's door. With a soft click, a delicate sound echoed from the doorknob, and the intricate patterns etched upon the door abruptly fractured, gradually dissipating into the air. Lin Qi was startled, taking several steps back and fixing his gaze ahead. The door opened. The author has something to say, Chapter 12, Goddess of the Night. In the ward, only the first door could be opened. Was it that only this particular door was designated to be opened, or was it simply that, like the door he had knocked on for 5 years? His current strength only allowed him to open the first door. After 5 years of knocking, Lin Qi had awakened his spiritual perception, enabling him to open the door and enter the hospital. Did this mean that the subsequent second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth wards would also require an enhancement of his abilities before they could be unlocked? Lin Qi was uncertain, and he had no time to dwell on these thoughts. Before him, the door of the ward, once covered in seals, was slowly creaking open. The space within the ward was small and dimly lit. With a single chair placed in the center, upon which sat a woman clad in a black starry dress, her gaze vacant as she stared ahead. Apart from this solitary figure and the chair, the shadowy room contained nothing else. Lin Qi cautiously approached the door, pondering for a moment, then donning a rather official smile. He waved to the woman inside. "Hello, I am Lin Qi." Regardless of her identity, it would not hurt to be polite, as the saying goes. One should not strike a smiling face. Being courteous might ensure that even if she were a deity, she would not trouble him. However, Lin Qi's smile soon froze on his face, for the woman in black remained as still as a statue. Gritting his teeth, Lin Qi stepped boldly into the room. As he stepped into the room, a series of words suddenly materialized on the wall behind the woman clad in black. Ward number 1. Patient, Nix. Task, assist Nix in the treatment of her mental illness. Upon reaching the prescribed treatment milestones, 1, 50, 100, a portion of Nix's abilities may be randomly extracted. Current treatment progress, 0, Nix. Lin Qi inhaled sharply upon discerning the text on the wall. Although he was not well versed in mythology, he had certainly heard of Nix, the goddess of night, one of the 5 primordial deities in ancient Greek mythology. She was among the exalted few at the pinnacle of the mythological hierarchy. Thus, the seemingly dazed woman before him was none other than the illustrious goddess of night. Her demeanor exuded an aloof elegance, her features were flawless, and her long, raven black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. The obsidian-hued starry dress she adorned appeared as profound as the night itself, accentuating her porcelain skin, which resembled the delicate cream of a snow-capped mountain. Though her eyes seemed devoid of life, the mere presence she radiated surpassed that of any mortal. Even the most renowned empresses in history could not be compared to her. Nix, she was divine, and she was sovereign, the ruler of the night. Lin Qi stroked his chin, scrutinizing Nix from a close distance. He had witnessed divinity firsthand. Yet, in comparison to the seraphim on the moon, he sensed something was amiss with Nix. Was it her divine essence? Her strength? Her authority? Or perhaps all were lacking? Lin Qi could not ascertain, but he surmised that Nix's current state was intimately connected to her ailment. Yet, one must remember, she was a deity standing at the pinnacle of mythology. How could she possibly fall ill? Is her ailment a natural occurrence, or a result of human intervention? If it were indeed a natural affliction, Lin Qi finds it hard to believe. Yet if it is man-made, he is at a loss as to what kind of existence could induce such a sickness in the goddess of night, particularly a mental illness. According to the inscriptions upon the wall, Lin Qi is now tasked with attempting to cure Nix, but what exactly ails her remains uncertain. As a former sufferer of mental illness himself, Lin Qi possesses some understanding of these afflictions, which can generally be categorized into depression, obsessive-compulsive disorder, schizophrenia, delusions, and so forth. To aid Nix, the first step must be to ascertain the nature of her malady. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qi crouches before Nix, waving his hand before her eyes. "Can you hear me?" He whispers softly near her ear. Suddenly, Nix's body trembles, startling Lin Qi, who instinctively recoils a few steps. Immediately after, Nix's head stiffly turns toward Lin Qi, her vacant gaze fixed intently upon him. Lin Qi swallows hard, paralyzed with trepidation. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Just as the intensity of Nix's stare begins to fray Lin Qi's nerves, her expression shifts. From vacancy to confusion, from confusion to astonishment, and from astonishment to tears welling in her eyes. Nix's body quivers slightly, tears swirling in her gaze, her lips parting with great difficulty. After a prolonged moment of choking back emotion, her voice emerges hoarsely. At last, I have found you, my child. At this moment, Lin Qi felt a surge of electricity coursing from his feet straight to his brain, leaving his mind in a state of utter bewilderment. Her? Me? A child? Lin Qi truly could not recall the appearance of his parents, as they had vanished after entrusting him to his aunt following his birth. However, his mother should, perhaps, likely be a human, rather than the goddess of night. No, what if? Wait. How is this foreign goddess of night conversing fluently in Chinese? Ah, right, this is my dream. It is not surprising that I can comprehend the language of the divine. Perhaps this is a transmission of brainwaves? While Lin Qi was lost in his thoughts, Nix stood up, her arms outstretched as she wobbled towards him. She ran faster, her expression growing increasingly fervent. At that moment, Lin Qi's mind was a chaotic mess, and instinctively he opened his arms, longing to embrace the goddess of night. Yet she dashed past him, wrapping her arms around the small vase on the windowsill behind him. Nix clutched the vase tightly, tears streaming down her face. My child, you are still alive. I have finally found you. Lin Qi. Subsequently, Nix's gaze fell upon the chair where she had sat for an indeterminate time. After a brief moment of astonishment, she rushed forward to embrace both the chair and the vase, weeping once more. Hypnos, my child, it turns out you are here too. In a disheveled state, Lin Qi stood like a statue, watching as Nike sobbed profusely, acknowledging the vase, the chair, the wall, and even the air as her children. Lin Qi thought to himself, I believe I have discerned the nature of her affliction. It is rather severe. As dawn broke, Lin Qi languidly awoke from his slumber, gazing at the stark ceiling above, letting out a resigned sigh. After spending an entire night with Nikes, he felt utterly drained. Just as he was about to rise, a sudden realization struck him. Within his mind, the ethereal asylum for gods, shrouded in mist, seemed to sway before him, forging an inexplicable connection between himself and the institution. He discovered that he no longer needed to fall asleep. He could now immerse his consciousness within the asylum at will. Was this the benefit of unlocking the door? Lin Qi resolved to attempt linking his consciousness to the asylum, eager to perceive everything transpiring within its confines. Naturally, the 5 sealed wards remained beyond his reach. Meanwhile, Nikes was in the courtyard, cradling the vase and chair, engaging in a monologue with the air beside her, oblivious to the content of her musings. Sitting on the edge of his bed, Lin Qi rubbed the corners of his eyes in frustration, pondering, healing, but I am not a doctor. How am I to assist her in recovery? Suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration lit up his eyes, as if he had stumbled upon a revelation. His gaze narrowed slightly, and a smile played at the corners of his lips. Author's note, Chapter 13, he ran away. Songnan City, a certain tall building. Creak. The door creaked open, and Zhao Kongcheng entered, his demeanor listless, punctuated by occasional sighs. Old Zhao, what troubles you? The 5 individuals seated within the room inquired, their expressions tinged with surprise at his forlorn visage. Were you injured last night? Given your countenance, it seems more likely that you've suffered a heartbreak. Goodness. Old Zhao, it wouldn't be that your wife is seeking a divorce, would it? They bantered, each voice contributing to the speculation. After a moment of silence, the taciturn Zhao Kongqing heaved a deep sigh. Am I truly so lacking in charm? The 5 simultaneously rolled their eyes, feigning ignorance to his lamentation, and resumed their respective tasks. Some were sharpening blades, others were cleaning firearms, a few engrossed in their mobile devices, while one dozed off. No, I am sincerely inquiring, Zhao Kongqing exclaimed, his impatience mounting. As the silence lingered, Hong Ying, who was polishing a gun, sighed. Has something stirred you, Kongqing? Perhaps, Zhao Kongqing paused. I encountered the owner of the Golden Forbidden Ruins last night. At this revelation, all heads snapped up, their previous activities halted, eyes gleaming with intrigue. The individual rumored to be an agent of the Seraphim? Indeed. Impressive, isn't he? Who is he exactly? You are overthinking it, Zhao Kongsheng replied, shaking his head. He is merely an ordinary high school student. The Klein-level energy fluctuations are likely just remnants of the Seraphim's power left within him. He is still a novice, having just stepped into the lamp realm. Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment flickered in their eyes. They had entertained the notion that a formidable figure akin to Klein had emerged in Songnan City. However, it seemed improbable that the higher echelons would be oblivious if such a perilous deity had indeed chosen an emissary who had ascended to the stature of Klein. The gentleman reclining on the sofa narrowed his gaze slightly. Regardless, the selection of an emissary by the seraph, coupled with the bestowal of a divine ruin, constituted a momentous affair that warranted immediate reporting to the upper echelons. He absconded, Zhao Kongqing uttered somberly. He mentioned retrieving his satchel and then seized the opportunity to flee while I was momentarily lost in thought. A wave of speechlessness washed over the assembly. Just as they were poised to unleash a torrent of criticism, the chamber door swung open once more. A man, still draped in a crimson cloak, entered, his visage bearing the residual marks of blood, his gait as heavy as if laden with lead. Upon sighting this man, everyone, including Zhao Kongqing, promptly rose to their feet. Captain, are you unharmed? The captain waved dismissively, divesting himself of the blood-soaked cloak, and settled onto a small stool near the door. His brow furrowed with an indescribable weariness. I am unscathed, but the Ghoul King has escaped. A palpable gravity descended upon the faces of those present. The captain continued, last night, I pursued the Ghoul King relentlessly to the outskirts of the city's northern perimeter, where we engaged in a fierce confrontation. It sustained grievous injuries but ultimately resorted to self-inflicted harm to its very essence in a desperate bid for survival. Does this imply that the Ghoul King may have already fled Songnan City? Nay, not necessarily, the man seated on the sofa interjected. All eyes turned towards him. The captain's brow slightly raised. Speak, Xiangnan. Wu Xiangnan slowly rose, retrieving a map of Songnan City and its surroundings from beneath the sofa, unfurling it upon the ground. Songnan City is rather remote, distanced significantly from nearby urban centers. The captain had fought against the Ghost-Faced King in the northern suburbs the previous night. And apart from Songnan City, the nearest city was several dozen kilometers away. Wu Xiangnan circled an area on the map. What does this signify? Hong Ying's eyes were filled with confusion. At that moment, the captain's gaze began to illuminate. The Ghost-Faced King was gravely injured, without regaining his strength. He could not traverse such a great distance. Wu Xiangnan continued the captain's line of thought, and if the Ghost-Faced King wishes to recover, he can only do so by consuming humans, which means, precisely. Zhao Kongqing's brow furrowed slightly. But Songnan City is so vast. We have no idea where he might emerge. The sewers, Wu Xiangnan adjusted his glasses, sketching a curved line on the map with a red pen. The Ghost-Faced King has a penchant for navigating through sewers, and previously, he had escaped via this very route. There is only one sewer connecting to the northern city suburbs, indicating that the Ghost-Faced King's appearance is likely in proximity to this passage. Immediately dispatch personnel to search along this sewer. This time, we must not allow him to escape. A glint of cold determination flashed in the captain's eyes as he issued the command. Understood. Hasn't he already fled? How can you possibly find him? Hong Ying muttered under her breath. He donned the uniform of the second high school, and I plan to intercept him at the school gate today. I am confident that I shall succeed. A self-assured smile graced Zhao Kongqing's lips. Brother, why aren't you attending school today? Yang Jin inquired, observing Lin Qi, who was neither clad in uniform nor carrying a backpack. I have a matter to attend to today, so I shall not be going, Lin Qi replied, slipping on his shoes as he opened the door. Is Aunt still asleep? I understand. Make sure to head to school early. Do not emulate my habits. All right. Lin Qi shut the door behind him, quietly removing the black satin from his eyes and placing it into his pocket. His vision had returned. Yet he had not disclosed this to either his aunt or Yang Jin. This was partly because his aunt had worked the night shift and they had not crossed paths. Moreover, Lin Qi had only just acquired this newfound vision and had yet to master the powers it bestowed. The golden light occasionally flickered from the depths of his gaze. Albeit subtly. Should his aunt or Yang Jin catch a glimpse of it, that would undoubtedly compel him to seek further examination, incurring unnecessary expenses. He resolved to announce this revelation only when he could fully control his sight. Nevertheless, since he had stepped outside, there was no need to conceal his eyes with the black satin any longer, as that would attract undue attention. Lin Qi retrieved the sunglasses that Yang Jin had gifted him from his pocket, donned them, and strode purposefully towards the bus station. After more than an hour of jolting travel, Lin Qi finally arrived at his destination, the Sunshine Mental Hospital. The last time he visited this place was a decade ago. Over the span of these 10 years, both Lin Qi and the hospital had undergone significant transformations. All the old walls have been refurbished, and the entrance has become twice as spacious as before. 2 modern high-rises have replaced the original 3-story building. And even the 6 grand characters spelling Sunshine Mental Hospital have been transformed into shimmering gold embossing. Standing at the threshold, Lin Qi can no longer connect the contemporary hospital before him with the small building of his memories. The only unchanged aspect may be the elderly gatekeeper. He has merely become more stooped and his hair has turned considerably gray. The old man seems to have spotted Lin Qi, squinting his eyes and raising his right hand to point at him, just as Lin Qi thinks the old man remembers him and prepares to greet him. The old man bellows, "Hey, you foolish lad over there. You're blocking the cars behind you." The author has something to say. Chapter 14, I have a friend. Knock, knock. Knock. Please come in. Lin Qi pushed open the door and entered the consultation room. Sitting across the desk was a middle-aged male doctor clad in a white coat, sporting an exceedingly sparse, receding hairline, which unmistakably symbolized wisdom. Lin Qi took a seat, and the doctor leisurely began. "Well then, speak up. What seems to be the problem?" "I have no issues." "If you have no issues, then what brings you here?" "I have no problems, but I have a friend who suffers from severe mental illness." Upon hearing this, the doctor regarded Lin Qi with an odd expression, chuckling as he ran his fingers through the few strands of hair atop his head. "The friend you speak of, it wouldn't happen to be yourself, would it?" "Very well then, tell me what affliction your friend has. What specific symptoms are present?" Lin Qi pondered for a moment, finding it somewhat challenging to articulate his thoughts. The doctor chuckled and suggested, "Why not embody that friend of yours and demonstrate your feelings to me?" After casting a peculiar glance at the doctor, Lin Qi hesitated for a brief moment before reluctantly nodding in agreement. He slowly rose from his seat and, under the doctor's watchful gaze, approached him directly. With a gentle motion, he enveloped the middle-aged doctor's head in his embrace, while his other hand tenderly caressed the few remaining strands of hair atop the doctor's head, his eyes radiating warmth. He softly murmured, "My dear child, at long last. Your father has found you." The doctor remained speechless. In the ensuing 10 minutes, Lin Qi employed every rhetorical technique he had mastered throughout his life, passionately articulating to the doctor that he was not the one in need of treatment, thus averting the grim fate of being forcibly hospitalized. "So, your friend perceives everything as if they were her own child?" "Indeed. And she has wept for an extended period?" "She has been crying incessantly." "Does she enjoy sitting in the garden, recounting stories to vases and chairs?" "Precisely. And how is her sleep?" "She does not sleep." The doctor furrowed his brow, responding, "Your friend is indeed quite unwell. I strongly recommend that you bring her to our hospital for inpatient care. Her situation is rather unique." "And she does not meet the conditions for hospitalization," Lin Qi replied with resignation. It is evident that he cannot speak the truth. If he were to disclose to the doctor that the goddess Nyx resides within his mind, as a patient in a mental institution, he would soon receive a notification for hospitalization himself. Lin Qi's expression betrays a hint of difficulty. Can the medications from reality be transported into one's mind? He is uncertain. Yet he feels that even if they could be, the remedies for mortals may not necessarily be effective against the deity. "Doctor, aside from medication, are there any other methods to facilitate healing?" The doctor contemplated for a moment before responding. "Your friend's symptoms indicate a severe delusional disorder. I have encountered numerous cases of this nature. There was once a man who deeply loved his wife, after her tragic death in a car accident. He frequently conversed with the air, imagining her presence beside him. This affliction often stems from profound psychological trauma, where the subconscious rejects reality, fabricating a false sense of she is still here. If we could approach the issue from the perspective of its origin and provide psychological treatment, there may be a possibility for improvement. However, without the aid of medication, progress is exceedingly difficult. Medication and psychotherapy are complementary. Do you understand my point?" Lin Qi nodded thoughtfully. To approach it from the perspective of its origin, but he knows nothing of Nyx's past, leaving him at a loss. It seems he must undertake further preparations. He accepted the prescription from the doctor but chose not to pay for the medication. Since the remedies from the real world would be ineffective against a deity residing in his mind, there was no need to squander his resources. Moreover, these medications are prohibitively expensive. The visit to the psychiatric hospital proved to be worthwhile, as it provided Lin Qi with a breakthrough. To guide Nikes from a psychological standpoint, a comprehensive understanding of her was imperative. Thus, Lin Qi disembarked at a certain station and entered the Tsangnan City Library. At the entrance of the second high school, a conversation ensued. "Hey, do you see that older gentleman? Who is he? I don't recognize him. He must be a parent. I spotted him around 7 this morning when I entered the school. I noticed him too. He was wearing sunglasses, a shirt, and leaning against the wall with a cup of coffee. I thought he looked quite handsome then. So why does he now resemble a beggar? His eyes are all red. Do you think he has been waiting here since this morning? Surely not. It's nearly 10 now. Is that true? Of course, I've heard. On the curb opposite the school gate, a forlorn man sat alone, surrounded by discarded cigarette butts. The silhouette cast in the lamplight exuded an indescribable sorrow. Zhao Conching flicked the ash from his cigarette, perplexed as he pondered where things had gone awry. He had waited from 6 in the morning until 10 at night, enduring the sun's relentless glare, yet he had not caught a glimpse of that boy. He distinctly recalled seeing the school's uniform the night before. Could it be that the lad anticipated his arrival and chose to evade him? Damn it, his backside was sore from sitting. Zhao Concheng braced himself on the ground, slowly rising from the curb, feigning nonchalance as he dusted off his trousers and began to stretch his limbs. At that moment, from the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed a youth clad in casual attire ambling leisurely across the street, clutching several books. That fellow bears a resemblance to that lad. Zhao Concheng was momentarily taken aback, blinking forcefully. Goodness! Without a second thought, he surged forward like a gust of wind, his eyes ablaze with fury, embodying the visage of a ferocious beast. However, when he was approximately 20 meters away from the youth, the latter seemed to sense something amiss, and with a jolt, he too bolted in the opposite direction. Thus, the two engaged in a frenetic chase down the street, with one in pursuit of the other. At that moment, Lin Qi wished to slap himself twice. Why, of all paths, did he choose this one? Now, after having stood up someone just yesterday, here he was being chased again, though Lin Qi's speed was not insignificant. It paled in comparison to Zhao Concheng's. In mere seconds, he was overtaken. Zhao Concheng viciously seized Lin Qi's shoulder, a cold smirk curling upon his lips. Well, we meet again. Lin Qi stiffly turned his head, tilting it slightly. Who are you? The author interjects. Chapter 15, 003. Zhao Concheng felt as though he might explode with rage. Who am I, you ask? I am the innocent victim who was deceived by your emotional manipulation. Left out in the cold for half the night. Zhao Concheng firmly grasped Lin Qi's arm, akin to a naive uncle fearing his boyfriend might be snatched away. Let me tell you, don't play coy with me. Today, you shall not escape. Surveying his immobilized arm, Lin Qi relinquished the futile struggle, adopting an air of acquiescence. Very well, he conceded. Where shall we converse? Come with me. Zhao Concheng, thus entwining his arm with Lin Qi's, strode purposefully toward an obscure destination. As Lin Qi discerned their gradual approach to a lover's hotel, his countenance underwent a sudden transformation, his impulse being to flee the scene. However, Zhao Concheng afforded him no such opportunity, preemptively securing him in an unyielding grip, forcibly dragging him toward the hotel. What do you intend? I forewarn you, I suffer from hemorrhoids. Refrain from untoward advances. What occupies the minds of you high school boys? It is merely a location for conversation. Does discourse necessitate a lover's hotel? Did you not observe the gazes of those we passed? I was mortified beyond measure. You comprehend nothing. This is a secure haven. My intentions are purely platonic. Furthermore, do I appear to be that sort of individual? Zhao Concheng rolled his eyes, hauling the resisting Lin Qi to the reception desk, where he cast an excessively greasy wink at the dumbfounded female clerk. Adynamic passion-themed suite with a king-sized bed. If you please, Lin Qi. The female clerk was rendered speechless, her cognitive functions momentarily suspended, before she was overcome with inexplicable excitement. Very well, sir. We require your identification, as well as that of this young comrade. Your identification as well, please. Forced to surrender his identification, Lin Qi observed the overly enthusiastic female clerk with a peculiar expression, wondering what romantic fantasies she was concocting in her mind. However, one could hardly blame her. At the witching hour, a middle-aged man dragging a young boy into a couple's hotel for a grand double room, no less. An extravagant couple's suite under the pretext of merely conversing. Who would believe such a tale? Here is your room card. Your room is 3966. Wishing you both a pleasant stay. The clerk beamed at Lin Qi, whose expression was one of bewilderment, her eyes narrowing into slits of mischief. Lin Qi clenched his fists. What are you standing there for? Come with me, Zhao Concheng urged, pulling Lin Qi toward the elevator. Upon swiping the card and entering the room, Lin Qi's innocence was shattered as he beheld the array of astonishing amenities. He realized that the wealthy indulged in such lavishness. Indeed, it was a spectacle of passion. Zhao Concheng locked the door behind them and released Lin Qi, taking a seat on the electric bed, his body finally relaxing after a day of tension. "Don't be so tense. It's truly just a chat," he chided with a laugh at Lin Qi's apprehensive demeanor. Lin Qi sighed, settling onto the sofa by the door. "What do you wish to discuss?" "Of course, I want to talk about you," Zhao Kongqing replied. Lin Qi, male, 17 years old, single, 175 centimeters tall, weight. "You know I'm not referring to that." Zhao Kongqing rubbed his forehead, gesturing toward Lin Qi's eyes. "What I mean is your eyes." Lin Qi fell into silence. "Have you ever encountered Michael?" Upon hearing these words, Lin Qi's body trembled slightly. After a moment of hesitation, he gently nodded. Indeed. The man before him possessed a wealth of knowledge, and the forces behind him were undoubtedly formidable. Additionally, this statement revealed a crucial piece of information to Lin Qi. The radiant angel he encountered a decade ago was none other than the renowned king of angels, Michael. Observing Lin Qi's nod, Zhao Kongqing finally felt a sense of relief, his gaze toward Lin Qi gradually igniting with fervor. "Why did he seek you? What did he convey to you? To what extent can you now wield the forbidden ruins?" Zhao Kongqing's inquiries came forth like a rapid barrage, causing Lin Qi to furrow his brow and shake his head. "You have too many questions." Zhao Kongqing realized he had somewhat lost his composure, chuckling awkwardly. "Indeed, you must have many uncertainties in your mind. Allow me to clarify. Feel free to ask whatever you wish." Lin Qi pondered for a moment, locking his gaze with Zhao Kongqing's, and posed his first question. "Do deities from mythology truly exist in this world?" "They do," Zhao Kongqing replied without hesitation, nodding affirmatively. "But not all gods are real." "What do you mean?" Zhao Kongqing fell into contemplation, as if deliberating on where to begin. "What do you think mythology represents?" Lin Qi mused. "Is it a spiritual refuge for the ancients? An expression of fear and fantasy regarding the unknown forces of nature?" "You are correct," Zhao Kongqing affirmed. "Until a century ago, everyone held such beliefs." "A century ago?" "Indeed, prior to the emergence of the mist, there had been no trace of divinity in this world." Zhao Kongqing's eyes narrowed slightly. However, ever since the veil of mist enveloped the earth, everything seemed to have transformed. In September 1922, a year following the advent of the mist, a reconnaissance team dispatched by the Great Xia discovered a colossal dragon soaring slowly through the skies over the Mariana Trench. This marked humanity's inaugural observation of a mythical creature. Upon thorough investigation, it was determined that this dragon was the Leviathan, the chaotic dragon mentioned in the Bible, believed to be a creation of God. The revelation of this magnificent beast fundamentally altered the perceptions of the upper echelons of the Great Xia, as they came to realize that since the onset of the mist, the world had irrevocably changed. At that time, when the mist first appeared, the entire Great Xia was engulfed in panic. In a bid to ensure national stability, the authorities concealed the results of this exploration. The Leviathan, as the first mythological entity recorded by humanity, was designated with the codename 001. Subsequent explorations unveiled more mythical beings, leading to the continuation of the numerical designations. The seraphim Michael, which you see, was the third mythical creature observed by humanity in 1928, assigned the codename 003. 1928? Lin Qi was taken aback. Had we not yet mastered lunar technology at that time? How did they locate the seraphim on the moon? It was not us who sought him. Zhao Kongqing shook his head. In March 1928, a beam of golden sword light emanated from the moon, traversing the cosmos and obliterating a colossal volcano in North America. It was only then that we realized a deity still resided upon the moon. North America? What significance does it hold? Subsequently, our exploration team dedicated a year to reaching that volcano, where amidst the ruins, they discovered the entity known as deity number 004, sealed within the divine ruins. Zhao Kongqing paused before continuing. The fallen angel, Lucifer. The author has a message. Chapter 16, Lucifer remains. Lin Qi, still grappling with the overwhelming information conveyed by Zhao Kongqing, stood in stunned silence for a considerable time. "So, you are suggesting that since the emergence of that mist, deities from mythology have inexplicably manifested one after another?" "Indeed. The higher-ups have been investigating the underlying reasons for this phenomenon, hypothesizing two potential explanations." Zhao Kongqing raised two fingers. "The first possibility is that these deities may not truly exist. However, upon the advent of the mist, some mysterious transformation occurred, bringing them forth from the realm of myth into tangible existence. The second possibility is that mythology is not merely a figment of ancient imagination, but rather a reflection of entities that genuinely exist, having lurked somewhere on Earth for reasons unknown, and the sudden emergence of the mist awakened them." Lin Qi nodded. then inquired further, "What do you mean when you say not all deities exist? The number of deities currently existing on Earth is rather limited. Not all mythical beings have descended upon this realm. What we witness is merely a minuscule fraction of an immense mythological system. The reasons behind their selection remain enigmatic. Unrelated to strength, the prevalence of tales, notions of good and evil, or even national boundaries. Their emergence appears devoid of any discernible pattern, arising seemingly at random. Not only the Bible, but also Greek mythology, Norse mythology, and Cthulhu mythos encompass all known deities within human understanding. Given that all mythological systems are represented, one may ponder the whereabouts of the deities from our own culture. Lin Qi curiously inquired, "What of the Monkey King, the Third Prince, the Four Heavenly Kings, and the Jade Emperor? Where are they? If they exist, surely they would be capable of besting the Western mythologies." After a brief silence, Zhao Kongqing shook his head. "The thoughts you express have crossed our minds as well. Over the past century, we have tirelessly searched within the borders of our great Xian nation, attempting to uncover their whereabouts. Yet, after a full 100 years, we have found not even a mere land deity. Some suggest that the fog has yet to engulf Xia, thus our mythologies remain hidden. Others propose." Lin Qi could not contain his curiosity. What do others propose? Others propose that they have always been here. Always been here? Why do you think that, while the entire earth has been consumed by fog, only Xia remains unscathed? The fog has encroached upon our borders, yet it is halted at the very threshold, unable to advance a single inch? Lin Qi's mouth fell agape. "Are you suggesting that this is merely a conjecture, or perhaps a delightful fantasy?" Zhao Kongqing shook his head, regardless of the circumstances. "We have yet to uncover any trace of the deities of the great Xia." "Very well," Lin Qi conceded. Just the weight of the information he had received thus far was enough to shatter his worldview. Had he not personally witnessed the existence of the Seraph, he might have been tempted to contact a mental health facility to have Zhao Kongqing committed. This affliction was graver than his own from years past. What then was the golden beam of light that emanated from me last night? Lin Qi posed his next inquiry. Although this enigma had not breached the borders of the great Xia, it appeared to harbor a form of energy akin to radiation, which catalyzed certain individuals' bodies. Children born after the advent of this mist had a probability of manifesting a peculiar power within. Under specific environmental influences, these powers could be awakened, leading to a unique force capable of affecting the tangible world, akin to a domain. The characteristics of these powers varied from person to person, each unique in its manifestation. This extraordinary domain, influenced by oneself, is referred to as forbidden ruins. Lin Qi pondered thoughtfully. In essence, forbidden ruins are the extraordinary domains of a fortunate few. Can these forbidden ruins evolve? Indeed, the capabilities, scope, and uniqueness of a forbidden ruin grow alongside the owner's mental fortitude, which is a pivotal criterion influencing the strength of the ruins. Through mental fortitude, we categorize forbidden ruins into 6 distinct realms. The mental strength is akin to water in a cup, minimal and motionless, referred to as the first realm, cup. When the mental strength resembles water in a pond, abundant yet still, it is termed the second realm, pond. Should it resemble the flowing waters of a river, plentiful and dynamic, it is designated as the third realm, river. If it mirrors the vastness of the ocean, immense and boundless, it is known as the fourth realm, ocean. When mental strength approaches the notion of infinity, vast and overwhelming, it embodies the fifth realm, limitless. Lastly, if the mental strength is inexhaustible and transcends the dimensions of space, akin to a Klein bottle, it is classified as the sixth realm, Klein. As for me, what realm do I currently occupy? Lin Qi inquired. You presently exist in the cup realm, merely a novice capable of utilizing the forbidden ruins. Zhao Kongqing seemed to relish in diminishing Lin Qi as spirits, merely a, slightly more formidable ordinary person. Lin Qi was momentarily at a loss for words. It appears that the reason he was able to open the door to the mental institution in his mind last night was due to his breakthrough into the cup realm. The same must apply to unlocking the door to Nix's room. Does this imply that with each advancement to a new realm, he could release another patient? And you? With such prowess, what realm do you inhabit? Lin Qi gazed at Zhao Kongqing. Zhao Kongqing's face flushed with embarrassment as he turned to look out the window. I do not possess the forbidden ruins, thus I naturally lack mental strength. You do not have the forbidden ruins? Lin Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. How then did you slay that creature? Lin Qi was genuinely astonished. Even with his extraordinary dynamic vision, he could only barely cope with such a creature. At that moment, Zhao Kongqing was decisively overpowering his adversary. It was astonishing that such a formidable individual lacked the ability to harness the forbidden domain. That entity was known as the ghost-faced man. Zhao Kongqing clarified. I vanquished it solely through years of rigorous training and extensive combat experience. Before joining the Night Watch, I was a special forces operative, adept in close-quarters combat. He continued, there are 3 pathways to acquire the forbidden domain. The first, as I just mentioned, is that only a fortunate few are born with the innate ability to wield it. The second involves utilizing objects that possess the forbidden domain. It is not solely humans who can be influenced by the mist to attain the forbidden domain. Certain items, by a twist of fate, may also embody it. Such forbidden domains are typically extraordinarily unique and rare, and if humanity can master them, they too can harness their power. I belong to the second category, however. The object I possess is not offensive in nature, but rather a standardized auxiliary item unique to the Night Watch, the notice board. Its singular function is to manifest the Wujie Kongyu. The author remarks, Chapter 17, My Home. The Wujie Kongyu? It is a forbidden domain capable of isolating the interior from the exterior, preventing our battles from affecting innocent bystanders. Each Night Watch in every city is equipped with 3 notice boards capable of deploying the Wujie Kongyu, managed by a single individual. Since we typically do not engage directly in combat, we are referred to as Watchers. Lin Qi raised an eyebrow, implying that you are merely a messenger. If you cannot articulate your thoughts, it would be prudent to speak less, Zhao Kongqing remarked, rolling his eyes. You just mentioned that there are 3 methods to acquire the forbidden ruins. What is the final one? The last method is the bestowal of divine power. Which pertains to your situation, he replied. Zhao Kongqing's expression turned grave. Some deities may confer a portion of their power upon selected humans, enabling them to act as their earthly agents. This divine bestowed forbidden ruins is referred to as the divine ruins. However, with the acquisition of such power, the agent must also heed the commands of the deity, which may include the destruction of human society, the protection of humanity, or the quest for certain artifacts on behalf of the deity. In general, a deity typically has only one agent, who embodies the will of the divine. Among the several divine agents that have emerged, most are malevolent beings intent on obliterating the new order of humanity, seeking to plunge the world back into chaos. They have established an organization known as the Ancient God Church. There are benevolent divine agents, albeit in scant numbers, while the count of neutral divine agents remains unknown to us. Zhao Kongqing rose and approached Lin Qi, locking eyes with him, and spoke deliberately. Lin Qi, what command did Michael give you? Which side do you belong to? Lin Qi's eyes were filled with confusion. I do not know. He did not specify. Lin Qi spoke a profound truth. At that moment, Michael gazed at him from afar on the moon, and then he fainted. Remarkably, the other had uttered not a single word. Zhao Kongqing furrowed his brow. He said nothing? Did you not hear his voice in your heart? No, truly not. Zhao Kongqing scrutinized Lin Qi for a prolonged duration, as if attempting to discern any signs of deceit. After a while, he averted his gaze and slowly seated himself. According to our deductions, Michael should belong to a neutral or benevolent faction. Otherwise, we would have eliminated you long ago. Yet, why did he grant you the divine ruins and remain silent? What could his intentions be? Lin Qi's brow slightly knitted. I do not know what he intends. But even if he were to issue me commands, I would refuse to comply. I have no desire to become embroiled in such chaotic affairs. At worst, I shall return these eyes to him. With that, he stood up, stating, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Without waiting for Zhao Kongqing to respond, he turned to open the door. Wait. Zhao Kongqing abruptly rose, blocking the entrance and fixing his gaze on Lin Qi's eyes. You intend to leave after asking your questions? What about me? No, what I mean is, do you not wish to inquire about me? Who am I? Zhao Kongqing felt that conversing with this young man was truly exhausting. What you are is of no consequence to me. Lin Qi continued to turn the doorknob. Zhao Kongqing grasped the handle firmly. Why do I know so much? What kind of organization stands behind me? What are we engaged in? Are you not curious about any of this? Not curious. Why? According to the logic of film and literature, once I become aware of your existence, I am left with only 2 choices. Lin Qi raised 2 fingers, either to join you or to be forever incapable of revealing the secret, such as being killed, imprisoned, or brainwashed. You really ought to watch less television. Zhao Kongqing was left speechless. Besides, if you do not understand us, how can you know that joining us is not a favorable option? Lin Qi raised an eyebrow. So you mean to say, even if I am aware of your affairs and choose not to join, I would not be in danger? Certainly not. We are akin to soldiers, at most. We would have you sign a non-disclosure agreement. What you mentioned is sheer nonsense. Zhao Kongqing sighed. Conversing with this fellow for a few minutes felt more exhausting than spending an entire day on surveillance outside. In 1922, after our expedition team discovered the first mythical creature, the Chaos Dragon Leviathan, the upper echelons of the Great Xia urgently established a military organization, always prepared to counter the invasion of mythical beings, known as the 139 Special Biological Response Team. At that time, our technology was relatively primitive, and we knew nothing of the world before us. Thus, the so-called Special Biological Response Team was merely a fade, utterly ineffectual. As time passed, we observed an increasing number of mythical creatures, attempted to establish contact with several of them, and simultaneously uncovered the secrets of the Forbidden Ruins, beginning the training of specialized combat talents. As we unearthed an increasing number of owners of the Forbidden Ruins, we discovered that due to the randomness associated with these owners, it was impossible to encompass everyone within the military's purview. Consequently, the 139 Special Biological Response Team gradually transitioned into a unique entity that is half military and half civilian. We now refer to this special organization as the Watchers. Lin Qi pondered. So your existence is to protect the Great Xia from the incursions of those malevolent deities? To be precise, it encompasses all mythological beings. Is there a distinction? Certainly. I have previously mentioned that the emergence of mythological beings is random and not necessarily correlated with the strength of their powers. Therefore, the mythological beings that descend are not solely the formidable deities familiar to the populace. There are also weaker beings that exist only in rural legends or minor tales. The ghost-faced entity you encountered last night is one such example from rural horror folklore. These mythological beings, which do not possess world-ending powers but can still impact human society, are collectively referred to as the mysterious. I see. Lin Qi nodded, realizing why he found the entity he encountered last night somewhat familiar. It was indeed born from a rural story. Thus, we are soldiers, we are warriors defending our homeland. Our existence is dedicated to preventing the people of Great Xia from enduring suffering. Is this not noble? Is this not admirable? Zhao Kongqing earnestly implored. Very noble, very admirable. I hold you in great esteem, truly. Lin Qi's expression grew serious. He was not jesting. From his gaze, one could unmistakably perceive a profound respect. A smile gradually emerged on Zhao Kongqing's face, but then he hesitated. I won't go. Zhao Kongqing's smile instantly froze. Why not? Lin Qi's eyes were filled with earnestness. I have many responsibilities to fulfill. What could possibly be more important than defending our homeland? I have an aunt and a cousin. Lin Qi gazed out the window, his expression remarkably serene. My aunt, though not old, has worked tirelessly in the factory for the sake of Ajin and me, a burden to her, day in and day out for a decade. Now, her health is failing. She is a stubborn person, enduring pain on the living room chair while pretending to practice yoga for her well-being. I sit across from her, and she thinks I cannot see. She lives so cautiously and bears an immense burden. My cousin is intelligent and dutiful, yet regrettably, he is still too young to shoulder the weight of this family. I have much to accomplish. I want to support my cousin through college, to ensure that he and my aunt can lead a better life together. For the past 10 years, they have never given up on me, a burden. Now that I am finally improving, how could I abandon them? You are noble and great. Under different circumstances, I might consider joining you. But at this moment, all I desire is to remain steadfastly by their side, to safeguard this family. The author has something to say. Chapter 18, Welcome Back. Zhao Kongqing stood frozen in place. He truly did not anticipate that this seemingly ordinary high school student would articulate such profound sentiments, displaying an unexpected depth of thought. At that moment, he came to realize how ludicrous his previous attempts to evoke the universally prevalent adolescent enthusiasm and fervor in the young man had been. Lin Qi was no ordinary high school student. Rising to his feet, Lin Qi strode directly to the door, hesitating for a brief moment before coming to a halt. Thank you for sharing all this with me. I will sign the confidentiality agreement, he stated, before pushing the door open and stepping outside. He found himself unable to comply. I rushed out this morning and forgot to wear my uniform. Child, won't the teachers reprimand you for not wearing it? I mentioned it briefly. It's nothing to worry about. Xiaoqi, you have just transferred to a new school. You mustn't leave a bad impression on the teachers. Be a bit more meticulous in your actions. Understood, Aunt. How are you getting along with your classmates? They aren't ostracizing you, are they? That's good, very good. Well then, make sure to sleep early. With a thud, Lin Qi closed his bedroom door and lay back on his bed, gazing out at the night sky, exhaling a long sigh. The complexities of this world exceeded his imagination. Yet, it bore little significance to him. After a brief respite, Lin Qi sat up and began to remove his clothing when a hard object fell from his pocket. Clink! He glanced down, retrieving the item. A look of confusion crossing his brow. Beneath the design, 3 characters were inscribed, Zhao Kongqing. This. Lin Qi narrowed his eyes slightly. Had he inadvertently lost it? If the dark night ultimately descends, I shall stand before the multitude, sword drawn against the abyss, staining the heavens with blood. Such a magnificent spirit. Is this penned by Zhao Kongqing himself, or is it a saying of the night watchers? Lin Qi murmured to himself, observing the dazed expression on his face, which hardly suggested he was capable of such eloquence. After toying with it for a while, Lin Qi placed it on the table, changed his attire, and climbed into bed. This night, he had a significant matter to attend to. He closed his eyes and sank his consciousness into the realm of the divine. Within the psychiatric hospital of the gods. At that moment, in the small courtyard of the hospital, Nyx sat on a rocking chair, cradling an assortment of jars and bottles, seemingly murmuring to herself, a smile occasionally gracing her lips. If one were to overlook the murkiness in her eyes and the peculiar objects in her embrace, the noble aura she exuded would render her a breathtaking portrait. Shortly thereafter, Lin Qi, donned in a white coat, approached with measured steps. To fully immerse himself in the role of a psychiatric doctor, he had procured a lab coat from the director's office and even adorned the collar with a pair of non-prescription glasses. Lin Qi stood beside the rocking chair, silently gazing into Nyx's murky, vacant eyes, and let out a soft sigh. According to the mythological texts he had perused, Nyx indeed ranks among the most ancient and powerful deities in Greek mythology, her status and strength unparalleled. Yet, compared to other gods, she possesses a singular trait, a fondness for giving birth. According to Lin Qi's statistics, Nyx, the personification of night, has at least 20 offspring, including the renowned god of death, Thanatos, the god of sleep, Hypnos, as well as deities of the cosmos, fate, and misfortune, among others. With only a few exceptions, the vast majority of Nyx's children are malevolent entities, wreaking havoc upon the mortal realm from the moment of their birth, leading many to tragic fates. From the scant fragments of myth, Lin Qi is unable to glean more detailed information about this goddess of night. Yet he speculates that her current affliction may be linked to her progeny. The doctor at Sunshine Mental Hospital mentioned a male patient who, overwhelmed by longing for his wife, imagined her presence by his side. Could Nyx's condition be similarly rooted in her yearning for her children, mistaking jars and vases for her offspring? But what calamity befell her progeny to provoke such an intense reaction from Nyx? Moreover, as an ancient deity of immense power, could she truly experience such profound emotions? Or perhaps, prior to her affliction, she was stripped of her divine form and essence? Lin Qi could not ascertain. Nyx cradled a vase in her hands, gazing vacantly into the distance, a flicker of hope momentarily illuminating her eyes before they clouded over once more. After a brief pause, her voice trembled, hoarse, but, witnessing this scene, Lin Qi felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow. Who could have imagined that the once mighty goddess of night now appeared so helpless and humble? She is the goddess of night, but also a mother waiting for the return of her children. The root of Nyx's affliction lies in the child she lost. However, Lin Qi and the others remain oblivious as to whether they were brought into this world by the mist and where they might find such a multitude of deities. Even if they were to locate them, would those malevolent gods truly comply and accompany them? Lin Qi furrowed his brow in contemplation when suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration flashed through his mind. Perhaps this could work? He rose to his feet, gazing intently at Nyx for a prolonged moment, ultimately resolving to take a step forward. Before Nyx's dazed eyes, Lin Qi approached her step by step. He gently crouched down, extending his arms to embrace Nyx, whispering softly in her ear. At that instant, an unprecedented brilliance ignited in Nyx's eyes. Trembling, she reached out her hands and clung tightly to Lin Qi. After a considerable pause, she finally managed to articulate a complete sentence. Chapter 19. The Starry Night Dancer. In the moment Nyx uttered these words, a virtual panel materialized before Lin Qi's eyes. Nyx's healing progress. 3 reward acquisition conditions met, commencing random selection of Nyx's divine abilities. Immediately thereafter, a virtual lottery wheel emerged, spinning rapidly. Lin Qi observed that the wheel was divided into at least 20 segments, each approximately equal in size. indicating that the probability of acquiring these divine abilities was uniformly distributed. As the night sky descended, the dim eye beheld a cascade of falling stars. The art of star shattering, the flicker of the dark night, the kin of the abyss, and the extraordinary birth. The abilities on the spinning wheel left Lin Qi in a daze, yet he felt an unsettling presence of something peculiar among them. What on earth is this extraordinary birth? Can this truly be considered a divine ability? If I were to draw this power, would I no longer need to seek a partner, as I could simply spawn a multitude of divine offspring? It doesn't sound too bad. Simultaneously, Lin Qi noticed a slender black segment in a corner of the wheel, distinct in size from the other abilities, occupying approximately one of the total area. This divine ability bore the name Unknown. Unknown? What could that possibly signify? Nevertheless, this seemed inconsequential. Lin Qi was convinced that with his abysmal luck, even 1,000 attempts would not yield that unknown. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qi fixed his gaze upon the spinning wheel, and with a single thought, it began to slow down. The pointer glided over various abilities, ultimately coming to rest on one particular area. Starry Night Dancer. Upon reading those words, Lin Qi let out a resigned sigh. Judging by the name, this ability seemed vastly inferior to the likes of star-shattering and falling stars, but at least it was the extraordinary birth. Such fortune, truly befitting me. As the pointer halted, the will gradually dissipated before Lin Qi, leaving the word Starry Night Dancer suspended in the air. Their hue deepening in intensity. Lin Qi reached out and grasped it. In the next moment, those 4 characters transformed into a beam of dark light, infusing themselves into Lin Qi's being. Lin Qi felt a mysterious energy rapidly transforming his body, as if his very essence, both soul and flesh, had been cleansed, leaving him in a state of unparalleled comfort. This sensation was truly extraordinary. This state persisted for approximately 5 seconds, and once it dissipated entirely, Lin Qi distinctly sensed a change within himself. Before his eyes, several lines of small text gradually materialized. Starry Night Dancer. In the darkness, your speed, strength, endurance, and recovery abilities are quintupled. Your presence is less detectable in the night. Your intimidation towards other beings is heightened. You possess the ability to communicate with other nocturnal creatures. Upon reading this, Lin Qi could not help but gasp in astonishment. This seemingly unremarkable ability appeared to be extraordinarily formidable, to speak of nothing else. The mere enhancement of speed, strength, and endurance to 5 times the norm was nothing short of monstrous, even with his exceedingly ordinary physical capabilities. Participating in an event such as a triathlon at night would undoubtedly secure him a Guinness World Record. The quintuple enhancement could propel his body to the very brink of human limits. This was merely considering his average physical attributes, if subjected to systematic training. Lin Qi dared not imagine the heights he could reach. Furthermore, the abilities of stealth and communication with nocturnal animals transcended the boundaries of human potential. Lin Qi stifled his excitement, taking a deep breath. He indeed harbored no intention of joining the Night Watchers, nor did he wish to engage in combat with those mythical beings. Yet, he was merely a high school student, and it would be implausible to claim that he felt no yearning for supernatural powers. Furthermore, only by strengthening himself could he better safeguard his family. Lin Qi finally steadied his heart and fixed his gaze upon Nyx, who was tenderly regarding him, gently stroking his hair while murmuring to herself, "Danace, where have you been for these 3 millennia? Do you know how much I long for you?" Lin Qi sat there in silence, his gaze towards Nyx filled with complexity. Just as he suspected, for Nyx in her current state, she could not distinguish between her own child and mere vessels. How could she possibly recognize that Lin Qi was not her offspring? Driven by her longing, she had conjured everything around her into the semblance of her child. Yet those jars and vases were, after all, not living beings and would not respond to Nyx. Therefore, when Lin Qi, a being capable of breathing, moving, and calling out mother, appeared, it was as if she had come back to life, finally finding her spiritual anchor. This marked the first step in opening her heart and was the reason for the sudden leap in her healing progress to 3. Danace, do you realize how much your brother longs for you? Come, embrace him, Nyx said with a smile, lifting a vase towards Lin Qi. Lin Qi, feeling helpless, could only accept the vase and pretended to caress it. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of Nyx's embrace, where he beheld his other siblings. A shiver coursed through him. Nestled in Nyx's arms were several bottles adorned with labels, each varying in hue. Among them, one labeled distinctly red, flufenazine, divine use. Lin Qi fixated on it, his mouth agape in astonishment. Flufenazine? Why did that name sound so familiar? Wasn't it the very medication listed by that psychiatrist earlier in the day? And the inscription that followed? Divine use? In that instant, a realization dawned upon Lin Qi, igniting an exhilaration within him. He swiftly ascended the stairs of the psychiatric hospital, akin to a gust of wind, and arrived at a room at the end of the corridor, the medication storage room. The door stood ajar, suggesting Nix had previously entered. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to carry away so many siblings. Lin Qi hastened inside, conducting a thorough search, and ultimately halted before a colossal metal cabinet, his eyes gleaming with growing intensity. Before him lay an entire wall of medications. The variety was vast, with the majority intended for psychiatric treatment, including the flufenazine and chlorpromazine he had just observed, along with an abundance of tranquilizers. Each of these medications bore the phrase, divine use. A smile curled at the corners of Lin Qi's lips. He should have anticipated this. This is a psychiatric hospital dedicated to healing the gods. Naturally, as a hospital, it houses a storeroom filled with medications, specifically tailored to the unique physiologies of deities. While he cannot bring earthly medicines into this sanctuary, he can indeed find corresponding remedies here, specifically designed to affect the divine. Thus, the situation appears to have become considerably simpler. Lin Qi selected several vials of medication from the list provided by the doctor earlier in the day and hurried downstairs to Nix's side. This one is to be taken once daily, 2 pills at a time, and this one, 3 times daily, 1 pill each. Please remember to take them. Nix gazed intently at Lin Qi, as if a flower had blossomed upon his face, seemingly oblivious to Lin Qi's instructions. Sigh, well, I suppose I shall come to feed you each day. Observing Nix's reaction, Lin Qi sighed in resignation. It was indeed a considerable challenge to expect a severely mentally ill individual to remember to take their medication. Upon hearing Lin Qi's words, a radiant smile blossomed on Nix's face, illuminating her features with joy. Chapter 20. I am healed. After administering the medication to Nix, Lin Qi withdrew from his consciousness, gradually descending into the realm of dreams. This time, he was liberated from the exhausting dream of knocking on doors. Ever since the divine psychiatric hospital had merged with his being, he seemed to have completely broken free from the shackles of that dream. Now experiencing a true slumber, he experienced a delightful dream, one in which he successfully gained admission to a university, achieved great career success, and moved into a spacious home alongside his aunt and young Jane. In his dream, the 3 of them could finally embark on a journey, exploring those majestic mountains and serene waters he had only seen on television. Due to his previous physical disabilities and the financial strain on his family, he had not ventured beyond the city of Songnan for 17 years. Deep within, he harbored a profound yearning for the world beyond. When the alarm clock rang, Lin Qi reluctantly rose from his slumber, donned his clothes, and prepared to head to school. As he pushed open the door, he spotted his aunt hurriedly changing her shoes at the entrance, ready to leave. "Aunt, why are you off to work so early?" he inquired. "A new batch of parts has arrived at the factory, and we need to process them swiftly. I must go now. You continue having breakfast with your brother. And remember not to be late," his aunt replied, chattering away. "All right." Just as his aunt was about to close the door, Lin Qi spoke up once more. "Aunt, what is it?" She paused, looking at him with a hint of curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, she teased, "This child, still playing games with me. Very well. I'm in a rush now. Tell me later tonight." With that, she quickly shut the door and hurried down the stairs. Lin Qi stood silently at the doorway, his head bowed, lost in thought. Suddenly, he raised his head abruptly, as if he had resolved to make a significant decision, and, still in his slippers, flung open the door. Standing at the corridor's edge, he shouted down the stairs, "Aunt, I can see it." In the next moment, Lin Qi heard the pattering sounds from downstairs abruptly cease, followed by his aunt's trembling voice rising from the 5th floor below. You say that again?" "I can see. I am well, Aunt." After a brief pause, a flurry of footsteps, more hurried than those descending, echoed from below. Before long, his breathless aunt stood before Lin Qi, her lips quivering slightly, yet the corners of her mouth could not help but lift in a smile. "You can see? Really? Truly? Is it blurry? Are there double images? Does it hurt? Does the light sting?" "No, none of that, Aunt," Lin Qi replied, a smile gracing his lips as he reached up to untie the black satin blindfold from his eyes. As he slowly opened his extraordinarily beautiful eyes, he declared, "I am truly well, Aunt." His aunt gazed at his eyes in a daze, tears uncontrollably streaming down her cheeks. She smiled, her facial wrinkles blossoming like flowers. At over 40, she smiled like a child. After 10 years, Lin Qi had never seen her wear such a smile. She enveloped him in her embrace, and Lin Qi could distinctly feel her body trembling ever so slightly. Thank you, Aunt. Well, I shall take my leave now. You must go to school properly. His aunt hastily descended the stairs, tears still cascading down her cheeks. She wiped her face, her steps lighter than ever before. Lin Qi watched his aunt depart. His eyes reddened as he turned back into the room. He did not wish for anything to happen to her, even if it was merely some inexplicable metaphysical reasoning. He was unwilling to take that risk. Thus, he decisively removed the flag and tossed it into the vast Pacific Ocean. As Lin Qi turned around, he spotted Yang Jin standing behind him, cradling the little black dog, his eyes glistening with emotion. The two brothers exchanged a glance for a brief moment before bursting into laughter. Brother, congratulations. Indeed, your gift of sunglasses has finally found its purpose. Lin Qi affectionately ruffled Yang Jin's hair, chuckling softly. Excellent. The little black dog poked its head out from Yang Jin's embrace, licked Lin Qi's hand, and barked playfully. As Lin Qi entered the classroom, a profound silence enveloped the room. After a moment of bewilderment, some classmates tentatively inquired, "Are you Lin Qi?" With a subtle arch of his eyebrow and a slight nod, Lin Qi acknowledged them. Following a brief pause, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of excitement. The discussions even more fervent than before. His eyesight has improved. It must have, he can see now. His eyes are so beautiful. Indeed, how did we not notice before? He is incredibly handsome. The gazes of the girls towards Lin Qi transformed as they huddled together, whispering animatedly while casting furtive glances in his direction. Boys closer to Lin Qi gathered around, bombarding him with inquiries about his eyesight, their astonishment palpable upon confirming his recovery. It dawned on them that Lin Qi had indeed been absent the previous day, and their realization brought a new understanding. Amidst the clamor of the classroom, only two individuals appeared conspicuously out of place. Lu Yuan sat in the corner, his head bowed, stealing glances at Lin Qi, his face awash with embarrassment. He vividly recalled the day he was frantically fleeing, colliding forcefully with Lin Qi. After narrowly escaping, he assumed that Lin Qi, being blind, would never elude the clutches of that monstrous entity. Although guilt flickered in his heart for a fleeting moment, he dismissed it with little concern. To his astonishment, it was Jiang Qian who had perished, while Lin Qi, whom he least regarded, had miraculously survived. Moreover, his eyesight had returned. In that instant, Lu Yuan found himself at a loss. Unable to discern his emotions, embarrassment, guilt, despondency, or perhaps regret, although Lin Qi had his back turned to Lu Yuan. The latter's expressive countenance was perceptible through his spiritual awareness, causing Lin Qi's eyes to narrow gradually. Just then, another figure approached Lin Qi. Li Yifei stood awkwardly beside Lin Qi's table, his expression tinged with discomfort. He glanced around nervously before leaning closer to Lin Qi, whispering, "Qi, could you step outside with me for a moment? I have something to discuss." After a slight hesitation, Lin Qi nodded in acquiescence. Chapter 21. I apologize. In the corridor outside, Li Yifei stood with his head bowed, repeatedly expressing remorse. "I'm truly sorry, Qi, genuinely sorry. At that moment, I was just so frightened. I didn't think it through. I just ran away. I left you and Jiang Qian behind, and it caused her harm. I don't expect your forgiveness, but we are classmates after all, and I sincerely wish to apologize. I'm sorry." Li Yifei dared not meet Lin Qi's gaze, yet his words resonated with earnest sincerity. After he finished speaking, Lin Qi slowly began to speak. "It is only natural to prioritize one's escape in the face of danger. There is nothing wrong with that." Lin Qi patted him on the shoulder and added, "If it were me in that situation, I would have fled even faster." Li Yifei scratched his head, seemingly struck by a thought. "By the way, did you also sign that confidentiality agreement?" Lin Qi was taken aback, and after a moment's hesitation, he nodded. It appeared that Zhao Kongqing had not deceived him. They indeed had no intention of harming the witnesses. It was entirely reasonable that Li Yifei, after escaping from the monster that night, was required to sign the confidentiality agreement upon their discovery. If he was not mistaken, Lu Yuan had also signed the same agreement. Although he had yet to sign it himself, it was only a matter of time. It would be difficult to explain to Li Yifei that he had not yet signed. In truth, even if they did not allow him to sign, he would not divulge anything. Li Yifei sighed. "That scene is something I never want to recall for the rest of my life. Moreover, if I were to breach the agreement, I would face severe consequences. I have no desire to hasten my own demise." Li Yifei rested his hands on the railing of the corridor, gazing down at the bustling campus below. a glimmer of yearning appearing in his eyes. In fact, I hope to join them. Lin Qi, taken aback, asked, "You wish to join them?" "Yes," Li Fei replied. "I expressed my willingness to abandon my studies and join them when I signed the agreement, but unfortunately, they did not want me." "Why do you wish to join? Although your grades are rather unimpressive, are you not on the verge of being admitted to the sports academy under exceptional circumstances? Being a mere athlete seems rather dull. Nay, one might say, being an ordinary person is exceedingly mundane." Li Fei's eyes gradually sparkled with excitement at the prospect of joining a mysterious and formidable organization, quietly battling the enemies lurking within human society, achieving countless feats. "When the day arrives that all of this comes to light, the world shall remember my name." Li Fei's fist clenched tightly as he passionately declared, "This is the dream of countless men. Truly, this is a life imbued with meaning. You are being overly optimistic." Lin Qi retorted mercilessly, shattering his illusions. "You might very well perish during your first mission, torn to shreds by monsters, namelessly buried in the depths of the mountains. Your parents may never learn of your demise, and you would depart this world in utter solitude." Li Fei, "Qia, your imagination is rather gruesome. I assent it. This is no mere fantasy." Lin Qi shook his head. "What you just described is precisely that." Li Fei sighed helplessly, regardless of the circumstances. They did not want him, and thus he saw no need to dwell on such thoughts. From now on, he resolved to carry this secret to the grave in silence. In the realm of escape, Li Fei and Lu Yuan made entirely different choices. Lin Qi had little interest in seeking trouble with Lu Yuan, yet if the opportunity arose, he would not hesitate to impart a lesson. After a full day of classes, Lin Qi shouldered his backpack and made his way home. However, Lin Qi was somewhat taken aback by the seemingly elevated authority of the night watchers. Typically, after the tragic demise of two students, individuals like Lin Qi and Li Fei, who had been in the company of the deceased, would undoubtedly be subjected to police interrogation. Yet, 2 days had elapsed since the incident, and no one had sought them out. It appeared that the night watchers had entirely assumed control of the case, their power sufficient to render the local police mute on the matter. As he walked, the sky gradually darkened, and a gentle drizzle began to fall. By 6 o'clock, the daylight had all but vanished. Lin Qi furrowed his brow. Having forgotten his umbrella, he could only stride purposefully toward home. The rain was rather heavy, and he had neglected to bring an umbrella. Lin Qi chuckled, scratching his head, remaining silent. "Hurry and dry off. Oh, by the way, your teacher came looking for you. I instructed him to wait in your room." His aunt seemed to recall something. "Teacher?" Lin Qi was momentarily taken aback. "Yes, your physical education teacher. He mentioned he needed to speak with you. Quickly go see him. Don't keep your teacher waiting." Lin Qi, towel in hand, bewilderedly dried his hair. What on earth? The PE teacher is here for him? He had only just transferred a few days ago and hadn't even attended a gym class. Why would he be looking for him? A thought flashed through Lin Qi's mind as he dropped the towel and hurriedly opened the door to his room. There, he found a familiar middle-aged man lounging in a chair, holding a teacup and gazing at him with a warm smile. Lin Qi's brow furrowed slightly. "It's you? How did you find my home?" Lin Qi locked the door and walked straight to the bedside, declaring, "I have stated that I will not join you." "I am aware of that," Zhao Kongqing replied. "That is not the purpose of my visit this time." "Then are you here to have me sign a confidentiality agreement?" "Not at all." Zhao Kongqing shook his head. "I have reported to others that you are missing. Since I have decided to let you go, I cannot have you sign any agreements. Otherwise, they will realize you have not truly vanished and will send others to persuade you. They would not be as easily swayed as I am." Lin Qi was taken aback. "So, you're here to..." Zhao Kongqing pulled a roll of parchment from his pocket and placed it on Lin Qi's desk, slowly unfurling it. "The compensation for a night watchman is far more substantial than you might imagine. After many years of work, I have accumulated quite a fortune," Zhao Kongqing said as he revealed the parchment. The moment it was opened, Lin Qi's gaze sharpened. Inside lay a thick stack of money. Chapter 22. General Zhao. Lin Qi furrowed his brow. "What do you mean by this?" Zhao Kongqing offered a slight smile, leisurely retrieving a cigarette from his pocket. "Do you mind?" "I do mind." Zhao Kongqing, with a hint of resignation, tucked the cigarette away and leaned back in his chair, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. "When I was young, I was much like you. Honestly, this opening is somewhat cliché. No matter, please continue. When I was 6, my father passed away due to illness. My mother worked 2 jobs just to barely raise me." Zhao Kongqing rubbed the cigarette case with a remarkably calm demeanor. "You see, young one, every youth inevitably experiences a rebellious phase. In truth, She did not oppose my choices. She merely appeared somewhat displeased. On the day I left home, she stood silently at the door, watching me intently. As I walked along the path behind the house, her gaze remained fixed upon me. And even when I reached the village entrance, she continued to observe. Honestly, during that moment, I truly contemplated staying, but ultimately, I steeled my resolve and enlisted in the military. With a deep sigh, Zhao Kongcheng continued. Eventually, my rank rose steadily, and I joined the special forces. Due to my proficiency in close combat, I was reassigned to the night watch. At this juncture, Zhao Kongcheng abruptly paused. Lin Qi cautiously inquired, "Your mother, has she passed away?" "No, she remarried," Zhao Kongcheng replied. Lin Qi responded with a contemplative silence. Later, she could no longer endure solitude, so she married. At least in her old age, she would have someone to care for her. Regrettably, by then, I had already become a night watchman, unable to remain by her side to provide for her in her twilight years. To be honest, when I heard of her marriage, I truly felt a sense of relief. Lin Qi pondered for a moment before asking, "So, what is the purpose of you sharing this with me?" Zhao Kongcheng slowly rose to his feet, gazing into Lin Qi's eyes. "We have all cherished something dear, yet as we grow, we often subconsciously neglect their existence, drawn instead to other distractions. I was once like that, but you are different, Lin Qi. You possess a wisdom surpassing my former self and a maturity beyond my years. You harbor your own aspirations, desiring to remain close to your family and offer them companionship. This is truly commendable. Since you have chosen this path, may you tread it diligently. As for the guardianship of the world, allow us to shoulder that burden." He turned and picked up the parchment from the table, presenting it to Lin Qi. "I have just met your aunt, and in this era, individuals of such virtue are indeed rare. I am aware of your family's current situation, so take this money." Lin Qi hesitated not for a moment. "I refuse. I am a night watchman. I lack for nothing in terms of wealth." "Then I shall not accept it either. This is for your aunt. You must take it." "My aunt would not accept it." Zhao Kongcheng's lips twitched slightly as he and Lin Qi locked eyes for an extended moment, neither willing to concede. After a lengthy silence, Zhao Kongcheng spoke again. "Lin Qi, I have grown old and cannot bear to witness the regrets of my past unfold before me once more, even if it is in another's life. Then you may close your eyes and look away." Lin Qi's resolve was unwavering. "Although we are impoverished, we uphold our principles. I will not accept money that belongs to a soldier. Moreover, my eyesight has improved. I possess the ability to prevent regrets from recurring." Zhao Kongcheng opened his mouth, seemingly poised to voice something, yet ultimately remained silent, offering only a bittersweet smile. "Do you not harbor any dreams of your own? What are they?" Lin Qi was taken aback, and for reasons unknown, as he gazed at Zhao Kongcheng, he found his thoughts drifting to Li Yifei. They appeared to belong to the same ilk. "Have you taken your position now?" Lin Qi remained silent. "Well, since that is the case, I shall take my leave." Zhao Kongcheng stood up, walked in front of Lin Qi, and extended his right hand. "I wish you a bright future, Lin Qi." Lin Qi gazed vacantly at Zhao Kongcheng's face, which seemed to have lost some of its previous slickness. He reached out his hand and grasped Zhao's firmly. "I wish you, General Zhao, a day where accolades abound." Zhao Kongcheng smiled, turned, and walked towards the door. He suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "How could I forget? This is my lifeline." He looked outside. "What do you think? Quite dashing, isn't it?" "Indeed. Did you write it?" "Wait a moment. What's the matter now?" "The rain is heavy outside. You have the umbrella." "Thank you. But this umbrella I shall not return." "Take it, consider it, a reward for safeguarding the earth." "Interesting. Very well. I truly must be going now. Farewell." With the black umbrella in hand, Zhao Kongcheng opened the door and stepped outside, while Lin Qi stood by the window, silently watching him depart. When the dark night finally descends, I shall stand before the multitude, sword drawn towards the abyss, blood staining the heavens. The rain intensified. Zhao Kongcheng, unfazed, settled into the black sedan, retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, ready to indulge in a moment of tranquility. Just then, his earpiece crackled to life. A man's voice emanated from within. His hand, poised to smoke, trembled violently, and his pupils constricted. Chapter 23. The Phantom King. Shaoqi, has your teacher left? After bidding farewell to Zhao Kongcheng, and hurriedly emerged from the kitchen, exclaiming, "Oh dear. Why didn't anyone invite him to stay for a meal? This child." Lin Qi shook his head. He had matters to attend to, and would not linger for dinner. "What did your teacher say?" "Nothing much, just inquiring about my eyesight for some sort of physical test." Aunt wiped her hands on her apron and turned off the rumbling exhaust fan, addressing Lin Qi. Dinner is nearly ready. Call your brother to join us. All right. A moment later, the family of 3 gathered neatly around the table, which was laden with 7 delectable dishes, a feast for the senses that made one's mouth water. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, chicken soup, dry-fried green beans, and sweet and sour ribs. Yang Jin gazed at the bountiful spread, swallowing hard. Mom, when was the last time our meals were this sumptuous? Little Qi's eyes have healed. This is indeed a momentous occasion, deserving of celebration, it replied matter-of-factly. Lin Qi lowered his head and glanced at the exuberantly wagging tail of the little black dog, chuckling. It seems that tonight, the little black dog will also enjoy a hearty feast. Consider it a treat for him, and said with a smile, raising her teacup, let us toast to celebrate little Qi's recovery. Cheers. 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 Beneath the dim clouds, the twilight glow had long vanished. As if the world was draped in a veil of darkness. Rain danced in the wind, while light shimmered brilliantly in the distant cityscape. In this dilapidated old residential district, a figure cloaked in dark red was racing through the rain, clutching a large suitcase. Raindrops cascaded down Zhao Kongqing's cheeks. Despite being summer, an inexplicable chill permeated the air. Are you certain that the Ghost-Faced King is indeed heading this way? Zhao Kongqing asked, his brow furrowed. In his earpiece, Wu Xiangnan's voice responded, uncertain. 10 minutes ago, our search team discovered traces of the Ghost-Faced King's blood in the nearby sewer system. Judging by its trail, the only possible destinations are this old residential area or the city center. 2 potential targets? Zhao Kongqing inquired. Indeed. What shall we do? Theoretically, we should split into 2 teams to monitor both locations, but the city center is teeming with people, making it difficult to disperse the crowd. Should the Ghost-Faced King appear there, it would not only result in numerous casualties, but also incite widespread panic. Therefore, we have deployed the majority of our forces to the city center for defense. And what about the old residential area? If the Ghost-Faced King appears here, the residents could be in peril. The population here is sparse and more dispersed, making evacuation easier compared to the city center. Moreover, even if the Ghost-Faced King were to come here, the damage would not be as catastrophic, correct? Zhao Kongqing's voice carried a hint of anger. The people living here are, after all, very much alive. Old Zhao, remain calm. Wu Xiangnan's voice was exceedingly grave. I have never stated my intention to abandon the old residential district. Now, Hong Ying has already set out with her team toward that location. Your task is to evacuate the residents of the old residential area as swiftly as possible. Furthermore, even if the Ghost-Faced King truly arrives at your location, do not engage in direct confrontation. The Ghost-Faced King is beyond your capacity to contend with. If necessary, utilize the boundless void to ensnare him. Zhao Kongqing's tightly clenched fists gradually relaxed as he let out a sigh. Acknowledged. Although Zhao Kongqing felt a sense of grievance within, he understood that this was indeed the most prudent course of action. After all, should the Ghost-Faced King breach the city, the dense flow of people would provide ample opportunity for it to hide in the shadows and claim a few lives to regain its strength. Moreover, once exposed to the public eye, panic would inevitably ensue. Therefore, dispatching any number of personnel to the city would be insufficient, leaving one feeling overwhelmed. In contrast, the old residential district housed fewer residents, with considerable distance between them. Even if the Ghost-Faced King were to invade this area, it would require time to recuperate, with minimal risk of exposure. Under such circumstances, Wu Xiangnan's decision to send personnel to the old residential district was commendable. Now, he must hasten to evacuate the residents of that area. It was a race against time. Zhao Kongqing's figure darted through the rain with astonishing speed. The falling droplets splashing against the suitcase in his hand, creating a cascade of glimmering water droplets. Not far ahead, amidst the hazy mist, the familiar low dwelling grew increasingly distinct. Just a few moments prior, he had emerged from there. A whirlwind of emotions enveloped Zhao Kongqing, calculating the time. That family should be commencing their evening meal soon. He recalled the sweet and sour ribs, the tomato and egg dish, and the dry-fried green beans. Ah, yes, it was he who had washed the green beans. Damn it, just moments ago, he had been posturing before that boy, asserting that protecting the world was his responsibility. And now he had to knock on doors urging them to evacuate. How humiliating. However, this was no time to dwell on pride. Zhao Kongqing raced forward through the rainwater, but at that moment, an utterly repugnant stench suddenly invaded his nostrils. His pupils constricted sharply, and he came to an abrupt halt. The sound of rushing water echoed. His gaze fell upon a nearby manhole cover. The foul odor intensified. Zhao Kongsheng clenched the handle of his briefcase tightly, inhaled deeply, bent slightly, and set the briefcase down on the ground. He understood all too well what this stench signified. Report: Watcher Zhao Kongsheng has discovered the ghost-faced king in the old residential area. He activated his earpiece, his voice remarkably calm. As he spoke, he pressed a button on the briefcase. With a snap, the briefcase sprang open, revealing 3 neatly arranged and pristine notice boards within. Zhao Kongsheng hoisted up the 3 boards, placing one down in its stead before racing off in another direction. Almost simultaneously, he heard Wu Xiangnan's voice on the other end of the earpiece. Received. I have already issued orders. The night watchers are en route to the old residential area. Hong Ying and her team will arrive shortly, within 10 minutes at most. 10 minutes. Old Zhao set up the no-guard void to temporarily contain it. Zhao Kongsheng set down the second notice board and hurried towards another vertex of the triangle. Expressing his helplessness as he spoke, Xiangnan, the Wujie void, is meant for concealing battles, not for trapping individuals. It cannot contain the ghost-faced king for even 10 minutes. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Rainwater flowed down the slanted ground, trickling into a manhole cover, when suddenly the entire cover began to tremble violently, as if the rainwater within was a boiling spring, surging forth wildly. Regardless, do not engage the ghost-faced king in direct combat. Wu Xiangnan's voice grew increasingly urgent. Old Zhao, this old residential area is vast. Even if the ghost-faced king emerges, it may not cause immediate damage. In these 10 minutes, even if it takes a few lives, it will not regain much strength. The casualties caused by the mysterious are occurring every moment as watchmen. We are not deities and cannot prevent all injuries and deaths. Losing a core team member due to a severely wounded ghost-faced king would be an absolute detriment. Old Zhao, can you hear me? Bang. The manhole cover was propelled upwards like a cannonball, soaring into the air. From the dark maw of the sewer, a monstrous arm suddenly shot out, followed by a creature several times larger than the original ghost-faced king leaping forth. Zhao Kongsheng calmly observed this scene, slowly placing down the last notice board in his hand, biting his fingertip to draw blood, which he smeared across the surface of the board. Xiangnan, do you still remember the oath you once made? Zhao Kongsheng gazed at the ghost-faced king before him, slightly crouching, his peripheral vision resting upon a small residential building not far away. If the dark night should descend, I shall stand before countless souls. This time, I am not accompanied by multitudes, yet behind me lies the entire world of that child. His hands suddenly clasped together. An invisible canvas enveloped this small triangle. The Forbidden Ruins. The Unfettered Void. Chapter 24. Heavy rain. Shao-Chi, do not merely feast on vegetables, indulge in some ribs as well. Ant picked up a piece of rib and placed it in Lin Qi's bowl. Lin Qi smiled and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Ant. Today is a splendid day. One must eat heartily and not be frugal for Ant's sake. Understood, Ant. Ajin, you ought to eat more too. This is the time for you to grow. Ajin. Ajin. Lin Qi called out twice, observing young Jin, who seemed lost in thought. What is wrong with this child? Why is he so distracted? Is he now picky about food? Ant shot young Jin a disapproving glance and added a few more pieces of meat to his bowl. Ajin may be overwhelmed by the pressure of his homework, Lin Qi remarked with a smile, picking up the bone he had just finished gnawing on. Glancing around with a hint of confusion, it seemed he heard someone call his name, as Xiao Hailai poked his head out from the balcony and barked, "Woof!" Lin Qi waved the bone in the air, beckoning Xiao Hailai to come and eat, yet Xiao Hailai looked at the bone, then at the outside world, appearing somewhat conflicted. What is the matter with this little creature today? Ant inquired, her brow furrowed in suspicion. Lin Qi hesitated for a moment, clutching a bone, before rising and making his way to the balcony. He gently patted the head of the little black creature and softly inquired, "What troubles you? Is there something outside?" He tossed the bone onto the ground and, as the little black creature gnawed at it, he turned his gaze towards the window. In the vastness of the dark night, apart from the torrential rain, there was nothing to be seen. Even the distant residential buildings were shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light, rendering the world eerily silent, as if only the endless rain remained. How strange, there appears to be nothing. Lin Qi murmured, about to turn away when suddenly, a series of sounds echoed from outside, akin to someone tapping on the window. The bat seemed to be drenched by the rain, incessantly flapping against the window, as if seeking refuge from the downpour. Lin Qi's eyes gradually brightened. Speaking of which, he had yet to utilize the ability bestowed upon him by the Starry Night Dancer to communicate with nocturnal creatures. Encountering a bat was a rare opportunity to test this skill. Thus, Lin Qi stood quietly by the window, observing the bat. However, he remained as still as a statue, motionless for an extended period. He quickly dashed to the door, slipping on his shoes. Xiaoqi, what are you planning to do? I suddenly remembered something important. I need to go out. Silly child, what are you saying? It's pitch dark outside, and with such heavy rain, why would you venture out? It's important. What about dinner? In the midst of his aunt's bewildered gaze, Lin Qi had already donned his shoes and hastily opened the door, preparing to step outside. Just then, Yang Jin's voice unexpectedly resonated. Brother, the rain outside is pouring heavily. It would be better not to go. No, I must go. No matter how significant the matter, there are always those who will undertake it. The earth will continue to spin even in your absence. After all, it is a rare occasion to indulge in such a delicious meal. I cannot bear to waste it. I'm off. Lin Qi hastily shut the door and hurried down the stairs. Once Lin Qi had vanished from sight, and he suddenly came to her senses. Rushing to the door and calling out loudly, silly child. The rain is so heavy outside. You should take an umbrella. Meanwhile, Yang Jin sat quietly, his gaze fixed on the torrential rain outside, remaining silent. In the rain, the sound of striking fire echoed, crackle, crackle, crackle. Zhao Kongqing pressed the lighter several times. Just as the spark ignited, it was extinguished by the falling raindrops. He held a cigarette between his lips and let out a helpless sigh. Today's luck is truly abysmal. Nearby, the ghost-faced king stood like a demon amidst the rain, exuding an overwhelming aura of oppression. The ghost-faced king bore a considerable difference from the ordinary ghost-faced beings, being notably larger in stature, resembling a small mountain from a distance. Furthermore, while ordinary ghost-faced beings moved on all fours like animals, the ghost-faced king stood upright, with its head held high and chest out. If one overlooked its pallid, ghostly visage and its long, crimson tongue, it would resemble a human quite closely. Yet, this fearsome and terrifying ghost-faced king was marred by numerous knife wounds, each gash appearing as if etched into its flesh, leaving its body drenched in blood. Zhao Kongqing gazed at the wounds adorning the ghost-faced king, smacking his lips in admiration. The captain truly is formidable to inflict such grievous injuries. It seems he has been holding back during our usual sparring sessions. The creatures of the Chuan realm, even when gravely wounded, possess an aberrant level of resilience. I wonder how many strikes I could withstand beneath its might. Zhao Kongqing murmured as he reached for the hilt of his straight sword resting on his shoulder. Slowly drawing it forth, the pale blue blade sliced through the rain, emitting a faint hum. A torrential downpour, a solitary cigarette, a cloak, and a straight sword. The ghost-faced king observed Zhao Kongqing, its crimson tongue flicking out, and a sanguinary thirst gleamed in its eyes. In an instant, both figures lunged forward. Zhao Kongqing, wielding his straight sword, propelled himself like an arrow released from its bow, his gaze icy and brimming with lethal intent. His speed was remarkable, yet the ghost-faced king surpassed him in swiftness. Its colossal form shattered the curtain of rain, and its ghastly white visage twisted with fervent anticipation, akin to a predator that had spotted its prey, barely containing its exultation. Clang, clang, clang. At the moment their figures collided, the air was rent with the sharp sound of metal clashing thrice, as claws met blade, igniting dazzling sparks. Zhao Kongqing, a master of close combat, delivered 3 precise strikes aimed at the ghost-faced king's vulnerabilities, yet the creature parried with even greater speed. Zhao Kongqing managed only 3 strikes, for after the third, he was violently repelled by the ghost-faced king's terrifying power, landing unceremoniously in the muddy ground. The chasm between their strengths was insurmountable. One is a mythical creature that has arrived in the realm of Chuan, endowed with the terrifying physique and powers of the Forbidden Wasteland. The other is an ordinary human, merely possessing skills and experience. Zhao Kongqing emerged from the mire, spitting out the damp cigarette from his mouth, cursing as he spoke. Damn it. Is being a mythical creature really that impressive? Is sheer strength truly remarkable? The ghost-faced king harbored no intentions of a fair duel, roaring at Zhao Kongqing, his voice reverberating like thunder. As he approached, a colossal, grotesque visage began to materialize on the ground, centered around the ghost-faced king. Zhao Kongqing's expression shifted dramatically. Forbidden Wasteland Sequence 176, Ghost-Face Manifestation. Chapter 25, Ghost-Face Manifestation. The instant this ghastly face appeared, Zhao Kongqing felt as if the very heavens and earth had been turned upside down, an unprecedented wave of dizziness washing over him. He furrowed his brow, tensing his body to barely maintain his balance. Before his eyes, everything appeared like a spinning kaleidoscope, chaotic and fragmented, elusive, and untraceable. This is bad. It can actually utilize the forbidden wasteland. I'm truly finished. Zhao Kongqing murmured to himself. The words spoken by Wu Xiangnan before the battle resurfacing in his mind. Forbidden Wasteland Sequence 176, Ghostface Manifestation, within the confines of the Forbidden Wasteland, can deceive the perceptions of all beings whose realms are less than or equal to its own, inverting the concept of space. Thus, apart from the captain, who shares the same river domain, none of the other members can engage the Demon Mask King in direct combat. Otherwise, it would only lead to certain doom. Indeed, this is an exceedingly repugnant, forbidden wasteland. Zhao Kongqing, as a first-hand witness, has truly experienced the perverse nature of this restricted realm. So, the captain managed to inflict severe injuries upon the Demon Mask King within this cursed expanse. He too is a perverse individual. Zhao Kongqing took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. Roars echoed from all directions, making it impossible to determine the location of the Demon Mask King. The ground trembled slightly, and Zhao Kongqing could sense the Demon Mask King rapidly approaching. From where would it emerge? In reality, amidst the eerie and grotesque visage of the Demon Mask, Zhao Kongqing stood still as if he were a statue, gripping his blade towards the front, his brow furrowed. He remained oblivious to the fact that the Demon Mask King had stealthily moved behind him. In Zhao Kongqing's perception, his senses of sight, hearing, smell, and touch were rapidly distorting, as though he were trapped in an incredibly powerful washing machine, inundated with erroneous information that obscured his ability to discern the reality around him. The Demon Mask King's gaze fixated on the unsuspecting Zhao Kongqing, its pallid face contorting into a bloodthirsty grin. It leaned forward slightly, and then, like a colossal projectile, burst through the curtain of rain with blinding speed, leaving a trail of afterimages in its wake. Its sharp claws glinted coldly as they slashed towards Zhao Kongqing's neck. It seemed to anticipate the warm blood gushing forth, envisioning the exhilarating scene of it saturating its form. Yet, just as its claws were about to make contact with Zhao Kongqing's body, an unexpected transformation occurred. Behind Zhao Kongqing, it seemed as if he possessed a sixth sense, swiftly evading the grasp of the Ghost-Face King's claw by a hair's breadth. In the next moment, the blade in his hand traced a graceful arc through the rain, aiming directly for the king's head. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing resonated as the Ghost-Face King tightly grasped Zhao Kongqing's blade, then delivered a powerful kick that sent Zhao soaring through the air like a mere sandbag. Yet, even in the face of such force, the astonishment in its eyes was unmistakable. It could not fathom how Zhao Kongqing had detected its impending attack. Zhao Kongqing crashed heavily to the ground, letting out a pained cry as he struggled to rise, yet a smirk of triumph betrayed his pain. Surprised, perhaps? Zhao Kongqing propped himself up with his blade, a mocking grin dancing upon his lips. Indeed, this forbidden realm is quite perverse. Under normal circumstances, I would have fallen for your ploy and met my demise at your hands. Alas, he raised a finger to the heavens, acknowledging the rain. You may deceive the senses of living beings, but you cannot obstruct the rainwater that descends under the force of gravity. When the droplets touch my skin, they awaken my sense of touch. You can manipulate my perception, making me feel as if the rain falls from all directions. Yet I can deduce the true source from this. Once I ascertain a reliable direction, the rest becomes considerably simpler. With a sly chuckle, Zhao Kongqing spat out a mouthful of blood, defiantly lifting his blade, its edge pointed squarely at the Ghost-Face King. Roar, roar, roar. The Demon Mask King, successfully provoked by Zhao Kongqing, charged at him with frenzied intensity. Zhao Kongqing, undeterred, continued to keep his eyes closed, predicting the direction of the Demon Mask King's approach. Clang, clang, clang. Zhao Kongqing engaged in a fierce melee with the Demon Mask King, relying on his formidable combat intuition and experience to withstand several blows. However, this was the limit of his capacity. Under the relentless assault of the Demon Mask King, the frail mortal Zhao Kongqing soon found himself unable to endure. Seizing the opportunity, the Demon Mask King delivered a crushing blow to his chest, shattering 2 ribs and sending him hurtling backward. This time, it took Zhao Kongqing a full 5 seconds to stagger to his feet. Had it not been for the dagger that absorbed part of the impact, this strike would have surely claimed his life. Coughing violently, he expelled several mouthfuls of blood, his complexion paling dramatically. The figure of the Demon Mask King loomed in the rain, its gaze icy and resolute, advancing step by step towards him. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed from behind Zhao Kongqing. Zhao Kongqing, Zhao Kongqing, Zhao Kongqing. Startled, Zhao Kongqing hesitated, sensing an uncanny familiarity in the voice. Wait, is that not? He opened his mouth as if to speak, but after a brief moment of contemplation, he opted for silence. His expression was a tapestry of complexity. Meanwhile, outside the boundless void, Lin Qi stood in a nearby clearing, rain drenching his hair, oblivious to it all. As he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Zhao Kongqing, stop hiding. I know you're nearby." After his calls, he paused to listen. But apart from the cacophony of rain, there was nothing but silence. Damn it, that bat clearly saw a cloaked figure vanish with a monster. How could there be no trace? Did I truly misinterpret what I saw? Lin Qi furrowed his brow and began to scan his surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. There, a few meters away, stood 3 peculiar signposts, forlornly erect. Lin Qi approached and wiped the rainwater off the signs with his hand, softly reading the words inscribed upon them. No entry ahead. When was this sign erected? Furthermore, the arrangement seems rather odd. Lost in thought, Lin Qi suddenly appeared to remember something, his eyes gradually brightening. He recalled that his forbidden realm was an auxiliary battlefield, known as Wujiekongyu. Lin Qi scrutinized the 3 signposts before him, a smile creeping onto his lips. And he raised his voice to call out, "Zhao Kongqing, I know you're in the Wujiekongyu. Open the door and let me in." 1 second. 2 seconds. Zhao Kongqing's voice drifted from behind the signposts, laced with irritation. "What the hell are you doing out here at night instead of eating? Get lost." Chapter 26. The dimming of life and the shining moon. Zhao Kongqing was perplexed. In such heavy rain, what was this kid doing wandering about? Moreover, he had already opened the Wujiekongyu. How did he know he was here? It was peculiar that he arrived precisely when Zhao was being pinned to the ground and hammered. If he saw that, how embarrassing. Moreover, having just pledged to safeguard the world, how could I, in a sudden turn, involve Lin Qi? If any misfortune were to befall this young man, Zhao Kongqing would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. What do you want me to come out for? I am aware that you are engaged in battle with that ghastly masked figure. Let me in. I am quite capable of fighting now. Lin Qi's voice echoed once more from outside. You can fight, my foot. Zhao Kongqing retorted angrily. This is not merely a masked man. This is the king of masks, the Chuan realm. He is 2 entire levels above your Mirzhan realm. How could a high school student dare to confront such a formidable opponent? Furthermore, weren't you always terrified of death? Why the reckless bravado now? This is a different time, Lin Qi shouted back. Though I fear death, I cannot owe anyone a debt of gratitude. We are inside, enjoying a delightful meal as a family, while you are out here clashing with the king of masks. You wish to be an unsung hero, but I refuse to allow it. Lin Qi forcefully collided with the air beside the notice board. Yet it felt as though an invisible barrier separated the interior from the exterior, remaining impervious to his efforts. Within, Zhao Kongqing was once again struck down by the king of masks, lying on the ground for a considerable time before he managed to prop himself up with his blade. Do not exert yourself unnecessarily. Cough, cough. Although I lack a realm, the Wujiekongyu I have unleashed is more than sufficient to repel those beneath the Qi realm. To enter here, there are only 2 possibilities. Either I grant you passage, or you must await my demise. You cannot even breach my boundless domain. What difference is there between confronting the faceless king here and courting death? Zhao Kongqing's gaze remained fixed on the faceless king, his voice growing increasingly frail. After he uttered his final words, the commotion from beyond the realm ceased. No further assaults on the boundless domain were made, nor did any other sounds emerge. Zhao Kongqing waited for a second, then 2, then 3. A smile began to grace his lips. He struggled to straighten his body, gasping for breath as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Each inhalation sent waves of excruciating pain through him, causing his body to tremble slightly. He had reached the very limits of his endurance. Before him, the faceless king loomed like a small mountain in the rain, covered in wounds both old and new. Yet it remained vibrant and unyielding, showing no signs of capitulation. This is the extraordinary resilience of a mythical creature. Zhao Kongqing is not only steadfast in faith, but also in battle. This substance, when introduced into the body, ignites all of a person's latent potential within a short span, enabling those who already possess the forbidden ruins to wield its power for a significant enhancement. For those devoid of the forbidden ruins, spirit's call forcibly stimulates the body, awakening the hidden forbidden ruins embedded in the essence of life itself. In other words, during the duration of the drug, it allows those without the forbidden ruins to temporarily acquire a semblance of them. It must not be used unless absolutely necessary. Do you have any idea how long I have awaited this day? The rain pours down in torrents. Zhao Kongqing, indifferent to whether the ghost-faced king could hear or comprehend him, murmured in the rain. Men, after all, are perpetually drawn to the allure of supernatural powers, dreaming of a day when they might traverse the heavens and the earth, shatter mountains with a single blow, and summon clouds with a mere thought. After serving as a night watchman for so many years, I have long awaited the awakening of my forbidden realm, yet alas, I am now in my 40s and have yet to witness its emergence. Frankly, it is quite challenging to navigate life as a night watchman without a forbidden realm. Each time I observe the captain and the others engaging in battle with their forbidden realms, exuding an extraordinary charisma, my heart inevitably feels a pang of jealousy. I later contemplated that if I were to encounter an insurmountable foe, I must, before my demise, attempt the spirit invocation to witness my own forbidden realm, even in death. I would embrace it with a smile. Regardless, I am grateful for this opportunity. He inhaled deeply, piercing the silver needle into his palm. Damn, that stings. Zhao Kongqing grimaced, cursing under his breath. In the instant the needle penetrated his skin, an overwhelming pain receded like a tidal wave, replaced by an unprecedented surge of power. Every cell in his body seemed to be invigorated, exuding a vitality unlike any he had experienced before. His heart resonated like the war drums of clashing armies on the battlefield, rapid and vigorous. Simultaneously, a mysterious force field radiated outward from Zhao Kongqing, centering around him. His eyes gleamed with newfound intensity. The ghost-faced king, sensing the impending danger, let out a low growl and, with a burst of terrifying kinetic energy, sprinted swiftly through the rain. Zhao Kongqing's posture gradually straightened, his grip on the sword tightening with resolve. Raindrops struck the blade's surface, emitting a delicate tinkling sound. In the midst of the downpour, he clutched the sword, and an unprecedented brilliance surged in his eyes. He then raised his hand and, with a swift motion, struck towards the rapidly approaching ghost-faced king. A crescent of black, towering at 4 to 5 meters, sliced through the rain curtain in silence, instantaneously traversing the space before them. The crescent's velocity was astonishing, so swift that the ghost-faced king could not pivot in time. Consequently, a mangled and menacing arm was flung high into the air. With a decisive stroke, Zhao severed the arm of the ghost-faced king. Gripping his sword, a smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. He laughed towards the heavens. Forbidden Ruins Sequence 083. Vanishing Life, Flashing Moon. Ha ha, I knew it. I, Zhao Kongqing, am indeed a genius. Chapter 27. A glare the rain poured incessantly. Zhao Kongqing, wielding his straight sword, was drenched in his dark crimson cloak, the blood-soaked fabric clinging to him in utter disarray. Yet his eyes shone brightly like stars. So this is what the Forbidden Ruins is like. Exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. Opposite him, the ghost-faced king stared in disbelief at his vacant right arm, its pale visage contorted in shock. It could not comprehend why the mouse, which had just been ruthlessly toyed with, could unleash such formidable power in an instant. However, its intellect was insufficient, and furthermore, it lacked the time. Zhao Kongqing was on the move. Roar! The demon-faced king, with its crimson eyes, had succumbed entirely to a state of fury, having lost its right arm. Its muscles bulged, and its massive form swelled as it crouched, suddenly leaping into the air, sending forth a torrent of splashing water. In midair, two figures collided with tremendous speed. The sound echoed boom, boom, boom. Their movements were so swift that they appeared blurred, unleashing a flurry of black crescent-shaped blades that marred the surrounding ground with gruesome scars. Initially, Zhao Kongqing's blade was incapable of penetrating the demon-faced king's defenses, and in terms of both strength and speed, he was at a distinct disadvantage. This disparity was the fundamental reason for his previous severe beating. However, now equipped with Ming Sheng Shanyu, Zhao Kongqing's lethality had reached a terrifying level, with each strike leaving a deep crimson mark on the demon-faced king's body. Although Zhao Kongqing still fell short of the demon-faced king in raw power and speed, he compensated for his deficiencies in lethality with experience. Even if his physical attributes were significantly inferior to those of the demon-faced king, he still managed to pin the creature to the ground and hammer it relentlessly. The truth was evident. Zhao Kongqing was not lying. Given sufficient time, slaying the demon-faced king would merely be a matter of time. Yet the crux of the matter lay in the fact that he did not have that luxury. The use of the demonic spirit induction allowed one to unleash their full potential, but its duration was limited. Nearly 10 seconds had passed since Zhao Kongqing activated the Forbidden Ruins, leaving him with precious little time. In the midst of a fierce battle with the Phantom King, Zhao Kongqing could acutely sense the waning of his strength, The once suppressed sensations of pain were gradually resurfacing. Even the black crescent he wielded was diminishing in size. It seemed the Phantom King had noticed this shift in his condition and, at the expense of his own essence, unleashed an even more ferocious onslaught. Bang! Hissed. Why does it hurt so much? The sensation of pain surged like tumultuous waves, battering every nerve in Zhao Kongqing's body. He gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot with agony. Coughing up blood, he slowly rose from the mire. His gaze remained fixed upon the Phantom King, the flames of determination still flickering in his eyes. He could still breathe. His forbidden abyss remained intact. He was still capable of fighting. The Phantom King was not yet vanquished. He could not afford to fall. With a straight blade propping him up, he swayed as he stood. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted from behind Zhao Kongqing, causing the very sky above to tremble slightly. Splitting open a fissure, this was not far behind him. An invisible canvas that had obscured the heavens had already torn at one corner, and through that jagged opening, a youth with golden-hued eyes began to emerge. Zhao Kongqing's mouth fell agape, his expression akin to that of a ghost-stricken soul. You, how did you get in here? Lin Qi brushed aside his rain-soaked hair, his eyes resembling a smoldering furnace, both fervent and divine. He let out a resigned sigh, acknowledging the formidable nature of the unfettered void. Fortunately, he possessed these eyes, capable of discerning its most vulnerable point, and moreover, it was night. Zhao Kongqing grasped only the preceding sentence. Yet it failed to alleviate the perplexity within him. How could one who had merely just entered the lamp realm wield such immense power? No, wait. You possess no weapon. How did you breach the unfettered void? You may find it hard to believe, Lin Qi replied calmly. I merely glared at it, and it opened. Zhao Kongqing. Lin Qi spoke no falsehood. Under the shroud of night, he sensed a significant enhancement in his vision, though not as dramatic as fivefold. A twofold increase was indeed present. Prior to acquiring the Starry Night Dancer, he had been able to single-handedly vanquish the ghost-faced man with the might of the Seraph's divine aura. Now, bolstered by the night, he could likewise rupture the unfettered void. However, the toll on his mental fortitude was substantial. Merely glaring once nearly exhausted his spiritual energy. Lin Qi glanced at the battered ghost-faced king, then at the myriad of cuts upon the ground, before casting a peculiar look toward Zhao Kongqing, asking, Do you not have a forbidden realm? Is this something a human can inflict? Zhao Kongqing, disinclined to explain, felt the urgency of his dwindling time. Enough with the chatter, step aside. I can assist you in battle. I understand. You retreat for now. Zhao Kongqing turned to him and declared, One more strike. I shall deliver another blow. Once this cut is made, you may assist me if you wish. Oh. Lin Qi stepped aside. Zhao Kongqing took a deep breath, gripping the hilt of his blade. His gaze fixated intently on the distant figure of the ghost-faced king. Young man. Yes? This strike, you must observe closely. Why? This cut will be magnificent. Before Lin Qi could express his disdain, Zhao Kongqing propelled himself from the ground, surging forward with astonishing speed toward the ghost-faced king. The ghost-faced king, sensing that this man had reached the brink of exhaustion, refrained from engaging him directly, instead opting to remain vigilant and poised to counter his impending assault. The light in Zhao Kongqing's eyes blazed like a lit torch, growing ever brighter. He burst through the curtain of rain. Advancing on the ghost-faced king without a trace of flamboyance, he merely raised his hand and swung his blade. An unprecedentedly massive crescent, akin to a moon, cleaved through the night sky at a velocity beyond the grasp of the naked eye, slicing through every raindrop in its path with effortless precision. The speed of this strike was unparalleled. Even the formidable ghost-faced king could not evade it. In its current state, evasion was simply impossible. Thus, the obsidian crescent traversed the heavens, gracefully severing the grotesque head adorned with a pallid, ghastly visage. Chapter 28, / with a thud. The severed head of the ghost-faced king tumbled to the ground. Zhao Kongqing, his body swaying, collapsed straight down. Lin Qi, quick-witted and agile, adeptly caught Zhao Kongqing's body. It was only at this moment that he realized the dire state of Zhao Kongqing's condition. Lacerations, contusions, fractures. Within Lin Qi's mental perception, Zhao's body was a tapestry of wounds, blood seeping from them, staining the muddy rainwater beneath him a deep crimson. At least 5 or 6 bones were broken. Lin Qi could scarcely fathom how Zhao Kongqing managed to stand amidst such grievous injuries. Most alarmingly, Lin Qi could distinctly sense Zhao Kongqing's body rapidly deteriorating, his vitality flickering like embers in the ashes, growing ever weaker. Lin Qi sat beside Zhao Kongqing, feeling utterly helpless. Your body, he began, only to be interrupted by a fit of coughing. It's nothing, merely the aftermath of forcibly unleashing potential. If this continues, you will die. I am aware. Does that not concern you? Zhao Kongqing attempted to chuckle, but halfway through he coughed up blood. At least, before my demise. I experienced the forbidden ruins. And what? I succeeded, sword drawn against the abyss, blood staining the heavens. Zhao Kongqing trembled as he reached down to the mud beneath him, his hand emerging slick with blood. The amount of blood, while perhaps insufficient to color the sky, would certainly stain the earth. Lin Qi was taken aback. But there are not millions behind you. Aside from me, no one witnessed your struggle. Is this truly worth it? Do me a favor. Speak. I have a pack of cigarettes in my pocket. Please, light one for me. Lin Qi rummaged through the pocket on Zhao Kongqing's chest for a moment, finally extracting a cigarette dampened by the rain, and then retrieved a lighter from his trouser pocket. He placed the cigarette between Zhao Kongqing's lips and shielded the lighter from the downpour, pressing it several times. Click, click, click. A flicker of flame ignited, illuminating the cigarette in Zhao Kongqing's mouth. He inhaled deeply, exhaling a long breath as if a wave of comfort washed over him. With the cigarette clutched between his lips, he gazed up at the overcast sky, raindrops cascading down his face, tracing the contours of his cheeks. Lin Qi. Yes. I severed the head of the ghost-faced king. Did you witness it? I did. A smile crept uncontrollably at the corners of Zhao Kongqing's mouth, revealing his delight. Lin Qi nodded, poised to articulate a response when suddenly, a tremor coursed through him. He stiffly turned his head, only to behold in the distance, amidst the muck, a hulking headless corpse slowly rising. Upon its body, a pale, eerie visage scuttled like a parasite, crawling from its legs to its back, and then from its back to its chest. Ultimately, it anchored itself upon the chest of the ghost-faced king. Meanwhile, the severed head, which had just been cleaved from the body, bore no trace of that haunting face. Lin Qi's pupils constricted in alarm. The ghost-faced king was still alive. The rain continued to fall. Damn it, a creature that even the captain could not slay, yet I managed to do so. Lin Qi, do you not think I am formidable? Lin Qi fell silent for a moment, looking down at Zhao Kongqing in his arms, and nodded earnestly. Indeed, formidable. Having achieved such monumental merit, if I could survive, I would certainly attain the rank of general, wouldn't I? Indeed, I would. Lin Qi's eyes brimmed with conviction, urging, you must survive. A satisfied smile spread across Zhao Kongqing's face, as though he envisioned a glorious scene. Yet, the light in his eyes was gradually fading. Lin Qi's hands trembled slightly as he shook Zhao Kongqing's body, urgently whispering, Zhao Kongqing, you have yet to become a general. You cannot die. It seemed Zhao Kongqing could no longer hear Lin Qi's voice, his gaze becoming increasingly distant. He parted his lips, his words emerging as a mere whisper. Was I handsome just now? Handsome. Lin Qi's lips quivered as he resolutely nodded. More handsome than anyone I have ever seen. A faint smile graced Zhao Kongqing's lips as his eyes gently closed, his body relaxing. Zhao Kongqing was gone. The sound of raindrops echoed around them. Lin Qi sat in a daze, the rain blurring his vision, yet his gaze remained fixed upon Zhao Kongqing, until the heavy footsteps resounded once more. Lin Qi pressed his lips together, taking a deep breath as he slowly rose from the ground. He turned, his gaze landing on the headless corpse of the ghost-faced king in the distance, his eyes seemingly ablaze with a blazing sun. He took 2 steps forward, drawing a straight blade that was lodged in the earth. It was Zhao Kongqing's sword. Gripping the blade, Lin Qi advanced steadily towards the ghost-faced king, rain drenching him. Yet it could not extinguish the fury burning within his heart, and those blazing golden eyes. The ghostly visage upon the corpse of the headless ghost king twisted grotesquely, as if silently shrieking. Its strides quickened, resembling a staggering behemoth, charging toward Lin Qi. The headless ghost king, whose right arm had been severed by Zhao Kongqing, could only rely on its left claw to unleash a tempestuous onslaught. Lin Qi, wielding his blade, seemed to possess an uncanny foresight, predicting the trajectory of its attacks, then evading them with lightning speed. He resembled a midnight butterfly, fluttering gracefully in the fierce gale, untouched by its fury. The terrifying dynamic vision combined with the speed enhancement of the starry night dancer transformed Lin Qi into an ethereal specter in that moment. He dodged the Ghost King's attacks more than a dozen times, his expression impassive as he raised his hand and swung his blade with ferocity. This time, his target was not any vital point of the body, but rather the pale ghostly face residing in the center of the Ghost King's chest. If he was not mistaken, This visage was the true essence of the Ghost King. Although Zhao Kongqing had severed its head, he had not harmed this ghostly face, allowing the Ghost King to defy death. Lin Qi's body danced amidst the interludes of the Ghost King's assaults, his straight blades slicing repeatedly at that ghostly face. Despite possessing fivefold strength, he could not inflict substantial damage, leaving only shallow gashes. Yet, this was inconsequential. If one strike did not suffice, he would deliver 10, 100. This time, he would cleave the Ghost King into oblivion. With each strike, 1, 2, 3. The ghost-faced king was unable to reach Lin Qi. Yet Lin Qi could land blows upon him. Gradually, the wounds on the ghostly visage of the king multiplied, becoming increasingly gruesome, and his expression morphed into one of profound agony. Soon, the king's offensive began to falter. A murderous glint ignited in Lin Qi's eyes as he seized the opportunity, deftly repositioning the blade in his hand. With all his might, he plunged the knife into the ghostly face. An ear-piercing wail echoed through the heavens. In Chapter 29, 10 years, Lin Qi's blade pierced the ghostly visage. Yet that was not the source of the king's anguished scream. What truly evoked such a heart-wrenching cry was Lin Qi's eyes, beneath their searing golden light. The ghostly face melted away like a candle consumed by flames, disintegrating at an alarming rate. Though the golden radiance flashed for but a moment, it was sufficient to extinguish the last remnants of life in the already dying ghost-faced king. Ultimately, under Lin Qi's unwavering gaze, the ghostly visage solidified into a crumpled, semi-solid mass, devoid of any trace of its former face. Simultaneously, Lin Qi felt a warm current flow from the hilt of his knife, gradually coursing through his body. He furrowed his brow slightly, stepping onto the body of the ghostly figure beneath him as he withdrew the blade. After a moment's contemplation, he stooped to retrieve the pale mass of the ghostly face, but was suddenly engulfed in darkness, nearly collapsing to the ground. Despite the enhancement from the Starry Night Dancer, the intense and perilous battle had severely drained his physical stamina. Most critically, the two uses of the Eye of the Seraph had utterly depleted his already limited mental energy, rendering even the act of walking a considerable challenge. As Zhao Kongqing articulated, given his current cultivation, confronting the ghost-masked king would only lead to certain demise. Were it not for the Night Watcher's initial crippling of the ghost-masked king, and Zhao Kongqing's valiant sacrifice that further incapacitated the deity. Even with the Archangel's Eye and Starry Night Dancer, he would have stood no chance against such a mythical being. This epitomizes the divine entities descending upon this world. This is the essence of the Chuan province. Rain traced paths down his cheeks as he staggered through the puddles of blood, making his way toward Zhao Kongqing's lifeless body. Reaching the corpse, he slowly sank to the ground beside it. "I told you," he muttered, gazing at the now frigid Zhao Kongqing. "Being a hero isn't all it's cracked up to be. You risk your life here in a desperate battle, and how many will even know?" He continued. "Do you know that even now, just a few miles away in the city center, the lights are bright and the revelry is in full swing? They are singing in karaoke bars, savoring delicacies in hot pot restaurants, entangled in sheets in hotels, munching popcorn in cinemas. And you can only die here, silently and unacknowledged. They will never know that in this torrential downpour, a man with a blade vanquished a mythical creature. Nor will they realize that their carefree enjoyment is bought with another's life. Was it really worth it?" Lin Qi scrutinized Zhao Kongqing's pallid face, as if awaiting a response. Alas, he would never speak again. Lin Qi continued, "Do you think I'm afraid to die? You're wrong. Death holds no fear for me. Do you believe that a child, who has witnessed angels since childhood, lost his sight, and was confined to a mental institution, would still harbor any reverence for death? The light that saves me is not from those who, in the bustling city, chase after desires and lament the injustices of the world, the so-called sentient beings, but from my family." Lin Qi gazed upward, his eyes fixed upon the pitch-black sky, and spoke slowly. "The sentient beings have never crossed my path. So why should I sacrifice my life to protect these beings? Thus, I refuse to be a sentinel." Lin Qi turned his gaze towards the low house shrouded in torrential rain, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. "However, I am a person who cannot afford to owe anyone anything. You have saved my entire world, yet, what can I do for you in return?" He paused momentarily before continuing. "I know that sentinels enjoy substantial benefits, even in death. Your wife and children will receive the utmost care, and your affairs will be handled with the greatest dignity. You lack for nothing, and I possess no wealth. So, how could I possibly repay you for such a monumental favor?" Lin Qi sat there in a daze, and after a while, he turned his eyes back towards the distant low house. In the rain, his fists gradually clenched tightly, only to relax helplessly. It seemed he had made a resolution. With a knife propped against the ground, He struggled to rise, murmuring to himself, "In my life, I owe a debt to three individuals: my aunt, who has toiled for me for a decade, my cousin, whom I have burdened for 10 years, and you, who saved the lives of my entire family. You have rescued my world. In return, I shall guard yours for a decade. A decade hence, irrespective of the circumstances, my association with the night watchers and the multitude shall be severed. Is this transaction equitable?" Lin Qi lowered his gaze towards Zhao Kongqing, who lay in the pool of blood, appearing as though merely asleep. "As you do not object, it is settled thus." Lin Qi thrust a straight blade into the earth and knelt facing a certain direction. There, amidst the rain, stood a humble dwelling. "And Shaoqi is departing. Please forgive my unceremonious farewell. I have heard that the night watchers offer favorable compensation. The subsidies provided during my decade of service should suffice for you and your son to live comfortably. After these 10 years, Shaoqi shall ensure you live a life of utmost luxury. Your benevolence in raising me shall be repaid in 10 years' time." Lin Qi knelt in the rain, droplets cascading from his hair, moistening his eyes. He prostrated himself, his forehead pressed against the ground for an extended period before slowly rising. He gradually stood, cast one final glance at the humble abode, retrieved his straight blade from the ground, and turned to depart. "Xiangnan, I have arrived at the old residential district. Where is Lao Zhao?" Amidst the downpour, a woman draped in a crimson cloak, drenched to the bone, stood in the street, a black, elongated case strapped to her back. Panting heavily, "He is in the open space 2 buildings ahead of you." Wu Xiangnan's voice emanated from the earpiece, pausing before continuing in a subdued tone, "Hong Ying, prepare yourself." "Prepare for what?" The pupils of Hong Ying suddenly constricted, her body trembling slightly, before she shot forth like an arrow, racing ahead. "Do not speak such nonsense. Perhaps he is merely fatigued." Hong Ying gritted her teeth, her voice tinged with a sob. "Hong Ying, do not utter another word," she bellowed. As these words escaped her lips, a glimmer ignited in her eyes. I knew it. He is not so easily vanquished. Where is he? He is moving slowly. He is drawing ever closer to you." Hong Ying was momentarily taken aback, instinctively halting her steps, her gaze landing on the corner not far ahead. Vaguely, a figure emerged from the rain, advancing steadily. It was a young man, a sword slung across his back, cradling the lifeless body of a man in his arms. He came to a standstill, summoning every ounce of strength within him, and roared forth as if proclaiming to the world, "I, Lin Qi, present General Zhao Kongqing's triumphant return." Chapter 30. The rain ceased inside the house. Auntie gazed blankly at the wall clock, lost in thought. The dining table before her was laden with an array of dishes, now cold and nearly indistinguishable from when Lin Qi had departed. After an indeterminate period, Yang Jin reached out, using his chopsticks to place a piece of meat into Annie's bowl. "Mother, let us eat. Rest assured, he will be fine." Perhaps some of his classmates, seeing his eyes have improved, are insisting he join them for a meal. Yang Jin gently reassured. Upon hearing his words, Auntie's expression visibly relaxed, yet soon morphed into concern once more. But he left without an umbrella. "Mother." Yang Jin rose, gesturing towards the window, calmly stating, "The rain has ceased." Indeed, the rain had indeed stopped. The hazy moonlight pierced through the clouds, casting its glow upon the silent, desolate night, where all was still. In the distance, a broken sign had been removed, and the ground, once stained with blood and flesh, had been meticulously cleaned, leaving behind only ghastly knife marks that silently narrated the events of the previous night. Perhaps by tomorrow morning, someone would stumble upon these mysterious scars, sparking a myriad of speculations, yet they would never uncover the truth of what transpired. A few drops of rain slid down the eaves, plopping into the muddy puddle, creating ripples that danced across the surface. Plop! A foot stepped into the puddle, sending a splash into the air. In the darkness, on the scarred ground, a small black mongrel trotted leisurely towards the scene. Around its neck hung a tiny cloth pouch. It navigated through the fissures, arriving at a patch of clean ground, where it paused. Mere moments earlier, a man's lifeless body had rested here. Bowing its head, the dog's dark eyes shimmered with a faint glow. Suddenly, it opened its mouth, articulating in a deep, resonant voice, "The soul returns." In Songnan City, at Peace Bridge, a significant structure located in the outskirts. The bridge spans over the Jiangnan Grand Canal, which traverses the entirety of Songnan City. Countless pedestrians and vehicles cross this bridge daily, marking it as one of the city's landmarks. At the entrance of Peace Bridge, an array of charming little shops line both sides. Among them, one seemingly inconspicuous establishment boasts a time-worn crimson sign, "Peace Office." Like its neighboring shops along the bridge, it is modest in size, measuring a little over 200 square meters, slightly larger than the typical Lansdowne noodle shop beside a school. Its unremarkable appearance is not solely attributed to its mundane name. Rather, it is overshadowed by the eye-catching storefronts flanking it. On the left stands a wedding planning company, adorned in vibrant reds and purples, aptly named Peace Weddings. To the right, a funeral service establishment, draped in white satin and displaying wreaths, bears the name Peace Funeral Services. The joyous ambience of the wedding shop contrasts starkly with the somber atmosphere of the funeral parlor. Positioned between these two extremes, Peace Office resembles a transparent entity, failing to capture anyone's attention. If one were to discern any distinguishing feature, it would be its name. Unlike typical offices that specialize in various fields, such as law, detective work, or accounting, this establishment bears no prefix, merely the word peace, leaving its purpose shrouded in mystery. At this moment, within the Peace Office, in a spacious and well-lit lobby, a young man sits quietly on a sofa, his gaze fixed upon the floor tiles, lost in thought. 6 individuals occupy the lobby as well. So, you are the one old Zhao has tasked with finding the Seraphim agent? Wu Xiangnan inquires, seated on a sofa across from Lin Qi. Indeed, comes the reply. After a brief silence, Wu Xiangnan slowly began to speak. My name is Wu Xiangnan, and I am the vice captain of the Night Watchman Team 136 stationed in Songnan City. The individual dressed in black, leaning against the pillar, is our captain, Chen Mai. Lin Qi followed Wu Xiangnan's gaze and noticed a man standing not far away, his hands tucked into his pockets, silently observing him. Upon sensing Lin Qi's attention, Chen Mai gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. Wu Xiangnan turned his head to the remaining 4 individuals and urged, don't just stand there, introduce yourselves. At that moment, a woman, sitting alone on a single sofa with her legs hugged to her chest, raised her head slightly, revealing a pair of reddened eyes that glistened with tears. Night Watchman Team 136, frontline combatant, Hong Ying, she stated. Lin Qi recognized her, as it was Hong Ying who had brought him here. After she spoke, a man standing beside her, holding a towel and smiling, added, Night Watchman Team 136, frontline combatant, Wenshima. Next, a young girl, huddled in a corner and similarly weeping, gently lifted her head and whispered, Night Watchman Team 136, combat support and part-time military doctor, Si Xiaonan. Night Watchman Team 136, long-range fire support, Lang Xian. Declared the man sitting nearby, clutching a sniper rifle with a cold demeanor. Once everyone had introduced themselves, Wu Xiangnan spoke again. So, Lin Qi, regarding the death of Zhao Kongqing, is there anything you wish to add? I have already made myself quite clear. Lin Qi calmly stated. Zhao Kongqing opened the boundless void and fought to the death with the ghost-faced king, ultimately resulting in their mutual destruction. Were you present during their battle? Indeed, I was. How did you gain entry into the boundless void? I simply glared at it, and it opened. Wu Xiangnan slightly furrowed his brow and inquired. Could you provide a detailed account of their fight? For instance, how did Zhao Kongqing slay the ghost-faced king? He swung his blade, cleaving a massive black crescent that severed the ghost-faced king's head. Lin Qi replied. A black crescent. Wu Xiangnan pondered deeply. At that moment, Chen Mai, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. It was Ming Sheng Flashing Moon. Old Zhao utilized the ghostly spirit to unleash his own forbidden abyss. When Shima gasped in surprise. The Ming Sheng Flashing Moon of sequence 083? That is a high-risk forbidden abyss. I never anticipated. Uncle Zhao was indeed correct. I once thought he was merely self-absorbed, Si Xiaonan remarked softly. No, he is self-absorbed, Chen Mai replied with a slight smirk, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. I imagine that when that fellow first encountered his own forbidden abyss, he could hardly believe it. Had we been there, he would have undoubtedly insisted that his forbidden abyss was the most magnificent among everyone. Hong Ying seemed to envision some amusing scene. A faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth, but soon the light in her eyes dimmed. Wu Xiangnan gazed into Lin Qi's eyes and spoke once more. There is another issue. The corpse of the ghost-faced king reveals a series of fatal knife wounds, along with inexplicable burn marks. Yet, Mingxing Shanyu does not appear to possess such characteristics. Lin Qi furrowed his brows, fixing his gaze upon Wu Xiangnan as he spoke deliberately. I have made myself abundantly clear. Zhao Kongqing faced the ghost-faced king alone, fighting to the bitter end. Ultimately, he single-handedly defeated the ghost-faced king. Chapter 31. Mo. Just as he was about to inquire further, Hong Ying suddenly sat upright, her crimson eyes fixed on Wu Xiangnan as she shouted in anger. Wu Xiangnan, what do you mean by this? Zhao Kongqing is dead. Our comrade is gone. Do you not feel even a trace of sorrow in your heart? Wu Xiangnan opened his mouth, paused for a moment, and then spoke with calmness. Old Zhao's death saddens me as well, but the truth is equally vital. Hong Ying glared fiercely at him, her chest heaving with emotion. She scoffed twice, forcefully slamming the black box in her hand onto the ground before turning towards the exit of the basement. Meanwhile, Lin Qi, wanting to offer a few words of comfort, felt a tug at his sleeve and turned in confusion. Si Xiaonan stood beside him, shaking her head. So those present. Xiangnan, enough. Just as Wu Xiangnan was about to press Lin Qi further, their captain, Chun Mai, who had been standing at the periphery, suddenly interjected, interrupting his words. Wu Xiangnan turned in shock, meeting Chun Mai's unwavering gaze, hesitating for a moment before reluctantly nodding in agreement. Chun Mai approached the sofa opposite Lin Qi and slowly seated himself. With the matter of Zhao Kongchen concluded, it is time we discussed you, Lin Qi. Discuss what? As far as I am aware, Zhao Kongchen once extended an invitation for you to join the Night Watchman, which you declined. Later, he even mentioned to us that he had lost track of you. Had you not emerged with Zhao Kongchen's corpse, we might have never found you again. Given this, why do you wish to join the Night Watchman now? Chun Mai's gaze bore into Lin Qi's eyes, profound and inscrutable. To repay a favor. Lin Qi replied calmly. Chun Mai was taken aback. Repay a favor? I had an agreement with him. I would join the Night Watchman. Lin Qi paused before continuing, however. I have one condition. What condition? I will remain with the Night Watchman for only 10 years. After that, I shall depart. Upon hearing Lin Qi's declaration, all present were momentarily stunned, their expressions turning peculiar. The Night Watchmen are not mere community volunteers. Once joined, one cannot leave. Thus, your mention of 10 years. I cannot grant you that. No one within the Night Watchman can make such a promise. Just as Lin Qi was about to respond, Chun Mai interjected once more. However, if after 10 years you possess the capability to leave the Night Watchman on your own terms, rendering the higher-ups powerless to intervene, then that would be a different matter altogether. In any case, seeking a formal exit from the Night Watchman is out of the question. Very well. Unexpectedly, Lin Qi nodded decisively. If, after 10 years, I am unable to proceed, that would indeed be my own dilemma. With that, I shall promptly submit your application for membership to the higher authorities. However, until you complete the intensive training, you cannot be considered an official member. Intensive training? The Night Watchers operate under a semi-military management structure. All newcomers must undergo a year-long training regimen before they can officially join the ranks of the Night Watchers, during which they will learn various skills such as combat, firearms handling, operational deployment, and the use of forbidden ruins, among others. When does this commence? It begins each September, which is just a month away. Until you complete this intensive training, you will only be regarded as a temporary member of our squad. At this juncture, Chun Mai seemed to recall something and solemnly reminded, as a temporary member, we do not provide food and accommodation. Lin Qi, no food and accommodation? I thought the Night Watchers offered excellent benefits. How could they be so stingy? Where am I supposed to stay for this month? Lin Qi was flustered. The pressing concern was that the Night Watchers would not allow him to stay, leaving him to potentially sleep on the streets. Don't worry, you can stay at my place. Just then, Hong Ying, who had been quietly hiding behind the door, peeked her head out and softly remarked, my home is quite spacious. Providing you with a room is no trouble at all. Hong Ying, didn't you leave in anger? When Qima exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. Wu Xiangnan, observing silently, could only shake his head. Hong Ying approached Lin Qi, her demeanor gentle as she said, don't worry, little brother Qi. Now that you are a member of our squad, I will definitely look after you. Temporarily, he is a temporary member. Chun Mai earnestly corrected this, adding that neither of them could be considered older, thus one should not hastily refer to him as brother. Captain, you are too rigid. Hong Ying playfully stuck out her tongue at Chun Mai, tearing off a piece of paper from the table. She inscribed an address upon it and slipped it into Lin Qi's hand. Hong Ying's face was so close to Lin Qi's that he could distinctly perceive her delicate fragrance and observe the subtle flutter of her eyelashes. Her crystalline eyes, shimmering with mirth, gazed at Lin Qi like a serene pool of autumn water amidst a grove of golden maple leaves, both clear and enchanting, imbued with warmth. It must be said, Hong Ying was exceptionally beautiful, with her fair skin, petite nose, luscious crimson lips, and exquisite features. A sudden blush crept onto his cheeks. Having grown up, this was the first time he found himself in such close proximity to a girl, especially one as naturally charming as Hong Ying. Thank you. Sister Hong Ying. Haha. Hong Ying suddenly sprang to her feet, her excitement causing her to laugh heartily, startling Wu Xiangnan, who was behind her. "Why are you acting so neurotic?" Wu Xiangnan replied with annoyance. "Mind your own business." Hong Ying pouted. "What can I do if our new brother's name sounds so delightful?" Lin Qi's lips twitched slightly as he instinctively turned his head aside. Just then, when Qima approached with a smile, Hong Ying, "Stop teasing the newcomer. Qia, come along. I will show you around and tell you about the Night Watchers." Lin Qi felt as if he had been granted a reprieve as he followed Qima out, descending the stairs towards the ground floor. "Qia." In the corridor, Qima suddenly spoke up. "What is it, Senior Qima?" Cough, cough, cough. "Please don't call me senior. It feels too distant, and I am merely 2 or 3 years older than you." Qima, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head. "Just call me by my name, or like the others, call me Qima." "All right. Actually, I have an unusual request." Qima paused and looked intently into Lin Qi's eyes. "What is it? May I stay with you at the Hongying residence tonight? I've wanted it for quite some time." Lin Qi. Chapter 32. The Night Watcher Lin Qi's expression gradually became peculiar as he gazed at Qima. Qima chuckled lightly. "I'm just teasing you. I noticed how suppressed you seemed inside, and I thought it might help you to relax." He gazed into Lin Qi's eyes, his expression softened. After all, anyone who witnessed such a brutal battle would find it difficult to emerge unscathed, especially someone who was merely a high school student. Lin Qi was taken aback. He pressed his lips together, remaining silent. When Qima was indeed correct, Lin Qi hadn't even realized how dire his mental state had become. Having witnessed Zhao Conqing's demise, he had fought desperately against the Ghost-Faced King, left the small, familiar haven he had known for over a decade, and ventured alone into the unfamiliar and perilous realm of the Night Watchers. Though he appeared relatively mature at his core, he was still but a boy. Under such immense upheaval, the weight of his burdens had left him gasping for breath. "As I sat there just moments ago, I couldn't help but notice your dismal state. It wasn't just me, Hong Ying also perceived it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken the initiative to invite you to stay at her home. Nor would she have suppressed her inner sorrow to engage in playful banter with the captain and vice-captain. You are still new here and unfamiliar with her. But as you grow closer, you will come to realize she possesses a remarkable kindness. Yet, despite her evident sadness, why does she still attend to my feelings? It is not only Hong Ying and myself who have noticed. Aside from that single-minded Xiao Nan and the aloof Bing Quang Ren, the others have also discerned it. However, the captain's pride prevents her from openly addressing it, so she subtly relies on Hong Ying to lighten the atmosphere, while Xiao Nan, being too shy, hesitates to speak up. When Qiamo turned around and continued ascending the staircase, speaking softly, "Perhaps before your arrival, you envisioned the Night Watchmen as a cadre of cold, mechanical killing machines. However, as you spend more time here, you will come to realize that this is far from the truth." Lin Qi followed Qimo to the first floor, traversing the hall of the disguised office before stepping outside. By now, it was deep into the night. The bustling and vibrant He-Ping Bridge lay silent and deserted, the ground still glistening with remnants of the recent rain. Along the entirety of He-Ping Street, only the peace office remained operational. Prior to my arrival, I had imagined the Night Watchmen as a vast organization, ensconced in an unvisited military exclusion zone, replete with aircraft and tanks, frequently engaged in military drills. Lin Qi gazed at the tranquil street scene, slowly voicing his thoughts. Qima was taken aback for a moment, then turned to Lin Qi and couldn't help but chuckle. It was quite ironic. Before I joined the Night Watch, I had the same thoughts. After all, those science fiction films portray it that way, don't they? He looked up at the hazy moonlight in the sky. However, although there are no military restricted zones, aircraft, or tanks, the Night Watch is indeed a substantial organization. Why are there only 6 of us here? The Night Watch operates differently from military forces. When Qima shook his head, the centralized management you mentioned, akin to military restricted zones, may facilitate administration and promote efficiency. Yet it harbors a critical flaw, its lack of mobility. For instance, if a mythical creature were to appear in Songnan City today, once the local police confirm it, they would send a message to the base located in Shangjing City. After the base reviews the information, they would dispatch personnel to investigate Songnan City, which would take at least 2 days to commence. In those 2 days, countless lives could be lost. Therefore, the optimal solution is to station a contingent of the Night Watch in every city. Upon discovering traces of a suspected mythical creature within the city, the station team can immediately proceed to investigate and resolve the situation. And we are the contingent stationed in Songnan City. Lin Qi pondered thoughtfully. No wonder your roles within the team are so distinctly defined. each with their own strengths. Precisely. From primary combat capabilities to combat support to long-range assistance and overall command. Each person possesses their own expertise and can cooperate with one another. This is the standard model for every station team. But what if a mythical creature emerges in a city that the local Night Watch team cannot handle? Then let us request support from the elite team. When Shima extended 4 fingers, explaining that in the Great Xia, in addition to the Night Watchmen stationed in every city, there exist 4 specialized squads. These teams do not reside in any particular city. Rather, they are dispatched to address crises that local Night Watchmen cannot resolve. They lack numerical designations, bearing only their unique code names. Symbols of the distinct honor associated with their specialized nature. Specialized squads. Lin Qi inquired with curiosity. Have you ever seen one? I have not witnessed them firsthand. But 2 years ago, in the neighboring Huaihai city, 3 mythical creatures of the Sea Realm emerged simultaneously, nearly leading to a catastrophe. Subsequently, a 6-member specialized team, codenamed Mask, appeared out of nowhere and eradicated the threat within a single night. A glimmer of longing appeared in Wen Qima's eyes. It is said that by the time the sun rose the following day, the blood of the mythical creatures had stained the bay red, and the Mask team had quietly departed for the next city. That sounds rather impressive, doesn't it? Do they have any specific requirements for recruitment? Indeed, they do. And they are quite stringent, Wen Qima sighed. First and foremost, members of a specialized squad must be at least at the peak level of the Chuan realm. The peak of the Chuan realm. What is the highest level among your 6? It is the captain, who himself is at the Chuan level, yet still has an arduous journey ahead to reach the peak. When Shima continued, moreover, to join a specialized squad, one must possess not only the requisite level, but also a distinct specialty. What is the uniqueness? It refers to the characteristics that set one apart from other Night Watchers, such as possessing an exceptionally perilous Forbidden Ruin sequence, particularly within the top 80, or achieving unparalleled mastery in a specific field, like being a Grandmaster of Blade or Sword, or perhaps being an agent of a deity. An agent of a deity? Is that truly considered uniqueness? What nonsense is this? When Shima cast a glance at Lin Qi, his eyes brimming with envy. Just because you are an agent of a seraphim, do you think that agents of deities are as common as cabbages on the streets? Isn't that so? Lin Qi asked in confusion. Certainly not. When Shima exclaimed, having never encountered such shamelessness. Agents of deities aligned with humanity are an exceedingly rare breed. Among all the Night Watchers, there are merely 8 or 9, typically scattered across various specialized teams or serving as captains of the Night Watch in major cities, making them extremely significant figures. Damn it, I truly envy you. When Shima swore, a rare display of frustration escaping him. You possess immense potential, and once you mature, this small town of Tsangnan will be unable to contain you. Perhaps in the future, you will become the captain of the Night Watch in the capital city or join a specialized team that travels the world. Becoming a captain of such a team is not out of the question. In summary, your future is boundless. Chapter 33, Inscription. Oh, Lin Qi's expression remained tranquil. When Shima looked at him in surprise. Oh, that's it. What more is there to say? Do you not feel even the slightest surge of excitement or fervor? When Shimo glanced at him peculiarly, forgetting that he was a heretic destined to betray the Night Watchers a decade hence, Lin Qi refrained from commenting. Pressing on with his inquiry, according to your assertion, these 4 specialized teams represent the pinnacle of the Great Xia's military strength? Certainly not. They may indeed be the zenith of team combat prowess within the Night Watchers, yet they are far from embodying the ultimate power of the Great Xia. Are you suggesting that there exist organizations akin to the Night Watchers within the Great Xia? No, there is but one Night Watcher in the Great Xia, yet above them, there are 5 paragons of humanity. Paragons of humanity? As the term implies, they represent the pinnacle of human combat capability, and due to their near-mythical strength, they are also referred to as demigods. To stand alongside deities in mortal form? These 5 individuals are the backbone of humanity and the sole glimmers of hope amidst the vast fog. Who are they? I cannot say. They exist too far beyond our reach, and few have glimpsed their visages or know their names. However, there are rather intriguing rumors. What rumors? These 5 paragons of humanity are known as 1 sword, 1 knight, 1 sovereign, 1 void, and 1 sage. Sword, knight, sovereign, void, sage. What sort of rumors are these? They offer no substantial information at all, do they? It is said that the supreme commander of our Night Watchmen is one of the 5 extraordinary beings among humanity. However, it has been an eternity since anyone has witnessed his prowess. I have a question. Please, go ahead. Has humanity, up to this point, ever slain a deity? Lin Qi gestured towards the heavens, not referring to the peculiar creatures of myth, but to the truly ancient gods that exist within those tales. When Qi paused in contemplation before shaking his head. I do not know, but I believe it to be unlikely. Within the vast, obscured fog, humanity resembles a lamb with its eyes covered. We remain oblivious to the happenings of this world and unaware of when the apocalypse may descend upon us. In this era, where the existence of gods is confirmed, should humanity indeed slay a deity, it would inevitably incite panic among all other deities. Consequently, they might unite to eradicate humankind, leading to an even more dire predicament for us. Lin Qi nodded in understanding. Is there anything else you wish to inquire about? After a moment's reflection, Lin Qi asked, do temporary team members receive any benefits? Yes. Then I have no further questions. So, out of all your inquiries, was the last one the most pressing? Naturally, Lin Qi replied with conviction. Matters concerning elite squads and the pinnacle of humanity feel utterly distant to me. I prefer to remain grounded. Very well. When Qi turned his head and inquired, are you feeling tired? Not at all. Then allow me to take you somewhere. In the stillness of the night. Is this proper? Indeed, it is. When Qi's lips twitched slightly. All right then, Lin Qi cautioned. Do not forget, I am still a minor. When Qi remained silent, rolling his eyes. A few minutes later, the car gradually came to a halt in a desolate wilderness devoid of any signs of life. Lin Qi opened the door and stepped out, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, filled with wariness as he turned to Wen Qi and inquired, what is your purpose in bringing me here? Wen Qi silently rolled his eyes again and pointed towards a nearby graveyard. Over there. Lin Qi followed the direction of his finger, falling into a contemplative silence. He could vaguely surmise the reason for Wen Qi's choice of location. The two of them walked along a narrow path until they reached the outskirts of the graveyard. This burial ground was relatively small, noticeably less expansive than the cemetery on the outskirts of the city. However, the craftsmanship of the tombstones and the spacing between them were remarkably superior to that of an ordinary cemetery. The gravestones here appeared more exquisite and were arranged in an orderly fashion. This place is the cemetery of the Night Watchman of Songnan City. When Qi spoke calmly, recounting how, since the Special Biological Response Team of the Great Xia transitioned to the Night Watchman in 1936, adopting a city-by-city management approach. This site was designated as the final resting place for the valiant Night Watchman who fell in battle in Songnan City. As he spoke, a smile crept onto Wen Qi's lips, as if he were recalling the moment Zhao Kongqing, carefree, had made similar remarks. Lin Qi silently gazed at the rows of tombstones surrounding him, his brows slightly furrowing. So many. In this cemetery, there are at least 60 or 70 distinct gravestones, the vast majority of which are new. From 1936 to the present day, it has been 85 years. When Qi sighed, remarking that initially, our sacrifices were indeed few. After all, every city would not encounter more than a handful of mythical creatures each year, and even if they did appear, their strength was not formidable. However, as time flowed on, the frequency of the emergence of these mythical beings increased, and their power became increasingly terrifying, leading to a rising toll of casualties. Nearly half of the gravestones you see here commemorate those who perished in the last 20 years. Before Captain Chenmai was assigned to guard Songnan City, it was said that 2 team members would die here each year, but after his arrival, the mortality rate significantly declined. The image of that taciturn figure in black flashed through Lin Qi's mind, evoking a sense of admiration within him. Yet, Zhao Kongqing had only just sacrificed himself tonight. Had his gravestone already been prepared? Suddenly, Lin Qi recalled something and asked with puzzlement. No. When Qi raised his hand, pointing into the distance. Look over there. Following his gesture, Lin Qi peered into the dimly lit cemetery, where a faint glimmer of light began to emerge. Under the weak illumination, Hong Ying sat beside an empty patch of ground, her eyes reddened, cradling a blank gravestone in her arms, meticulously engraving it with a carving tool in her right hand, tear streaks cascading down her cheeks and hastily wiped away. In that moment, she seemed devoid of the slightest trace of her former vitality. Wasn't she supposed to be practicing her shooting? Lin Qi stood dazed, gazing at the scene before her. She had lied. When Qi shook his head, the gravestone of a night watchman was traditionally carved by the comrades of the deceased, an unwritten rule. It was meant to be my responsibility. Although she did not voice it, I understood all too well that she longed to carve the stone for Zhao Kongqing. Their bond was profound, truly profound. Thus, even though her deception was blatantly absurd, I chose to turn a blind eye and allowed her to clandestinely etch the gravestone. Lin Qi and Wen Qi stood silently, observing Hong Ying, who was engrossed in her carving, their words suspended in the stillness. Beneath the hazy moonlight, in the eerily quiet cemetery, only the slight wail of the carving knife in Hong Ying's hand broke the silence. Aren't we going to greet her? Lin Qi eventually inquired of Wen Qima. Approaching her now would only induce embarrassment. Her sensitivity was too pronounced. Yet, remaining here felt akin to intruding upon someone else's secret. Lin Qi felt an uncomfortable twist in her heart. When Qima turned to her, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. Do you think we are the only peeping toms lurking in the shadows? Chapter 34. What are you up to? In the cemetery, on the other side of the woods, Xiangnan exclaimed, Captain, in the dead of night, please refrain from moving stealthily in the graveyard. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Wu Xiangnan clutched her wildly racing heart and took a deep breath. Chunmai quietly sat beside Wu Xiangnan, observing Hong Ying, who was carving a gravestone alone in the distance. He softly remarked, I thought your wooden head was solely filled with tactics. I never expected you would come here. Wu Xiangnan shot him a glance, replying, Who would believe I would practice shooting at such a late hour? Am I really that dull? Indeed. Wu Xiangnan continued. Where is Qimo? He should have arrived by now. He is lying low with Lin Qi across the ravine. And what of Long Xian and Xiaonan? Long Xian has long since disappeared, and Xiaonan is too afraid of the dark to come. A silence ensued between the two men. After a considerable pause, Chunmai spoke again. I'm genuinely glad you could make it. Is it really that significant? Absolutely, Chunmai affirmed earnestly. This indicates that you are no longer the Wu Xiangnan who crawled out of a pile of corpses. No matter how much you deny it, you are changing. Why would I deny it? Wu Xiangnan replied calmly. It has been nearly 6 years since the fall of the Blue Rain team. As a mere survivor, I had to step out eventually. Encountering you all is simply a stroke of good fortune for me. Chunmai sighed deeply. In their eyes, you are merely a rigid man fixated on rules and regulations. The last time I eavesdropped on Hong Ying and Xiaonan in the corner, they remarked that you would never find a wife. If they knew you were once a renowned member of the Blue Rain Special Team, they would likely be astounded. I am but a survivor, unworthy of bearing that name any longer. Wu Xiangnan calmly stated, At this moment, I simply wish to be an ordinary member of Team 136. Chunmai gently patted Wu Xiangnan's shoulder, remaining silent. What are your thoughts? Wu Xiangnan suddenly inquired. What? That newcomer, Lin Qi. He's quite a decent lad. I am not referring to his potential. I mean his character. I emphasize character. Wu Xiangnan paused before continuing. He was the one who killed the Phantom King. If I am not mistaken, Zhao Kongqing merely inflicted severe injuries upon it, but did not deliver the fatal blow. Does that matter? Is it insignificant? Chunmai gazed into Wu Xiangnan's eyes and spoke slowly. The boy chose to attribute the credit to Zhao Kongqing. Why are you so fixated? After spending so much time with old Zhao, do you not know what his dream is? To eliminate H1 realm mystery is a significant achievement. It would greatly benefit that boy's future. Do you believe he cares for such accolades? Wu Xiangnan was left speechless. Chunmai shifted his gaze away from Hong Ying and focused on the distant valley, calmly stating, I have said, that child is quite exceptional. At this moment, several dozen miles from the graveyard, Lang Xian, quietly crouched on a hilltop, lowered his binoculars, a slight smile gracing his lips, one after another. Lacking any technical finesse in their evasion, once again, I have captured them in my sights. Snap! Snap! The telescope in Lang Xian's hands emitted a few soft sounds, and several high-definition photographs tumbled out from below. Among them were images of Hong Ying inscribing a gravestone alone, Lin Qi engaging in conversation with Wen Qi Li, and 2 burly men frolicking in the woods. He cherished these photographs as treasures, carefully placing them into a locked box. The box was filled to the brim with pictures, humorous, awkward, yet heartwarming snapshots that belonged solely to Team 136. 2 hours later, Lin Qi stood before a luxurious villa, utterly astonished. He lowered his gaze, reconfirming the address on the note, then glanced at the villa again, gasping in disbelief. So she was wealthy? If Lin Qi was not mistaken, the grand residence before him was indeed Hong Ying's home. It was more than just spacious. After hesitating at the entrance of the villa for a considerable time, Lin Qi finally summoned his resolve and approached to knock on the door. Previously, he and Wen Qi had quietly observed Hong Ying as she engraved the gravestone at the cemetery until she finished, after which they took their leave. To avoid raising Hong Ying's suspicions, he had deliberately arrived half an hour late, creating a time gap. A faint sound of slippers shuffled from behind the door, followed shortly by the opening of the villa's entrance. There stood Hong Ying in a plush pajama set, her eyes slightly reddened. But a smile blossomed upon seeing Lin Qi. "Mo and I have been chatting until now," Lin Qi said, suppressing his conscience. As he stepped inside, he noticed that Hong Ying had already prepared a pair of slippers for him. The house hasn't been cleaned today, so it might be a bit messy. Please don't mind it." Hong Ying playfully twirled her hair around her fingers, a hint of shyness gracing her features as she spoke. "It is already quite clean." Lin Qi glanced around, feeling a sense of helplessness as he replied, "Moreover, I would be content with merely having a place to stay." It must be noted that the elegance and sophistication of Hong Ying's home left Lin Qi, who had never resided in a villa, feeling somewhat out of place. Additionally, he had never spent the night at a girl's house before. "Sister Hong Ying, has Qi arrived?" A soft voice drifted down from the second floor, and there stood Si Xiaonan, her eyes still heavy with sleep, leaning over the railing and inquiring quietly. "Yes," Hong Ying nodded. Lin Qi was taken aback and turned to look at Hong Ying. She smiled at him and explained, "Since I usually do not stay in the dormitory, I was concerned about Xiaonan being alone there, so I invited her to live here with me." "Ah, that makes sense." At that moment, Lin Qi seemed to recall something. "What about your uncle and aunt? Will my staying here disturb them?" "Not at all," Hong Ying replied, shaking her head. 5 years ago, they disappeared into the mist. Before Xiaonan arrived, I lived here all alone." "Are they part of an exploration team?" he asked. "Yes," Hong Ying confirmed. Lin Qi opened his mouth, realizing he had asked a sensitive question, yet he was at a loss for words to offer comfort. Just then, Hong Ying pointed to a room on the second floor. "You will stay in that room. I have already tidied it up. The blue towels and toiletries in the bathroom are yours, so please do not mix them up." Hong Ying, clad in slippers, ascended the staircase step by step. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she whirled around to face Lin Qi. "By the way, if you wish to enter my and Xiaonan's room, you must first knock. Should I discover any ill intentions on your part?" "Humph." With a fierce flourish, she rolled up the sleeves of her nightgown, revealing a pair of snow-white arms, and waved them menacingly. "Do not forget, I am the frontline combat strength of the team. Aside from the captain, no one can best me. My sister's spear is not to be trifled with." Lin Qi remained silent, while Si Xiaonan, lounging nearby, yawned and waved goodbye to Lin Qi, wishing him a good night. With a thud, 2 doors closed, and the corridor fell into silence once more. Suddenly, Lin Qi recalled something and hurriedly approached Hong Ying's door, knocking several times. Creak. The door slowly opened, revealing a scowling Hong Ying, brandishing her spear behind it, who tilted her chin defiantly. "What do you want?" Chapter 35. We are regular troops under the warm glow of the lights. The tip of the spear glimmered with a chilling sheen. To his astonishment, Lin Qi realized she had indeed concealed a spear within her room. He swallowed hard and hastily spoke. "No, Hong Ying, I just wanted to ask. Do you have any paper and a pen?" Hong Ying paused, taken aback. "What on earth do you need paper and pen for at this late hour?" "To write a letter." Standing at the threshold, Lin Qi could clearly observe the state of Hong Ying's room. Surprisingly, her quarters were rather simple, even bordering on the austere. In this room, there exists merely a hardboard bed, a bedside lamp, a desk, and a plush toy resting beside the bed. There are no superfluous decorations, nor an extravagant mattress, no sofa, and no air conditioning. Lin Qi finds it difficult to conceive how, in such a luxurious villa, Hong Ying's room could be so stark in its simplicity. Rather than a master suite, it would be more aptly described as a hermit's humble abode. The only object in this room that aligns with Hong Ying's youth is the charming plush toy. Paper, paper, paper. A glimmer of realization sparkled in Hong Ying's eyes as she seized a pen and several sheets of paper, advancing toward the door to present them to Lin Qi. "Sister Hong Ying, do you usually sleep here?" Lin Qi fell silent for a moment, then replied, "I understand now. Thank you. Good night." "Good night." "Do sleep early." Hong Ying smiled as she waved her hand, gently closing the door behind her. Lin Qi descended the stairs and settled into a chair in the living room, illuminating the overhead lamp. On the table lay a sheet of paper and a pen. The distant, solitary chirping of cicadas resonated outside, while the summer night's heat dissipated after the rain, casting the silhouettes of leaves upon the table in the moonlight. Lin Qi picked up the pen, seated at the table, and remained motionless. Time passed unmeasured until he gently began to write, inscribing the first line on the paper, to Aunt Yang Jin. "Mom, Mom," Yang Jin softly called as she shook her aunt, who was asleep on the dining table. Yang Jin shook her head. "No, but there is a letter beneath the door crack." "A letter?" "Yes." It seems to be from my brother. What does he mean by slipping a letter? Yang Jin carefully opened the letter, and her aunt took it over. And the two of them leaned in closely to examine it. After a while, her aunt trembled as she set the letter down, sitting there in a daze. Mother. My brother says he has enlisted. Yang Jin picked up the letter and turned to her aunt. Enlisted? Enlisted? How could this be? He suddenly decided to enlist? Her aunt murmured. He never mentioned it before. No, he did mention it. Yang Jin nodded earnestly. He said before that his greatest dream was to serve in the military, but he had to put it on hold due to his eyes not being well. Yang Jin paused, then pointed to a few words in the letter. Moreover, look here, he also wrote that once his eyes improved, he secretly enlisted. But he didn't tell you for fear you would stop him. Last night, he quietly boarded the train to Qiqihar. But wait, something isn't right. What isn't right? You only received this letter this morning, and according to what it says, he should already be on the train. Her aunt's mind suddenly sparked with clarity. Yang Jin scratched her head. Actually, I only discovered this letter this morning. It might have been there last night, I just didn't see it. But this is far too sudden. Her aunt struggled to accept this reality, and besides, the child had just recovered his eyesight. What if it relapsed while he was serving? No, this won't do. I can't be at ease. Her aunt anxiously stood up, disregarding her slippers, and hurriedly rushed out the door. Suddenly, she halted her steps. Outside the door, two men clad in military uniforms stood awkwardly, seemingly preparing to knock. If Lin Qi were present, he would instantly recognize that these two were Chen Mai and Wen Qima. Who are you? Aunt furrowed her brow and inquired. Chen Mai and Wen Qima exchanged glances, and a gentle smile emerged on Wen Qima's face as he rendered a somewhat unrefined military salute to Aunt. Hello, may I ask if you are Ms. Wang Fong, the guardian of Lin Qi? Yes, I am. We are from the Tsangnan Military Affairs Office, here to deliver some paperwork and subsidies regarding Lin Qi's enlistment. The Military Affairs Office? And asked with suspicion, what is that? It is, specifically responsible for the induction of new recruits. Oh, well, please come in and have a seat. Aunt stepped back to allow the two men entry, turning to prepare tea for them. I was just about to look for you. Something feels off. As soon as Chen Mai and Wen Qima settled down, the latter broke into a cold sweat upon hearing her words. Wen Qima leaned in discreetly to whisper in Chen Mai's ear, Captain, can we really get away with this? What are you worried about? Our documentation has been issued by the regular army. It is all authentic. But you only submitted Lin Qi's application for enlistment yesterday. There is no way the paperwork could have arrived this swiftly. Are you certain? This is genuine? Chen Mai's lips twitched slightly, but he quickly reassured, soon enough. It will all become real. However, I do not comprehend. We could evidently wait for the formal documents to arrive before making our visit. Why the haste? It is not our urgency, but rather the impatience of Lin Qi. Chen Mai glanced at his busy aunt in the kitchen and whispered, concerned that she might not trust the contents of the letter and directly seek verification from the government, unaware that the lower-level officials were oblivious to our existence. Do you understand my point? I see. When Qima nodded, sitting up straight and revealing a composed smile. Madam Wang Fong, rest assured, we are legitimate personnel. Lin Qi's enlistment in Urumqi was duly sanctioned, and there are no issues whatsoever. Yang Jin beside him helplessly rubbed his forehead. The aunt, while pouring tea, suddenly trembled. The cup slipped from her grasp and spilled onto the table. She turned stiffly, her eyes wide with disbelief, exclaiming, He did not go to Qiqihar? Chapter 36. Fool Chen Mai shot a glare at Wen Qima. Wen Qima replied earnestly, Madam, the situation is as follows. Lin Qi initially applied for Qiqihar, but he later complied with reassignment to Urumqi. The aunt remained skeptical. Then where are his documents? Wen Qima retrieved a thick stack of papers from his briefcase, placing them methodically upon the table, sliding them towards her. All of Lin Qi's paperwork is here. Please keep it safe. After a moment's contemplation, Wen Qima added, There may be additional documents forthcoming, and we shall visit again at that time. Aunt squinted her eyes, holding the document at a distance, scrutinizing each word, fearful of overlooking any crucial information. After what felt like an eternity, she finally set the document down, letting out a long sigh. Rest assured, we have conducted a thorough examination of Lin Qi's eyes. There will be no further issues. He is in good health. When Qima's voice gradually softened. Moreover, as children grow, they must be allowed to step out from the protective wings of their families and face the world, do they not? Aunt opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately could only sigh in resignation. Madam, here is the subsidy for Lin Qi's military service. Please accept it. Chun Mai produced a thick envelope and pushed it across the table towards Aunt. She lifted a corner of the envelope, her entire body jolting with shock as she looked at the two of them in disbelief. This is far too much, isn't it? The country currently offers excellent benefits for servicemen, and given the unique nature of the unit Lin Qi is in, the subsidy is somewhat higher than that of other places. When Shima explained, "Unique? Does that imply danger?" Aunt's expression changed. Not at all. The unique aspect merely refers to the fact that he is stationed quite far away. When Shima fabricated a serious explanation, knowing well that the distance to Urumqi would be considerable. "Oh, I see." Aunt, holding the envelope, fidgeted restlessly. This was the first time she had encountered such a substantial sum of money. "Comrade, could you assist me in sending this to him?" Aunt voiced her concern. "He is going to such a distant place alone. What if he doesn't have any money? And having such a large amount at home, it makes me uneasy. The military does not require such a substantial sum of money, and we have regulations in place. This money is intended for the families. Please, you must accept it." When Chima's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone growing increasingly grave. "As for safety, rest assured, as long as we remain, no one will dare to harm you." When Chima and Chen Mai spent some more time conversing with their aunt, and when the moment was right, they rose to take their leave. "By the way, can you make phone calls there?" The aunt suddenly recalled. "Of course." When Chima nodded, "I will give you a call shortly. And as long as it is not during training hours, you will be able to reach him." "All right, that sounds good." Her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. "Mother, it's a good thing that brother is joining the army," Yang Jin consoled, cradling the small black dog in his arms. "Mother understands." The aunt wiped the corner of her eye, acknowledging that children grow up and must venture out to see the world. Indeed, gaining experience in the military is beneficial. Yang Jin. Mother simply cannot help but worry. The aunt gazed out the window, lost in thought. "It is time to go." Chen Mai descended the stairs and gently patted Lin Qi, who was peering intently through the window. Lin Qi, unable to tear his gaze away from his aunt on the balcony, softly inquired, "Did she believe it?" "Yes, she did." "That is good. Did you give her the money?" "I did." Chen Mai hesitated. "That amounts to all your allowances and a year's worth of overdrawn salary. How will you manage?" "I have saved a bit over the years, and I will be frugal. I can get by for a year without issue." Upon witnessing this, Chen Mai fell into a brief silence before adding, "If you find yourself with nothing to do, you are welcome to come to the office for a meal." Lin Qi, taken aback, inquired, "Aren't temporary team members not provided with meals or accommodation?" "Indeed, temporary members do not receive such provisions, but..." Chen Mai patted his shoulder and proceeded towards the nearby van. "Except for the meals I prepare myself." Lin Qi was momentarily stunned, a smile gradually appearing at the corners of his mouth. Just then, the newly acquired phone in his pocket chimed melodiously. "Hello? Is this Xiaoqi? It's me, your aunt. You, dear child, have joined the army without even a word to me. If you wish to go, I would not have stopped you. Have you ceased to regard me as your aunt?" "I'm sorry, aunt. I was wrong." "Ah, are you already on the train?" "Yes." "How long until you arrive?" "I've heard it takes 2 days. The little green train is rather slow. Once you reach the military camp, make sure to eat well and don't overexert yourself." "I understand, aunt." "Aunt, our unit provides excellent benefits, and there is a substantial amount of money each year. Please use that for now." "I've heard you, aunt." "Well, if there's nothing else, I shall hang up now." "All right, goodbye, aunt. By the way, once you arrive in Qiqihar, remember to let me know that you're safe." "I will, aunt. Goodbye." After a prolonged silence on the other end of the line, her slightly hoarse voice resonated once more. "Goodbye." The phone emitted a busy tone, and Aunt tightly clutched her phone, resembling a statue, utterly still. Soon after, 2 streams of warm tears cascaded down her cheeks. She slowly leaned onto the table, burying her face in her shoulder, weeping silently. Nearby, Yang Jin sighed softly, turning his gaze towards the window, murmuring, "Brother, you fool." Outside the old residential area, Lin Qi put away his phone, casting a final glance at the distant low houses, and nodded. The wind began to rise. Lin Qi's dark hair was gently tousled by the breeze as he tightened his collar and turned to walk into the wind. Their clothing rustled in the air. Chapter 37. The girl who defeated the gods. In the spacious and tidy courtyard of the psychiatric hospital of the gods, Nyx sat in a rocking chair, lost in thought with a vase in her embrace. A young man in a white coat traversed the corridor, carrying several bottles of medication, and approached her. "You've come to see me, Donatos, my child." Nyx turned to Lin Qi, her lips curving into a smile. Lin Qi settled beside her, acknowledging her with a sound. "It's time for your medication." He poured the contents of the bottle, meticulously dividing them into small heaps and placing them in Nix's hands. "Be good. Take your medicine first." Without hesitation, Nix swallowed the medication in one gulp and then gazed at Lin Qi, her eyes brimming with affection. "Donatos, do you seem troubled?" Lin Qi was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Nix, a psychiatric patient, could perceive his state so clearly. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. "I suppose so. Is there anything I can assist you with?" "Regrettably, this is something you cannot help me with," Lin Qi replied, shaking her head. "The matter of running away from home and nursing one's own heartbreak is not something an outsider can remedy." Nix appeared somewhat disheartened, but then, as if struck by a sudden thought, she spoke. "In that case, Darnathus, I shall gift you something." "A gift?" Lin Qi was taken aback. "Indeed. I shall bestow upon you my bracelet. Wear it close to you, and it will." Nix reached for her own wrist, feeling around. But upon glancing down at her bare wrist, she realized there was no bracelet to be found. "Where is my bracelet? Where has it gone?" Lin Qi observed. "Indeed. Nix is quite unwell." Nix tilted her head, furrowing her brow as if deep in thought. Just as Lin Qi prepared to rise and depart, Nix suddenly exclaimed, "I remember now. What have you recalled? My bracelet was lost in a game." "Lost in a game?" Lin Qi paused, contemplating. She could not recall a tale from mythology regarding a bracelet being won. Which deity had claimed it? "Not a deity." Nix shook her head, gesturing towards Lin Qi. "She is like you. Like me. Also your child?" Lin Qi attempted to align her thoughts with Nix's reasoning. "No, she is like you. Adorned in this same white attire." Lin Qi's pupils constricted, and her brows knitted together tightly. "Are you suggesting that prior to my arrival, someone else entered your chamber wearing this garment and won your bracelet?" Nix nodded. Lin Qi's expression gradually turned solemn. Unintentionally, he extracted such vital information from Nix's words. From her account, it appears that before I knocked on the doors of this asylum and released Nix, there must have been another individual who had visited this place and opened Nix's door as well. Am I not the sole master of this realm? Yet, this asylum resides entirely within my mind. How could another have entered? Lin Qi abruptly recalled that the first time he dreamt of knocking on the asylum's door was 5 years ago. 5 years ago. It intrusively and mysteriously infiltrated his dreams. Could it be that, before I dreamed of the asylum 5 years ago, someone else existed here? What did you wager? Nix slowly uttered 2 words, creation. Creation? Ultimately, you lost? How could this be? Lin Qi's eyes brimmed with astonishment. You are the goddess of night. One of the 5 deities who create worlds. How could you possibly be defeated? I do not know, but indeed, I lost, Nix replied, shaking her head. Do you remember her appearance? Yes, she seemed only 12 or 13 years old, with long black hair, quite beautiful, and there was a peculiar pattern here. Lin Qi pointed to the back of his hand. A 12 or 13-year-old girl triumphed over you in creation. Lin Qi's eyes widened incredulously, even with your divine essence diminished. That seems implausible. Lin Qi took a moment to compose himself before continuing to inquire, what else do you remember about her? What is her name? I'm not sure. I only know that her surname seems to be Qi. Nike's replied uncertainly. Qi. Lin Qi murmured as he contemplated the character. I understand now. Please rest well. He glanced around the room, offered a brief admonition, and then swiftly made his way down the corridor. Moments later, Lin Qi arrived at the door of the room Nike's had indicated. The nameplate displayed 3 bold characters, Director's Office. Lin Qi furrowed his brow and pushed the door open. Inside lay an office of moderate size, appearing somewhat disheveled. He had been in this room before, retrieving the white coat from the hanger. Yet he had seemingly overlooked anything of significance during his previous visit. Since Nike's had mentioned that the girl had entered this room, it was highly likely that she had left behind some crucial clues. This time, he resolved to conduct a thorough search. Rather than rummaging through everything haphazardly, he chose to sit down in place and slowly closed his eyes. With the divine insight bestowed upon him by the seraph, he could effortlessly perceive all objects within the room, proving to be far more efficient than a chaotic search. A few seconds later, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Rising to his feet, he approached the desk and reached into the last drawer, feeling around until he extracted a slightly yellowed piece of stationery. Indeed, he had found something. Lin Qi swiftly tore open the envelope, withdrawing the letter, only to find his expression shift to one of peculiar intrigue. Wow, this handwriting seems rather unrefined, he noted, observing the awkward, uneven script akin to that of a novice learner. To someone, I am unaware of your identity. Yet I perceive that you are the true master of this place. By the time you discover this letter, several years must have elapsed. Please do not mock my handwriting. I am still young, and I shall improve with time. Furthermore, I have borrowed a few items from some of your patients, which I promise to return upon our next encounter. Lastly, I must remind you that there lies an area beneath this office. Farewell. Memorial, Chapter 38. The monster Lin Qi set down the letter, his expression a mixture of bewilderment and intrigue. He had anticipated that this correspondence might unveil the secrets of the hospital, perhaps a message from a mysterious figure, or even a revelation of the world's truths. Could it be that the former director of this institution was, in fact, a little girl? That seemed implausible. What sort of child could triumph over the goddess of night and creation? The cryptic epistle offered little insight. It merely suggested that before him, this hospital had been under the stewardship of another girl who had taken items from several patients. Pondering this, Lin Qi furrowed his brow. The letter mentioned several patients, implying that in addition to Nyx, she had ventured into the chambers of other deities, perhaps even winning their possessions through contests. What a curious anomaly. Moreover, she hinted at the existence of something beneath this office. Lin Qi crouched down, meticulously probing the floor with his mind. As he approached the 20-meter threshold, he seemed to encounter something distinctly unusual. Was there a mechanism hidden within this room? He lifted his gaze towards the wall at the back of the office. In his perception, there lay a concealed passage behind that wall, and the method to unveil it. Lin Qi focused intently for a moment, then stood up and approached the bookshelf in the corner. He gently pressed a hidden compartment. Immediately, the wall behind the office began to part slowly, revealing a dark, gaping corridor. Without hesitation, Lin Qi descended along this passage. The corridor was lengthy and profound. He walked for quite some time before reaching its end. Upon opening the door at the terminus, he found himself momentarily stunned. Before him lay a dim, damp hallway, flanked on either side by shadowy cells. Indeed, cells. Unlike the 6 wards above in the infirmary, what confronted Lin Qi were true prison cells, their iron doors adorned with intricate patterns, the purpose of which remained a mystery. He proceeded cautiously down the corridor, his mental acuity on constant alert. Beneath this already enigmatic asylum of the gods, 2 rows of strange cells were hidden, unmistakably sinister in nature. Curiously, both sides of the cells were utterly vacant, devoid of any presence. Was this merely an abandoned prison? Lin Qi murmured to himself as he continued forward. Before long, he arrived at the end. However, when his gaze fell upon the first cell at the end, his pupils suddenly constricted. In the corner of that cell crouched a formidable figure. Seemingly alerted to Lin Qi's footsteps, it stiffly turned its head, revealing a pale and grotesque visage. The Faceless King. Upon recognizing this familiar figure, a fierce killing intent erupted in Lin Qi's eyes, causing him to instinctively retreat a step. The Faceless King lunged at Lin Qi like a wild beast, but upon making contact with the cell's bars, it was violently repelled by an invisible force, crashing against the wall behind. Lin Qi furrowed his brow tightly. Hadn't he killed the Faceless King? Its face had been cleaved into 18 pieces, utterly lifeless. Surely, the Night Watchers should have removed the body. How could it possibly be here? Just as Lin Qi pondered these questions, the familiar interface reappeared before his eyes. Criminal, the Faceless King. Choice. As a mythological being you have personally slain, you possess the authority to determine its soul's fate. Option 1. Annihilate its soul entirely, erasing it from existence. Option 2. Allow its fear value towards you to reach 60, enabling you to employ it as a caregiver in the hospital, where it could provide care for patients while offering a degree of protection. Current fear value. 1. It seems that this mental institution, in addition to housing the 6 mysterious patients, possesses the capability to transform mythological beings you have personally vanquished into caregivers. In other words, each time you slay a mythological creature, there is a chance to convert it into a caregiver. In this context, the mythical beings, do they encompass ancient deities? What if I were to slay a genuine god in the future? Could I compel them to serve me? With this thought, Lin Qi's heart raced increasingly faster. Roar. The Ghost-Faced King. Lin Qi regarded the Ghost-Faced King and calmly spoke. You are formidable. Having you as my caretaker would undoubtedly be a splendid choice. Upon hearing these words, the Ghost-Faced King gradually fell silent. Lin Qi slowly extended his hand, seemingly intending to caress the ghostly visage of the king. A glimmer of murderous intent surfaced in the Ghost-Faced King's eyes, yet the instinct for survival forcibly subdued it. Upon its arrival here, it had come to understand its two potential fates and recognized that its destiny lay in the hands of this mere ant before it. It was unwilling to be utterly extinguished from existence. Thus, it could only choose submission. Bowing its head, it remained as still as a dog. Lin Qi's palm made contact with its ghostly face, gently stroking it. You have taken many lives. It matters not, for I am not acquainted with them. And this does not hinder my decision to employ you. Lin Qi's eyes narrowed, glinting with a chilling light. Alas, you have slain someone of great significance. Suddenly, Lin Qi's grip tightened. The creature struggled desperately, attempting to escape from Lin Qi's grasp, yet it was futile. Here, in Lin Qi's domain, he was the master. If he desired its demise, it was bound to perish. The icy glimmer in Lin Qi's eyes flared. And amidst the anguished cries, the ghost-faced king swelled like a balloon, rapidly inflating. Then, it erupted with a deafening explosion. Blood and shattered flesh stained the entire cell, only to be swiftly devoured by the walls and floor. In mere seconds, a mythical creature from the Chuan realm vanished entirely. This cell resembled a living, flesh-eating beast. Lin Qi's white coat was similarly soaked in blood as he gazed at the desolate chamber, his expression devoid of emotion. You are formidable, but alas, my hospital does not welcome you. With that, he turned on his heel, hands tucked in the pockets of his coat, and strode towards the exit. In the dimly lit corridor, the blood that clung to his coat rapidly seeped away, disappearing, like a voracious monster. Chapter 39, Tutoring Ding Dong. Welcome. The crisp, melodious electronic voice echoed as Lin Qi pushed open the door to the office and stepped inside. Upon entering, he found himself momentarily frozen in place. There, seated on the office's sofa, was a woman in her 50s. Leaning on a cane with one hand while adjusting her reading glasses with the other, she animatedly recounted something. Oh, let me tell you, my old partner. He's just like this. Back when he used to go out with me, he would hold my hand tightly, afraid I might encounter some mishap. Ever since last week, he's been acting this way. He must be seeing another woman out there. Really? He's that outrageous? I believe you are right, Grandma. How utterly inappropriate of him. Rest assured, this matter will be well handled by our office. Beside her, Wen Qi sat earnestly, maintaining a serene smile as he remarked, I believe you are correct, grandmother. I believe you are correct, Hong Ying. Yes, I think all of you are right. Observing Lin Qi standing in bewilderment at the entrance. When Qi cast him a knowing glance and rose to follow him to the back of the shop, Hong Ying remained seated, eagerly engaging in conversation with the elderly lady. What is happening here? As they entered the corridor leading to the basement, Lin Qi could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, Is this just a normal job? I thought the storefront above was merely a facade, yet it genuinely is business? Ah, Qi, you still do not understand enough, Wen Qi replied, patting his shoulder. The city of Cangnan is neither too large nor too small. Mysterious events do occur, yet only about 5 or 6 times a year. When we are not dealing with such incidents, we are left with little else to do but train or engage in idle chatter. How dull that would be. So, you have expanded your services to include investigating extramarital affairs? Lin Qi's expression was quite peculiar, especially considering it involved a woman in her 50s. The elderly lady is 60 this year. You see, we usually take on some trivial commissions that are neither burdensome nor painful. It provides us with something to do and allows us to earn a bit of extra income. How wonderful is that? Lin Qi pondered. So, aside from investigating extramarital affairs, do we have any other services? Indeed, our range of services is extensive, exceedingly extensive. When Qi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he aided in the rescue of kittens and puppies stranded in trees, offered tutoring to children below middle school level, provided legal assistance to those in need, and occasionally donned a disguise to apprehend bank robbers. It seems that the scope of their endeavors has become rather excessive, hasn't it? Lin Qi's eyes widened in astonishment. Rescue, education, law, matters of relationships. Are you even encroaching upon the duties of the police? Standard procedure, came the response. My curiosity piqued. I inquired who among them possessed legal knowledge. Long Xian, came the answer. Before joining the night watch, he had earned a doctorate in law from a prestigious university. Lin Qi, as Lin Qi arrived, Chen Mai, who was meditating in the center of the training ground, opened his eyes and gestured for him to come over. Captain, how does it feel here? It feels quite different, Lin Qi candidly replied. Above, it is merely an unremarkable facade, yet below lies such a vast space, reminiscent of a science fiction film. Chen Mai nodded slightly. This place was constructed decades ago by a keeper of a forbidden realm with earth attributes. Hence, the extensive project did not disturb the surface. I see, Lin Qi responded. By the way, the documents regarding your joining the Night Watchers have arrived and are stored in the archives. You may retrieve them if you wish. After a brief pause, Chen Mai handed Lin Qi a straight blade from behind him. Lin Qi accepted it and examined the weapon, noticing 3 small characters engraved beneath the hilt, Zhao Kongqing. This is... Lin Qi lifted his gaze in astonishment. It belonged to old Zhao, Chen Mai replied calmly. You are the chosen heir. He perished in battle. So his sword is entrusted to your care. Lin Qi fell silent for a moment, firmly gripping the hilt of the blade. Understood. He then inquired with curiosity. But was it said that I am merely a temporary member for now? Why is a sword necessary? After all, you are to join our Team 136. And if your performance during the training is lacking, it may bring embarrassment to us. Lin Qi felt an inexplicable sensation, reminiscent of being sent to a tutoring class by well-meaning relatives due to poor academic performance. Nevertheless, he resolved to practice diligently. Without hesitation, he recognized that even if Chen Mai did not initiate the lesson, he would seek him out to learn the art of combat. Life is one's own, and to be complacent now would be akin to a slow demise. He planned to train with the sword in the morning, learn the use of the forbidden ruins with Wen Qi in the afternoon, and practice marksmanship with Lung Xian in the evening. Chen Mai retrieved 2 bamboo swords from a nearby weapon rack, gripping them firmly. Pick up your weapon. We shall commence, he instructed. Lin Qi glanced at the straight sword beside him, astonished as he exclaimed, Captain, this is a real sword. That's inconsequential, Chen Mai replied, his expression impassive as he advanced towards Lin Qi, wielding the dual swords. Regardless, the outcome would remain unchanged. A sense of foreboding gripped Lin Qi's heart. He picked up the straight sword from the ground, unsheathed it, and took a deep breath. Captain, I am ready to engage. Chen Mai nodded. Come on, let's begin. Lin Qi's gaze sharpened as he tightened his grip on the sword hilt and charged swiftly towards Chen Mai. Chapter 40. The Mortal Realm in the Afternoon. When Qi Ma sat languidly in the Forbidden Ruins experimental area, glancing at the time with impatience. Where is that brat? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Just as he spoke, a figure slowly pushed open the door, shuffling toward him like a zombie. What in the world? Upon seeing the newcomer, when Qi Ma exclaimed, Qi Yi, you? What happened to you? The bruised Lin Qi waved his hand, about to speak when he stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. When Qi Ma hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Did you spar with the captain? Yes. Well, it seems your talent is quite decent. Lin Qi fixed his gaze upon him. You call this decent? When I first sparred with the captain, I was left sprawled on the training ground for an entire day and night before I could recover. When Qi Ma sighed, the only one who can barely hold their own against the captain in close combat now is Hong Yang. I heard Zhao Kongqing is a master of close combat. Isn't he capable? When Qi Ma fell silent for a moment before responding, his match with the captain wouldn't be considered a close fight. It would be evenly matched. Of course, provided neither side employs any forbidden techniques. Very well. Lin Qi gritted his teeth against the pain, forcing himself to stand. If one were to lift his shirt, they would find his body marked with an array of bruises. Chen Mai's strikes are too swift, too heavy, and too ruthless. Moreover, it seems he had no intention of holding back. Don't worry, we'll find Xiaonan for treatment shortly. Tomorrow morning, you'll be ready to endure it again. When Qi Ma reassured him, Lin Qi replied, Now, let us commence the lesson. When Qi Ma cleared his throat, Lin Qi straightened his posture. First, we shall discuss what forbidden techniques are. Zhao Kongqing has already mentioned that to me. Very well, then let us speak of divine techniques. That has also been discussed. Very well, let us discuss the forbidden ruins generated by objects. As previously mentioned. When Qi Ma, how much has this fellow secretly divulged to you? When Qi Ma rubbed his forehead, have we discussed the forbidden ruins sequence? No, we have not. When Qi Ma sighed in relief and began to explain, the so-called Forbidden Ruins sequence is a classification system devised by humanity to assess the danger levels of these ruins, arranged in a sequence similar to that of divine codes, commencing from 001. The closer a sequence is to the beginning, the more perilous it is deemed. Is it not analogous to the divine codes? It is not. The divine codes reflect the order in which humans discovered the deities, independent of the deities' inherent combat prowess and danger levels, whereas the Forbidden Ruins sequence ranks them according to their threat. I understand. The Forbidden Ruins numbered 600 and above are referred to as harmless Forbidden Ruins. These pose minimal risk, capable only of performing trivial tasks such as watering plants, assisting in the eradication of dental cavities, or conjuring a snack out of thin air. Those ranked from 400 to 599 are classified as low-risk forbidden ruins, while they possess lethality. They do not present significant danger and may yield remarkable effects when utilized properly. The sequence from 200 to 399 is termed dangerous forbidden ruins, capable of posing large-scale threats to human society and possessing the ability to engage in combat with the mysterious. As for the sequences prior to 89, they are referred to as ultra-high-risk forbidden ruins. These forbidden ruins either possess extraordinarily formidable large-scale destructive power or exhibit astonishingly unique abilities. In any case, such forbidden ruin sequences have transcended the realm of humanity, wielding the capability to annihilate entire cities with ease. When Qi reiterated, this is not mere alarmism. A few years ago, a powerful mythical creature emerged in the northwestern desert, bearing the forbidden ruin sequence 063, known as Luo Tianmisha, which nearly buried several surrounding cities under a tempest of sand. It was only due to the intervention of a specialized task force that it was ultimately vanquished. Lin Qi was momentarily taken aback. He recalled Zhao Kongxing mentioning that his forbidden ruin sequence was 083, Minxing Shanyu, which ranks among the ultra-high-risk forbidden ruins. Although it is one of the last few, it remains exceedingly rare. A hint of melancholy crossed Wen Qima's face. Had he been born with this forbidden ruin, perhaps he would have already joined a specialized task force and risen to the rank of general. Are these the rankings of forbidden ruins? Lin Qi inquired with curiosity. The divine ruins are also a type of forbidden ruin, thus included in the sequence. Wen Qi paused, casting a somewhat envious glance at Lin Qi. Within the top 30 of the forbidden ruin sequences, 23 are divine ruins. The power bestowed by the divine is, of course, beyond the reach of mere mortals. In terms of both danger and uniqueness, far exceeding our imagination. But does this mean that within the top 30 sequences, there are still 7 human forbidden ruins? Indeed. In Wen Qima's eyes, a radiant light shimmered. Even amidst the top 5 forbidden realms, there existed one that belonged to humanity. Which one, you ask? I'm afraid I do not know. Do not look at me so intently. I have only been with the Night Watch for a few years. Such confidential matters are beyond my knowledge. Wen Qi innocently raised his hands in surrender. And what of my forbidden realm? Lin Qi inquired, gesturing to himself. What is its sequence? Wen Qi cast a glance at him and spoke softly. The divine code is 003, the realm of the seraph, Michael. It is called Mortal Divine Domain, with a forbidden realm sequence of 003 as well. Forbidden realm sequence 003, Mortal Divine Domain. Lin Qi murmured to himself. However, do not rejoice too soon. 003 is the forbidden realm sequence of the seraph, not yours, Lin Qi, Wen Qi added. Only in the hands of the seraph does it hold the designation of 003. In your possession, as a newcomer just stepping into the realm of the mysterious. Its power may merely categorize it as a high-risk forbidden realm. It is only when you reach a level of mastery sufficient to stand alongside the divine that it will truly be 003. Lin Qi nodded, acknowledging his understanding. By the way, I have another question. Go ahead, Wen Qi replied. Is it possible for the same individual to serve as a proxy for multiple different deities? Impossible. Wen Qi shook his head without hesitation. At least, there has never been such a precedent in human history. Oh, Lin Qi nodded. From this moment forth, there shall be. Upon Lin Qi's being, in addition to the celestial realm of the seraph, he possesses the night dancer, a gift from the goddess of night. In a certain sense, he embodies the essence of 2 divine entities. Naturally, such matters must remain undisclosed for the time being. Should the higher-ups of the Night Watch apprehend him for study, it would spell his doom. At present, he is far too weak, yet perhaps when he attains sufficient strength, he shall fear no revelations. Now that the foundational knowledge has been imparted, let us delve into your forbidden abyss. What capabilities does your celestial realm of the mundane possess? Within a circular domain of 20 meters radius centered upon myself, I can perceive all that exists. Oh, Wen Qi raised an eyebrow. What color is Hong Ying's lingerie today? White. In the experimental arena, the 2 men exchanged a fleeting glance and shared a smile. Chapter 41. The incomplete divine abyss. The pinnacle of reconnaissance and combat assistance abilities may not yet manifest significant advantages, yet as your strength burgeons, it is destined to evolve into an extraordinarily formidable force. Wen Qi noted the information while speaking. What else? The dynamic vision is approximately several times more acute than before. Close quarters lethal capabilities, excellent. What more? Under conditions of substantial mental strain, one may wield a fragment of the Seraph's divine might. It is customary for divine agents to possess such capabilities. What else? Nothing more. Nothing more? When Qimo raised his head in astonishment. Is that truly all? When Qima's brows furrowed slightly as he pondered for a moment before shaking his head repeatedly, expressing his disbelief. This is the realm of mortal divinity. Even at the Zhan level, the exhibited prowess should far exceed this. Are you suggesting that my current capabilities are incomplete? Lin Qi was momentarily taken aback. When Qima nodded and elaborated, saying that the Athena agent from the Phoenix team could, upon merely stepping into the Zhan level, effortlessly demolish a building with a single punch and tear apart mythological beings of the Qi level with her bare hands. While your abilities are commendable, they are merely satisfactory. What is most crucial is that what you are currently demonstrating is predominantly combat auxiliary skills. But this is the divine realm of Michael. How could it possibly possess such limited power? Lin Qi gazed in bewilderment at his own hands, yet he truly felt only these abilities. When Qima contemplated for a moment before continuing, there are two possibilities. The first, when the Seraph chose you as her agent, she granted you only this small fraction of power. I believe this is the most likely scenario. The second possibility is that your other abilities from the divine ruins have always existed, but you are currently unable to perceive them, or perhaps you are subconsciously overlooking them. Subconsciously overlooking? To illustrate, imagine your ability allows your skin to breathe. Due to your prolonged use of this power, you have become entirely accustomed to it. After a long time, even though you have been maintaining this ability, you might begin to subconsciously disregard it, as its usage has become second nature to you. Are you suggesting that I might have been utilizing this ability all along without realizing it? Indeed, think carefully. Throughout your life, have you noticed anything that sets you apart from others? Lin Qi pondered for a moment. Blindness. That doesn't count. When Qima sighed in exasperation. Personally, I lean towards the first possibility. The Seraph did not bestow upon you the complete divine realm. After all, it belongs to the Seraph. Even if the second theory holds true, and you have been using it all this time, it would be unreasonable for you to remain so ordinary. You should be able to unleash tremendous power with merely a sneeze. Lin Qi replied. In any case, I previously stated that your current mortal divine domain is likely of a high risk level, but it appears I may have overestimated you. Based on the abilities you have displayed, it seems to be of an ordinary danger level. When Qimo made a few notes on the document and comforted him, however, do not lose hope. As your strength grows, your subsequent abilities will gradually reveal themselves. After all, you are the agent of the Seraph, and they would not allow you to lose face. Lin Qi shrugged. I hope so. Though a slight disappointment lingered in his heart, it was merely a fleeting feeling. With the psychiatric hospital of the gods at his disposal, he did not rely heavily on the Seraph, especially since 6 deities were confined within it, offering him choices. Now that we have a preliminary understanding of your abilities, it is time to commence your training. When Qima concluded his notes and quickly devised a training plan. How shall we practice? Overall, your current abilities are primarily focused on perception and anticipation. Such capabilities are considerably easier to train than those that rely on brute force, like launching a spiraling attack. It merely requires a gradual integration of your physical form with these skills. When Qima gestured towards the room behind him, which housed a mechanism containing 39,000 concealed micro-rubber guns, capable of discharging 139,000 rubber bullets per second. Although the velocity of these projectiles is slightly inferior to that of real bullets, it is nonetheless sufficient for your current level of mastery. Your task is to step inside and utilize your perception and dynamic vision to evade the rubber bullets to the best of your abilities. Considering your level, we shall commence with a barrage of 50 bullets per second. Lin Qi glanced at the room and nodded, acknowledging the challenge. As he pushed open the door and stepped into the center of the chamber, he surveyed the walls adorned with a honeycomb pattern of tightly clustered gun ports. An ominous premonition resurfaced in his mind. Wait, why are there gun ports beneath my feet as well? What if they hit an undesired target? As he observed the multitude of gun ports below, a chill ran down his spine, and his expression shifted dramatically. In real combat, danger can arise from any direction. There is no such thing as a safe zone. When Qima's voice echoed from all directions, if you are ready, I shall begin. Lin Qi slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Let it commence. Beep. As the prompt sounded, Lin Qi's perception expanded, and rubber bullets descended upon him like a torrential downpour from all directions, moving with such velocity that they were imperceptible to the naked eye. The moment the bullets were discharged, Lin Qi reacted instinctively, executing 2 swift backward leaps to evade the majority of the oncoming projectiles. However, a fresh barrage of bullets followed, their angles astutely calculated to confound him. Within his acute awareness, he could indeed predict the trajectories of the bullets. Yet the number of paths he could simultaneously anticipate was regrettably limited. It is akin to a person attempting to catch a rolling ping-pong ball, an effortless task. Even catching 3 is feasible. Yet, when faced with 20 ping-pong balls rolling in disparate directions, the human brain struggles to respond in a timely manner, unable to accurately ascertain the trajectory of each individual ball. Lin Qi found himself grappling with a similar predicament. Within a mere 3 seconds of training, he had already endured a barrage of bullets. Although rubber bullets do not inflict serious harm, their rapid speed still elicited discomfort. Thus, he finally grasped the essence of this training. Damn it, why am I getting beaten again? In the activity room, Chen Mai donned an apron and gloves, carrying a fragrant bowl of bone soup to the table, where he gently set it down. Gulp. Hong Ying's eyes widened as she swallowed hard. Captain, how long has it been since you last cooked? Is the sun rising in the west today? Beside her, Wu Xiangnan smiled slightly. Haven't you realized? This is primarily prepared for Lin Qi. We are merely an afterthought. Uncle Chen, you're biased. Sister Hong Ying pouted and said, while Chen Mai's lips twitched slightly, his expression remaining impassive as he replied, I simply grew weary of the same bento and desired a change in flavor. It has nothing to do with that fellow. Understanding dawned upon her, and Hong Ying's eyes sparkled as she eagerly dipped her chopsticks into the bone broth. Then I shall not hold back, hee. With a sudden clap, Lin Qi, who had yet to finish class, was beckoned. Hong Ying sighed, Captain, do you not love us anymore? Chapter 42. How is my talent? It smells so delightful. Lin Qi, aching all over, staggered out of the training room, the enticing aroma wafting from the activity room rekindling the spark in his once dull eyes. When Qi Ma's lips curved upward slightly, indicating that the beating he received earlier that morning was indeed not in vain, Lin Qi walked straight into the activity room, and as he pushed the door open, 4 pairs of mournful eyes immediately fixed upon him. Lin Qi sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat amiss. What is going on? Nothing, just sit down and eat, Chen Mai said, glancing at him nonchalantly. Oh. As Lin Qi settled into his seat, Hong Ying gazed at Chen Mai with an expression that was both hopeful and pitiful. Let us eat. Chen Mai finally uttered the phrase everyone had been eagerly anticipating. In an instant, they all sprang into action, resembling wolves that had been starved for days, their eyes gleaming with hunger. Sister Hong Ying, is the food for the night watch always this good? Lin Qi asked quietly, surveying the table laden with dishes. After contemplating for a moment, Hong Ying added, I must finish eating before I speak to you. Lin Qi, Captain, did you gain anything from today's training? Chen Mai nodded thoughtfully and continued, does it hurt? A bit. Xiaonan, please assist him with treatment later. Si Xiaonan pouted but obediently nodded, all right. After a moment's reflection, Chen Mai added, no need to heal him completely. He just needs to be able to endure more punishment tomorrow. Lin Qi, with a soft clatter, 2 pairs of chopsticks collided in the bone soup, creating a delicate sound. The chopsticks remained firmly locked, each grasping a piece of meat, neither willing to concede. Hong Ying and Wu Xiangnan exchanged fierce glares, their eyes seemingly igniting a flurry of sparks in the air. Wu Xiangnan, I spotted that piece of meat first, Hong Ying declared with a fierce glare. Wu Xiangnan calmly replied, I picked it up first. Let go. I won't. Let go. I won't. The clash between them intensified, the sparks flying with increasing fervor. Just then, the quietly eating Lin Qi, who had been almost invisible, fixed his gaze on the coveted piece of meat. He reached to his waist and retrieved an MP5 submachine gun, placing it on the table. Let go, he stated calmly. Hong Ying, Wu Xiangnan. With an air of nonchalance, Lin Qi extended his chopsticks, deftly securing the largest piece of meat. After a brief hesitation, he placed it into Lin Qi's bowl. Newcomer, eat more, we'll practice shooting shortly, he remarked coolly as he tucked the submachine gun away. Oh. Lin Qi was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at the engrossed Lin Qi. Good heavens, what does it mean to be fierce yet reticent? This truly exemplifies that notion. Lin Qi, please refrain from drawing your weapon at the dining table next time, Chen Mai interjected, lest it accidentally discharges. It would be a pity to waste this meal. Lin Qi nodded, acknowledging with a simple O. Hong Ying and Wu Xiangnan exchanged glances, both obediently bowing their heads to eat. Once Lin Qi had cleaned his bowl, Lin Qi stood up and approached him, speaking in a calm tone. Are you full? Yes. Let us practice shooting. All right. Watching the two figures gradually fade into the corridor, Wen Qi sighed deeply and turned to see Xiaonan. Xiaonan, what is it? Your status as the group's favorite has been usurped. Si Xiaonan replied, guns are firearms, the epitome of human ingenuity. In the shooting range, Lin Qi stood before a meticulously organized wall adorned with various firearms, his expression devoid of emotion. For high-level mythical beings, firearms have minimal effect, yet for lower-tier mythical entities, guns often prove more effective than cold weapons. Particularly for novices, mastering the use of firearms is essential when one lacks formidable close combat skills. Lin Qi retrieved a handgun from the wall behind him and placed it before Lin Qi. I shall impart to you but two essential teachings. One pertains to the art of marksmanship, and the other to the intricate principles governing firearms. Unless you intend to delve deeply into the world of weaponry, this knowledge suffices for you. Lin Qi nodded earnestly. Now, take this firearm and proceed to the target range. Let me witness your innate talent. Lin Qi gestured towards a target not far away. Lin Qi acknowledged with a nod, grasped the pistol, and positioned himself at the shooting station. Taking a deep breath, he emulated the motions he had observed on television, raising the gun, aiming, and firing. Bang! The sound of the gunshot rendered both their expressions grim. He had missed the target. Lin Qi approached the target, meticulously confirming the absence of bullet holes. His countenance darkening. Missing the target at 30 meters? Lin Qi lowered the gun, clearing his throat awkwardly. So, how does my talent measure up? Lin Qi cast him a glance, despair evident in his eyes as he closed them. You possess naught but a threadbare semblance of talent. Lin Qi remained silent. Upon returning to Hong Ying's grand villa, he collapsed onto the sofa, rubbing his weary eyes. The day's training had subjected him to both physical and mental torment. First, he endured a relentless barrage from the captain, followed by being peppered with rubber bullets. And although the evening firearms class was not exhaustive, it repeatedly ground his self-esteem into the dust. He truly lacked any aptitude for firearms. After an entire night of training, as he exited the training room, Lin Qi distinctly sensed that Lin Qi was even more fatigued than he. Most crucially, the spark in his eyes had vanished. In the end, Lin Qi offered him some words of consolation, suggesting that it was not entirely unreasonable for a novice to struggle, encouraging him to strive diligently in the future. However, as the conversation unfolded, it gradually transformed into Lin Qi reassuring him instead. Rest assured, I believe my current lack of talent is merely temporary. With more practice, I shall improve. You must have faith in me, as well as in yourself. Your marksmanship is exceptional. There is no reason you shouldn't be able to teach me. Time, above all, is of the essence. One must possess patience. Be optimistic. At least within 20 meters, I can still hit the target. There is hope for me. Just as Lin Qi was lost in melancholic thoughts, a graceful figure silently approached him. Brother Qi, are you feeling very tired? Hong Ying, clad in a plush pajama, held out a cup of tea with a smile. Lin Qi managed a faint smile as he accepted the tea. Thank you. It's actually not too bad. Although I am weary, I feel fulfilled. Taking a sip of tea, he glanced around and asked, Where's Xiaonan? Suddenly, it dawned on him why she had pinched him so hard during his treatment. He had thought it was part of the standard procedure. He rubbed his arms, now adorned with bruises, and realized the truth. Hong Ying couldn't help but chuckle softly. That was a bit harsh. Not at all. It was hardly harsh, she replied, shaking her head. The decrease in the mortality rate among the night watchmen of Tsangnan City is primarily attributed to the captain. His strength is formidable, and furthermore, he takes great responsibility for his team members. The more he strikes you, the more you remember the pain, which fosters rapid growth. He would rather his teammates harbor resentment towards him than see them perish on the battlefield due to inadequacy. Do you comprehend? I understand. Hong Ying's lips curved into a gentle smile as she affectionately stroked Lin Qi's hair, murmuring softly, Very well. If you are weary, seek repose early. Good night. Good night. After a protracted pause, he languidly arose from his bed, drawing the straight blade from its scabbard, with one hand gripping the hilt and the other the sheath. He unleashed a flurry of strikes under the dim moonlight. Chapter 43. Another one. Secondary School Number 2. The languid chime of the dismissal bell echoed, and throngs of high school students streamed out of the school gates, conversing and laughing as they made their way. Alas, so much homework assigned today. I shall be toiling until well past 11 indeed. That imbecilic instructor has assigned a dozen reading comprehension exercises. Does he intend to allow us to live? Is not reading comprehension merely a matter of guesswork? How can one merely guess? When presented with 3 long options and 1 short, select the short. When presented with 3 short options and 1 long, select the long. When presented with options of varying length, select C. When presented with ambiguous options, select it. Pray, tarry a moment. Whilst I record these insights, abruptly, a student turned his head, addressing Lin Qi, who trailed behind the group. Lin Qi, why are you so slow? Hasten your pace. He quickened his steps to rejoin the group, yet continued to scan his surroundings incessantly, his mind elsewhere. What troubles you? What do you seek? Wang Liang inquired, perplexed. Wang Liang rolled his eyes, retorting, merely encountering a murderer, is it? Why such dramatic exaggeration? Lin Qi, despite your burly physique, how is it that you possess such timidity? That is not it. Alas, it's futile to explain it to you. Lin Qi sighed, shaking his head. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he halted in his tracks. What now? I inquired. I just remembered I left my homework in the classroom drawer, Lin Qi replied, a hint of frustration in his voice. Wang Liang, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, waved goodbye to Lin Qi before turning to follow the others out. Fortunately, the door had yet to close. Lin Qi muttered to himself and hurried back into the school. The campus, under the twilight, exuded a rare tranquility, devoid of the usual bustle. As Lin Qi ventured further, the number of people dwindled and the dusk deepened. Towering trees on either side of the path whispered in the wind, their leaves dancing as the fading sunlight slipped through the gaps, growing dimmer and scarcer. He hastened to the second-year building, bounding up the stairs to the 4th floor, arriving at the entrance to his classroom. The corridor was desolate, illuminated only by the melancholic glow of twilight, with Lin Qi as its sole occupant. At this hour, most students tasked with cleaning had departed, and even the classroom door was locked. However, this posed no challenge for Lin Qi. He skillfully opened the window, placed his backpack down, and, with a firm push against the windowsill, he climbed inside. Homework, 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 he repeated to himself, rummaging through his desk until his eyes lit up at the sight of a notebook. He stuffed it into his bag and approached the window, preparing to execute the same maneuver to exit. Just then, 2 figures appeared at the end of the corridor. Lin Qi caught sight of them out of the corner of his eye, and a surge of alarm coursed through him as he quickly crouched down, seeking refuge behind the tiles beneath the window. What dreadful luck to encounter the dean of students at this moment. Lin Qi muttered under his breath as 2 figures approached from the end of the corridor. One was Lu Xiaoyan, the representative for their Chinese class, and the other was the head of their second-year department. Slipping back into the classroom through the window after school could easily lead to misunderstandings. If the headmaster were to catch him, he would undoubtedly find himself at a loss for words, unable to defend himself. Thus, Lin Qi pressed himself tightly against the wall, intending to wait until they had departed before making his move. As the 2 conversed, they drew nearer to the classroom where Lin Qi was hiding, and gradually, he could discern the content of their conversation. We must ensure that your class takes this Chinese competition seriously. We need to select the best writer among you to represent us at the citywide contest. Understood, headmaster. There are quite a few talented writers in our class, such as... As they walked, the headmaster appeared to grow weary, halting his steps and resting his hands on the railing of the corridor. Lu Xiaoyan also paused, continuing her conversation beside him. Their position fortuitously placed them right at the entrance of the classroom, where Lin Qi was concealed. Through the reflection in the window, Lin Qi observed this scene, rolling his eyes in exasperation before resigning himself to sit down and wait for their departure. Everything you mentioned is quite reasonable. Please have them come to my office tomorrow. I would like to speak with them, the headmaster said, nodding in satisfaction before turning to Lu Xiaoyan and preparing to leave. Headmaster, Lu Xiaoyan suddenly called out, stopping him in his tracks. In the twilight, a faint blush appeared on her face, and she seemed inexplicably shy. The director, in fact. I have always wanted to tell you. Lin Qi, who was hiding nearby, widened his eyes in disbelief, astonishment flooding his gaze. Goodness. Lu Xiaoyan actually has feelings for the director. But the director is nearly 50, and he's balding. Is her taste really that heavy? The expression of the head teacher standing before Lu Xiaoyan grew increasingly troubled. In truth, I have always wanted to consume you. As those last 3 words escaped her lips, Lu Xiaoyan's mouth stretched into an extraordinary arc, akin to being forcibly torn apart. Her teeth resembled sharp barbs, and her pupils had vanished, leaving only the whites of her eyes, creating a truly terrifying visage. The dimples on her cheeks still glimmered with an eerie crimson under the twilight. The head teacher's eyes widened in horror, instinctively parting his lips, yearning to scream. In the next moment, Lu Xiaoyan's entire head opened up where her mouth was. A multitude of sharp teeth gleamed with a chilling glint. This mouth was so vast it could effortlessly accommodate an entire living person. Thus, this cavernous maw swiftly engulfed the head teacher, the flesh writhing and contorting within, eliciting nausea. Witnessing the entire grotesque spectacle, Li Yifei clamped his mouth shut, his whole body trembling in fear as he fixated on the window. After a prolonged moment of gnashing, Lu Xiaoyan's gaping mouth opened once more, and she expelled the director, fully intact. Aside from a slimy coating, not a single hair was lost. He lay there quietly on the ground, while beside him, Lu Xiaoyan's flesh and blood gradually restored, returning within seconds to that of an ordinary high school girl. She stared motionlessly at the dean before her. Moments later, the dean suddenly opened his eyes and rose from the ground in a peculiar manner. He and Lu Xiaoyan locked gazes, both revealing a smile. In an exceedingly uncanny synchrony, they stepped together and gradually vanished at the end of the corridor. Only once he confirmed their departure did Li Yifei release his breath, collapsing weakly onto the ground, gasping for air. Two words echoed in his mind. Again? Chapter 44, Mysterious Arrival Ding Dong. Welcome. Lin Qi pushed open the door of the office and found Hong Ying sitting upright on the sofa, lost in thought. He waved his hand at her. Good morning, Sister Hong Ying. Qi, you finally arrived, Hong Ying exclaimed, springing up from the sofa upon seeing Lin Qi. What's wrong? Something has happened. Hong Ying's tone turned serious as she grasped Lin Qi's wrist and swiftly led him downstairs. It was the first time Lin Qi had witnessed such a grave expression on Hong Ying's face, his brow furrowing slightly. Is the mysterious arrival here? Yes, and it's quite troublesome. As they entered the activity room, Lin Qi discovered that the members of Team 136 were already gathered. Chen Mai, leaning against a pillar, approached the conference table and took his seat, his expression still devoid of emotion. Everyone is here. We are ready to commence the meeting. Last night, we received news of yet another potential mythical creature sighting. The location was the second high school of Tsangnan City. Second high. Lin Qi was taken aback. Yes, that very school you attended, Chen Mai nodded, and it seems the one who reported it is an old acquaintance of yours. Chen Mai called out to the room behind him. Hey, has that kid woken up? If he has, come out. Everyone turned their gaze, and soon the door to the room creaked open, revealing a youth with bloodshot eyes. Upon seeing him, Lin Qi exclaimed, Li Yifei? Li Yifei was momentarily stunned, rubbing his eyes to confirm it was indeed Lin Qi sitting at the conference table. Lin Qi? What are you doing here? Did you see that monster too? No. He is one of us, Wu Xiangnan interjected, shaking his head. A temporary team member, Chen Mai corrected. Li Yifei gaped at Lin Qi, and after a moment, he finally reacted, What the hell? They said you joined the army, but you've actually come here. Lin Qi shrugged. Some unexpected events transpired. We can discuss your matters later. Let's focus on the case for now, Chen Mai reminded. He then seemed to recall something and added, This is an exception. Our usual procedural protocol is not like this. Everyone nodded, but Lin Qi understood well that Chen Mai's words were meant for his ears. Go on, he urged. Li Yifei recounted his experiences from the previous day in detail, and with each word he spoke, the brows of the team members furrowed deeper. After Li Yifei finished speaking, Wu Xiangnan nodded. If this young man speaks the truth, then there is a 95% likelihood that this matter is entangled with the mysterious. He turned to Li Yifei and asked, You should be aware of the consequences if you report false information, correct? Very well. Chen Mai then directed his attention to Wu Xiangnan. Please share your perspective. Based on the information we have gathered thus far, this mythical creature possesses formidable camouflage abilities, allowing it to transform into others while engaging in normal communication without revealing its true nature. Beside them, when Qi sighed, camouflage, what a troublesome entity. Furthermore, it is suspected that it has the capacity to assimilate any creature it consumes, which is what we truly need to be wary of, Wu Xiangnan continued. Like the zombies in movies? An endless cycle of infection? Hong Ying inquired. Although the means of infection may differ, the effects are indeed quite similar. Should we simply storm into the school and eliminate Lu Xiaoyan? Hong Ying's eyes brightened at the thought. Not so simple, Lin Qi interjected from the other end. Since it can infect others, we cannot ascertain whether Lu Xiaoyan is its original form. She may also be a victim of infection. Qi's assertion was indeed astute. Wu Xiangnan nodded, acknowledging that the greatest challenge of this enigmatic incident lies in our ignorance of the source of this peculiar mode of infection. It is akin to our pursuit of zombies. Without locating the progenitor, slaying all the other lesser zombies would bear no fruit. Furthermore, We are left in the dark regarding how long this mythical creature has existed and how many individuals it has infected. When Qima added that Lu Xiaoyan might be its first victim, or perhaps she is merely one of many, we must prepare for both favorable and unfavorable outcomes. The worst-case scenario? Hong Ying inquired, perplexed. That would mean the entirety of Erzhong has transformed into a school of monsters. Wu Xiangnan spoke slowly, his eyes filled with gravity, suggesting that the reach of this creature-s infection extends beyond the school, pervading other areas of Cangnan City. Upon hearing this, Li Yifei suddenly shuddered. What do you mean by that? Have you ever considered? Wu Xiangnan rose deliberately, locking eyes with Li Yifei, and calmly stated, the very institution you inhabit, apart from yourself, every other teacher and student, could potentially be transformed into monsters? No, even you, standing here at this moment, might unknowingly be a part of this mystery? Li Yifei's pupils dilated in shock, an icy sensation coursing from his soles to his mind, leaving him in a state of utter blankness. Enough, Xiangnan, do not frighten him further. When Qiemo rose with a smile, stating that if such were the case, the Raven of Calamity would have already called out. Its silence indicates that the situation has not yet reached a perilous threshold. What is the Raven of Calamity? Lin Qi inquired, gazing quizzically at Hong Ying. It is a crow, as well as an object imbued with the power of the forbidden abyss, Hong Ying patiently elucidated. When a great disaster is imminent in Cangnan City, it will emit a shrill cry as a warning, serving as a sort of detector. Oh. Lin Qi nodded in comprehension. In any case, since the mystery has manifested, we must investigate thoroughly. If we allow this creature to continue its unchecked development, we may be drawing closer to the future that Xiangnan has described. Chen Muyi spoke slowly. Xiangnan, do you have any plans? Wu Xiangnan sat down, adjusting her glasses with a serious demeanor, and replied, I believe our immediate priority is to identify the whereabouts of the mythological entity, as well as ascertain how many individuals it has infected. Therefore, I propose that we divide into two groups for our operation. One group will center around the second high school and spread outward, searching for any traces of additional infected individuals. The other group will infiltrate the second high school to trace the source and locate the entity as quickly as possible. Chen Muyi nodded, his gaze sweeping across the group. Since we are to infiltrate the second high school, we must not arouse its suspicion. We must maintain the guise of high school students. Hong Ying, Xiaonan, and Qi Yi, the task of entering the second high school and discovering the entity's location is entrusted to you. Chapter 45. Infiltration Captain. Qi Yi is merely a temporary member. He should not partake in the mysterious purging operation before his formal induction. Wu Xiangnan furrowed his brow slightly. Chen Mai shook his head, noting that, based on the current intelligence, this mythical creature excels in camouflage, stealth, and infection, with its own level not particularly high. Qi Yi is trained for half a month, significantly enhancing his strength. This presents an excellent opportunity for him to hone his skills. Furthermore, he was a student at No. 2 High School and is most familiar with it. Being a classmate of Lu Xiaoyan makes his approach to her quite natural. At this point, Chen Mai turned his gaze to Lin Qi and continued, of course, as a temporary member, I will not force you. If you are unwilling to go, you may remain here. I will go, Lin Qi replied without a moment's hesitation. Chen Mai was correct. After over half a month of training, his combat prowess had increased considerably, and he was eager for an opportunity to put his learning into practice. In this perilous era, survival necessitated an early familiarity with danger itself. Although Lin Qi preferred to maintain a low profile, he would not forfeit any opportunity to challenge himself. Then let us commence our operation, Chen Mai declared, rising to his feet and then turning to Li Yifei. You will accompany Qi Yi and the others. Li Yifei was taken aback. But I am just an ordinary person. What if? They will ensure your safety, Chen Mai replied, his tone unwavering. You have seen the mythical creature. You are among those who know it best here, and you must go. Upon hearing Chen Mai's almost commanding tone, Li Yifei grimaced and nodded in reluctant agreement. If this operation proceeds smoothly, I shall grant you an opportunity to join the Night Watchers. Chen Mai remarked as he ambled towards the door. Instantly, Li Yifei's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Just as Lin Qi was about to depart, Long Xian, who had been lurking in the shadows, suddenly called out to him. Lin Qi, Long Xian approached him, producing a sleek black pistol from behind his waist and extending it towards Lin Qi. This is. Take it. The magazine is fully loaded, Lang Xian stated matter-of-factly. But my marksmanship, what if I accidentally harm someone? Lin Qi's expression soured at the thought. Long Xian regarded him with a knowing glance before turning away. The significance of a firearm extends beyond mere slaughter. Lin Qi stood in a daze for a brief moment before ultimately stowing the pistol in his pocket and striding towards the exit. 20 minutes later, 3 figures, each burdened with different boxes, stood at the entrance of the second high school, their faces etched with dismay. "Qi, why is your school uniform so hideous?" Hong Ying remarked, glancing disdainfully at the red and white high school outfit. "The girls' uniforms are quite decent," Lin Qi countered, gesturing to his blue and white attire. "The boys' is truly ghastly. Besides, the appeal of a uniform is subjective. In your case, it's already quite commendable." Beneath the sun, Hong Ying donned a white short-sleeve shirt, layered over a red and white school uniform, its zipper slightly ajar, swaying gently in the breeze. Her high ponytail was secured tightly, and she carried a long black box on her back, exuding an aura of youth and vitality. In stark contrast, Si Xiaonan presented a different image. She was clad in a cartoon-themed long-sleeve top, her school uniform wrapped around her waist like a skirt. Her lustrous black hair was fashioned into 2 large buns, giving her the appearance of a shy, innocent young girl. With a playful smile, Hong Ying winked at Lin Qi, exclaiming, "Qi, I never expected you to be so articulate." Lin Qi replied, "Moreover, with these items in tow, we are bound to be stopped for inquiries." Si Xiaonan gazed at the black box in her hands, responding softly, "Isn't that simple?" Hong Ying said, her lips curling into a slight smile as she straightened her posture and pointed at a nearby wall, towering over 2 meters. "We can just climb over." Lin Qi pondered for a moment, then glanced at Si Xiaonan, who barely reached his shoulder, appearing delicate and fragile. "I have no issues, but Xiaonan might find it challenging." Si Xiaonan, rolling her eyes in silence, swiftly darted to the wall, her toes lightly tapping against its surface. In an instant, she ascended like a graceful butterfly, clutching the black box in one hand, spinning gracefully before landing silently on the other side of the wall. "Lin Qi," Hong Ying covered her mouth with a light laugh. "Qi, although Xiaonan is a gentle girl, she has already been a night watcher for 2 years, so do not underestimate her." After saying this, Hong Ying swiftly dashed toward the wall, gracefully leaping against it like a startled swan, effortlessly vaulting over the barrier with poise and elegance. Lin Qi approached the base of the wall, the dazzling display of their recent wall-climbing performance flashing through his mind, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch slightly. It was rather embarrassing. He took a deep breath, first tossing the black box over, then springing upwards, his hands pressing against the ledge, easily clearing the wall. Although it appeared commendable, comparisons can be daunting. Standing beside the illustrious Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan, Lin Qi felt a sudden wave of self-consciousness. Well, it wasn't too bad. Perhaps it even looked somewhat impressive. Hong Ying returned Lin Qi's black box to him, encouraging him with a smile. "All right, for any matters, we will communicate through the earpiece." She pointed to the invisible earpiece in her ear before turning to leave with Si Xiaonan. Where is the office building? Also, where can I find the director's office?" Lin Qi helplessly pointed toward the distant tall building, room 403. So, as we say, odd changes do not affect the even, and symbols depend on their quadrants. This mnemonic is essential to remember. Now let us look at the next question. On the podium, a middle-aged man with glasses was animatedly explaining while holding the lecture notes. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room. Tap, tap, tap. Everyone turned to gaze at the door, where Lin Qi, who had not been seen for over 10 days, stood quietly at the entrance, holding the black box and slightly bowing. Reporting, Lin Qi, the mathematics teacher, somewhat taken aback, inquired, "Why have you only just arrived? Where have you been these past few days?" "My eyes have encountered some issues again. I was hospitalized for 2 weeks." "I see. Please, come in and take a seat." The mathematics teacher adjusted his glasses, exhibiting considerable tolerance towards Lin Qi, a previously disabled and unique student, ensuring he would not be unduly challenged. Lin Qi's mental energy swept across the surroundings, and he frowned slightly. "Classmates, let us resume our lesson." The mathematics teacher rapped on the blackboard, redirecting the attention of others as he continued his lecture. Lin Qi subtly brushed his earphone, and a voice belonging to Chun Mai resonated within. "Lin Qi, how are things?" "I have entered the classroom," Lin Qi murmured. "Can your forbidden ruins discern them?" "Yes." "What is their number?" Lin Qi's brow furrowed with a note of gravity in his voice. "It's not looking good." Chapter 46. The Campus Killing Intent. The debut of a new book ignites the first flame. 5 updates today. Long before their departure, Chen Mai and the others had specifically advised Lin Qi to be vigilant in utilizing his abilities. since the infected humans, under the guise of normalcy, could not be identified by mere appearance. Alternative methods of discernment were necessary, as the only one among them possessing the mental acuity to perceive the forbidden ruins. Lin Qi was undoubtedly of paramount importance. As Lin Qi had surmised, his seraph's eye could indeed identify those who had been infected. At this moment, within the realm of his mental perception, Lu Xiaoyan resembled a grotesque creature donning a human facade, deftly manipulating the shell as she engaged in hushed whispers with her deskmate. In this classroom, apart from Lu Xiaoyan, there was another infected individual. This girl, who was relatively inconspicuous in class, was named Han Ruruo. Presently, she was quietly scribbling something before turning to pass a small note to the boy seated behind her. The boy, Lin Yuan, was someone Lin Qi recognized. Having been somewhat familiar with him, he was the one Lu Yuan had once pushed away while confronting the faceless specter. How many, one might wonder. In the earpiece, Chen Mai's voice resonated once more. In my classroom, there are indeed 2, and when I first arrived, I made a point to sweep through all the classrooms on this floor. Just on this level alone, there are approximately 6. Is there any hope for them? No, Lin Qi asserted with certainty. Their innards have vanished, replaced by grotesque masses of flesh and blood. Even if those entities were to be slain, survival is utterly beyond their reach. The moment they were consumed, they ceased to exist. With 6 victims already accounted for on this floor, one could only speculate how many lives would be lost throughout the entire school. When a single institution witnesses such a multitude of fatalities, its fate is essentially sealed. The societal ramifications stemming from this calamity are far more harrowing. After a prolonged silence, Chen Mai on the other end of the headset finally spoke. I understand. Continue observing, but do not alarm the snake. Received. Lin Qi took out paper and pen, listening intently to the teacher's lecture, behaving like an ordinary student. After the teacher spoke for over 10 minutes, Li Yifei rushed to the door, panting, and knocked. Reporting. Li Yifei, you are late. The teacher's expression was far from amiable, especially towards a seasoned troublemaker like Li Yifei. Teacher, I took sick leave. I have a note. Li Yifei waved the sick note from his book. What have you found out? I know a bit, but it is not comprehensive. Lin Qi glanced out the window. I need an opportunity. A chance to sense the presence of all the faculty and students in the school. Li Yifei was taken aback. Are you suggesting? Lin Qi's eyes narrowed slightly. The office building. 403, 403. 403. I found it. Hong Ying and Si Shaoan arrived at the door of the director's office, halting simultaneously. They exchanged a glance and quickly assumed their positions. Si Shaoan stood at the door with the black box on her back, while Hong Ying concealed herself in the corner, ever ready to spring into action. Clearing her throat, Si Shaoan reached out to knock. Knock, knock, knock. After 3 resonant knocks, they held their breath and waited for several seconds, yet silence reigned from within. Hong Ying furrowed her brows and gave Si Shaoan a knowing look. Si Shaoan knocked a few more times, but still, there was no response. Hong Ying gestured for Shaoan to step back, then approached the door herself, retrieving a thin wire from her pocket and deftly twisting it in the lock. With a soft click, the door slowly creaked open. Behind the door lay an empty office. Hong Ying cautiously entered the room, scanning her surroundings. Only after confirming that no one was present did she let out a sigh of relief. Sister Hong Ying. It seems the occupants have only just departed. The cup is still warm, Si Shaonan remarked as she reached out to touch the mug on the desk. They must have gone to a meeting. If it were just a trip to the restroom, they wouldn't have locked the door. Hong Ying nodded slightly, deciding to conduct a thorough search of the area for any potential clues. Si Shaonan agreed. I'll keep watch for you. She closed the door and sidled over to the window, retrieving a delicate mirror from her pocket to carefully observe the surroundings through its reflection. Meanwhile, Hong Ying swiftly rummaged through the office, searching the desk, drawers, filing cabinets, and even the flower bed. She explored every conceivable location but found nothing of value. Only a heap of useless documents. Suddenly she paused, her senses heightened. Shaonan, do you detect any unusual odor? Hong Ying furrowed her brow in concentration. As her frown deepened, she crouched down, following the faint, unpleasant scent until her gaze fell upon a tile beneath a chair. This tile appeared remarkably clean and bore signs of having been disturbed. With a small knife, she pried at the edge of the tile, lifting it just enough to reveal a foul stench that assaulted her senses. Braving the odor, Hong Ying gently used the tip of her knife to extract the object hidden beneath the tile. It was a complete piece of yellowish-brown soft membrane. As she unfolded it, her pupils dilated in shock. Skin. This is human skin. Hong Ying abruptly lifted her head to gaze at Si Shaonan. Can these infected individuals shed their skin? Xiaonan furrowed her brow, contemplating the implications of such a transformation, just as Hong Ying concealed all traces of her presence. A sudden melody wafted in through the window, startling her. Recognizing the familiar tune, she approached the window and peered down at the throng of students emerging from the corridor. Murmuring, "Is it the flag-raising ceremony? Is the music for the flag-raising ceremony across the entire Xia uniform?" At that moment, Lin Qi and Li Yifei were making their way down the corridor, moving slowly with the bustling crowd of students. Li Yifei cautiously glanced around before leaning in closer to Lin Qi's ear. "Qi, by joining them, does that imply you possess that special ability as well?" "Indeed. Damn, I truly envy you. What is your ability? Can you distinguish between monsters and humans?" "Yes." "Then, please tell me honestly. How many are there in our class?" "2. Lu Xiaoyin and Han Ruorua." Upon hearing these names, Li Yifei appeared to exhale in relief. "Thank goodness. Thank goodness it's not with Shujia. I have harbored a crush on her for years. If she were to transform into a monster, I doubt I would ever find love in this lifetime." Lin Qi inquired, "What about now? How many are beside me?" Li Yifei asked with concern. "The 5th person in front of you, that girl, is also one." Lin Qi was taken aback. "Why?" Li Yifei raised an eyebrow. "Haven't you noticed?" "Oh, right. You only transferred here a few days ago, so you wouldn't know these things." Upon making this observation, Lin Qi was immediately taken aback. Indeed, in his earlier sweep of the floors, he had noticed that the majority of those infected by the entity were female. With Li Yifei's remark, he realized that something was amiss. Could it be that the mythical creature emerged from the girls' dormitory? Lin Qi murmured to himself. He activated his headset, lowering his voice as he spoke. "Hong Ying, where are you?" "Just exiting the administrative building. What's the matter?" Lin Qi conveyed his conjecture, to which Hong Ying promptly responded, "Understood. While you are all attending the flag-raising ceremony, we will proceed to the girls' dormitory." Affirmative. As the march commenced, Lin Qi's class emerged from the corridor, advancing slowly towards the flag-raising platform. The venue for the ceremony was an open space in front of the academic building, a relatively confined area where students from all 3 grades of the high school were packed together, leaving minimal space between them. "Those in the rear, keep up. Hurry. Stop pushing me. Hey, move faster. How fast can I go? The people ahead of me are all congested. What can I do?" "Huh. Where are the people in front of me?" "Who's in front of you?" "Lin Qi. Where did he go?" "I don't know. He was just here." "Strange. Li Yifei is also missing." As several classmates expressed their confusion, Lin Qi and Li Yifei had already discreetly slipped out of the group, swiftly navigating through the tumultuous crowd among various classes. Lin Qi's psychic perception extended only 20 meters to fully encompass the more than 2,000 students. He had to remain in constant motion. "Lin Qi, have you completed your reconnaissance?" Li Yifei struggled to push through the surrounding students, addressing Lin Qi ahead. "Not yet. I still have half to cover. What should we do? Everyone is lining up, and once the music stops, we'll be discovered." At that moment, the ever-repeating march became increasingly faint, making the 2 students weaving through the throng more conspicuous, prompting many to point and whisper about them. Lin Qi furrowed his brow. Li Yifei was right. If they continued to maneuver while everyone else was in formation, they would undoubtedly attract attention. Persisting in their search could lead to being intercepted by a teacher. Yet, if they relinquished their efforts now, the only way to thoroughly ascertain the students and faculty across the 3 grades would be to wait until after school to block the exits. The wait would be too long, and the variables too numerous. They could not afford to delay. Lin Qi's mind raced, and suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he spotted the flag bearers in the distance, an idea sparking within him. He altered his course, deftly parting the crowd, and approached the front of the flag bearer line. "Hello, fellow student." Lin Qi greeted the lead flag bearer politely. The flag bearer paused, surprised. "Hello, but you're off duty." The classmate gazed at him in confusion, questioning, "What are you talking about?" The school leadership had just issued an urgent notification, calling for exemplary student representatives to participate in the flag-raising ceremony, which also required a speech following the event. Thus, a sudden replacement of the flag bearer was necessary. Lin Qi, with utmost seriousness, extended his hand and seized the flagpole from the classmate's grasp. "However, I am Li Yifei, the exemplary student representative of the 2nd year. Please hand over your flag to me. If you have any concerns, you may address them with the leadership after the flag raising." Lin Qi stated impassively as he took the flagpole from the other's hands and positioned himself in the rightful place, his expression solemn. Li Yifei exclaimed, "Lin Qi, what are you trying to do? If you proceed with this, you will face repercussions. No, wait, I will also be penalized. It is I who have misappropriated your title and deceived the flag bearer into surrendering his flag. It has nothing to do with you. Lin Qi replied coolly, moreover. I am no longer a student and am not bound by the school's regulations. I am a sentinel. As the solemn and austere music began to play, the students, teachers, and leaders, everyone present fell silent, their gazes fixed upon the flag held by the flag bearer, awaiting its ascent. Hey, do you find that flag bearer somewhat familiar? One remarked. Indeed, he is quite handsome, reminiscent of Lin Qi. Are you sure it's just a resemblance? I feel like it's actually him. It seems it truly is. The vast majority of people were unfamiliar with Lin Qi. Yet his classmates quickly recognized him and began to whisper among themselves. The leaders on the stage remained blissfully unaware that the flag bearer had changed. Their smiles directed towards the handsome youth, for such trivial matters were beneath their concern. With so many students in the school, how could they possibly know who was to raise the flag that day? However, the teacher responsible for the flag-raising ceremony suddenly changed color upon seeing Lin Qi. An inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over him. Amidst the attentive gaze of the crowd, Lin Qi strode confidently along the path to the flagpole. Just as he was about to step onto the platform, he made a sharp right turn. Without hesitation, he advanced towards another corner of the student formation. The leaders, who had been smiling and prepared to welcome the flag, were left utterly bewildered. Their smiles froze on their faces as they stared in disbelief at Lin Qi, who seemed oblivious to their presence. It took several seconds for them to register what had transpired. In unison, they turned to the teacher overseeing the ceremony. Their eyes filled with questions. The teacher responsible for the flag raising was drenched in cold sweat. Simultaneously, the students realized what was happening. Their astonishment palpable as they watched Lin Qi pass them by. The whispers grew louder. What is going on? Why isn't he going up on stage? I don't know. Is this his first time raising the flag? He looks quite unfamiliar. This is interesting. This whole situation is collapsing. Just look at the expressions on the leaders' faces. Haha, this is hilarious. What on earth is Lin Qi doing? At that moment, the voice of the teacher in charge of the flag-raising ceremony rang out sharply. Silence. Everyone. Be quiet. The student holding the flag, you have taken the wrong path. Lin Qi seemed oblivious, showing no inclination to turn around, and even quickened his pace. His gaze sliced through the faces of all the students before him like a blade, revealing their expressions of surprise, confusion, derision, and schadenfreude. Yet Lin Qi's eyes remained as unfathomable as a deep well. In his perception, they resembled a flock of sheep unwittingly marching towards the jaws of a wolf, unaware of their imminent peril. Among the more than 2,000 teachers and students present, only Lin Qi and Li Yifei were awake to the reality. Perhaps it was true that while all others were intoxicated, he alone remained sober. The teacher in charge glared at Lin Qi, trembling with fury, seemingly eager to question him. Yet this was not the appropriate moment. Lin Qi chose to disregard the teacher's presence entirely. At this juncture, he was indifferent to the teacher's feelings. As the music shifted and the national anthem was sung in unison, the flag ascended slowly. However, beneath the flagpole, a cold sweat trickled down Lin Qi's cheek. He stared blankly at the leaders surrounding him, then cast his gaze downward at the sea of students, his heart plummeting into an abyss. Captain, you had better prepare yourself mentally, he murmured to himself. Chapter 48, The Girls' Dormitory. You. Which class are you from? Where is the original flag bearer? As the flag-raising ceremony concluded, the teacher in charge stormed up to Lin Qi, questioning him with fierce intensity. At this moment, Lin Qi had no time to attend to him and simply sidestepped, striding into the distance. The supervising teacher's eyes widened. After years of teaching, he had never encountered such an outrageous student. Stop right there. I am speaking to you. What kind of attitude is this? Do you believe I won't take you straight to the principal's office and report you to the entire school? He seized Lin Qi's shoulder and bellowed. Ahead, Lin Qi paused, slowly turning his head. In his eyes, two golden flames ignited in an instant. At that moment, an unprecedented pressure enveloped the supervising teacher's heart. Under the gaze of those eyes, he felt as if he were staring into the cosmos, rendered insignificant like a mere grain of sand amidst the vast, unfathomable darkness and uncertainty. It was an oppressive sensation that transcended the very essence of life itself. In but a fleeting moment, the teacher's back was drenched in cold sweat, and he felt utterly drained. The flames in Lin Qi's eyes flickered and vanished, as if they had never existed. What happened just now was my fault. You may report me to the whole school or even file a complaint at the office, Lin Qi calmly addressed the panting teacher. However, you must wait until I have completed my work. With that, Lin Qi turned and, amidst the teacher's horrified gaze, dashed away. Captain Qi, report your status. I have surveyed the entire school community. The situation is dire. I fear that resolving this matter quietly will prove to be an insurmountable challenge. In the 3 grades, the number of infected individuals among the first and third years is relatively low, totaling no more than 10. However, the situation in the second year is dire, with 36 confirmed cases, and in one class, nearly half of the students are infected. This figure accounts for students alone. Among the teachers and administrators, there are nearly 20 infected individuals as well. Thus, I can surmise that within the entirety of our institution, at least 60 faculty and students have been transformed into monsters. A profound silence enveloped the communication device. Captain, over 60 infected individuals. Even if each one is merely a Zhan entity, that signifies the presence of more than 60 Zhan monsters within this high school. Should we uncover the true form of this mythical creature, these over 60 Zhan infected individuals will undoubtedly enter a frenzied state, launching indiscriminate attacks on the surrounding faculty and students. Moreover, their numbers are overwhelming. If even one escapes the school, it would spell disaster for the entire Songnan city. Lin Qi articulated his deductions with calm precision. Qi, it's not a matter of if a stray escapes the school. A series of chopping sounds echoed from the device as Chinmai slowly interjected. They're already infiltrating the outside. At this moment, several kilometers away from the second high school, in a rented apartment, Chinmai wielded a blade, stepping over the remnants of blood and flesh scattered across the floor. Accompanied by the gray-faced Wu Xiangnan, we have investigated Lu Xiaoyan and the person you mentioned, Han Ruoruo, as well as the home of the head of the teaching department, and found that their families have also been infected. We have just managed to eradicate them. The situation is far more severe than we had anticipated. We must individually visit the homes of those infected as swiftly as possible to halt the spread of the contagion. Therefore, we are unable to provide you with immediate support. However, given the formidable nature of these mythological beings, their inherent combat prowess is likely to be limited. I am confident that the 3 of you can eliminate the threat. That said, the school is bound to descend into chaos, potentially revealing our presence alongside these mythological entities. There is no need for concern. We possess a forbidden artifact known as Whispers of Dreams, which can create illusions within a certain radius, erasing fragments of memory. Moreover, I will appoint Lin Qi as the temporary guardian, establishing a no-watch zone around the second high school, prohibiting any entry or exit. For the time being, the second high school will become an isolated island, detached from the world. Chinmai approached the window, his gaze fixed on the direction where Lin Qi and the others were situated, and spoke calmly. Our adversary this time is quite challenging. Do not hold back or conceal your strength. It is imperative to locate its true form and eliminate it in the shortest time possible, while ensuring the safety of the students and faculty. We cannot afford any more casualties. This time, you are free to unleash your full potential. On the other end of the earpiece, Lin Qi remained silent for a moment before nodding solemnly. I understand. He then disconnected the earpiece, standing beside Chinmai. Wu Xiangnan furrowed her brow and remarked, isn't this too daunting for him, facing such a significant incident on his first mission? Xiangnan, this child is different from you and me. Chinmai shook his head slightly. He possesses potential, temperament, and resilience. All we need to do is provide him with a clear path and a broad stage, and he will ascend to great heights on his own. In the girls' dormitory of the second high school, Hong Ying stealthily peeked her head out from the window, glancing inside before waving to the person behind her. Quickly, the dormitory supervisor is not here. Si Xiaonan dashed in from outside, nimbly leaping over the entrance barrier and slipping behind the duty room. Hong Ying followed suit. And after evading the duty room, they sprinted up the stairs, their strides swift and confident. In the blink of an eye, they reached the 5th floor. Hong Ying cautiously pressed against the wall, surveying the dimly lit floor. Which room did Lin Qi say those girls' dormitories were in? She whispered, turning to ask. Hong Ying's gaze fell upon the dormitory on the north side, and she silently made her way toward it. Si Xiaonan clutched her hem tightly, fear flickering in her eyes. Hong Ying, please slow down. As they drew closer to the dormitory door, Hong Ying deftly inserted a thin needle into the lock, and the door creaked open. Just as Hong Ying had anticipated, the dormitory was empty. The two entered and began to search swiftly. Wow, this school's dormitory is quite nice. The balcony is rather spacious, Hong Ying remarked as she stepped out onto the balcony. Suddenly, her eyes widened and her pupils constricted. There, hanging on the drying rack, amidst a collection of soft pink garments, fluttered 4 thin sheets of human skin, swaying gently in the breeze. Chapter 49. the emergence of the long spear sister Hong Ying. Si Xiaonan also witnessed this scene, her complexion pale. Hong Ying furrowed her brow and moved through several human skins, stepping to the edge of the balcony to gaze outward. This dormitory building was the most peripheral structure of the entire school. Across the balcony lay an expanse of undeveloped land, devoid of any other buildings. It was no wonder they dared to brazenly hang human skins out in the open. But what if others came to visit? Contemplating this, Hong Ying's gaze sharpened, and she briskly exited the dormitory, opening the door to the adjacent room. On that balcony, similarly, for human skins fluttered in the wind. Next door, and then another. Hong Ying diligently searched several nearby dormitories, discovering that the majority of balconies bore human skins. Some displayed one, others two, and some even four. This indicated that a significant number of students on this floor had already been transformed into monsters. Sister Hong Ying, this is indeed troublesome. Si Xiaonan murmured from outside the door. It was certainly a predicament. Hong Ying sighed deeply, then shifted the conversation, however. This also suggests that the monster's ability to infect others must have certain limitations. Why? If it were capable of infinite infection, I would estimate that within just 2 nights, it could silently infect everyone on this floor. Yet, that is not the case. We do not know how long it has been operating in the shadows, but we can ascertain that it has been at least more than 2 days. The fact that it has only managed to infect 4 or 5 dormitories during this time implies that there must be a cap on the number of individuals it can infect. It is indeed possible, yet there exists another possibility. The infection may have a cool-down period, allowing a single entity to infect only one person within a day. Si Xiaonan's eyes gradually sparkled with realization. Indeed, if it possessed an infinite capacity for infection, the entire school would have long been doomed. Thus, we can infer many things. Hong Ying continued along this line of thought, stating that, according to the intelligence provided by Qi, the proportion of boarders among the infected far exceeds that of day students. This is primarily because day students do not reside at the school and tend to congregate in groups during their time there, making it exceedingly difficult for the creature to stealthily infect them. Furthermore, among the infected, the ratio of females is significantly higher than that of males. This is not only due to the fact that females are relatively easier targets and more prone to isolation, but also because Hong Ying's eyes narrowed slightly as she turned to gaze down the dim, narrow corridor. The true form of that mythical creature lies here. Si Xiaonan gasped in astonishment. Sister Hong Ying, how come you suddenly seem so astute? Hong Ying raised an eyebrow. Do you truly perceive me as so foolish? Well, yes, generally quite dull, the type who only thinks during critical moments. Hong Ying, exasperated, gazed upward at the ceiling. After a moment, she removed her earpiece. All right, I confess. What I just said was relayed to me by Qi Si Xiaonan. He is rather clever, she pouted. Hong Ying sighed, though I am reluctant to admit it. He does appear to be slightly more intelligent than I. The voice of Lin Qi resonated softly through the earpiece. Are you certain it is 1 o'clock? Silence. Before I forget, I must remind you all. Lin Qi's tone grew grave. I just witnessed a large group of girls heading towards the dormitory. Hong Ying furrowed her brow. Are they infected? The distance was too great for me to sense anything. You must exercise caution. Understood. Hong Ying donned her earpiece and exchanged a knowing glance with Si Xiaonan, and the two swiftly made their way towards the corridor. At that moment, several girls approached, chatting and laughing as they ascended the stairs. Hong Ying's expression tightened, and she halted, pulling Si Xiaonan to a stop, her eyes filled with vigilance as she regarded them. The girls, taken aback by the sight of 2 unfamiliar figures in the corridor, exchanged curious glances and began to whisper among themselves. Who are they? I don't recognize them. Perhaps they're from another class? Aren't there only our classes on this floor? I've never seen them before. Maybe they're here looking for someone? True, I will inquire. One girl with long hair stepped forward and politely asked, Hello, are you here to find someone? A smile appeared on Hong Ying's face. Yes. I'm looking for Wang Nan from class 6, but I seem to have forgotten which dormitory she resides in. Wang Nan? The girl with long hair tilted her head. There is no one by that name in class 6. Are you sure you have the right person? Isn't this the senior class dormitory? No, this is the sophomore dormitory. The seniors are on the 1st floor. No matter, the long-haired girl replied with a polite smile. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan maneuvered around a girl with long hair, making their way directly towards the corridor. The cluster of girls, upon their approach, courteously parted to grant them passage. That girl was truly stunning. As they brushed past, Hong Ying overheard the whispers of admiration from the surrounding girls, their eyes brimming with envy. Indeed, her features were exquisitely refined, and her complexion flawless, it was hard not to feel envious. The shorter girl behind was equally charming, possessing an adorable allure that made one want to devour her whole. In that fleeting moment as Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan passed by the other girls, a ravenous glimmer ignited in their eyes, their heads unfurling like blossoming buds, revealing gory red flesh and a menacing array of teeth. The corridor of the dormitory was already narrow, and with these girls occupying most of the space, there was hardly room left for Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan to maneuver, so little that evasion seemed impossible. Yet, at that precise moment, a subtle smile graced Hong Ying's lips, and a surge of crimson light erupted around her. Boom! The rose-hued flames radiated from her and Si Xiaonan, sweeping outwards in a terrifying wave of force that sent the monstrous figures in the corridor flying. Crack! 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 The flames roiled, the searing heat causing the emergency lights flanking the corridor to shatter, plunging the entire passageway into darkness. Only the flickering flames burned alone when a young girl, bearing a long box upon her back, ascended the staircase with measured grace. The fire cast a glow upon her visage as she gently tapped the long box behind her, eliciting a soft resonance from within. In an instant, a long spear sprang forth from the side of the box, landing firmly in her grasp. With a deft flourish, she wielded the spear, creating a blossoming display of weaponry, unhurriedly traversing the rose-hued flames, defiantly gazing at the terrified monsters ahead. "Humph, I knew you were no good," she declared, resting the spear upon her shoulder and tapping her headset. "Let us see who dares to call me foolish again." Chapter 50. Not completely rescued Si Xiaonan, still recovering from her shock, approached Hong Ying with a hand on her chest, her expression betraying her unease. "They look quite fearsome. Indeed, they are somewhat intimidating." Hong Ying conceded with a nod. "However, their strength appears lacking." With that, she propelled herself off the ground, her form soaring like an arrow released from its bow. The tip of her spear ignited with a rosy flame, trailing a fiery streak through the air. Hissing sounds emanated from the few monsters in the corridor as they witnessed Hong Ying's advance. The grotesque head of one creature gaped wide, revealing a terrifying maw, intent on devouring her whole. Hong Ying narrowed her eyes slightly, her momentum unwavering as she charged directly toward the gaping maw. Just as the monster's jaws were about to engulf her, a fierce burst of crimson light erupted from the spear's tip, igniting the dark corridor in a blaze of rose-colored flames. In the next moment, a colossal fireball erupted. The tip of the spear effortlessly sliced through the monster's body, while the flickering flames consumed the mangled flesh in their breath. Hong Ying stood firm, casually resting the long spear on her shoulder, its fiery tip still dancing. With a light chuckle, she regarded the few dazed monsters before her and provocatively wiggled her fingers, taunting, "You lot together don't even measure up to me." Si Xiaonan clapped excitedly from the side, exclaiming, "Sister Hong Ying, you are so impressive." The monsters let out a thunderous roar, fixating their gaze fiercely upon Hong Ying. In the next moment, an increasing number of figures emerged from the corridors on either side. Some donned school uniforms, others wore casual clothes, some carried water basins, while others held books. Their long, dark hair flowed down, and pairs of eyes scrutinized the central figure of Hong Ying, silently observing her. Tick, tock. The sound of water dripping from a distant restroom echoed, accompanied by faint rustling from the ceiling above. The entire corridor was enveloped in an eerie silence. The number of girls lining the corridor grew, standing in perfect unison like a silent battalion. This scene sent shivers down the spine. Si Xiaonan quietly crept behind Hong Ying, drawing a dagger from the black box in her hand, gripping it tightly. 16, 17, 18. Hong Ying meticulously counted the numbers, murmuring to herself, 18, this number poses a bit of trouble, but just a bit. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Lu Yuan held a bottle of AD calcium milk, extending it to Han Ruo raw at the front desk, his cheeks slightly flushed. "Thank you, Lu Yuan. You are so kind to me." Upon beholding Han Ruo's radiant smile, Lu Yuan was instantly enveloped in a sensation akin to ethereal bliss. He promptly patted his chest, assuring her, "Rest assured, whoa, whatever you wish to drink in the future, do not hesitate to tell me. I shall procure it for you." "All right," Han Ruo nodded, pausing for a moment before leaning closer to Lu Yuan's ear, her voice soft and melodious. "Lu Yuan, after school. Could you wait for me in the garage?" Lu Yuan seemed to grasp something profound, his heart racing uncontrollably. I have something I wish to say to you." Han Ruo's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she cast a charming glance in his direction, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Lu Yuan, brimming with excitement, nodded fervently. "Yes, I shall certainly wait for you this evening after school." At that moment, Han Ruorio appeared startled, as if sensing something, and abruptly stood up. What is it, Ruorio? Where are you going? Lu Yuan inquired, perplexed. Just then, a young man approached her table, obstructing her path. Lin Qi? Lu Yuan's brow furrowed slightly upon recognizing the newcomer. Han Ruorio's fleeting irritation vanished, quickly replaced by an innocent and cheerful smile. Lin Qi, do you need something? Disregarding Lu Yuan's gaze entirely, Lin Qi pondered for a moment before solemnly declaring, in truth, I have harbored feelings for you for quite some time. Han Ruo was momentarily taken aback. Lu Yuan nearly choked on his blood, resolutely standing up and fixing his gaze on Lin Qi. Lin Qi, you mustn't act this way. Han Ruo already has someone she likes. You cannot persist. Sob. Sob, sob. Han Ruo paused for a moment, seemingly contemplating the situation, and suddenly 2 blushes appeared on her cheeks. Well, so. Lin Qi naturally uttered the next words, then let her be my girlfriend. Roar, roar, roar. Lin Qi's voice was not loud, yet the impact of his declaration was evidently profound. The entire class erupted in a cacophony of excitement. Wow. Who would have thought Lin Qi actually likes a girl like Han Ruo? I never saw that coming. Upon closer inspection, one could indeed see that Han Ruo was quite attractive. However, it was clear that Lin Qi was even more handsome. Wow. So domineering. I absolutely adore this. Alas, alas. Just look at Lu Yuan's expression. It's utterly priceless. I concur. They should be together. 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 Amidst the clamor, Han Ruo lowered her head, seemingly studying her shoelaces. Her face flushed to the roots of her ears. Well, okay then. Beside her, Lu Yuan stared at her in disbelief, as though struck by a bolt from the blue. His world had collapsed. Lin Qi nodded expressionlessly. Since that's the case, see you in the garage tonight. All right. Lin Qi released his grip from Lu Yuan's mouth, leaving the latter seated like a statue, staring blankly at the blushing Han Ruo, utterly motionless. Lin Qi cast him a fleeting glance and silently walked away. Witnessing the entire episode, Li Yifei approached Lin Qi and whispered, Qi, why did you choose to save him? He had previously pushed you away. I truly did not wish to save him. Had I been my former self, I would have certainly refrained from meddling in such affairs. Lin Qi patted his shoulder. However, considering my current duties, I find myself compelled to act. I did save him, albeit not entirely. Li Yifei paused in confusion, pondering the implication. Lin Qi turned to regard the dazed Lu Yuan, his words laden with significance. Do you believe that, given his character, he would abandon his pursuit of Han Ruo? Li Yifei's eyes widened. Are you suggesting he remains undeterred? Out of my obligation as a guardian, I rescued him once, Lin Qi replied calmly. Yet, should he insist on courting danger, that ceases to be my concern. At that juncture, I might even find myself applauding from the sidelines. Chapter 51. I understand you. Debut, Day 2. For updates today, everyone, charge forth. Li Yifei smacked his lips. When it comes to ruthlessness, you take the crown. Just as Lin Qi was about to respond, a voice crackled through his earpiece, causing his expression to shift slightly. What happened? There's been an incident over at Hongyang. Without hesitation, Lin Qi grasped the black box and dashed toward the classroom exit. Hey, there's only a minute until class begins. Li Yifei instinctively reminded himself, only to realize that those days of comfortably attending classes in the classroom were long gone. He hurriedly followed Lin Qi outside, and just as he reached the door, he collided head-on with the English teacher. Li Yifei, class is about to start. Where are you rushing off to? The English teacher glared at him, speaking tersely. Times have changed, teacher. The English teacher responded with a puzzled expression. Li Yifei sprinted with the speed of a 100-meter dash, trailing behind Lin Qi until they reached the girls' dormitory. A large crowd had already gathered below. Did you hear that? It sounded like an explosion from inside. I heard it. It seems like something was screaming. It's terrifying. Has anyone called the police? Someone is on the phone. The fire truck should arrive soon. Let us secure the scene first. Huh. Why is there no signal? I have none either. How strange. Outside now. 2 High School. Lang Xian sat in a hidden corner, lowering a signboard. He lightly traced the edge of a blade across his fingertip, causing a few drops of blood to ooze from the wound. With an expressionless face, he extended his hand and drew a long mark on the surface of the signboard. He pressed his hands together forcefully and pushed downwards. Forbidden domain, no. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 10 seconds passed, yet the signboard remained completely still. The corners of Lang Xian's mouth twitched slightly. After a moment's contemplation, he wondered if the blood was insufficient. Thus, he drew the knife again, slicing his left hand to draw a line on the signboard. Forbidden domain, no. Still, there was no response. Cold Xian, feeling somewhat impatient, tapped the surface of the notice board, akin to striking an old television with poor connectivity. After a couple of taps, the board quivered slightly, and an invisible canvas unfurled from its center, connecting with two other notice boards, enveloping the entirety of Second High School beneath its expanse. This time, it worked. Satisfied, Cold Xian stood up, raised his gaze towards the distance, and was suddenly taken aback. Why does the color of the boundless domain appear different this time? Well, look. Why has the sky turned green? Is this real? How fascinating. Quick, capture this moment. Which unfortunate soul has been unjustly adorned with such a grand metaphorical hat? What could provoke such an extraordinary phenomenon? The suddenly altered sky captivated everyone's attention, even drawing the students and teachers out of their classrooms, pointing and gesturing at the celestial spectacle. 7 Knights, what is going on? Li Yifei inquired. Gazing at the verdant sky, feeling an odd sensation in his heart, Lin Qi furrowed his brow, uncertain, but speculated it might be linked to the boundless domain. However, that was of little consequence. His gaze fell upon the girls' dormitory, which was densely surrounded by a crowd, and his brow slightly knitted in concern. They have barricaded the girls' dormitory. Given the multitude of eyes upon us, it would be rather inappropriate for me to enter. You must create a diversion to draw their attention away. A diversion? Li Yifei was taken aback. What sort of diversion? Anything will suffice, whether you feign a heart attack or perform a striptease, as long as it diverts their attention. I cannot do this either, Li Yifei exclaimed. Lin Qi turned around, gazing earnestly into Li Yifei's eyes. Since you intend to join the night watch after this incident, you must be prepared to sacrifice everything for it, including your virtue. Wait a moment. Why must joining the night watch entail sacrificing my virtue? Li Yifei felt a headache coming on. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of someone in the crowd. After a moment of contemplation, he steeled his resolve. All right, you go ahead. I will draw their attention. Lin Qi nodded and made her way through the crowd toward the perimeter of the cordoned-off area, giving Li Yifei a subtle signal. Taking a deep breath, Li Yifei shouted into the throng. Wu Shujie. His powerful voice instantly subdued the noisy crowd, and everyone turned in astonishment to look at the boy who had suddenly appeared beneath the girls' dormitory. Lin Qi's lips twitched slightly at the side. Surely, he wasn't planning to Wu Shujie. Li Yifei called out again. I like you. Upon hearing those 4 words, the crowd erupted into a chorus of excitement. High school students exhibit an unusual fascination with everything beyond their studies, such as a sudden fire or someone declaring their feelings in public. Clearly, the latter held a far greater allure for them than the former. The flames of gossip ignited within their hearts, and they directed their eager gazes toward Wu Shujie and the crowd, even taking a few steps back to create a space for her. Lin Qi seized the opportunity, swiftly crossing the boundary and entering the girls' dormitory. Wu Shujie lowered her head, unable to meet Li Yifei's gaze. After a moment of silence, she spoke softly. I'm sorry. I have someone I like. Upon hearing these words, Li Yifei's mind went blank, and in a daze, he seemed to suddenly grasp the feelings that Wang Xiao had just experienced. Who do you like? Wu Shujie's face flushed with shyness as she replied. I like Lin Qi. At the mention of Lin Qi's name, Li Yifei's expression shifted dramatically. Instinctively, he glanced toward the entrance of the girls' dormitory, only to find that Lin Qi had vanished. He remained silent for a long while, slowly lifting his gaze to the verdant skies above. His eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Lu Yuan, don't cry, I understand you. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted as the whirling tip of a spear ignited a dazzling display of fiery silk, resembling a long crimson tassel adorning the weapon's head. With bursts of rose-colored sparks illuminating the dark corridor, the figure of Hong Ying darted swiftly among the monsters, her spear sweeping through the air, and in an instant, a monster's head was sent soaring, consumed by flames. The remaining few monsters appeared to waver in fear, instinctively retreating a few steps. Before them, Hong Ying wielded her fiery spear, her long hair flowing gracefully as she approached with measured steps. Chapter 52. The Serpent Demon. The rose-colored flames illuminated the entire corridor as if it were daylight. Hong Ying, holding her spear, crouched slightly, her eyes fixed on the 4 monsters ahead, as a wave of heat radiated outward from her, centered upon her fierce presence. Suddenly, her figure transformed into a blazing inferno, shooting forth with astonishing speed. The rose-hued embers dissolved rapidly in the air, trailing a vivid scarlet afterimage. Her velocity was so extraordinary that it defied the naked eye. In an instant, she materialized before the monstrous foes. The spear quivered lightly, and countless fiery spear shadows blossomed like buds, piercing the four unsuspecting creatures into a veritable sieve. The rose-colored flames ignited, consuming the shrieking beasts entirely. Flecks of residual fire descended from above, reminiscent of wilting cherry blossoms, blanketing the entire corridor. Hong Ying sheathed her spear behind her back, lightly snapping her fingers, causing the flames in the corridor to extinguish abruptly, plunging it once more into darkness. "Xiaonan, are you all right?" "I'm fine. I even managed to slay one," replied Si Xiaonan, glancing at the mangled creature on the ground with a cheeky grin. "You did wonderfully, Xiaonan." Hong Ying approached and affectionately ruffled her hair, smiling. "Not a patch on you, Sister Hong Ying. Once your rosefire feather garb is unleashed, even dozens of monsters wouldn't stand a chance. You certainly know how to flatter." Just then, hurried footsteps echoed through the corridor. Hong Ying furrowed her brow, gripping her spear, and cast a wary glance. Upon recognizing the newcomer, she relaxed slightly and withdrew her hand from the weapon. Due to the darkness of the corridor, the dormitory's supervisor appeared oblivious to the spear she bore, hastily waving at them. "Which class are you students from? Are you not afraid for your lives? Quickly, follow me outside. The fire truck is on its way." Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan exchanged glances, swiftly sheathing their weapons into the black box, and hurried towards the corridor. As they approached the dormitory supervisor, she seemed poised to utter something suddenly. A deafening gunshot resonated, a bullet piercing through the gap of the handrail, striking the supervisor in the waist. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan's pupils dilated in shock, instinctively retreating from her. The force of the impact propelled the supervisor against the wall, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at the boy ascending the stairs below. In the next moment, her head erupted, transforming into a grotesque, bloodthirsty creature, unleashing a terrifying roar. How could it have been aimed at her head, yet struck her waist? At the corner of the corridor, Lin Qi held his gun, murmuring to himself as he pointed the barrel at the creature's gaping maw, expressionless as he pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 3 bullets punctured the monster's mouth, its body convulsing violently before it succumbed to lifelessness, tumbling down the staircase. "Qi?" Hong Ying exclaimed in astonishment. "I heard you were embroiled in a fierce battle, so I rushed over." Lin Qi holstered his pistol, stepping over the bloodied remains as he ascended the stairs, surveying the surroundings. Where's the creature?" "It's dealt with," Hong Ying replied, hands on her hips, a smile adorning her face, exuding an air of triumph as if seeking praise for her strength. "Have you found its core?" Hong Ying's expression fell instantly. Her face clouded with disappointment as she shook her head. "No." Lin Qi meticulously roamed the floor, pondering. Logically, this was the very location where the first infected appeared. Could it be that its core departed after infecting others? Is it truly that intelligent? This mythical creature must possess a considerable degree of wisdom, Lin Qi asserted confidently. It can flawlessly replicate an individual's personality and behavioral patterns, making it impossible for anyone to discern the authentic from the counterfeit, something no mere beast could achieve. Moreover, its infection strategies thus far exhibit a remarkable logical coherence. Logical coherence? Is that so? Si Xiaonan queried, puzzled. Indeed, it commenced its infections in the female dormitory. Not only because the girls are physically weaker and thus easier to control, but also by cunningly exploiting their unique charm, allowing others to lower their guard. It facilitated communication between these girls and the male students to garner their favor, subsequently luring them to secluded locations to infect them. Unbeknownst to anyone, even the teachers fell victim. Its actions may appear random, but they are, in fact, highly clandestine and methodical. Had Li Yifei not coincidentally encountered Lu Xiaoyan infecting the head of the department, we might not have realized its existence for another 6 months, and by then, the number of infected individuals would have escalated to an alarmingly terrifying extent. After listening to Lin Qi's analysis, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan felt a chill run down their spines. It is my first encounter with a mythical creature of such high intelligence. Hong Ying frowned deeply. If what you say is true, it must have known of our arrival and certainly would not remain here. It is highly probable. Lin Qi nodded resignedly. Then, what is that over there? Si Xiaonan tilted her head, pointing towards the end of the corridor. Lin Qi and Hong Ying were taken aback, simultaneously turning to look, their pupils contracting in shock. At the end of the corridor, on a small balcony, a creature with the body of a human and the tail of a serpent coiled menacingly. Its jet-black scales glimmered ominously in the faint sunlight, while a pair of eerie green eyes fixated intently on the trio. Hisses. The creature's crimson tongue flickered. the corners of its mouth curling into a mocking grin. Lin Qi and Hong Ying were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances before dashing towards the balcony with fervor. Chase it. The serpent-tailed monstrosity lifted its head high, unleashing a piercing shriek that echoed into the sky. Hisses. Almost instantaneously, it slithered swiftly down the edge of the balcony, moving with astonishing speed. Just as the shriek resonated, a cacophony of terrified screams erupted from a distant classroom. Lin Qi abruptly halted, gazing into the distance. The infected had gone berserk. You protect the students, I'll pursue it. No sooner had the words left her lips than she leaped down, vanishing from the balcony. Lin Qi skidded to a halt and turned to sprint down the corridor. With Hong Ying's skills and prowess, leaping from the 5th floor posed no challenge, however. Given her current state, such a jump would spell trouble. Carrying the black box, Lin Qi raised ahead as students screamed and scattered like headless chickens. In the distance, the growls of a lurking beast could be discerned. Don't run. Stay behind me. We cannot leave the school now, Lin Qi shouted. Unfortunately, amid the chaos, his voice went unheard. Everyone was frantically rushing towards the school gates, only to be thwarted by an invisible barrier that held them captive. This was to prevent the monster and the infected from escaping the unfettered void. Silence. Silence. Listen to me, Lin Qi shouted several times. Yet no one paid him any heed. At that moment, a phrase from Lin Qi echoed once more in his mind. Consequently, Lin Qi withdrew a handgun from his pocket and pulled the trigger towards the sky. Holding the gun, he pointed it at the statue-like students, expressionless, raising his chin slightly. I said, everyone be quiet. Chapter 53. The apocalypse on campus. The purpose of a gun extends beyond mere slaughter. It also serves as a means of deterrence. When the sudden emergence of monsters instills a frenzied terror among the people, only an alternate form of fear can momentarily pacify them. Who are you? Why do you have a gun? Are you a police officer? Save us. There are monsters in the school. Help. After a brief moment of stupefaction, the students erupted into chaos once more, crowding towards Lin Qi, their cacophony ringing throughout the school gates. Lin Qi's brow furrowed slightly, yet he pressed forward instead of retreating. His fingers gently pressed the handle of the black box, causing its side to swiftly open, and a sheathed straight blade shot out. Lin Qi seized the hilt of the knife with lightning speed. Clang. The blade was unsheathed. The faintly glowing blue edge sliced through the air, producing a subtle hum. As it darted towards the leading boy, the boy's pupils constricted, his entire head swelling as if something were about to burst forth at any moment. However, Lin Qi's blade struck first, severing his head cleanly. A terrifying creature, replete with flesh and fangs, was hurled high into the air, splattering thick blood across the surrounding students. They stood frozen in place, resembling statues, their minds grappling with the surreal scene before them. Mere seconds later, piercing screams erupted in a frenzy. The monster had been lurking among them all along? Silence. Lin Qi bellowed, a flicker of golden light flashing in his eyes. Instantly, the chaotic crowd fell into an eerie silence. At the moment Lin Qi spoke, an unprecedented pressure crashed upon their hearts like a tidal wave, rendering them momentarily dazed. There are no more monsters hidden among you. You may exit the school directly, and someone will open the door for you. Lin Qi calmly sheathed his blade, continuing, however. I expect you to leave in an orderly fashion. No pushing. If I see anyone disregarding the rules. He slowly raised his firearm, displaying it before the crowd. At his words, the assembled students immediately turned and rushed toward the school gate. Though their haste seemed a touch frantic, they maintained a semblance of order. A few girls, their legs trembling with fear, were supported by their male peers as they made their way to the exit. At that moment, a corner of the boundless space was lifted, revealing a pathway to the outside world. Beyond the boundless space, there would be designated personnel to administer memory erasure, a concern that did not weigh on Lin Qi's mind. This wave of students alone numbered around 400, with many more from the first and third years streaming from the classrooms toward this location. The number of infected individuals among the first and third year high school students was already low, and the proximity of the teaching building to the school entrance made it relatively easy to escape when the monsters appeared. However, the troubling aspect lay in the fact that there were still infected individuals lurking among the panicked students, concealed like unstable bombs, their detonation unknown, yet undeniably poised to become the final straw that would crush the student's psyche. It was akin to a group of students who had finally evaded the monsters, only to find themselves in a moment of false security, when suddenly, a peer beside them had their head grotesquely split open. Although the monsters possessed limited lethality, The absurd actions born from human panic knew no bounds. Fortunately, with Lin Qi, the human detector, present, he could easily identify the monsters hidden within the crowd and eliminate them swiftly. Those deemed harmless could escape through the no. With such a large number of students, insisting that they all remain within the school would only increase the chaos. Lin Qi could not ensure the safe passage of every student, but he could facilitate the escape of some. Thankfully, the physical condition of the current high school students was commendable. Within mere minutes, approximately 13 to 1400 had reached the school gate and exited after being assessed by Lin Qi. The first and third year buildings were nearly deserted. We can close the passage now. I must enter to rescue others. Lin Qi communicated to Lin Xian through his earpiece. Lin Xian acknowledged with a sound. And in the next moment, the passage of No began to slowly close, once again isolating the entire school from the outside world. As Lin Qi prepared to embark on his journey, the sky suddenly flickered, reminiscent of an old television with poor connectivity, dimming into obscurity. My familiarity with the Wujia void was still limited, and it felt as though I had stumbled upon something peculiar. Will this affect you? Cold Xian's voice resonated through the earpiece. Let me investigate further. Lin Qi glanced up at the blood-red sky and sighed. It seemed to me that a vibrant green would be far more approachable. After all, this scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the apocalypse. A faint whiff of blood permeated the air, causing Lin Qi to furrow his brow. He shook his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, and hastily searched through the first and third year teaching buildings, sword in hand. Alan, I am so frightened. Another girl cried out. But why aren't we following them outside? Why are we hiding here? In the narrow, dimly lit stall of the restroom, 3 girls huddled together, their faces pale and filled with trepidation. Alan lowered her voice, a glimmer of excitement flickering in her eyes. Haven't you seen those disaster films? When the apocalypse strikes, those who mindlessly rush out usually meet their demise. Based on my years of cinematic experience, the wisest course of action is to detach from the main crowd and seek refuge in a safe place while awaiting rescue. But this isn't a movie. One of the girls beside her replied, her voice tinged with tears. And are you certain that the restroom is a safe haven? I would prefer another location as well. But in this vast teaching building, aside from classrooms and restrooms, where else is there to go? Alan let out a helpless sigh, assuring everyone, rest assured. As long as we remain hidden here, we will be safe. Just as he finished speaking, the door of the restroom stall was suddenly yanked open. The 3 girls concealed within shrieked in unison. Their cries subsided as they discovered that it was not a monster that had entered, but rather a young man wielding a knife. Safe. Hardly, Lin Qi remarked coolly. In an instant, he drew his blade, and before the horrified gazes of the 3 girls, he swiftly severed the head of one of them. A grotesque, bloodied head thudded to the ground. Chapter 54, The Astute Ah. Silence. You killed Xiao. She is no longer herself. Can't you see that? Having witnessed their companion, who had just moments ago been huddled with them in the stall, transformed into a monster and brutally dispatched, the 2 remaining girls were utterly paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling. Lin Qi, with a resigned demeanor, assisted them out of the restroom. Outside, a small group of men and women had gathered, and upon seeing Lin Qi emerge with the 2 girls, their eyes sparkled with admiration. Is there truly someone inside? Senior Qi, you are incredible. You could sense there was someone in there from 10 meters away. Could you be a cultivator? Can you take me with you? What are you standing around for? Is this the time for idle chatter? Come, lend a hand. Only then did the crowd spring into action, hastily moving to support the 2 rescued young women. They are all survivors rescued by Lin Qi in the corners of the 1st year and the 3rd district, including several girls who, like the 2 just now, were so frightened that they became incapacitated. Fortunately, most of the boys remained resilient, and there were no instances of being paralyzed with fear. Senior Qi, what shall we do next? Lin Qi responded calmly, we have completed the search and rescue in these 2 teaching buildings. You should take refuge in the auditorium we passed earlier. I have cleared it out. And what about you? The 2nd year teaching building is the most severely affected area. I must go save more people. Can I accompany you? I just repelled a creature with a fire axe. I can help. A robust-looking boy exclaimed. No need. I will go alone. Lin Qi shook his head, gesturing towards the girls in the group whose legs had turned to jelly. You should use your fire axe to protect them. Very well. Without lingering, Lin Qi offered a few instructions before sprinting down the stairs, heading towards the depths of the 2nd year building. The concealed creatures in that area accounted for approximately 60% of the monsters in the school. And nearly 10 minutes had passed since the outbreak. One could only imagine the chaos that had unfolded there. I hope they possess some wit. Hurry, hurry. Boys. Push the desks and chairs into the hallway, block it off. Come on, everyone, put in more effort. We cannot allow them to break through. What about the girls? Stop the screaming. Come help bandage the wounded. What? There are still a few survivors on the third floor? Damn it, Axe Squad. Charge with me. Teacher Wong. I entrust this layer to you. On the chaotic balcony of the fifth floor, Lin Qi shouted hoarsely, as the majority of the second-year students were gathered in this area. The closely packed desks and chairs completely blocked the corridors on both sides, while dozens of monsters below were furiously crashing against them. The composed and bespectacled teacher Wong nodded solemnly. Rest assured, this section is in my capable hands. My years of playing tower defense games have not been in vain. Lin Qi seized a fire axe, slinging it behind him, and called out towards the opposite corridor. A few robust boys, also wielding fire axes or steel rods and tennis rackets, swiftly ran over. There are still over 20 students from Class 8 on the third floor trapped in their classroom. We must rescue them. Lin Qi briefly explained the situation. A few boys quickly fashioned their clothes into a sturdy rope, which they secured to the railing of the corridor, allowing it to dangle straight down. After tugging on it and deeming it sufficiently strong, Lin Qi was the first to climb onto the railing, gripping the thick rope tightly as he mimicked the scenes he had seen on television, inching downwards. The other boys followed suit, albeit a bit nervously, yet maintaining a semblance of order. Teacher Wong, won't Lin Qi and the others be in danger? A girl anxiously observed the unfolding scene. Teacher Wong cast a deep glance at them and sighed. How could there be no danger? Yet, I trust in his abilities. Lin Qi is so handsome. Why didn't I notice it before? Whispered a girl nearby. Throughout history, in every dark era, there have always been once unknown individuals who rise to become the guiding lights for the masses. Lin Qi and his peers, often perceived as irredeemable students, possess an unparalleled potential in this environment that others cannot replicate. One should never underestimate anyone, regardless of how inconspicuous they may seem. Perhaps one day they will shine with brilliance. Teacher Wong adjusted his glasses and, as if realizing something, turned to admonish a girl, reminding her to refrain from early romantic relationships. Lin Qi and his companions successfully descended to the corridor on the third floor using a thick rope. At this moment, most of the monsters were drawn to the staircase between the fourth and fifth floors, leaving only 2 creatures lingering at the entrance of Class 8. All doors and windows of Class 8 had been barricaded with desks and chairs, preventing the monsters from breaching the classroom. It was not only Lin Qi who was clever. The noise made by their descent was minimal, and the 2 monsters remained oblivious to their presence until the group stealthily approached from behind, prompting the creatures to become alert. They abruptly turned their heads, exposing their gaping maws upon seeing Lin Qi and his companions. Brace yourselves, Lin Qi shouted. 4 or 5 boys seized chairs from the classroom, shouting as they charged at the 2 monsters. Although the creatures were formidable in their ability to devour humans, their physical strength was not disproportionately greater than that of ordinary individuals. Remarkably, they were momentarily halted by the boys wielding chairs, yet the sharp, densely packed teeth of the monsters gnawed through the furniture, rendering it utterly useless within mere moments. In that fleeting moment, the remaining boys surged forward, wielding fire axes and clubs with reckless abandon, striking at the creature's gaping maw. After a frenzied onslaught, the monster convulsed violently before collapsing onto its back, its head reduced to a mere pulp. Gasping for breath, the boys could not suppress the triumphant smiles that spread across their faces, their eyes alight with exhilaration. Together, they had vanquished 2 terrifying beasts. We must hurry to rescue others, Lin Qi exclaimed as he dashed to the classroom door, rapping sharply upon it. Inside Class 8, students had been peering through the gaps between desks and chairs, and upon witnessing Lin Qi and his companions truly defeat a monster, they swiftly opened a door, allowing several boys to step outside. I am Lin Qi from Class 2. Come with us to evacuate, he urged. Evacuate? To where? The leader of the boys shook his head, gesturing towards the first floor. It has fallen completely. There are at least 10 monsters down there. We cannot break through. If you can slay 2, can you slay 10? We will retreat upwards, Lin Qi replied earnestly. We have eliminated the monsters on the 5th floor and erected barricades of desks and chairs in the corridors. Most students are sheltering there. The 5th floor? The boy chuckled. Let me ask you, which floor are we currently on? The 3rd floor, came the reply. And where are the monsters congregating now? The 1st, 2nd, and 4th floors. Then, even if we were to follow your plan and break through to the 5th floor, how do you propose we circumvent the densely packed monsters on the 4th floor? Even if we successfully break through from the fourth floor, as you mentioned, the corridor on your fifth floor is completely sealed off. Will you have enough time to open the door for us, allow all of us to pass through, and then seal it again? He gestured towards the thick rope hanging in the corridor on the third floor. Or do you believe that all 28 of us can ascend to the fifth floor using that rope? Li Yifei was rendered speechless. Chapter 55. In Qingyu, third day of debut, 4 updates today. I did not anticipate this much. Li Yifei sighed. We are grateful that you can come down to rescue us, but sadly, your evacuation plan is unfeasible. Then do you possess a better solution? Hold the fort. His voice was remarkably calm. Although these creatures appeared terrifying, they were not so formidable that we could not resist. As long as we continually strengthen the defenses of our doors and windows, stalling them should not pose a problem. I believe that soon. Specialized individuals will come to our rescue. Li Yifei fell silent for a moment, once again scrutinizing the bespectacled boy before him, who appeared quite refined. I still do not know your name. In Qingyu. In Qingyu? Are you the in Qingyu who ranks first in the city academically? Li Yifei's eyes widened. Academic achievements do not concern me. And Qingyu's gaze fell upon the grotesque remnants of flesh and blood outside the corridor, a peculiar light flickering in his eyes. It seems this world is far more intriguing than I had imagined. For reasons unknown, Li Yifei felt a sense of unease upon meeting his gaze. I believe you may find it impossible to leave now. And Qingyu moved to the window, gesturing towards 3 monsters racing in from the right corridor, while 3 others emerged from the left. They were surrounded. Most critically, one of the monsters, while traversing the hallway, casually shredded the thick rope that dangled outside, completely severing the escape route for Li Yifei and his companions. Li Yifei's pupils dilated in alarm. With chairs and a fire axe, they might manage to slay 2 monsters. But facing 6 simultaneously would undoubtedly lead to their demise. Over 20 boys exerted every ounce of strength, desperately bracing against the tables and chairs, their faces turning a deep shade of purple. Indoors and outdoors, this was a struggle gambling with dozens of lives. The girls in the classroom turned pale, shrieking as they huddled in the corners, while the expressions of the remaining boys were equally grim. Only the frail and Qingyu stood to the side, frowning as she observed the scene before her, seemingly lost in thought. The emergence of 6 monsters following the demise of 2 suggested that these creatures operated within an interconnected mental network, governed by a central brain that possessed intelligence on par with that of humans. Yet the question remained, how did they know to sever the rope? Assuming all monsters shared visual input, it would seem illogical for Li Yifei and his companions to be visible from the monster's perspective when they descended onto the corridor. How could they ascertain that the thick rope was the vital link between the 2 floors? As in Qingyu pondered alone. Li Yifei and the others at the forefront gritted their teeth, their forms gradually succumbing to the oppressive pressure from ahead. Damn it, we can barely hold on. Just as the group was about to exhaust their strength, a figure swiftly soared past the window, a pale blue glimmer slicing through the crescent moon, and in an instant, a grotesque monster's head was hurled high into the air. The other 5 monsters, still reeling from the shock, failed to react in time as the figure shifted slightly, twisting into an extraordinarily peculiar stance, and unleashed a strike. The blade cleaved through the nearest monster from shoulder to waist, severing it in 2. Blood gushed forth, and the remaining 4 monsters finally snapped to attention, howling as they lunged towards the shadowy figure. Just as they were about to make contact, 2 brilliant orbs of fiery light erupted in the man's eyes, akin to a furnace ablaze, blindingly radiant. A terrifying aura surged forth like a tidal wave, crashing against the minds of the 4 monsters, momentarily halting their movements. Thus, a pale blue blade once more sliced through the air, tracing a smooth arc reminiscent of a crescent moon, simultaneously severing the necks of the 4 beasts. The entire sequence unfolded with the grace of flowing water, without a hint of hesitation. Although the youth had retreated swiftly, the splattered blood stained his uniform a deep crimson. He frowned slightly, the furnace within his eyes gradually dimming. Fading from sight, the blade returned to its sheath. A throng of students stood nearby, utterly astonished. What had they just witnessed? A high school student, clad in the same uniform, had felled 6 monsters with a mere handful of strikes? 7 Yi, you have finally arrived. Li Yifei, upon seeing that individual, spoke with a hint of a plaintive cry in his voice. I thought you had abandoned me. Spare me the sentimentalities, Lin Qi retorted, rolling his eyes in silence. Classmate, are you here to rescue us? Someone in the crowd asked excitedly. Sort of, Lin Qi replied with a nod, turning to Li Yifei. Briefly explain the situation to me. All right, Li Yifei began, gathering his thoughts. After that strange cry emerged, the majority of the creatures went berserk, plunging the entire building into chaos. Our fourth floor fared relatively well, but on the first floor, in one classroom, half the students transformed into monsters and slaughtered their classmates, completely blocking the staircase. We were utterly unable to escape the school. Some attempted to jump from the second floor, but they were torn to shreds upon landing. Consequently, nearly all the students began to flee upwards. I led a group of capable boys and eliminated several monsters on the fifth floor. After rescuing most of the students from the second, third, and fourth floors, we barricaded the stairwell and prepared for a standoff. Later, we heard there were survivors on the third floor, so we descended. Lin Qi inquired, "What did you do about those whose monstrous nature was uncertain?" "Fortunately, you had previously informed me that Han Ruorua was also a monster. She hadn't transformed but was blending in with the crowd, which I recognized immediately. To avoid alerting her, I confined her along with a few boys who had interacted with her frequently and several girls from the same dormitory in a classroom, with designated personnel to oversee them." Lin Qi nodded repeatedly upon hearing this, grateful for the presence of his companion. Otherwise, the number of students who might perish would only increase. Li Yifei scratched his head and chuckled. "Given my commendable performance, I should have no trouble joining the night watch, right? It's not a significant issue." It seemed Lin Qi sensed the gaze of another and turned to meet the eyes of a frail-looking boy wearing glasses. From his eyes, Lin Qi discerned an emotion distinct from that of the others. Those around him typically regarded him with fear, reverence, admiration, or infatuation. "Who are you?" Lin Qi inquired, puzzled, and Xingyu stepped forward, courteously extending his right hand. "Hello, I am Xingyu." Lin Qi hesitated for a moment before grasping his hand. "I am Lin Qi." Chapter 56. Nantawa Serpent Demon and Xingyu parted his lips, seemingly wishing to pose a question, but after a brief moment of contemplation, he wisely refrained from speaking. He was intrigued by Lin Qi's identity and his extraordinary combat prowess, yet in the presence of others, he suspected that inquiring would likely provoke disdain from Lin Qi. Lin Qi, he is a rare genius from Songnan City, a treasure of the second high school. Have you heard of his name? Li Yifei introduced. I have not heard of it. Now is not the time for such discussions. Lin Qi stated calmly. First, let us escort these students to the Great Hall. It offers better safety. Li Yifei was taken aback, yet he soon realized the absurdity of his question. We cannot descend. There are countless monsters on the first floor. Before he could finish, he understood the folly of his inquiry. Everyone perished, otherwise. Do you think I would have made it up here? Lin Qi regarded Li Yifei with a look akin to that of someone observing a fool. You are truly bold. Li Yifei forced a grin. So, do you intend to ascend further to rescue others? Of course, came the reply. I will accompany you. Li Yifei spoke with unwavering resolve. Rest assured, I will not hinder you. Moreover, they have come to trust me to some extent, and I can assist you in managing the situation. Lin Qi hesitated briefly, then nodded. Bring your axe-wielding team and join me. Although outwardly unchanged, after a day of fierce combat, Lin Qi had already dispatched nearly 20 monsters, leaving him severely drained in both stamina and mental fortitude. He was weary, and the presence of Li Yifei and his axe team would alleviate much of the burden. I shall join as well, and Xingyu interjected suddenly. You? Lin Qi inquired. I can offer strategic insights and analyze the monster's behavioral patterns. And Xingyu gazed steadily into Lin Qi's eyes, displaying no hint of trepidation. Li Yifei leaned closer to Lin Qi and whispered, I believe this fellow is quite clever. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Qi nodded slightly. Very well, but let it be known that I cannot guarantee your safety. After all, he was already leading an entire axe-wielding team. An additional member made little difference. No problem, I fear not for my life. And Xingyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. After Lin Qi instructed the others in the class, he allowed them to proceed to the auditorium on their own. The auditorium was not far from the sophomore teaching building. And with Lin Qi having recently cleared the area of monsters, the likelihood of encountering further danger was minimal. Li Yifei, what is the situation upstairs? Is everything all right? It should be fine. Blocking the monsters on the fourth floor shouldn't pose a problem. Good. Then let us take a moment to rest here. Lin Qi casually found a bench to sit on. The fourth floor was teeming with monsters, and to confront them head-on, he needed sufficient physical and mental stamina. Sister Hongying, how are things on your end? Lin Qi activated his earpiece. I couldn't catch it. I chased it through most of the school, but it slipped into the woods behind your school and vanished. The voice on the other end, Hongying, sounded somewhat dejected. Lin Qi felt a weight in his heart. As long as the entity remained undying, this incident would not come to a close. Even if he managed to eliminate each monster within the school, it would only be a temporary solution. Where are you now? Xiaonan is attempting to track the Monster S trail. We'll continue the pursuit. As long as Wu Jieke Ingi remains active, it cannot escape the school. All right. By the way, Wu Xiangnan has identified what this monster is. Lin Qi's eyes lit up with intrigue. This creature is the Nantua serpent demon, which seemingly originates from rural folklore. Previously, Wu Xiangnan had scoured all mythological texts without uncovering any information regarding this entity, ultimately discovering mere fragments in a tattered ancient manuscript. The Nantua serpent demon possesses remarkable camouflage abilities and intelligence comparable to that of humans. After consuming a living being, it can implant serpent seeds within, transforming the host into its progeny and controlling their movements. However, the production of these serpent seeds is limited. Even the original can only generate one per day, while the progeny require 3 days to produce one. Moreover, both the original and its offspring possess relatively low combat capabilities, at least during their juvenile phase. Upon realizing this, Lin Qi stroked his chin in contemplation. Evidently, this serpent demon has existed for a longer duration than he initially presumed. With such a multitude of serpent offspring, it is plausible that it has lingered within this institution for over a month. It is exceedingly cautious and meticulous. As Lin Qi pondered, and Xingyu silently approached his side. Is there something you wish to inquire about? I have a question. If you were about to ask whether I am a superhero or a cultivator, I would advise against it. No, what I wish to ask is, do such monsters exist in places unbeknownst to us? And Xingyu gestured toward the dismembered creature outside. Lin Qi hesitated for a moment before nodding in affirmation. Then why are we able to live so leisurely and peacefully? Lin Qi regarded him and slowly replied, because there are those who vigilantly guard humanity against the encroaching darkness. However, Lin Qi could only express so much. I understand. And Xingyu nodded. Aren't you afraid? Afraid? Why should I be? A faint smile graced the corners of Xingyu's lips. I merely find it intriguing. Intriguing? Aren't you just a high school student? And so what? Do you, like others, believe that a high school student is confined to learning only what high schoolers should? And Xingyu chuckled softly. Spending 3 years acquiring monotonous and rudimentary knowledge is merely a waste of life. Then you. I have recently completed my master's in biology. And in the latter half of the year, I plan to pursue a doctorate, primarily focusing on genetic inheritance and mutations, with some research in clinical medicine. Lin Qi stared blankly at Xingyu, and after a long pause, managed to utter a few words. I beg your pardon. In this world, such a prodigy truly exists? Lin Qi had always considered himself reasonably intelligent, but in comparison to the young man before him, his cleverness appeared utterly feeble. He glanced at the time, rose from his chair, and began to stride towards the exit of the classroom. Let us go. It's time to save someone. The crowd gathered their weapons. Following Lin Qi with fervor, even Xingyu retrieved a fruit knife from the drawer, smiling as he joined them. Chapter 57. Wishing you happiness. 5th floor. Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan. Ruo, I am here, I am here. In the corner of the classroom, Han Ruo leaned closer to Lu Yuan, her eyes glistening with tears, her lips pressed together, resembling a frightened fawn. Lu Yuan, why are they confining us? Li Yifei said there might be monsters among us. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed on several boys outside the window. Lu Yuan. Yes. I am so scared. Looking into her pleading eyes, Lu Yuan felt his heart melt. Within him, his resentment towards Lin Qi blazed like an uncontrollable fire. Why? Han Ruo was supposed to be mine. How dare you, an outsider who has only been here for a few days, be with her? This is unacceptable. Lu Yuan suppressed the flames of his anger and gently reassured Han Ruo, don't be afraid, I am here, and everything will be all right. Lu Yuan, you are so kind. Han Ruo rested her head against his chest, her gaze tinged with sorrow. Unlike Lin Qi, who, when faced with danger, would simply run far away, showing no concern for me. Lin Qi? He is nothing but a scoundrel. Lu Yuan scoffed. I have made a decision. Han Ruo lifted her head, gazing into Lu Yuan's eyes, a flush appearing on her cheeks. I want to break up with him. A man like him is utterly unreliable. Lu Yuan trembled with surprise, joy illuminating his eyes. Then you. I still prefer someone like you, who can give me a sense of security. Han Ruo shyly lowered her head. Upon hearing those words, Lu Yuan felt as though he were soaring to the heavens. He abruptly pulled Han Ruo into his embrace and solemnly declared, Ruorio, I cherish you. Be my girlfriend. I assure you, I shall surpass that Lin Qi 100-fold. Lu Yuan's heart was ablaze with joy. Lu Yuan, what is it? She asked, her voice trembling. I do not wish to remain here. I am terrified. Lu Yuan was taken aback, glancing towards the group of boys standing outside the door, his expression conflicted. Yet, they are not permitting us to leave. Perhaps one among us is a monster. Lu Yuan, do you consider me a monster? Han Ruoro gazed into his eyes. Her expression so pitiful it seemed she might weep. Lu Yuan swallowed hard and resolutely shook his head. No. Then are you a monster? She inquired. I am not. He replied. So why must we remain here? Does Li Yifei have the authority to confine us here? On what grounds does he claim we are problematic? Han Ruoro grasped Lu Yuan's hand, her voice quavering with emotion. Lu Yuan, I truly do not want to stay here any longer. Please, take me away. Every word she uttered resonated deeply within Lu Yuan's heart, and coupled with her heart-wrenching gaze, it ignited an intense protective instinct within him. He inhaled deeply, rose to his feet, firmly holding Han Ruo's hand, and declared, Rest assured, I will ensure your escape. I will prove to you that I am the braver man than Lin Qi. With that, he led Han Ruo to the classroom door and began to knock resolutely. Lu Yuan, what are you doing? One of the men outside shouted through the window. Let us out. Lu Yuan bellowed in response. You cannot leave, Li Yifei declared. There are monsters among you. How dare you speak such nonsense? Lu Yuan retorted, pointing an accusatory finger at the boy. Li Chang, open your eyes and see. I am Lu Yuan. She is Han Ruo. We are classmates. You are going to confine us based solely on Li Yifei's word. Do you know what this is called? It is called unlawful imprisonment. If you do not allow us to leave, you are committing a crime. Li Yifei is a madman. If he chooses to break the law, must you follow suit? Despite being students, they found the act of imprisoning others rather distasteful, especially since it involved their fellow classmates. This indeed seemed excessive. Lu Yuan, do not cast baseless accusations. Li Chang replied firmly. This is a unique situation, as you have seen. So many classmates have transformed into monsters. Who can guarantee that you are not among them? Lu Yuan remained undeterred. Why should it be us? She scoffed, gesturing toward everyone present. You all hold equal suspicion. How can Li Yifei know there are monsters among us? Does he possess the gift of clairvoyance? Just as the two continued their heated debate, a loud crash resonated from the right side of the corridor. Everyone's hearts sank, and they instinctively turned to look, their eyes filled with trepidation. Could it be that a monster had breached their defenses? It was Lin Qi. Lin Qi was fiercely battling the monsters, with Li Yifei and the others following closely behind. Gasps echoed from the corridor's entrance as all exchanged incredulous glances, seemingly unable to believe their own ears. Lin Qi, engaged in combat with monsters? A deafening roar erupted. Once again, a tremendous crash reverberated through the corridor, as tables and chairs tumbled like mountains, their clattering sounds startling the surrounding students into retreat. While the rising clouds of dust obscured their vision, amidst the swirling dust, a blood-stained youth in school uniform emerged, wielding a knife in his right hand. His eyes blazing like a furnace. The moment they locked eyes with him, it felt as though an ancient beast had set its gaze upon them, rendering them breathless with fear. The golden gleam in Lin Qi's eyes gradually faded, lifting the immense weight pressing upon the hearts of the onlookers. Behind him, several boys rushed in, including Li Yifei and Xingyu. Li Yifei, how did you all get up here? What about the monster on the 4th floor? A voice from the crowd broke the stunned silence, urgency lacing their tone. Li Yifei, brandishing a fire axe, chuckled, It's all gone. My brother Qi slaughtered through the entire 4th floor. The whole building is now cleansed. All eyes turned to Lin Qi, disbelief etched across their faces. How is that possible? So many monsters. He single-handedly fought them all? Is it true? Just look at the knife in his hand and the blood on him. It must be real. Wow. Did you see his eyes just now? So cool. What is that? A superpower? As whispers filled the air, Lin Qi's gaze pierced through the crowd, settling on the indignant Lu Yuan. For reasons unknown, Lu Yuan felt a shiver run down his spine and instinctively took half a step back. Lin Qi gripped his knife, his expression impassive as he stared at Lu Yuan, slowly advancing towards him. Instinctively, all the students in the corridor parted to create a path, their whispers dwindling to a hush. When Lin Qi stood before Lu Yuan, the corridor fell into an oppressive silence. What do you want? Lu Yuan stammered under Lin Qi's gaze. Let me tell you, Han Ruo has already broken up with you. She is now my girlfriend. Lin Qi raised an eyebrow. seemingly indifferent to the status of anyone's girlfriend. I heard you intend to take her away? Beside him, Han Ruo lowered her head, seemingly evading Lin Qi's gaze. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth, summoning his courage. That's right. I am taking her away. Are you going to stop me? Lin Qi merely regarded him in silence. And after a moment, he let out a cold laugh. He stepped aside, gesturing for Lu Yuan to pass. I won't stop you. You may leave. Moreover, I wish you both happiness. Chapter 58. Appreciation. Lu Yuan was taken aback, seemingly surprised that Lin Qi would so readily allow him to leave. Could it be that he was afraid? Hadn't he just exuded a particularly strong presence? With this thought, Lu Yuan unconsciously straightened his posture, casting a glance at Lin Qi and snorting disdainfully as he boldly took Han Ruo's hand and swaggered out. Once the two figures vanished from the corridor, a boy from the Axe Squad approached Lin Qi and quietly asked, Brother Qi, are you really just going to let them go? He has stolen your girlfriend. How about we teach him a lesson? The members of the Axe team, having witnessed Lin Qi's formidable combat prowess, regarded him with utmost reverence. Now, seeing Lu Yuan arrogantly depart with Han Ruo, their anger began to simmer. No need for that. Han Ruo is not my girlfriend, Lin Qi replied with a faint smile, casting a lingering gaze in the direction of the departing duo. Moreover, I must admit, I am truly delighted at this moment. The boys exchanged perplexed glances, their expressions turning curious. Could it be that Brother Qi harbors such inclinations? Li Fei suppressed his laughter, patting Lin Qi on the shoulder. Congratulations on achieving your heart's desire. Indeed, Lin Qi responded, turning to the students in the corridor. Is this everyone? Yes, all the survivors from the second year are here. Li Fei confirmed, then leaned closer to Lin Qi, whispering, among them, is there anyone? None, Lin Qi replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The only one has already eloped with Lu Yuan. Haha, that's good to hear. Let's lead them to the auditorium. Once the true form of the Nantua serpent demon has been eradicated, we shall take our leave, Lin Qi instructed Li Fei and Qingyu. All right, I will inform them right away, Li Fei responded, stepping forward to address the gathered students. Meanwhile, Lin Qi moved to the edge of the railing, furrowing his brow as he gazed into the distance. Have you not yet located the true form? Lin Qi turned at the sound of Qingyu's voice, nodding slightly. You have accompanied me thus far. Have you uncovered anything? Qingyu fell into a momentary silence, pondering something. She leaned closer to Lin Qi's ear and whispered softly. Lin Qi's gaze sharpened, his brow furrowing deeper. Are you certain? He inquired. I am not, Qingyu replied, shaking her head. My understanding of this creature is insufficient to support a precise judgment. I see. I have a request, Qingyu spoke again. What is it? I want that. She indicated towards Lin Qi's waistband. Lin Qi's expression shifted. I meant the gun. After a brief hesitation, Lin Qi retrieved the handgun from his pocket and handed it to Qingyu. It only has 3 bullets left. Do you know how to use this? I learned from television, she replied. That should suffice. Your skills might surpass mine, Lin Qi sighed. Qingyu quietly tucked the handgun into her pocket, hoping she would not have to use it. Moments later, Li Fei arrived with the students from the 5th floor. We're all here, he announced. Take them to the auditorium. The monsters in the school should have mostly vanished, so there shouldn't be any danger. I need to search for the true form of the Nantua snake demon. Lin Qi instructed. Leave it to me, Li Fei said, patting his chest. Lin Qi nodded, and in a swift motion, vanished into the corridor. As soon as Lin Qi departed, a crowd of people surged around Li Fei, bombarding him with questions. Li Fei, you went down to rescue people. What happened? And why did Lin Qi suddenly appear? Did he truly vanquish all the monsters alone? Surely, did you not catch the pungent scent of blood emanating from him? It is overwhelmingly strong. How could he have accomplished such a feat? Who exactly is he? Li Fei gazed at the group of girls, their eyes gleaming with intrigue, and silently rolled his eyes, pondering that he would inquire later. With that thought, he turned and walked away. You girls, once you leave this place, your memories will be wiped clean. It would be a miracle if you still remembered Lin Qi. Li Fei murmured to himself, as the monsters were eradicated. A sense of relief gradually enveloped everyone, and the discussions among the girls about the enigmatic Lin Qi grew increasingly fervent. The boys from the Axe team, who had fought alongside Lin Qi, could not restrain themselves from joining in, animatedly recounting how formidable Lin Qi was, leaving the girls utterly entranced. At that moment, Teacher Wang approached them and solemnly remarked, no early romances permitted. The girls were left speechless. Meanwhile, Lin Qi, with his sword strapped to his back, sprinted swiftly across the campus, reaching for his earpiece. Sister Hongying, what is the update? We discovered some traces. The Nantua serpent demon seems to have headed north. North? Where exactly? Lin Qi paused, contemplating. The cafeteria? The arts building? The playground? The teaching block? Not certain, but Xiao Nan and I are searching the cafeteria. All right, I shall head to the arts building. With determination, Lin Qi redirected his course and dashed towards the arts building. The art building can be regarded as the latest architectural addition to the second high school, constructed approximately 5 or 6 years ago. In response to the nationwide promotion of the harmonious development of student culture and the arts, the school intentionally invested in this edifice. The art building, though modest in height with only 3 stories, houses a plethora of diverse rooms, some dedicated to sketching, others to sculpture, and yet more for dance practice. As Lin Qi sped through the corridor on the first floor, he sensed nothing amiss. However, upon reaching the second floor, a vivid image suddenly materialized in his mind. Lin Qi's expression transformed into one of intrigue. Ruo. Why don't we escape the school and hide somewhere else? Lu Yuan whispered, glancing out the window while holding Han Ruo close. Han Ruo lifted her head from his embrace, a slight smile gracing her lips as she replied softly. What is the point of going outside? It's far quieter here. In this place, I can engage in some truly fascinating activities. A shiver of electricity coursed through Lu Yuan's body, rendering him both exhilarated and anxious. He swallowed hard, questioning, what activities? What do you think? Han Ruo leaned closer, her gentle voice caressing Lu Yuan's ear, igniting a yearning within him. But there are monsters outside. That doesn't seem wise, does it? Lu Yuan felt a surge of conflicting emotions, a fire igniting within him. Yet reason cautioned him against acting on his impulses. What is so bad about it? Han Ruo wrapped her arms around him, her tongue fleetingly brushing against Lu Yuan's cheek like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. Just as Lu Yuan's last vestige of rationality was extinguished and his hands were about to wander upon Han Ruo, she softly uttered the latter part of her sentence. Do you not wish to be consumed by me? The corners of Han Ruo's mouth split open, revealing a grotesque and bloodied visage that pressed against Lu Yuan's face. Its menacing teeth densely packed to the point of inducing a shudder. Lu Yuan's pupils dilated in terror. He gasped, desperately screaming, his entire being thrashing wildly in an attempt to escape Han Ruoro's embrace, yet he found himself utterly helpless. Ruorio, you too are. No, please. Don't. I beg you. I am not ready to die yet. In that moment, memories flooded back to him of the time he had arrogantly departed from the 5th floor. If he had not left then, perhaps he would not find himself in such dire straits now. Lin Qi, save me. Amidst Lu Yuan's frantic cries, the sound of a door opening resonated crisply. Han Ruo and Lu Yuan both paused, turning to see Lin Qi standing quietly, sword in hand. Observing the scene before him. Lin Qi, Ruo is a monster. Quickly, save me. Lu Yuan, as if grasping at a lifeline, felt a sudden surge of adrenaline, thrashing with renewed vigor in Ruoro's grasp. Lin Qi merely scratched his nose, offering an apologetic smile. Pardon the interruption. I shall just take a moment to admire. Please, continue. Bang. The door to the music room slammed shut with a resounding thud, followed by the unmistakable click of it being locked from the inside. Chapter 59, Dialogue with the Serpent Demon. A piercing scream echoed from within the room. Yet Lin Qi remained unperturbed, leaning casually against the corridor railing as he stifled a yawn. 1, 2, 3, 15, 16, 17. That should suffice. Lin Qi murmured softly to himself before stepping forward to reopen the door. Inside the music room, the serpent offspring, transformed from Han Ruo, regarded him with wary eyes. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan lay motionless on the floor, his body devoid of any wounds. Rather than tearing him apart, Lin Qi had opted to plant the serpent seed within him. A far more prudent choice. With a smile, Lin Qi reached behind him. A soft whisper escaped his lips as he drew his blade. At that moment, Lu Yuan jolted upright, akin to a corpse returning to life, his gaze fixated intently on Lin Qi, a flicker of resentment lingering in his eyes. He rose in an exceedingly grotesque manner, his head gradually splitting open to reveal a gaping maw lined with jagged fangs, and he roared at Lin Qi. Before Lu Yuan could unleash more than a few cries, Lin Qi struck with precision, driving his blade deep into the serpent's mouth and twisting it forcefully. The serpent offspring let out a harrowing wail, blood gushing forth as its massive mouth was utterly obliterated. Lin Qi, stepping aside to sheath his sword, glanced at the slowly collapsing Lu Yuan and calmly remarked, "Now, I can slay you without any moral qualms." With that, he turned his attention towards Han Ruo, who had been restlessly lurking nearby. As Han Ruo noticed Lin Qi's gaze upon her, she opened her mouth wide and let out a fierce roar, slightly bowing her body, embodying a stance of readiness for battle. Do not be hasty. Barring unforeseen circumstances, you may indeed be the last offspring of the serpent demon in this academy. Lin Qi waved the sheathed blade in his hand, signaling that he bore no murderous intent. Nanda serpent demon, I am aware that your true form can perceive me through this vessel. It would be prudent to retract your menacing demeanor so we may engage in a meaningful dialogue. After a brief pause, the bloody visage of the serpent demon's progeny gradually congealed, the scalp and bone rejoining, the sanguine lines fading, and the skin knitting together until it swiftly transformed back into Han Ruo's countenance. She stood there with an impassive expression, declaring, "There is nothing of interest for me to discuss with the night watchman. You appear to possess a profound understanding of this society. If my conjecture holds true, you must have arrived in this city quite some time ago." Lin Qi scrutinized Han Ruo's eyes, seemingly attempting to discern something within them. Regrettably, the present Han Ruo was merely a puppet. The true interlocutor with Lin Qi was the elusive Nanda serpent demon's essence, hidden from sight, rendering any insight from Han Ruo's features futile. "So what?" Lin Qi continued, "I fail to comprehend, with your terrifying talent for disguise, how you could remain undetected for a decade if you had not proliferated your offspring on a grand scale within this institution. You could effortlessly blend into human society, utilizing your guile and intellect, discreetly implanting serpent seeds among the affluent, and thus, basking in opulence would be within your grasp. You possess extraordinary conditions, allowing you to navigate the human society with ease. But why, starting from half a month to a month ago, did you suddenly choose to fervently cultivate offspring?" Lin Qi furrowed his brows, expressing his doubts. "Reproduction is an instinct inherent to my species," Han Ruo replied coolly. "Moreover, when a wolf infiltrates the realm of sheep, do you believe it would willingly remain in silence? Others of your kind may be discontent, yet you are different," Lin Qi asserted confidently. "You possess remarkable intelligence and exhibit great caution. All highly intelligent beings are endowed with the capacity to suppress their primal instincts." "What a ridiculous logic," Han Ruo scoffed. "Since you relish in deduction, allow me to pose a question for you. In this isolated school, there exist 3 night watchmen, a girl wielding a spear, a girl capable of healing, and you, who can see through my disguise. The girl with the spear is Jerome. I cannot implant my serpent seed within her. The other girl remains perpetually by her side, leaving me no opportunity. However, if I were to eliminate you, the Soljan realm here, and implant the serpent seed in you, do you believe they would discover it?" Han Ruo's smile widened, stretching grotesquely to her ears. Lin Qi's pupils dilated in shock, and without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly lunged towards the nearby open space. In the next moment, a colossal black silhouette shattered the wall behind him, whirling past the spot where Lin Qi had just stood. The robust serpent tail slammed down heavily, creating a deep crater in the ground. Utilizing the momentum, Lin Qi rolled swiftly and sprang to his feet, his right hand resting on the hilt of his blade. His eyes filled with gravitas. Before him coiled a creature, its body cloaked in ebony scales, possessing a human torso and a serpentine tail, with its enchanting vertical pupils fixated intently on Lin Qi. "The Nanda serpent demon. You are probing for information, and I, too, am stalling for time." The Nanda serpent demon hissed through its forked tongue, its voice emanating from deep within its form. "Sister Hongying, the Nanda serpent demon has appeared in the piano room of the art building." Lin Qi drew his straight blade, maintaining a calm demeanor as he addressed the serpent demon. "I understand. I shall arrive immediately. Hold on for a moment longer." Hongying's voice resonated through the earpiece, followed by a rush of wind. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The Nanda serpent demon swiftly slithered across the ground. With a flick of its tail, it obliterated all obstructive pianos within the room, shattering them into pieces. Its sharp claws struck out with an ear-piercing whoosh. In that instant, as the serpent demon unleashed its claws, Lin Qi reacted instinctively, darting sideways to evade the attack. The demon's claws dug into the wall where Lin Qi had just stood, slicing through it as effortlessly as a knife through tofu, leaving behind deep gashes. Lin Qi steadied himself, casting a glance at the nearly penetrated wall, his expression darkening as he inwardly cursed. "Is this what you call a weak body and low combat power?" Lin Qi deftly dodged a vicious claw strike. only to have a robust serpentine tail strike from the side. With lightning speed, he swung his blade, colliding with the tail. A resounding clash of metal echoed through the air as the blade scraped against the dark scales, producing dazzling sparks. Moments later, an overwhelming force sent Lin Qi reeling, nearly toppling him to the ground. He barely regained his balance, noticing a shallow gash etched upon the serpent's tail. The strength is somewhat less than I anticipated, and its defense pales in comparison to that of the Ghost-Face King. Lin Qi squinted, murmuring to himself, aside from its formidable attack power. It seems this foe is not insurmountable. Chapter 60. A shot through. Although it was not yet evening, and the starry night dancer could not be activated. Lin Qi's extraordinary dynamic vision and instinct for combat made it seem manageable to contend with the Nandu serpent demon. However, the challenge lay in the confines of the piano room, where the limited space significantly hindered his ability to evade. Thus, Lin Qi decisively dashed out the door, sprinting towards the exterior of the art building. As he exited, the Nandu serpent demon violently crashed through the walls of the piano room, its elongated body swiftly slithering along the corridor's walls, reaching above Lin Qi in mere moments. With a sharp slicing sound piercing the air, the serpent demon's claws descended towards Lin Qi's neck. Reacting instinctively, Lin Qi rolled forward with fervor, narrowly escaping the lethal strike. Immediately, he propelled himself off the ground using inertia, his hands firmly gripping the hilt of the straight blade, its edge directed upward. As he precisely thrust it towards the belly of the serpent demon, this series of movements flowed seamlessly, as if he had calculated every detail in advance. The serpent demon's eyes narrowed, its body twisting rapidly to evade the fatal strike. However, even so, the blade pierced its flesh, leaving a long gash. With a piercing shriek, the serpent coiled its body violently, simultaneously snapping its monstrous jaws at the proximity of Lin Qi. Swiftly, Lin Qi positioned the blade horizontally in front of him. Yet the demon's biting force was overwhelming, firmly clamping down on the blade's body. It raised its head, gnashing at the weapon before violently flinging Lin Qi along with the blade, across the room. Lin Qi collided with a glass pane, shattering it before soaring out of the corridor, plummeting straight from the second floor. Fortunately, below was a lush expanse of greenery. He managed to grasp a tree branch mid-air, swinging gently to dissipate most of the force before landing on the grass. Lin Qi staggered to regain his balance, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth revealing the pain he felt, though it did not result in serious injury. Meanwhile, the serpent demon burst through the window, leaping from the second floor, its sharp claws glinting ominously under the dark red sky, aiming directly for Lin Qi. He deftly evaded the demon's landing point, and as if foreseeing the future, surged forward once more, wielding the straight blade with precision aimed at the creature's neck. Clang, clang, clang. Amidst a series of piercing collisions, Lin Qi's straight blade clashed against the serpent demon's sharp claws. Just as the serpent demon was about to make its move, a blinding golden radiance suddenly erupted from Lin Qi's eyes. An overwhelming aura silently surged within the mind of the Nantua serpent demon, a suppression stemming from the essence of life itself, which momentarily disoriented its spirit, causing its body to halt unexpectedly. In that fleeting instant, Lin Qi swung his blade in a cross, striking the serpent demon's chest and leaving two gaping, bloodied gashes. The serpent demon howled in anguish, swiftly retreating several meters, its serpent-like eyes fixed intently on Lin Qi, seemingly astonished that this mere youth, possessing only the cultivation of the Lantern Realm, could wield such formidable combat prowess. Hesitation began to creep in. Continuing the fight might prove futile, especially with the two other night watchmen potentially approaching, which would seal its doom. Yet, if it were to let this opportunity slip away, would it ever find another chance to turn the tide? As it wrestled with these thoughts, a lithe figure darted towards them like an arrow from the distance, rose-colored flames blossoming beneath her feet, moving with astonishing speed. Upon seeing the newcomer, a smile graced Lin Qi's lips. However, upon her arrival, the Nantua serpent demon could no longer afford any hesitation. It turned and scurried into the art building with remarkable swiftness, disappearing within moments, its form concealed by the walls and rooms, leaving its whereabouts uncertain. "Where is it?" Hong Ying, armed with a long spear, called out from 100 meters away. Received. With a burst of momentum, Hong Ying's legs bent slightly as she leapt into the air like a cannonball, the rose-colored flames roaring fiercely beneath her feet. With a single leap, she ascended 3 stories high. In midair, She deftly unsheathed the long spear slung across her back, and a searing wave of flames erupted around her. She lightly tossed the spear before her, twisting her body to execute a graceful half-turn. Her tightly bound black hair danced in the wind, and the spear followed suit in a natural rotation. As the spear's tip aligned with the classroom, Hong Ying utilized the momentum from her spin, her right foot propelled by an inferno, delivering a powerful kick to the spear's end. Consequently, the flame-wreathed spear sliced through the sky like a bolt of lightning, leaving faint scorch marks in the air, hurtling directly towards the classroom. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the burst of crimson light pierced through the entire arts building, creating a gaping void with a radius of 5 meters. The spear's tip penetrated the swiftly writhing Nanda snake demon's body, accurately pinning it to the ground and forming a massive pit as dust and debris billowed around. Lin Qi stood beneath the arts building, staring blankly at the structure that had been obliterated by a single spear strike, utterly dazed. In that moment, he finally comprehended why others regarded the Nanda snake demon's combat prowess as feeble. As Hong Ying descended from the air, she approached Lin Qi and circled him carefully. Her expression filled with concern as she asked, "Qi, are you injured?" "No." "That's good," she replied, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat before striding towards the Nanda snake demon. "Come, let us see. If fortune favors us, it should be dead." The two individuals made their way to the rear of the art building, where they discovered the Nanda serpent demon impaled to the ground by a long spear in a pit of exaggerated proportions. Hong Ying stepped forward, withdrew the spear, resting it upon her shoulder, and gave the lifeless body of the Nanda serpent a gentle kick, confirming its utter lack of vitality. "Indeed, it is dead." Satisfied, Hong Ying nodded and stretched, finally bringing an end to this exhausting endeavor. "How weary I am. I have been racking my brain all day. How much better it would have been had this battle concluded sooner." She hoisted the spear and leisurely climbed out of the pit, brushing off the dust from her school uniform. "Qi, come. Sister will treat you to dinner," Hong Ying exclaimed cheerfully, as a thought crossed her mind. "After all, this is your first completed mission. A celebration is in order, huh? What's wrong?" Hong Ying approached the edge of the pit, her curiosity piqued. Lin Qi gazed down at the corpse of the Nanda serpent, his brow furrowing ever deeper. "Something is amiss." Chapter 61. The true body. What do you think? What are those things? "I don't know, but I suspect they will haunt my nightmares for the next decade." "A decade? Do you truly believe we will survive until then?" "What do you mean? What if these monsters do not merely exist within our school, but throughout the entirety of the Great Xia? Like a zombie outbreak from the movies?" "Precisely. That's the idea. Come now, just a moment ago, Lin Qi stated that these creatures only appear in our school. Once we are rescued, we will be safe." "Lin Qi, who exactly is he?" The spacious auditorium is currently filled to half its capacity, with students rescued from the second floor gathered here. The only entrance and exit is guarded by the Axe Squad, making it a relatively secure location. Within the hall, the sounds of weeping, comforting words, discussions, and disputes intertwine incessantly. Despite the efforts of some to maintain order, the cacophony persists. And Qingyu sits quietly behind the door, her eyes shut, lost in thought. Knock, knock, knock. 3 distinct knocks resonate, 2 long and 1 short. The members of the Axe Squad stationed behind the door exchange glances, hastily clearing the obstruction. And Qingyu opens her eyes and turns to the door. Li Yifei enters the auditorium, panting heavily, resembling someone who has just sprinted 800 meters, drenched in sweat. "How did it go? Have the other students evacuated?" And Qingyu inquires as she rises to her feet. "They've all retreated. I dashed through half the school without encountering another student. Damn, I am utterly exhausted." Li Yifei collapses onto a bench, wiping the sweat from his brow. "That's good to hear," and Qingyu nods in acknowledgement. "I must tell you, when I reached the playground, I heard a tremendous explosion coming from the arts building. It sounded as if a structure had collapsed," Li Yifei recalls urgently. "Is it that severe? They must have located the monster's essence and are engaged in combat." And Qingyu responds. Li Yifei reclines back in his chair, letting out a deep sigh. "If it weren't for my search and rescue duties, I would have wanted to sneak a look myself. It is advisable to maintain a respectful distance when celestial beings engage in conflict." "Indeed. What was the name of the organization that Lin Qi and his companions belonged to?" And Qingyu seemed to recall something and inquired of Li Yifei. "The Night Watchers." No sooner had he spoken than Li Yifei covered his mouth, contemplating for a moment before releasing his hand, concluding that it mattered little to share this information, as the memories of the individuals present would ultimately be erased. Erase memories? Yes, they possess a device capable of broadly erasing human memories. After all, Far too many individuals have witnessed the monstrosities this time, and should any information escape, it could lead to significant trouble. What about you? Will you also undergo this process? I shall not. Li Yifei chuckled softly, leaning closer to Qingyu's ear and whispering, to be candid, after this incident concludes, I should be able to join them. And Qingyu nodded thoughtfully. Are there any prerequisites for joining their ranks? What? Do you wish to join as well? It's not that simple. Their standards for recruitment are quite stringent. Li Yifei waved his hand dismissively. One must either awaken their abilities like Lin Qi or demonstrate their worth to them. Have you awakened your abilities? No, I have merely showcased my value to them, Li Yifei replied with a smile. And Qingyu nodded slightly. Her gaze tranquil as a deep pool. Indeed, your performance this time was remarkably outstanding. Were I in their position, I too would accept you. Just as the two were conversing, a knock echoed once more from outside the door, the sound devoid of any discernible pattern. The members of the Axe squad immediately became vigilant, and Li Yifei also stood up, looking solemnly at the door. Who is it? It's me, Lin Qi. Upon hearing the name Lin Qi, everyone's eyes lit up, and they breathed a sigh of relief. They opened the door, and Lin Qi, with a knife on his back, slowly walked in from outside. How did it go? Li Yifei stepped forward and asked anxiously. It was a success. Lin Qi nodded. We killed the main body of the Nanda serpent demon. Li Yifei breathed a sigh of relief and patted Lin Qi on the shoulder with a smile. Amazing, Qi. You actually took it down. Everyone is saved now. Upon hearing Li Yifei's words, the entire auditorium burst into cheers. These students, who had personally walked through the gates of hell, were finally about to leave this terrifying school and stay away from those man-eating monsters. The Axe squad on the side also cheered, throwing the axes in their hands to the side and embracing each other excitedly. Li Yifei winked at Lin Qi for a while, then leaned to his ear and whispered, I say, I have made great contributions this time. There should be no problem joining the Night Watcher, right? I don't want to be brainwashed. Lin Qi stood there in silence, and after a long while, said lightly, perhaps. Li Yifei was stunned. At this moment, and Qingyu silently took out a pistol from his pocket. The dark muzzle aimed at the back of Li Yifei's head, and in the astonished eyes of the Axe squad, pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of 3 gunshots reverberated like thunder across the sky, abruptly silencing the joyous laughter that filled the air. The once vibrant auditorium fell into a profound stillness, as if time itself had frozen. The expressions of delight on the faces of the attendees were momentarily suspended. They turned stiffly towards the exit, their eyes brimming with disbelief. Li Yifei, taken aback, glanced over to find Qingyu calmly grasping a firearm, the dark muzzle still emitting a wisp of dissipating smoke. After a few bewildered seconds, Li Yifei managed to voice his confusion. And Qingyu? Why did you shoot? And Qingyu remained silent, standing there without a word. It was only after a prolonged silence that Li Yifei realized the gravity of the situation, slowly reaching back to touch the back of his head. Clink! The shell casing fell to the floor, producing a crisp chime. On the back of his head, 3 shallow bullet wounds were gradually healing, with only a few drops of blood seeping out, which Li Yifei wiped away, leaving no trace. Staring at the blood on his hand, he murmured to himself, I was shot. Why am I not dead? He lifted his gaze to Lin Qi, extending his blood-stained hand towards him. Hey, Qi, look at me. Why am I still alive? His pupils quivered slightly as he pondered. Have I awakened my abilities? Before him, Lin Qi regarded him with a complex expression, eventually shaking his head. You have not awakened any powers. You are simply the Naga. Upon hearing this, Li Yifei's pupils constricted sharply, and he stumbled back a couple of steps, shaking his head in disbelief. Impossible, what are you saying? How could I possibly be a serpent demon? I am Li Yifei. Lin Qi shook his head, stepping forward to forcefully tug at the zipper on Li Yifei's chest. With a sharp sound, the zipper of the school uniform broke, revealing a faint gun scar on Li Yifei's chest, lying there like a silent brand. You are the Nantua serpent demon, or rather, a part of the Nantua serpent demon. The remnants you left behind may deceive others, but they cannot deceive me. Chapter 62. 2 Perverts Know. This is impossible. Li Yifei gazed down at the gun scar on his chest, shaking his head repeatedly. I could never kill anyone, let alone be a monster. Li Yifei. Lin Qi grasped the collar of Li Yifei's uniform, pulling his head close, locking eyes with the terrified gaze. Look into my eyes. Suddenly, 2 golden flames ignited within Lin Qi's eyes, the power of the seraphic angel pouring forth, surging uncontrollably into Li Yifei's mental realm. In mere moments, Li Yifei's eyes rolled back, and he fainted cleanly. Yet, in the next instant, a strong hand seized Lin Qi's wrist, and Li Yifei's eyes snapped open. They were a pair of enchanting vertical pupils, calm and deeply profound. Interesting. How did you uncover this? Li Yifei's voice was deep and tranquil. With your perceptive ability, you should not have been able to see through my disguise. I did not see through it, otherwise. You would have been exposed long ago in the underground of the office. The flames in Lin Qi's eyes had yet to extinguish. Ever since entering the academy, everything that had transpired appeared to be reasonable, yet it reeked of the uncanny. Are you implying that you deduced this? One could say so. The inconsistencies you left behind are simply too numerous. Oh, Li Yifei's eyes narrowed slightly. Pray tell. The first point of suspicion lies with your medical leave note. Lin Qi spoke calmly. This morning, as you entered the classroom, you did so with a leave note in hand. And what of it? Then, when was your leave note arranged? Lin Qi scoffed softly. Do not tell me that after witnessing the horrific scene last night, you anticipated that we would be acting together today and specifically went to the academic office to procure a leave note, knowing full well that the office had already closed for the day. Thus, only two possibilities remain. The first is that you had already prepared the leave note in advance, intending to skip school today for leisure, yet fortuitously chanced upon the gruesome scene last night. The second is that you were already aware of our arrival and had even made preparations to join us. Li Yifei remained silent for a moment before continuing. The second point of suspicion pertains to the pieces of human skin found on the balcony of the girls' dormitory. Logically speaking, the Nantua snake demon is an exceedingly cautious creature. Having concealed itself within human society for so long, it would never brazenly display human skin on the balcony, as the risks of exposure are far too great. Yet it chose to act in such a manner. Initially, I could not comprehend the significance of its actions. But eventually, the realization dawned upon me. It was deliberately hinting that it resided within this very dormitory. It yearned for us to uncover its presence. Lin Qi gazed into Li Yifei's eyes, and then, you appeared, your arrival shrouded in mystery, as if you sought to lure away Hong Ying, inciting a tumult throughout the school. Li Yifei then emerged as a savior, leading a throng of students, successfully repelling the assault of the serpent demon spawn. A veritable exemplar of survival tactics. At that moment, I still had not directed my suspicions towards you. It was only the words of Qingyu that truly ignited my doubts. Lin Qi's gaze fell upon Qingyu, who stood behind him. Li Yifei's neck unnaturally twisted as he scrutinized the slender boy with glasses. Qingyu adjusted his spectacles and spoke. The number of serpent demon spawn besieging us has been rather peculiar. When those serpent demon spawn first emerged, everyone rushed upstairs, while we alone fortified our classroom with desks and chairs, steadfastly remaining inside. At that time, the vast majority of the serpent demons either ascended to the fourth floor, invading your corridor, or lingered on the first floor, severing the escape routes for all. Only two remained on the third floor, attempting to breach our classroom. Generally, when a pack of hunters encounters two types of prey within their line of sight, one robust and formidable, the other feeble and easily attainable, they typically choose to besiege the weaker one, us. At first, I presumed the disparity in information was the cause, leading the other serpent demon offspring to be lured upstairs, unaware of our presence on the third floor. However, I later discerned that the vision of these serpent demons is interconnected. Qingyu paused momentarily before continuing, suggesting that they were fully aware of the sumptuous prey beneath them yet remained utterly indifferent, as if they were deliberately allowing us to persist. Subsequently, Li Yifei descended like a divine warrior, accompanied by a group to rescue us. After vanquishing two of the serpent demon offspring, he inadvertently attracted the attention of 6 more from below to assail us. This number was equally precarious. It imposed significant pressure upon us without entirely stripping us of our capacity to resist. Even if another had joined their ranks, we would have been overwhelmed, yet curiously, that did not occur. Just as Lin Qi was nearing us, those 6 serpent demon offspring suddenly intensified their assault, forcing us into a dire predicament. The sheer coincidence and strangeness of it all is unsettling. Is this sufficient grounds for your suspicion? Li Yifei furrowed his brow deeply. No. What truly incites my doubt is the action of the serpent demon offspring severing your thick rope. Qingyu shook her head. When you descended with the rope, 2 of the serpent demons did not witness this event and, in theory, should have been oblivious to the rope's existence. Yet, astonishingly, the subsequent 6 serpent demon offspring immediately and precisely cut through the thick rope, as if they were acutely aware that this was your means of retreat. The serpent demon's offspring severed the connection to sights they should never have witnessed, which can only signify one conclusion. Among us exists another entity that shares their vision. And Qingyu shrugged, admitting that at the time, her understanding of the serpent demon was limited, and the subsequent conclusions emerged only after exchanging information with Lin Qi. Li Fei, with his vertical pupils fixed intently on Qingyu, let out a derisive chuckle, remarking that had he known of her acumen, he should have eliminated her from the outset. During the recent confrontation between Lin Qi and the serpent demon's true form, her quest for the other surviving students further solidified his suspicions, and Qingyu continued. Li Fei glanced at her, then turned to Lin Qi, self-deprecatingly laughing twice, wondering how he ended up with such peculiar companions. Chapter 63. The Truth Subsequently. I formulated a remarkably audacious hypothesis based on the information at hand, weaving all the threads together. Lin Qi continued, urging him to share his thoughts. Li Fei sighed and encouraged him to speak. The Nanda serpent demon arrived in this world earlier than we had anticipated. Lin Qi gazed directly into Li Fei's eyes, asserting that after its arrival, it swiftly grasped the societal rules through its exceptional intellect and formidable ability to disguise itself. Moreover, it became aware of the existence of the Night Watchers. Its innate vigilance compelled it to silently dwell within human society. Throughout this protracted period, in pursuit of flawless camouflage, it subconsciously nurtured a second persona. The name of this persona is Li Fei. He has forgotten who he is, forgotten his past, and embraced the identity bestowed upon him by the Nanda serpent demon, living as an ordinary high school student in this city. If all goes well, he should, in the future, lead a carefree existence, indulging in the pleasures of life, thanks to his extraordinarily long lifespan and innate abilities. However, approximately half a month ago, he witnessed the tragic demise of the ghost-faced king lineage, a being of mythic origin and even more formidable than himself. Its primary persona felt a surge of fear emanating from the Night Watchman, and thus it began to tremble with apprehension, concerned that it too might meet a fate akin to that of the ghost-faced king. Given its combat prowess, it stood no chance against the Night Watchman, so it resolved to exploit its talent for disguise, scheming to infiltrate the ranks of the Night Watchman, seeking to rise above the murky waters. It subtly suggested to Li Fei, leading him to request admission into the Night Watchman, only to be met with a merciless rejection. Yet, it was unwilling to concede. Thus, it began to plot. From the outset, its intention was not to propagate offspring, nor to annihilate the Night Watchman. Its singular aim was to showcase Li Fei's worth. It orchestrated an elaborate performance, inducing a state of confusion in Li Fei, subconsciously prompting him to seek out the Night Watchman, and subsequently, events unfolded as it had envisioned. However, an unforeseen variable emerged in this plan. And that variable is me. Lin Qi pointed to himself, stating that he had joined the Night Watchers as a temporary member just half a month prior. The entity was completely unaware of his existence, let alone his ability to distinctly discern its offspring. Fortunately, after some probing, it realized that he could not pierce through its true form's disguise, thus deciding to continue this intricate game. It deftly maneuvered every spawn's movements from the shadows, ensuring that Li Fei basked in the limelight while avoiding genuine peril. Yet, at this juncture, I emerged as an unpredictable variable. I seized the spotlight that rightfully belonged to Li Fei, annihilating every last spawn within the building. Though it simmered with anger, it refrained from taking any further action, considering that Li Fei had already demonstrated his worth. What followed was quite straightforward. It revealed its true form to engage in battle with the Night Watchers, subsequently feigning death, thereby creating the illusion that the formidable Nandu serpent demon had been vanquished. This would allow Li Fei to join the Night Watchers and secure a future free from worry. Alas, I saw through this ruse. Lin Qi gazed at Li Fei with a hint of regret, sincerely remarking, "This scheme is remarkably crafted, truly. If it weren't for me, you would have had a 90% chance of success." Li Fei regarded Lin Qi and, after a moment, broke into a smile and applauded. "Brilliant, simply brilliant. I never anticipated that I would ultimately fall at the hands of you two." However, his smile swiftly faded, and his slit pupils brimmed with hatred. "You have obliterated my hope of survival. Tell me, how shall I repay you?" Li Fei's physique expanded at an alarming rate, resembling a balloon, as scales of ebony hue sprouted across his skin, transforming him in the blink of an eye into a monstrous being with a human torso and serpentine tail. In the next instant, piercing screams echoed throughout the auditorium. Hundreds of students, witnessing the true form of the Nantua serpent demon from such close proximity, were rendered irrational with terror. Yet, The sole exit had been sealed by the serpent's fangs, compelling them to retreat in panic toward the farthest corner of the hall. As for Qingyu, he had already fled to his safe location the moment Li Yifei began his transformation, his gaze fixated intently on the Nantua serpent demon. Eyes brimming with excitement and curiosity, the Nantua serpent demon seemed to have locked onto Lin Qi, its claws slicing through the air, aimed directly at his neck. Lin Qi regarded it with a bemused expression, his right hand reaching behind him, and with a soft sound, drew forth a straight blade. Clang. This time, Lin Qi wielded the sword with one hand, effortlessly parrying its attack. My apologies, but you can no longer overpower me. Lin Qi glanced back at the dimming sky beyond the door. Dusk had settled. Under the cloak of night, he possessed quintuple the strength and speed of his usual self, rendering the Nantua serpent demon no match for him. With a swift motion, Lin Qi's blade easily deflected the demon's claws, and with a flick of his wrist, the blade shimmered like a fleeting shadow. For swift strikes landed upon the demon's arm, causing it to recoil with a shriek, enraged as it snarled at Lin Qi. In a flash, Lin Qi appeared before it, as the demon's claws swiped rapidly through the air, all of which he deftly blocked with a single hand. Lin Qi's eyes narrowed slightly, too slow. In the next moment, his blade's velocity surged dramatically, creating fleeting shadows in the air. The pale blue edge formed an impenetrable wall of steel, standing defiantly before the Nanda serpent demon. As Lin Qi unleashed his speed, the demon struggled increasingly to defend itself, gaping wounds appearing across its body, and soon, the majority of its dark scales shattered, leaving it in a pitiful state. Even as it attempted to exploit its crawling advantage, maneuvering along the edges of various obstacles, Lin Qi followed like a wraith, ever present in its wake. The demon's cries became increasingly anguished, its gaze filled with venomous hatred directed at the youth before it, eyes ablaze with overwhelming fury. This time, in both intellect and combat prowess, it was ruthlessly crushed. With an impassive expression, Lin Qi struck again and again, as though crafting an unfinished masterpiece. When the Nanda serpent demon had nearly lost its capacity to resist, a glimmer of golden light flashed in his eyes, and in an instant, he vanished. The pale blue blade left a straight trajectory in the air, and Lin Qi's figure had already positioned itself behind the demon. With a swift motion, the blade returned to its sheath. A massive serpent head thudded to the ground, its furious, wide-open eyes still fixated on Lin Qi, as if wishing to drag him into the depths of the netherworld. Lin Qi turned away from the lifeless body, murmuring softly, "I'm sorry. Li Yifei, let us meet again in the hospital." Chapter 64. The Calm Creek. The grand doors of the hall swung open once more, and Lin Qi emerged slowly, carrying a black box. Seated on the staircase, Hong Ying waved cheerfully as Lin Qi emerged. "All settled?" she inquired. "Indeed," he replied. Nodding thoughtfully, she hesitated before asking, "By the way, why didn't you allow me to intervene? He was my classmate. Killing him myself would have provided a sense of closure." Lin Qi responded coolly, "To eliminate him personally is merely a form of closure?" Hong Ying paused in confusion, grappling with the rationale behind such a notion. Si Shaoing cast a sidelong glance at him, muttering, "Disturbing." Lin Qi, aware of the absurdity of his statement, was merely concerned that if Hong Ying acted, she would eliminate the serpent demon with a single shot, thus depriving him of the opportunity to deliver the final blow. Moreover, it would prevent Li Yifei from being resurrected within the divine hospital. What about the students left inside? Lin Qi gestured towards the auditorium behind them. "Let them remain there for now. Shortly, someone will come to employ Dream Whisper to erase all memories related to the serpent demon and you, then weave a new dream for them." "What about the deceased students?" Lin Qi couldn't help but ask. "Furthermore, you obliterated an entire building. Such matters are beyond our concern. A dedicated department will address it, crafting a plausible explanation. Perhaps a laboratory explosion, a massive fire, a terrorist attack on the school, or even an alien invasion. Are you certain the last one is plausible? More so than the descent of myth." Indeed. Hong Ying pressed her lips together, slightly lowering her head, burdened by the weight of loss. Too many students had sacrificed their lives, and she felt it was all her fault. "Sister Hong Ying, how can you blame yourself? The majority of the students had already been cursed by the serpent seed long before they perished. If it weren't for you, the casualties would have been far greater." Si Shaonan consoled her, casting a glance at Lin Qi and quietly adding, "And you, though I am reluctant to admit it, you are indeed quite formidable." Lin Qi remained silent. "By the way, I recently met an exceptionally intelligent individual who seems to have a keen interest in mythical creatures. Might it be possible to recruit him into the Night Watch?" Lin Qi recalled the request made by Qingyu in the grand hall and turned towards Hong Ying. After a moment's hesitation, Hong Ying deliberated before responding. Qi, joining the night watch is not merely a matter of intelligence. This profession is fraught with peril. Do you understand my meaning? Lin Qi nodded slightly, refraining from further persuasion. Assisting in Qingyu with this request was the extent of his capabilities, after all. He himself was merely a temporary member who had not formally joined the night watch. Since his request had been declined, he saw no point in pressing further. Let us depart. It is time to disband. Hong Ying rose from the stairs, slinging the black box containing her long spear over her shoulder, and made her way towards the exit. In the hall, Qingyu, who had been standing silently at the door, felt his spirit sink. At that moment, his gaze fell upon the distant corpse of the Nantua serpent demon. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, as if having made a resolute decision, a spark of determination ignited in his eyes. Beside the ebony van, two men leaned against the door, silently observing the tranquil campus. The sound of an earpiece pierced the stillness, prompting a slight lift in Chun Mai's eyebrows. It's over. They are coming out. Wu Xiangnan beside him frowned. Why did she only inform you, and not me? I am the captain. I am the vice captain. That is because you constantly oppose Hong Ying. You are too rigid. Chun Mai shook his head, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Thus, it appears Hong Ying is closer to me. This isn't a matter of whether a child is closer to their father or mother. Your tone sounds rather odd, Wu Xiangnan retorted, rolling his eyes. The meaning is quite similar. After a brief silence, Chun Mai spoke again. I heard Lin Qi performed exceptionally well this time. Indeed. Do you think, since it's his first successful mission, we should celebrate in some way? Such as? Wu Xiangnan sighed. What's wrong? Isn't it commendable? I find it quite impressive. Just then, when Qima, seated in the driver's seat, couldn't help but roll down the window and interject. Honestly, you two are overdoing it. Completing a task and picking them up shouldn't require such theatrics. What about Lung Xian? No idea. He's always elusive. As they bantered, three figures slowly emerged from the school gate. From a distance, Hong Ying spotted the two by the van, beaming as she jumped up to wave at them. Si Xiaonan pondered for a moment before stealthily smearing the blood from Lin Qi onto her own face, resembling a flower-patterned cat. She held her head high, her expression seemingly proclaiming, I did not slack off. Lin Qi, burdened by the black box, had his school uniform soaked in blood, rendering it nearly unrecognizable. He squinted slightly as he gazed ahead, a hint of a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Are you injured? Chun Mai inquired as Lin Qi approached. No. Lin Qi shook his head. How do you feel? I feel. Lin Qi contemplated, a bit simpler than I had imagined. Captain, why don't you ask me? Hong Ying pouted, hands on her hips. You? Wu Xiangnan shot her a sidelong glance. It's a miracle you didn't demolish the school. Why would I ask you? Hong Ying glared at Wu Xiangnan, her teeth grinding in frustration. Did I ask you? You're not the captain. I am the captain, albeit the deputy. The deputy doesn't count. Of course it does. It doesn't. Suddenly, a crisp shutter sound resonated as a photograph emerged from the base of the telescope, delicately retrieved by a hand. Not far off, on the edge of a tall building, Lung Xian sat at the rooftop's brink, gently swaying the photo in his hand as the image grew increasingly clear. A soft breeze tousled his bangs as he lowered his gaze to the picture, a faint smile gracing his lips. This one is quite well taken. He treasured the photograph, tucking it into a box for safekeeping, then leisurely rose from the rooftop's edge, shouldering his sniper rifle as he disappeared into the night. Chapter 65, Awakening. Hello? Is this Captain Chun Mai? It's me. We encountered an issue while cleaning up the battlefield at number 2 high school. What issue? The passenger seat of the van. It's missing. Missing? Chun Mai furrowed his brow slightly. Yes. We searched the entire area but found no sign of its head. Could it be that a student hid it? That seems unlikely. We've already searched the students and found nothing. We suspect that someone may have taken its head and fled the auditorium before we arrived. Currently, the Wujia void should still envelop the school, preventing any escape, Chun Mai stated calmly. You should broadcast the dream whisper throughout the campus to erase its memory. A creature devoid of memory will inevitably fall into our trap. Understood. After hanging up the phone, Hong Ying curiously inquired, Captain, what happened? Lin Qi was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing as he gazed out the window. Could it be him? Suddenly, a thought struck him. The invisible barrier is still intact. They may have realized that the head of the serpent demon is missing. He murmured to himself. A flicker of determination ignited in his eyes. After a brief contemplation, he dashed toward the direction of the playground. Since escape was not an option, he would resort to hiding. He did not believe the barrier could remain open for an extended period. As long as he could conceal himself until they departed, he would find a way to flee. And Qingyu sprinted to a secluded area at the edge of the playground, where he unearthed a manhole cover among the weeds and exerted all his strength to lift it open. Immediately, a foul stench assailed him from the sewers. In the dark and damp underbelly, the noxious aroma invaded in Qingyu's nostrils from all directions, nearly suffocating him. He clenched his teeth, clutching his backpack tightly, enduring the assault. Yet, amidst the darkness, his eyes remained as bright as stars. Suddenly, a melodious tune wafted in from outside, causing Qingyu's pupils to constrict sharply. In a daze, it seemed as though he could hear whispers in his ear, and he found himself succumbing to an overwhelming drowsiness, on the verge of drifting into slumber. At that moment, an extraordinary force surged from his heart, as if a crystal-clear spring flowed into his mind, washing away all dreams and whispers into oblivion. And Qingyu abruptly opened his eyes. The murkiness within them vanished, replaced by absolute clarity. Beneath the surface of his gaze, an imperceptible veil of gray settled. Now, he was more awake than ever before. He stared blankly ahead, then lowered his gaze to his palms. In his eyes, his body appeared to transform into an exquisitely precise machine. Each component's operation revealed to him, the intricacies of their mechanics laid bare. He had never comprehended his own body so deeply. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he swiftly unzipped his backpack, retrieving a severed head, the head of the Nanda serpent demon. Beneath those eyes, this mythical creature, wholly outside the realm of modern scientific inquiry, seemed to be disassembled into countless gears, mechanisms, and screws. Yet even now, he found himself unable to fully grasp its essence. Thus, Qingyu extracted a sharp fruit knife from the compartment of his backpack. He resembled a surgeon wielding a scalpel. Fixated on the head before him, and then plunged the blade into its cranium. He struggled to breach the skull. He was dissecting, yearning to unveil what lay within the head. His incision quickened, his eyes alight with exhilaration, his body trembling with fervor. So this is how it functions. I comprehend now. How intriguing, truly fascinating. Where am I? In the dim confines of a cell. Li Fei slowly opened his eyes. He gazed around in bewilderment, preparing to rise, when fragmented memories surged into his mind like a tidal wave. He cried out in agony, staggering and collapsing to the ground. And Qingyu fired a gun. He was rendered unconscious by Lin Qi. The Nantua serpent demon lurking within him emerged. A fierce battle ensued. And then Lin Qi severed his head. He stared in disbelief at his own hands, his voice trembling. I truly am the Nantua serpent demon. How could this be? It was I who killed them. Before his eyes, the specters of those students slaughtered by the serpent demon offspring resurfaced. The blood-soaked ground seared into his mind, gradually transforming into his nightmare. No, he knelt on the ground, his visage contorted, uttering pain groans. In the next moment, his eyes morphed into eerie vertical slits, as if he had become a different person entirely, standing up expressionless. A pitiful weakling. One of the Nantua serpent demon's arms sprouted scales as it violently grasped the railing before it, attempting to twist it apart. Immediately, a series of obscure runes emerged from the surface of the cell, and a terrifying repulsive force propelled the Nantua serpent demon backward, slamming it against the wall on the opposite side of the cell before it collapsed to the ground. The Nantua serpent demon fixated on the railing before it, its forked tongue flickering as its cold, piercing gaze bore into the surroundings. In that fleeting moment of contact with the railing, fragmented information about the cell flooded into its mind. It was uncertain of its location, yet it comprehended one undeniable truth. Its fate lay entirely in the hands of another. That individual was the master of this place. As the Nantua serpent demon pondered this, steady footsteps echoed from the corridor beyond. Its slit pupils narrowed, and it swiftly crawled to the side of the railing to peer in that direction. In the dimly lit corridor, a figure gradually came into focus. Clad in a white lab coat, a youth with his hands tucked into his pockets emerged. Upon seeing his face, the Nantua serpent demon trembled in shock. It was you? Lin Qi approached with an expressionless demeanor, raising an eyebrow. Surprised, were you? Chapter 66. The first caregiver. The Nantua serpent demon coiled behind the railing, silently observing him. Lin Qi narrowed his eyes, standing outside the railing, equally gazing into the eyes of the Nantua serpent demon. Within his sight, a familiar panel unfolded. Sinner, Nanda's serpent demon choice. As the mythological creature you have personally slain, You possess the authority to determine the fate of its soul. Option 1. Annihilate its soul completely, rendering it utterly extinguished from existence. Option 2. Allow its loyalty value to reach 60, thus enabling you to employ it as a hospital attendant who, while caring for the patients, can also provide a degree of protection for you. Current loyalty value, 0.85. Upon finishing this information, Lin Qi raised his eyebrows slightly. This task differed from the last. If his memory served him correctly, the previous standard for attendance was based on fear value, whereas this time it had shifted to loyalty value. Thus, for various mythological beings, the criteria set forth by the hospital were not uniform. Moreover, this loyalty value was divided into two components, one being 0 and the other 85. If Lin Qi's conjecture was accurate, this division stemmed from the Nanda serpent demon being bifurcated into two distinct consciousnesses. The first value originated from the Nanda serpent demon itself, while the second emanated from the independent consciousness of Lin Qi. I suspect you are already aware of your fate. After a pause, Lin Qi spoke slowly. If you kill me, Lin Qi will also perish. The Nanda serpent demon fixed its gaze upon Lin Qi's eyes. Oh, Lin Qi replied with a subtle smile. Do you believe that I would be particularly concerned about his existence? The Nanda serpent demon fell into silence. As an entity that had been observing everything from the shadows, it was acutely aware of every move Lin Qi made. Their acquaintance had spanned merely over half a month. To claim that their relationship was particularly intimate would be a gross exaggeration. Moreover, Lin Qi had once abandoned him to flee, utilizing their relationship as leverage. The Nanda snake demon was not so foolish. What do you desire? I believe you have misunderstood something, Lin Qi replied calmly. At present, you are the one attempting to demonstrate your worth to me. If your value does not meet my expectations, I'm afraid my establishment does not accommodate idlers. The Nanda snake demon paused for a moment before slowly articulating, I excel in disguise. Planting snake seeds and infiltrating are my specialties. That is insufficient. I am adept at strategizing and can offer you counsel. What exactly do you claim to excel at? I have said nothing. The Nanda snake demon nearly forgot that it was he who had disrupted his own scheme. However, pooling ideas is not inherently detrimental. One's wisdom is not always all-encompassing. Our modes of thought and levels of insight differ, and perhaps I could provide you with some valuable references. Well, that is not without merit. What else? Although my current form possesses limited combat ability, once I mature, my essence will wield formidable strength. Furthermore, I can shed my skin, making it exceedingly difficult to slay me. Continue. There is nothing more. Lin Qi pondered briefly. Are you capable of amusing the elderly? I am not. The Nanda snake demon struggled to comprehend. Yet Lin Qi excelled in this regard. Then that will suffice. Lin Qi paused for a moment before speaking again. You may remain, but there are additional conditions. What conditions? At non-essential moments, let Lin Qi take control of this body. The Nanda serpent demon pondered for a while, then nodded in agreement. All right, I consent to your request. Freedom is undoubtedly significant, yet it does not wish to be utterly extinguished. Moreover, Lin Qi is also a part of it. So relinquishing the body is not too difficult to accept. Lin Qi nodded, extending his hand into the void, conjuring a piece of parchment and a steel pen that materialized in his grasp. This is your employment contract. Take a look. If there are no issues, please sign it. Lin Qi adopted the demeanor of a high-handed employer, nonchalantly tossing the parchment into the air. The Nanda serpent demon grasped the paper and read it meticulously, its expression turning vivid with realization. Rather than an employment contract, it would be more apt to describe it as a contract of servitude, densely enumerating a multitude of obligations the Nanda serpent demon must fulfill. These include, but are not limited to, unconditionally obeying the orders of Dean Lin Qi, refraining from causing harm or intending to harm Dean Lin Qi and his interests, not damaging public property within the hospital, maintaining regular cleanliness of the hospital, and preparing breakfast for the patients each morning. In the additional clause, there was a stipulation that under non-essential circumstances, the Lin Qi persona must govern the body. Conversely, in the section detailing Lin Qi's obligations, there lay a solitary blank. This was undoubtedly a ruthless, one-sided contract that exploited the rights of the caregiver, excessively oppressive. Yet, the current Nanda serpent demon had no alternative but to grit its teeth and inscribe its name. At the moment the name was signed, the parchment spontaneously ignited, and the peculiar runes surrounding the cell gradually dissipated, causing the cell door to swing open of its own accord. Meanwhile, the Nanda serpent demon swiftly reverted to human form, now adorned in a cerulean caregiver's uniform, which bore a black nameplate that read Caregiver 001. Li Yifei gazed in bewilderment at his attire, scratching his head. He had clearly overheard the exchange between the Nanda serpent demon and Lin Qi, thus grasping the current predicament. He had fallen from being Lin Qi's classmate to becoming a mere subordinate. How does it feel to be resurrected? Lin Qi inquired with a smile as he approached. Not too shabby, Li Yifei replied with a wry smile. Boss Lin, please don't exploit me too harshly. I can hardly bear it, call the director, Lin Qi said, patting his shoulder, then turned to stride out of the cell. Come along. I shall introduce you to this hospital. Sighing, Li Yifei, clad in the caregiver's uniform, hastened to follow Lin Qi. This area comprises the wards. Presently, only one room is occupied. There is but a single patient in this hospital, named Nike's. You may examine her medical records later for details on her condition. Over there is the activity zone, on quiet days. You can take her there to watch television or play chess. Ensure she doesn't spend all her time staring blankly at the flowers in the courtyard. We wouldn't want her to develop dementia on top of her existing mental afflictions. This is the pharmacy. These medications should be administered 3 times a day. 2 pills each time. As Lin Qi continued his exposition, Li Yifei felt himself becoming increasingly numb. What on earth is this place? Mother, I have found you a companion. Henceforth, he shall keep you company in my stead. At last, Lin Qi brought Li Yifei before Nike's, smiling as he introduced him. Nike's gazed at Li Yifei, seemingly pondering something. After a moment, her mouth fell open in astonishment as she exclaimed, Grandson, Grandma has found you. Chapter 67. Stop him. Li Yifei's smile abruptly froze, and he slowly turned to Lin Qi. Lin Qi offered him an encouraging glance. Li Yifei stammered, Gee, Grandma. He obediently opened his arms and embraced the ecstatic Nike's, his grin more tragic than joyful. I missed you so much. Watching the scene unfold, Lin Qi raised an eyebrow, his gaze towards Li Yifei brimming with admiration. Truly impressive. You excel at bringing joy to the elderly. Lin Qi noted with clarity that Nike's healing progress had surged from 21 to 23. Of course, this progress bar was visible only to him. Li Yifei remained oblivious to it. Over the past half-month, Lin Qi had consistently visited the hospital, administering Nike's her medication and engaging her in conversation. Under the dual treatment of medication and emotional support, Nike's condition had significantly improved. At least she no longer secretly wept in the medicine room, clutching a bottle of pills. With Li Yifei's continuous companionship, it was likely her recovery would accelerate greatly, and it shouldn't be long before she reached 50. By that time, he would be able to extract Nike's second ability. During this period, Lin Qi attempted to unlock the second door of the ward, yet regrettably, it remained impervious to his efforts. This was likely intertwined with his own cultivation level, as the refinement of mental prowess necessitates a gradual approach that cannot be rushed. After exchanging a few words with Li Yifei, Lin Qi departed from the psychiatric hospital. The ensuing days seemed to unfold without distinction from the past. Even though Lin Qi had proficiently completed his first mission, the daily training regimen showed no signs of abatement. In fact, Lin Qi felt that Chun Mai's strikes had grown more painful. However, following the harrowing experience of life and death combat, Lin Qi found his synergy with the mortal realm to be more harmonious, and his mental perception had sharpened considerably. He could now adeptly evade a shooting frequency of 50 rounds per second within the chamber, boldly challenging a rate of 100 rounds per second. Perhaps the most pronounced improvement was in Lin Qi's marksmanship. From initially missing the target entirely at 30 meters and barely hitting at 20 meters through diligent training, he had now reached a point where he could reliably strike targets within 30 meters. He vividly recalled the day he first hit the target at 30 meters. Witnessing Lung Xian standing behind him with reddened eyes, discreetly wiping away tears, before raising his head to reveal a smile of satisfaction. 10 days later, Lin Qi approached the door of the captain's office and knocked gently. Come in. Upon entering, he found Chen Mai engrossed in a document, meticulously reading. Lifting his gaze to meet Lin Qi's, he remarked, in a few days, the new recruit training will commence. Lin Qi was taken aback, suddenly realizing that since he had entered the night watch, an entire month had slipped by unnoticed. What preparations should I make? During the training period for new recruits, a closed management system is implemented. Although daily necessities will be provided, their quality may not be satisfactory. I will have Hong Ying take you shopping shortly, and I shall reimburse you for the expenses. Furthermore, the weather in Jing City is considerably colder than in Songnan. Remember to purchase ample winter clothing and charge it to my account. Injuries are most common during training. Be sure to come find me tomorrow morning, and I will provide you with some medicine. which is far more effective than what is available on the market. Chen Mai held a small notebook, meticulously advising Lin Qi, even detailing which type of train berth would be the most comfortable. By the time Chen Mai closed the notebook, over half an hour had elapsed. Have you noted everything I just mentioned? Chen Mai inquired earnestly, gazing at Lin Qi. Lin Qi nodded affirmatively, stating that he had taken note of everything. Good. Chen Mai seemed to recall something else. The train tickets to Jing City should be purchased early. Those who arrive sooner can choose their dormitory. You should buy the tickets when you head out later, for tomorrow's journey. Tomorrow? We are leaving tomorrow? Lin Qi was momentarily stunned. The sooner, the better. I understand, Lin Qi replied with a nod. After Lin Qi departed the office, Chen Mai silently pulled out his wallet, casting a glance inside, and let out a soft sigh. Wow, Xiaonan, that Peppa Pig bedsheet is simply delightful. Shall we purchase a lovely gift for Chia? Oh yes, indeed. That delightful pink suitcase is simply marvelous. Let us buy one, shall we? Absolutely. Xiaonan, look at this backpack that resembles Snow White's. Isn't it splendid? Oh yes, indeed. Wow, look at that charming little dress. It's so beautiful. Let us get it. Oh yes, sniff sniff. Lin Qi firmly covered Si Xiaonan's mouth and solemnly stated, Sister Hongying, I believe that isn't suitable for me. With a face full of regret, Hongying set down the backless dress she was holding and sighed. Well, you are a boy. Wearing a dress might not be appropriate immediately. She picked up a nearby alluring camisole, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Lin Qi. Then let us buy this. Lin Qi, observing the vibrant array of colors scattered around him, he sat to the side, a helpless smile gracing his lips, which only bloomed brighter. As he continued to smile, a subtle sorrow flickered in his eyes. He gazed out of the window, where the hazy moonlight bathed the world. Pondering if it was time to depart the next morning, at the entrance of the train station, Lin Qi stood before the door, dragging 2 large suitcases. With the other members of Team 136 gathered behind him. Have you packed everything? Wu Xiangnan was the first to inquire. All set, he replied. Qi, I bought you sunscreen, hair removal cream, and body lotion. You must remember to use them. Hongying, with reddened eyes, stood at the forefront, reluctant to part ways. Rest assured, it will be useful. Lin Qi spoke with a hint of exasperation. Qi, Chen Mai stepped forward, his expression grave. Beijing is not like our Songnan. It is too far away, and there exists a certain unfairness during the training. If this were in Songnan, we could directly confront them with swords in hand to seek justice for you. But in Beijing, you must rely solely on yourself. He slightly bowed to the crowd, saying, I shall take my leave now. Rising, he waved goodbye and dragged 2 suitcases into the train station. The onlookers gazed at his departing figure, their hearts heavy with concern. Just then, Chen Mai's phone rang unexpectedly. Hello? What? Chen Mai abruptly raised his head and pointed at Lin Qi, exclaiming, Damn it, stop that kid. I don't know what the higher-ups are thinking, but they actually scheduled the new soldier training in Songnan this time. Hurry, stop him. Once he enters the station, the ticket cannot be refunded. Chapter 68. A Gathering of Winds and Clouds. Beijing. Night Watchman's Training Office. What? This time the new soldier training is set in Songnan? Where's Songnan? Yuan Gang exclaimed in astonishment, glancing at the document in his hand. Before him, a man reclined lazily in a chair behind the desk, stretching and squinting as he sat up, a cross-shaped scar marking his forehead. He was Xiaoping, the captain of the Night Watchman Team number 006 stationed in Beijing. But, hasn't the training always been held in Beijing in previous years? Why has it suddenly changed to Songnan this year? Yuan Gang furrowed his brow. You are the vice captain of our Team 006 and also the chief instructor for new recruits over the years, having trained so many batches of soldiers. Is it really difficult to adapt to a new environment? Certainly not. Yuan Gang shook his head repeatedly, expressing his confusion as to why there was a sudden change of venue. The facilities and equipment here are readily available, so why the need to uproot everything to Songnan? Isn't this merely seeking trouble? The higher-ups must have their reasons for such decisions. We need only to carry out their orders and not question what does not concern us. Let us not delve further into it. Very well. Yuan Gang sighed. With the efficiency of the logistics department, a complete training base will be established in Songnan before dawn tomorrow, and you should gather your team and prepare for departure. Xiaoping took a sip of tea. Suddenly, a slipper was hurled from behind the desk, and Yuan Gang deftly sidestepped to avoid it, only to hear Xiaoping's angry voice from behind the desk. Hey, Yuan Gang, who do you think you're looking down on? I'm the captain stationed at the capital. Do you think I'm just loafing around? Yuan Gang chuckled, tossing Xiaoping's slipper out the window. and then swaggered out of the office. Xiao Pinggu erupted in curses. In Guangshan City, at an opulent private club. Songnan. What sort of place is Songnan? A chubby man clad in a bathrobe reclined on a sofa in the lavish massage room, incredulously gazing at the notification in his hand, turning to ask. Behind the door of the VIP room, 5 formidable bodyguards stood expressionless. Before them, a bespectacled steward slightly bowed and gently remarked, "Were you not previously residing in the capital? It seems there have been changes in policy this year, which might necessitate alterations to your itinerary. I shall dispatch someone to make arrangements. Book a flight for tomorrow. I shall depart then." The steward was taken aback. "Young master, is it not a bit too hasty to leave tomorrow? There is no need to worry about accommodations. We have already secured the finest quarters with the night watchmen. They will surely extend us their courtesy. Guangzhou and Shenzhen are rather dull. I wish to meet new friends. However, young master, once you arrive there, please endeavor to speak Mandarin. Otherwise, they may struggle to comprehend." Mandarin? The chubby youth pondered for a moment and conceded, "Indeed. If there are difficulties in communication, one cannot forge genuine friendships." Having said this, he patted the young woman who was tenderly massaging his feet. "Very well. You may retire now. After all these years, I have indulged enough. It is time for a change of pace." He rose, stretched lazily, causing the flesh on his body to quiver slightly. "Sognon? I shall not be returning." On Mount Jiuhua, the sound of chanting resonated amidst the fragrant sandalwood smoke. An elderly monk draped in a robe strolled through the wooden corridor, his prayer beads gently rotating, his gaze as tranquil as still water. At last, he paused before the entrance of a meditation room. He extended his hand, lightly tapping twice on the door before pushing it open and entering. Within the tranquil confines of the Zen hall, there lay but a bed, a table, and a meditation cushion. Upon the largest wall, the words "Quiet the Mind" were inscribed in elegant black brush strokes, their fluidity appearing gentle yet seemingly concealing a profound, ominous intent. A young man with raven hair slightly opened his eyes. "Master Chaoyuan, your letter has arrived," announced the old monk, bowing in reverence before producing an envelope from his sleeve. The young man rose with deliberation, accepted the envelope, and perused its contents for an extended period. "Songnon," he murmured to himself, then lifted his gaze to the old monk, respectfully inquiring, "Master, do you believe I should go?" "Disciple, you have spent 5 years in this temple. Your inner demons have been subdued. I believe it is time for you to depart." A flicker of hesitation crossed the boy's eyes. "But my sins. To take a life is a sin. To save one is virtue. Virtue and vice must be balanced to achieve liberation," the old monk replied, his gaze profoundly deep as he joined his palms in prayer. "Remaining in this temple, even for decades, will not absolve your sins. Disciple, it is time to let go." After a prolonged silence, the young man mirrored the monk's gesture, bowing deeply. "Thank you for your guidance, Master. Master Chaoyuan, there is one more matter I must remind you of," the old monk continued. "Please, Master, speak. As you journey to Songnan, you may encounter a benefactor. Should you seize this opportunity, not only may you atone for your sins, but you might also attain enlightenment." "A benefactor?" Chaoyuan furrowed his brow slightly. What characteristics might this benefactor possess? 2 trees standing tall, one among the 8 deities, 10 years into the night, guiding the souls of the world. The old monk, with his eyes closed and hands clasped, intoned in a voice resonant like an ancient bell, Amit Ba. With that, Chaoyuan lifted his gaze towards the mountain peak beyond the Zen room, joining his hands in tranquility as he softly uttered, "I shall depart." Within the compartment of the vehicle, Lin Qi glanced at the silent assembly of individuals, instinctively retracting his neck. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Ahem. When Qima cleared his throat, breaking the silence, "Well, Qi, the train tickets can no longer be refunded. That is not your concern. Do not dwell upon it." Chenmai, seated in the front passenger seat, appeared somewhat green in countenance. We ought to think positively, right? For instance, the training camp in Songnan is so close. We can visit you anytime. The training camp is closed to outsiders. We cannot enter," interjected the driver, Wu Xiangnan, in a somber tone. When Qima paused, "At the very least, we have procured all our necessities, down jackets, thick blankets, heat packs, and large scarves." "Qima, these items are unnecessary for the winter in Songnan," Hong Ying quietly reminded. Silence. Chenmai shot when Qima glare, feeling as though his heart were bleeding. "Qia, perhaps you could check if any of these can still be returned." Chapter 69. The first new recruit. A low rumble echoed as several heavy-armed transport helicopters descended slowly from the cerulean sky. their propellers stirring up the winds and sand below. On the opposite side of the helipad, a group of men clad in military uniforms stood resolutely against the fierce gusts, resembling statues that remained steadfast against the elements. The helicopter's doors slowly creaked open, and Yuan Gang, clad in military attire and carrying a black box, descended from the aircraft. A sharp salute was rendered by the soldiers awaiting him, their voices resonating in unison. "Greetings, Commander." Yuan Gang strode forward with purpose, his expression grave. As the gusts from the helicopter whipped his garments into a fluttering display, "Has the training camp been completed?" he inquired. "Report. The training camp is fully prepared," came the prompt response. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yuan Gang added, "By the way, please provide me with the list of new recruits for this training session." "Yes, sir." With the black box slung over his shoulder, Yuan Gang turned towards the training camp that had risen overnight. Situated in a desolate suburban area within the bounds of Songnan City, the camp sprawled across an expansive area, fortified by checkpoints established 10 miles in all directions, securing it with the vigilance of a military base. Only the new recruits were permitted access. "Commander, here is the list of new recruits for this year." As Yuan Gang and the instructor surveyed the camp, a soldier hastily approached, presenting the list to him. Upon receiving it, Yuan Gang glanced at the document and froze in disbelief. The instructors behind him also came to a halt. Rubbing his eyes, he scrutinized the list twice, muttering to himself, "What on earth is this lineup this year? What's the matter, Commander?" One of the curious instructors leaned in closer. "Is this the young master of the Guangshan Bailey group? Is it that Bailey group?" The instructor behind him, catching sight of the first line, stood in stunned silence. The foremost family conglomerate of the Great Xia, aside from the government, serves as the second major sponsor behind the Night Watchman, known as the Forbidden Items Museum. "The Bailey family?" Another instructor could not help but interject. "Is this the young master from our Night Watchman's Eastern family? Why would a well-bred scion choose to engage in the Night Watchman's duties? Is it merely for a taste of life? Perhaps. The thoughts of the affluent often elude our comprehension. But what shall we do regarding training? If we inadvertently provoke him with a heavy hand, could he seek revenge upon us? Do they dare?" Yuan Gang's eyes narrowed slightly. The Night Watchman is a national organization. Indeed, the Bailey family has contributed a substantial amount of funding, yet the Night Watchman is not their private garden. Once they arrive at our training camp, all are equal, and I expect rigorous discipline. Should any issues arise, I shall take responsibility. Understood. The instructors nodded solemnly. Yuan Gang's gaze returned to the list in his hand, and to his astonishment, another divine agent had emerged in this cohort. A divine agent? Which deity? Yuan Gang looked up at the sky, squinting slightly. Codename 003. The Seraphim Michael. A Seraphim? Since when has there been an agent for a Seraphim? Thankfully, he is aligned with our Night Watchman. It has been many years since a divine agent has appeared. This young man possesses boundless potential. The last divine agent to emerge from the recruit training was, if memory serves, the member of the special team, Mask? Indeed. Yuan Gang gazed at the list in his hand, circling several names with a red pen and letting out a resigned sigh. The presence of a young heir from the Bailey group and an agent of the Seraphim was already enough to trouble us. This time, 3 high-risk owners of the Forbidden Zones have emerged simultaneously, one of whom ranks within the top 50. Moreover, there are the inheritors of the 8 trigrams palm from Beijing, the Mo family spear from Hebei, and active special forces. Observing the dense array of red circles on the list, the instructor behind him felt a pang of anxiety. "Commander, they are all formidable opponents. Can we contain them?" Yuan Gang remained silent for a long time before putting away the list and calmly stating, "Contact the Mask team and have them come to maintain order. Only a prodigy can subdue another prodigy." Outside the training camp, amidst military checkpoints, a special forces soldier, peering through binoculars, furrowed his brow as he scanned the distance for a prolonged moment. Slowly, he lowered the binoculars and retrieved his walkie-talkie. "Report, we have detected an individual approaching. Here are the details. A young male, appearing to be a high school student, dragging a pink Hello Kitty suitcase along with a Peppa Pig suitcase. It is not visible whether he is carrying any weapons." "A high school student?" The voice on the other end of the walkie-talkie paused momentarily. Could it be a new recruit reporting for duty? The notification was just issued this morning, and he arrives by noon? What swiftness! He is still advancing towards us. Please advise. Stand by. I will go to meet him. Before long, a military off-road vehicle emerged from the checkpoint, heading towards the direction of the young man. The scorching sun beat down relentlessly. At this moment, Lin Qi was dragging 2 suitcases along the rugged, muddy path, a few beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. Is there really a training camp in this place? Lin Qi glanced around, murmuring to himself. Could it be that the captain is playing tricks on me because I didn't return the goods? This morning, he had just received the specific address of the new recruit training camp, and Shunmai had urged him to come. After the rather awkward farewell ceremony yesterday, today's send-off was less grand, when Qi drove him to the vicinity and left him to walk the rest of the way. Once everyone learned that Lin Qi was at the Songnan training camp, their worries seemed to dissipate. Perhaps, as Qinmai said, if anything were to happen to Lin Qi, they could rush over with weapons in hand, unlike the anxiety they felt while in the capital. After all, Songnan City is the territory of their Team 136. Buzz. Just as Lin Qi was making his way forward with his suitcase, the roar of an approaching vehicle echoed from a distance. Lin Qi squinted and halted his steps. A camouflaged military off-road vehicle skidded to a halt beside him, kicking up dust. An officer leaned out, scrutinizing Lin Qi. What brings you here? Training. A recruit? Yes. Arrived so soon. I'm a local from Songnan. Show me your identification. Get in. Lin Qi placed his luggage in the trunk and boarded the off-road vehicle. The officer drove him directly past all the checkpoints, finally stopping at the entrance of the training camp. You may enter now, he indicated with a nod towards the imposing gate ahead. Lin Qi alighted from the vehicle, dragging 2 pastel-hued suitcases, and stood before the colossal iron gates, gazing upward. The sign read, 039 New Recruit Training Base. This was to be his abode for the coming year, and he was the very first recruit to arrive. Before long, an instructor emerged from behind the gate, casting a surprised glance at him. A new recruit? Indeed. What is your name? Lin Qi. The instructor's demeanor shifted, his frame tensing as he scrutinized Lin Qi with the intensity reserved for a rare treasure. You are Lin Qi? Feeling somewhat unsettled under the instructor's gaze, Lin Qi replied. Yes, is there a problem? None at all. The instructor shook his head and opened the gates of the training camp. You are the first to arrive this year. Please, come in. By the way, I am Hong Hao, your instructor. Hello, Instructor Hong, Lin Qi said politely as he stepped into the training camp. Instructor Hong nodded. You've arrived early. Consider yourself fortunate. I will personally guide you through the camp. With that, Instructor Hong led Lin Qi on a tour of the empty training grounds. The training camp's interior was far more expansive than Lin Qi had envisioned. The structures were not mere temporary tents or makeshift cabins, rather. They were edifices solidified from some unknown material, seamlessly merging with the ground as if they had organically emerged from the earth itself. The terrain was meticulously delineated with neat lines, indicating pedestrian pathways and vehicular routes, complete with markers denoting the locations of the dining hall and dormitories. The varying thicknesses and colors of these lines created a visually pleasing aesthetic, a veritable boon for those with obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Had Lin Qi not been aware that this was once a barren wasteland, he might have easily mistaken it for a newly constructed base that had taken years to complete. Military vehicles sped along the main road, laden with crates of supplies and equipment, food, water, weaponry, bedding. Lin Qi even spotted a truck brimming with explosive packages. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth revealed a burgeoning concern regarding the safety of this base. It is worth noting that Lin Qi had yet to undergo any substantial collective training, having lost his sight in elementary school. He had never participated in military drills during his middle or high school years, and his involvement in physical education classes had been minimal. Had he not prioritized personal fitness, he would likely be in a state of poor health now. Over there lay the training grounds, where most physical conditioning would take place. Instructor Hong gestured towards a vast area reminiscent of an airport, stating, "Physical fitness is our primary focus. Your physique appears rather average. I suspect you may face considerable challenges ahead." He then pointed to the dining hall, the place that would evoke both love and disdain over the course of the coming year. There lies the classroom, designated for imparting theoretical knowledge. Adjacent to it stands a row of abandoned structures, serving as a practical training ground for urban warfare, rappelling, and ziplining. Over there is the shooting range. Lin Qi observed the seemingly endless array of training facilities before him, secretly noting their purposes, filled with curiosity and anticipation. What is that? A convenience store? Lin Qi inquired, pointing towards a nearby small shop. It resembled the modest convenience stores typically found in schools, characterized by its low stature and shelves brimming with daily necessities. At that moment, a group of instructors stood at the entrance, gesturing towards the wall adorned with cigarettes while engaged in conversation. That is the supply station, Instructor Hong remarked with a glance. The training camp operates under strict closure, rendering money unnecessary. Should any personal items become damaged, one can obtain replacements here. Additionally, provisions such as bread, water, and cigarettes are available, with each individual allotted a fixed monthly quota, which is certainly sufficient. As the two passed by, it appeared that the instructors inside the supply station had noticed something, as they all simultaneously turned their gazes towards Lin Qi, pointing and whispering amongst themselves. Lin Qi furrowed his brow, pondering, why is everyone looking at me? Were there no other agents participating in the new recruit training before me? Indeed, there were. Instructor Hong nodded. The last agent to leave the training camp has already become the leader of the mask squad. Mask? Lin Qi was taken aback. If his memory served him correctly, when Shima had previously spoken to him about the remarkable feats of this special team. Who was the agent of which deity? Instructor Hong led Lin Qi to the edge of a dense cluster of buildings and remarked, "This is the dormitory area, all double rooms. You are the first to arrive, so feel free to choose." Lin Qi nodded and strolled around the vicinity of the dormitory building, ultimately selecting a room that faced south, boasting the best lighting and comfort. "Good choice. I shall register you now," Instructor Hong noted, recording Lin Qi's room number. The training would officially commence in 3 days, so he advised, "Make sure to rest well here for the next couple of days, as you will not find respite for the coming year." With that brief instruction, Instructor Hong turned and departed, leaving Lin Qi alone in the dormitory. The dormitory's environment was cleaner than Lin Qi had anticipated, yet the facilities were exceedingly rudimentary. The low, hard bed felt quite uncomfortable even just to sit upon. There was no air conditioning, and the room lacked even a fan. Fortunately, Lin Qi had grown accustomed to a life of hardship, so this environment posed no significant challenge for him. He adeptly organized his belongings, arranged the bed linens, and lay down upon the bed. With no signal and no mobile phone, finding something to occupy his time proved impossible. If he were to remain alone in this space for 3 days, he would undoubtedly feel stifled. Luckily, Lin Qi had a mental refuge in the form of a psychiatric ward. Whenever he felt bored, he could engage in tea drinking with Nikes, fostering their relationship, or play chess and converse with Li Yifei in the activity room, never sensing any monotony. Early the next morning, Lin Qi went to the supply station to procure some provisions, as the cafeteria had yet to open, leaving him with no option for breakfast. "Young master, I have shown you numerous places, yet this one boasts the finest environment, warm in winter, cool in summer, and abundant sunlight." A man, wearing a sycophantic grin, stood before a chubby figure, chattering incessantly. Alas, one must admit that Songnan truly pales in comparison to Guangshan. The economy is poor, and the surroundings are lacking. Just look at this building. What a sight. The walls are peeling, and the facilities in these dormitories are so rudimentary. Can one even sleep on this bed? The man, with a sense of resignation, unlocked the door, only to be momentarily taken aback by the scene within. "Oh dear, young master. Who is so inconsiderate as to have invaded your room? Quickly, what are you all standing there for? Toss everything out. It's filthy." The bodyguards behind the chubby figure rushed forward, eager to assist in clearing the mess. A glint of cold light flickered in Lin Qi's eyes. Oh, the cliché antics of a wealthy young master bullying the common folk. The act of flaunting superiority while feigning humility, my favorite drama. Just as Lin Qi was about to make a move, the chubby figure suddenly kicked the man in the rear, unleashing a torrent of expletives. "You scoundrel! This is a double room, and my roommate resides here. Dare to touch my roommate's belongings? How dare you call it filthy? I detest your kind, those who bully the weak. Get as far away from me as possible." A man was knocked to the ground by a kick from a plump boy, who, in a state of panic, slapped himself several times before hastily fleeing toward the door. "You all, bring over the gifts that I brought for my roommate. Today, I shall remain here, and I will ensure that my roommate understands what it means to be as close as old friends, with bonds stronger than gold." Beside him, Lin Qi raised an eyebrow in confusion. Chapter 71. The rotund Baili. The bodyguards behind the plump boy promptly arranged a stack of gift boxes neatly beside Lin Qi's bed, forming an orderly line while standing behind their master. "What are you all doing here? This is a new recruit training camp, not your home." The plump boy huffed impatiently, waving his hands dismissively. "Get moving. I do not want my roommate to think I relish bullying others with my status." The bodyguards exchanged glances, ultimately resigning themselves to leave. Only the plump boy remained, sitting beside a mountain of gifts, looking down at his attire. He cleared his throat and sat upright at the entrance. Lin Qi scratched his head, finding the unfolding situation somewhat perplexing. After pondering for a moment, he slowly made his way toward his dormitory. As Lin Qi's figure appeared in the empty corridor, the plump boy's eyes instantly sparkled. He sprang to his feet, tidied his appearance once more, revealing a pristine set of white teeth, and smiled as he watched Lin Qi approach in his slippers. Lin Qi's expression grew peculiar under the plump boy's strange gaze. He felt awkward, as if he could barely walk. At last, Lin Qi reached the doorway of the dormitory. "Greetings, I am Bai Li Tu Ming. I acknowledge that my name may be somewhat difficult to pronounce. You may simply call me Tu Ming, or even Fatty." Before Lin Qi could respond, the plump gentleman suddenly bowed deeply, startling Lin Qi into retreating 2 steps. "I hope we can become friends, and I look forward to your guidance in the coming year." This unexpected display left Lin Qi utterly bewildered. "Ahem, Bai Li, Bai Li." Lin Qi pondered, seemingly forgetting the latter part of his name, recalling only the nickname Fatty. "Bai Li, Fatty." There's no need for such formality. The plump man's eyes sparkled with delight at the moniker Bai Li Fatty. "I haven't yet inquired about your name. Oh, I am Lin Qi. Brother Qi, I have brought you some local specialties from my hometown. They are not particularly valuable, and I hope you won't find them lacking." With a smile, he began to present the gift boxes he had brought from behind him. Lin Qi merely scanned them with his mental energy, and his expression instantly transformed. "Is this a box of Rolex watches?" Lin Qi was taken aback. Within the plump man's hands lay a neatly arranged collection of 12 Rolex timepieces, Green Submariner, Explorer, Greenwich, each style distinct. And had it not been for Lin Qi's extensive reading of magazines, he might not have recognized many of them. A dozen Rolex watches nestled within a single box evoked the imagery of a gift set of red Fuji apples. "What's this? Brother Qi does not fancy Rolex?" The plump man paused, setting aside the Rolex box to pick up another one. "What about Patek Philippe? Cartier and Baume Mercier also have their share." "Brother Lin Qi, I initially intended to present something different, but most items in this training camp are impractical. Thus a watch is the most fitting choice." The stack of gift boxes in Lin Qi's arms grew increasingly cumbersome, and after a considerable pause, he finally spoke. "Bai Li Pang Pang, does your family engage in the watch business?" "No, our family dabbles in a bit of everything," Bai Li Pang Pang chuckled. "But don't misunderstand. I am merely a child from an ordinary family, not some scion of a prestigious lineage. I am quite down to earth." "Ah, I mean, I am very relatable. I believe you as much as I would a ghost." Lin Qi rolled his eyes inwardly and set aside the gift box. "I don't want these things." "Why not?" Bai Li Pang Pang grew anxious. "Just accept it. It's not of great value, merely a token of our meeting. I dislike receiving gifts." "Then, what should I?" Bai Li Pang Pang glanced between Lin Qi and the gift box, his anxiety causing perspiration to bead on his forehead. Lin Qi regarded him for a moment before sighing. "You keep it for now. When I decide I want it, you can give it to me then." "Well, fine." Bai Li Pang Pang solemnly tucked the gift box away before slowly opening his suitcase, carelessly tossing sheets and blankets onto the bed, and then sprawled out on top of it. Lin Qi's lips twitched. "What are you doing?" "Sleeping," Bai Li Pang Pang replied, patting the crumpled fabric into shape. "The bed is quite comfortable." Lin Qi. After a while, Bai Li Pang Pang quietly got up and softly called out, "Brother Qi." "Qi." Lin Qi remained motionless with his eyes closed. Bai Li Pang Pang cautiously stood up and tiptoed over to the cabinet, rummaging through it. What is this rotund fellow up to? Lin Qi continued to perceive Bai Li Pang Pang's every move with his mental senses. Lin Qi. This little chubby one, how persistent. A surge of annoyance welled up within Lin Qi, and he suddenly opened his eyes, turning to look at Bai Li Pang Pang. "What are you doing?" Bai Li Pang Pang jumped in surprise, landing on the ground with a thud, gazing at Lin Qi with a look of trepidation as his not particularly bright mind raced to comprehend the situation. Thus, he awkwardly leaned down towards Lin Qi's feet and sniffed. "Qi, your feet smell delightful." "Lin Qi, what manner of creature is this?" Observing Lin Qi frozen in place, Bai Li Pang Pang hesitated for a moment before extending his own foot towards Lin Qi, cautiously asking, "How about you give mine a sniff?" Lin Qi felt a murderous intent rising within him. Meanwhile, at a distance, in another building, Chief Instructor Yuan Gang silently lowered the binoculars in his hands, his expression utterly captivating. He turned to Instructor Hong, pointing at the 2 individuals across the way who were engaged in the peculiar act of sniffing each other's feet, and spoke with a sarcastic tone. Is this what you meant by two dangerous individuals? Instructor Hong. No, this isn't right. One is a proud and formidable Seraphim agent, while the other is a pampered heir of the Bailey Group. Living under the same roof, their coexistence seems perilous. Yet, how did they end up like this? Yuan Gang patted his shoulder and spoke earnestly. Hong Hao, to truly understand a person, one must not solely focus on their identity or background. In this world, there can be countless individuals from similar family lineages. Yet the nature and character of a person can be infinitely diverse. After uttering these words, Yuan Gang turned and departed. Once he was completely out of Commander Hong's sight, Yuan Gang could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. How amusing. Chapter 72. The training begins from the day Lin Qi arrived at the training camp. The influx of new recruits steadily increased. The previously empty dormitory building was, without notice, nearly filled to capacity. By the morning of the third day, Lin Qi was awakened by the clamor outside the corridor. He sat up and rubbed his sleepy eyes. Huh? Did that hefty fellow really rise this early? Lin Qi glanced at the adjacent bed, which resembled a pigsty, now vacant, and raised an eyebrow in surprise. It seemed this privileged young master was indeed quite different. After spending the past 2 days together, Lin Qi had formed a preliminary understanding of the chubby Bailey. He was certainly not the type to be arrogant or overbearing. In fact, he appeared to be making an effort to conceal his affluent background, masquerading as someone from a modest family, albeit with clumsy execution. His nature was not malevolent, merely a bit dim-witted. This was Lin Qi's initial assessment of the chubby Bailey. Lin Qi was unafraid of trouble. In fact, to some extent, he even anticipated that his roommate would be an arrogant, domineering individual who would frequently provoke him. This would provide him with a legitimate reason to retaliate and seize control of the entire room. However, fate had conspired against him. For his roommate turned out to be a harmless, bumbling fool. This foolish plump fellow interacted with him cheerfully each day, often presenting him with gifts and speaking with utmost politeness. Lin Qi felt as though he were striking a fist against cotton. To strike him would weigh heavily on his conscience, yet when the fool would sneakily place his foot against Lin Qi's face in the dead of night, he found it utterly impossible to resist. The most infuriating aspect was that once Lin Qi was roused from his slumber, the rotund fellow would gaze at him with sincerity, a blend of eagerness and shyness, and say, "Fortunately, Lin Qi has no knife at hand. Otherwise, this wretched fatso would undoubtedly not witness the dawn of the next day." Lin Qi stretched his body, toothbrush clenched between his teeth, as he dragged an empty hot water bottle to wash up. Upon opening the door, he was met with a throng of people gathered around the opposite dormitory building. Amidst the crowd, a portly figure radiating an aura of opulence was bellowing at the top of his lungs. "Comrades, I have brought you some local delicacies from my hometown. I hope you will not disdain them, and I look forward to your support in the coming year." He gestured. "Hey, over there, brothers, no need to scramble. There's enough for everyone." Bai Li, the rotund fellow, raised his rounded arm, which was adorned with an array of exquisite watches wrapped around it like a mummy, exuding an air of extravagance. The surrounding recruits were instantly captivated. "Please, do not misunderstand. I am not some wealthy scion. I am but a child of an ordinary family, yearning for harmonious interactions with you all." Suddenly, with a loud thud, Lin Qi stood aghast, his mouth agape, as his toothbrush clattered to the floor upon witnessing the chaotic dormitory building across from him. "Who on earth is this rotund fellow?" he murmured to himself. "Surely, even the most affluent scions do not possess such wealth? Is it customary for every one of the over 200 new recruits in this camp to receive a luxury watch? This is a blatant display of extravagance." Yet, amidst the uproar of the dormitory, there remained individuals unfazed by the commotion. Lin Qi noticed a youth leaning against the wall in the corridor of the same floor, his gaze coldly surveying the scene. He appeared as though he belonged to another realm, exuding an aura of disconnection, as if an invisible barrier shielded him from the surrounding clamor, his eyes calm as still water. Meanwhile, in the adjacent female dormitory, a long-haired girl stood in the corridor, squinting at the portly Bai Li among the throng, her eyes brimming with disdain. The more Lin Qi observed, the more he discerned that many were covertly scrutinizing the farce unfolding before them. Some bore expressions of indifference, others wore mocking visages, while some exhibited contempt, and a few seemed poised to act. Bai Li's antics, while igniting the atmosphere within the new recruits' dormitory, simultaneously unveiled a clandestine tableau before Lin Qi's eyes. Likewise, as Lin Qi became aware of their presence, they too recognized one another. At that moment, Instructor Hong, accompanied by several officers, stormed into the dormitory area, their fierce demeanor evident as they glared at the raucous dormitory building, unleashing a torrent of expletives. What the hell is going on here? Are you holding a market fair? Huh. Should I invite a few exotic dancers to entertain you? The words hung in the air as Instructor Hong's lips twitched slightly. Maintaining a stern demeanor, he continued to admonish, do not presume that just because the training has yet to commence officially, you can act recklessly. I tell you, once you pass through that door, you are soldiers. Soldiers must adhere to discipline. This is your first warning. I am letting you off lightly this time. Should I catch anyone inciting disorder again, I assure you, I will make your training a living hell. Instructor Hong's voice thundered. Do you understand? Understood. The response echoed from 3 dormitory buildings. Hong's gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across the structures before he spoke again, this afternoon at 2 o'clock. All must assemble at the training ground. With that, he turned and departed the vicinity alongside several other instructors. Bai Li, a plump individual, peered cautiously from the corridor, then hastily stood up, clutching a handful of watches, and rushed over to Lin Qi. You scared me to death. Luckily, I hid quickly. Otherwise, I would have been caught. Bai Li exclaimed, placing a hand over his racing heart, still trembling from the encounter. Lin Qi inquired, why are you so intent on gifting? Bai Li glanced down at the watches in his hands, letting out a sigh. Without gifts, how can one build rapport with others? Bailey Pang Pang naturally remarked. My father always says that the most important thing in this world is human relations. Lin Qi rolled his eyes, retorting. If human relations are all that this world encompasses, then society is already doomed. Without waiting to see if Bailey Pang Pang understood, he bent down to retrieve his toothbrush and continued towards the hot water room, leaving Bailey Pang Pang standing there, scratching his head in confusion. In the afternoon, Lin Qi changed into the military uniform he had received from the supply station and made his way directly to the training ground. Bailey Pang Pang hurriedly followed, attempting to fit his backside into his trousers, occasionally calling out, Chia, wait for me. By the time they arrived at the training ground, most of the personnel had already gathered, albeit in a disorganized manner, with individuals of varying heights and builds standing haphazardly. On the demonstration platform, over 20 instructors stood tall and proud, their postures as straight as ancient pines. The chief instructor, Yuan Gang, surveyed the chaotic crowd below, his eyes narrowing slightly. Chapter 73, We Are the Masked Ones. Everyone, stand at attention, roared the instructor behind Yuan Gang. Instantly, the new recruits fell silent, although their formation remained crooked. The semblance of order began to take shape. Lin Qi and Bailey Pang Pang arrived a bit late, positioning themselves at the end of the line. Yet they could still feel the oppressive presence emanating from the instructors on the platform. Without the use of forbidden realms, without resorting to weaponry, they stood there, their formidable presence akin to majestic mountains, pressing heavily upon the hearts of all present. Such an aura could only emanate from the trials of life and death combat, a quality that this group of novices lacked. Yuan Gang gazed silently at the crowd below for a considerable time before slowly speaking. His voice deep and resonant. I am aware that you are all prodigies hailing from across the vast expanse of the Great Xia, either possessing the coveted forbidden realms that others can only dream of, or exhibiting extraordinary skills, perhaps even boasting remarkable backgrounds. However, from the moment you stepped through that door, you assumed but one identity. You are but recruits, mere novices. No, at this moment, you cannot even be considered novices. You are nothing but waste, mere refuse. When faced with true and formidable mysteries, you will only endanger yourselves and burden your comrades as worthless debris. If you aspire to genuinely become night watchers, you have a long way to go. Some lifted their heads proudly, others smirked quietly, some dismissed him with disdain, while others contemplated with their heads bowed. What? Are you dissatisfied? Yuan Gang took in the expressions of all present, raising an eyebrow. Yes, I do not submit. Do you believe that your powerful forbidden realms, your extraordinary abilities, and your boundless potential set you apart? Do you think that my ability to stand here and admonish you is merely due to my years of experience and higher realm? Do you suppose that while I may call you weak or claim your realms are low, I cannot label you as waste, as garbage? Yuan Gang let out a cold laugh. Nonsense. I have not spoken a word amiss. Given your current state, even if you were to reach the Klein realm, you would merely be a slightly more formidable form of waste. When faced with those truly powerful beings, you would falter under a single strike. Do you believe it? Many individuals began to breathe heavily, their gaze fixed upon Yuan Gang on the stage, their eyes ablaze with fury. I do not believe it. At that moment, a young man clad in an open military uniform, his cap worn backwards, leisurely extended his hand, chewing gum with a mocking expression. New recruit, what is your name? Shen Qing. Very well, who else dares to dissent? I do not concede. Me too. With Shen Qizhu leading the charge, the number of dissenters grew increasingly, until nearly half of the entire assembly raised their hands. In the rear, Bai Li Pang Pang nudged Lin Qi. What about you, Qi? Me? I concede. Why? Because he speaks the truth. In Lin Qi's mind surfaced the memory of that cleansing deluge, the formidable ghost-faced king that dominated the reign. And within the second high school, the figure shrouded in darkness, the extraordinarily intelligent Nantua serpent demon, who orchestrated everything from the shadows. They have not encountered the enigmatic, unaware of the nature of such existences. Lin Qi's eyes narrowed slightly. I can assure you, should they truly confront the two mysterious entities I have encountered, no more than 10 among these 200 souls would survive. Moreover, in this world, there undoubtedly exist even more formidable and enigmatic entities. Should I encounter them in my current state, I fear I would be oblivious to the manner of my demise. Have you ever witnessed the mysterious? Is it truly powerful? Indeed it is. Very well, I concede, responded Bai Li Pang Pang without principles. On the stage, Yuan Gang's lips curled slightly as he nodded, continuing, since so many of you remain unconvinced, I shall present you with an opportunity, a chance to recognize your own limitations. With that, he retrieved a walkie-talkie and spoke nonchalantly next. Beep. The device fell silent, and Yuan Gang lifted his gaze towards the azure sky, seemingly awaiting something. The crowd below followed suit, yet discerned nothing. After a moment, they began to murmur amongst themselves. Suddenly, a voice cried out from the throng, Look! Someone is falling from the clouds. The crowd gasped and quickly looked up. Lin Qi squinted at the heavens, where 7 black dots were rapidly enlarging. After a few moments, they discerned the truth. It was 7 individuals, cloaked in gray, bearing black boxes on their backs, each adorned with a distinct mask. They plummeted from the cloud's peak, devoid of any protective gear, falling freely at an alarming speed towards the training ground, their capes billowing wildly in the fierce wind. What on earth? They can't possibly be jumping out without parachutes. Bai Li Pang Pang exclaimed in astonishment, standing beside Lin Qi. The shock was not limited to Bai Li Pang Pang. The onlookers were equally dumbfounded, their murmurs escalating into a cacophony of disbelief. On the stage, Yuan Gang touched his nose and muttered softly, Goodness, I merely mentioned it casually, and they truly jumped. How dedicated they are. Above in the sky. Hey, help me Vortex, can you quiet down a bit? My ears are about to go deaf. A woman donning a rose mask scolded. I have acrophobia. Rose, don't just stand there talking without feeling the pain. The Vortex's voice was hoarse from shouting. Captain, that Yuan Gang fellow said he wanted to jump from the plane, and we're really going to do it. Why should we? At the very bottom. A man wearing a king mask spoke calmly. I've heard this batch of newcomers is quite resilient to fear. Instructor Yuan must have been left with no choice but to seek our assistance. We must lend a hand. But what if we fall to our deaths? With me around, you won't die from a fall. The man next to him, wearing a scale mask, rolled his eyes. Are you skilled enough? I've gained a couple of pounds recently. Can you really support me? Captain, can I just let this guy fall to his doom? No. Adu. Enough, quiet down. The king-masked man glanced below and continued. We're about to land. Shouting too loudly will alert them, which is quite embarrassing. Then, I'll try to scream quietly. The vortex covered his mouth. As they descended closer to the ground, the new recruits finally discerned their attire. It is masquerade, one of the 4 extraordinary squads. Mask, hiss, amidst the gasps of the crowd. As 7 individuals seemed poised to plummet to the ground, the man adorned with a balanced mask extended 2 fingers and gently waved them. Instantly, the gravity that bound the 7 vanished, allowing them to descend like feathers to the earth. Their toes barely grazed the surface, and they stood firmly, cloaked in gray, their garments billowing in the breeze. Under the sunlight, 7 distinctly different masks shimmered brilliantly. Wang Mian's gaze swept across the faces of the crowd, and he spoke softly. Greetings. We are Mask. Before Wang Mian could finish a sentence, the legs of Xianzhu weakened. With a thud, he knelt before the new recruits. Xianzhu, members of Mask. The new recruits? Chapter 74, 239-5. The scene abruptly fell into a profound silence. The corners of Wang Mian's mouth twitched uncontrollably beneath his mask, while Rose clenched her fists, and the expressions of the instructors present were nothing short of spectacular. Only the new recruits stood there, bewildered, grappling with confusion. Was this Anil? Could it truly be? What was he doing? They might have guessed what had transpired. Yet they dared not contemplate that direction, desperately seeking a rational explanation for the bewildering spectacle before them. Please, this is mask. How could they commit such a fundamental blunder? All eyes were fixed upon Xianzhu. The swirling figure knelt there, taking a brief moment to confront the reality at hand. After a moment's hesitation, he slowly raised both hands and bowed slightly to the new students. I am the masked squad of Vortex, extending my early greetings to all. With that, he sprang to his feet, standing proudly and feigning that nothing had transpired. Lin Qi remained silent. Li Pango pondered for a moment before earnestly leaning towards Lin Qi's ear, whispering, "Qia, do you think this instructor is lacking in budget, unable to hire a genuine masked squad, and instead settled for a cheap imitation?" "It shouldn't be the case," Lin Qi replied, his gaze fixating on Wang Mian, who stood at the forefront of the seven. His expression grew increasingly solemn. Lin Qi could sense that the man on stage exuded a subtle yet formidable divine presence. While others may not perceive it, Lin Qi could, for they were all agents of the divine. At the same time, Wang Mian seemed to have noticed Lin Qi's presence, their gazes locking momentarily. After a brief interval, Wang Mian diverted his gaze, slowly continuing with his previous lines. "We are the masked special squad." A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. "Since you refuse to comply, I shall offer you an opportunity, a chance to recognize your true selves, a genuine chance to engage with top-tier talents. If you succeed, it will prove your exceptional abilities, and the intensive training for the year will be deemed unnecessary. I will submit a request for your graduation tomorrow. However, should none of you achieve this by 9 o'clock, cast aside your ridiculous pride and arrogance into the toilet. Regardless of the demands we present during this training, you must comply. Did you comprehend that?" Soon, voices of dissent arose. "This is unjust. They are predominantly formidable beings from the Chuan or High Realms, while we are merely from the Zhan realm. How can we possibly contend?" In this confrontation, the entire mask team would suppress their realms to the Zhan level. With equal realms, 239 combatants against merely 7. "Are you afraid?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. With everyone at the Zhan level, the fundamental distinction of strength dissipated, leaving only tactical cooperation, strategy, and combat proficiency. Even though the members of the mask team were renowned veterans, they still numbered a staggering 239. Surely, sheer numbers could overwhelm them. The breath of the new recruits quickened at this thought. Just the disparity in numbers made defeat seem unreasonable. If victory were attained, it would not only spare them a year of intensive training, but also greatly enhance their prestige. Excellent. I concur. It is settled. The atmosphere among the recruits ignited, their eyes fixed intensely on the 7 figures cloaked in gray, their gazes fervent. As if sensing their indomitable spirit, Wang Mian narrowed his eyes and spoke softly. "To deal with you, we need not 7 individuals. We only require 5 to vanquish you all." Were they truly so arrogant? Li Pang expressed his astonishment. "They are not arrogant. Quite the contrary. They seek assurance," Lin Qi replied, shaking his head. Li Pang paused, perplexed. To assert that 5 individuals could defeat us all, was that not arrogance? The rules of this confrontation dictate that victory is achieved by unmasking any one of the opponents. Thus, the greater the number of participants on their side, the higher the probability of defeat. Observing that Li Pang still did not comprehend this, Lin Qi continued, "A team of 7 individuals will surely possess both strengths and weaknesses. Once a weakness is exposed, the likelihood of it being exploited amidst a collective assault of 239 individuals is substantial. However, if all weaknesses are kept off the field from the outset, such issues would be mitigated." Are you suggesting that they fear having members who are inept in combat, and thus have chosen to exclude them from participation, rendering themselves devoid of vulnerabilities? Precisely. So, it seems they are actually wary of us? Do we have a considerable chance of victory? Not necessarily. Lin Qi cast a glance at the fervent crowd before him and spoke with a hint of indifference. Although we may hold a numerical advantage, we are merely a disorganized rabble lacking cohesion. In this context, our numbers may very well become our liability. The 5 members of the false mask are akin to a sharp blade, while we, the 239, are but scattered grains of sand. Very well. Li Pang sighed. The potential to triumph over the false mask does not rest upon the multitude of our numbers, but rather on the intellect of our individuals. Lin Qi's gaze swept across the new recruits surrounding him. Yuan Gang, observing that the momentum of the crowd had reached its zenith, declared, "The weapons you require can be found in the warehouse. The next 7 hours belongs solely to you. Do not concern yourselves with the destruction of facilities or the damage to buildings. Regardless of how you transform this place, we possess the ability to restore it. Now, allow me to witness your capabilities." After uttering his final words, Yuan Gang turned and departed with the instructors. Ultimately, only 239 recruits and the 5 masked members remained in the arena, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense. The recruits cast malevolent glances at the 5 figures on the platform, and amidst the crowd, someone raised their hand and inquired, "When shall we commence?" Tian Ping offered a slight smile, extending a finger to point towards the crowd. In the next instant, the questioner was struck as if by an invisible hammer, violently ejecting blood and hurtling backwards. Amidst the chaos, Wang Mian spoke softly. "Wasn't the instructor's message sufficiently clear? From 2 o'clock to 9 o'clock, which means it has already begun." Chapter 75. Confrontation. As soon as Wang Mian's voice faded, several recruits surged forward, unleashing a cacophony of attacks, flames, frost, gales, and lasers, all converging in a spectacular onslaught. The training ground erupted like a powder keg ignited by a fuse. Bailey shouted twice, preparing to leap into the air. Lin Qi seized him, without a word, and turned to sprint towards the exit of the training ground. "Qi, what are you doing? We need to join in," Bailey exclaimed. "Is now the time to seek death? Do you have any weapons?" Lin Qi shouted back as they ran. "Our weapons were confiscated upon entering the training camp, yet the 5 members of the masked team are now fully armed. Are you truly prepared to confront them head-on?" Bai Li, taken aback, instinctively reached into his pockets. In truth, the reason the special team is referred to as such is due to their combat prowess, which far exceeds that of others. To recklessly charge forward without knowledge of their forbidden abilities and preferred combat styles would be tantamount to courting death. Suddenly, a deep purple vortex blossomed midair, obstructing the path of the masked team, and it inexorably absorbed all incoming attacks. In the next moment, an enormous pink hammer materialized out of thin air, towering to the height of 2 stories, whipping up a fierce wind that sent all the new recruits soaring through the air. At this juncture, most of the new recruits had already sensed the impending doom, but it was too late to turn back. With a casual flick of the vortex's finger, the purple whirl reappeared above their heads. "Now you choose to flee? It is too late." The vortex smirked disdainfully. The flames and frost that had been swept away by the purple vortex erupted forth, cascading from the sky like raindrops, igniting a series of explosions on the training ground. Fiery flames and thick smoke billowed upward, as Bai Li, trailing behind Lin Qi, swallowed hard, drenched in a cold sweat. Is this truly the combat strength expected at the Lan level? If they were to unleash their full power, how formidable would they be? After all, what else could justify their status as a special team? Lin Qi sighed. In less than a minute since the commencement, nearly half of their numbers had already been decimated. This is troubling. Intelligent individuals are not limited to Lin Qi alone. When Lin Qi, accompanied by Bai Li Pang, was the first to charge out, many others promptly reacted, following suit in a frantic dash, thus narrowly escaping disaster. Had it not been for Lin Qi's exemplary leadership, the number of those eliminated would surely have been greater. Amidst the billowing smoke, 5 figures cloaked in gray slowly emerged. The vortex glanced down at the unconscious recruits surrounding them and smirked, remarking, "A bunch of fools. It seems victory in this farce is all but assured. One should not arrive at conclusions too hastily," Wang Mian observed calmly, watching the recruits gradually vanish into the distance. He turned to the man adorned with a crescent mask, instructing, "Next, their objective will undoubtedly be the warehouse. Yuegue, you proceed to block the entrance while we encircle from the periphery." "Understood." With a swift movement, Yuegue vanished from sight. Underground at the training camp space, the instructors sat before numerous screens, each holding a stack of documents, shaking their heads slightly. In merely one encounter, over 90 have been eliminated. It appears we have overestimated them. Ultimately, the masked ones are simply too formidable. Another instructor sighed, noting that deploying a top-tier team that had previously slain entities of the Wuliang realm to intimidate the recruits was a clear disparity in power. That cannot be entirely accurate. They have also suppressed their strength to the Zhan realm, which isn't exactly bullying, is it? Yet their experience and cohesion are realms beyond these fledgling recruits. Not to mention that among them are 3 exceedingly dangerous entities from the Forbidden Ruins, along with the agent of that divine being. The instructor beside him was taken aback. Chief, are you implying that you genuinely wish for the recruits to prevail? No, Yuan Gang shook his head. With that individual around, their victory is unattainable. I merely anticipate witnessing a spectacular battle. Qi, slow down. I can't keep up. Li Pangang gasped, drenched in sweat as he was tugged along by Lin Qi. With a raised eyebrow, Lin Qi abruptly released his grip, stating, "Then your fate is in your own hands. I shall proceed ahead." Watching Lin Qi forsake him so decisively, Li Pang was initially taken aback before summoning every ounce of strength to chase after him. No, this is futile. If I remain alone, I will surely be caught. Qi, brother Qi, wait for me. At last, Li Pang, tumbling and scrambling, reached the entrance of the warehouse, only to be met with the sight of the tightly shut door, suddenly bewildered. Why is this door closed? Were we not instructed to fetch our own weapons? Lin Qi frowned slightly. They said we could take them, but did not specify that the door would be left open for us to collect them. Then do we need to break this door down? Li Pang approached and knocked. What material is this? It seems quite sturdy. Lin Qi circled the warehouse, his expression growing increasingly grim. He turned to Li Pang. What is your forbidden domain? Lin Qi mused. How on earth did this stout fellow manage to infiltrate the Night Watchers? This is troublesome. Lin Qi sighed, lamenting that his forbidden ruins lacked the capacity for widespread destruction, rendering him unable to open the door. Li Pang scratched his head. Oh, is that the issue? Actually, He was about to say something when a cold, feminine voice emanated from behind. Li Pang paused, turning to behold a tall woman standing behind him. Her long hair a fiery red, cascading down to her waist. Even clad in the plain attire of a new recruit, her graceful figure could not be obscured. She cast a glance at Li Pang, snorted disdainfully, and strode directly to the entrance of the warehouse. Who are you? Lin Qi's eyes narrowed slightly. He recognized this woman. Earlier that morning, while Li Pang was causing a commotion at the opposite dormitory, she had stood on the girls' dormitory corridor, looking down upon the scene with contempt. They had exchanged a glance, and Lin Qi still vividly recalled the aggressiveness in her gaze. In the next moment, the entire warehouse began to tremble violently. Chapter 76. Moon Demon. As Molly's palm made contact with the warehouse door, the metallic barrier vibrated at an almost imperceptible frequency, a sharp hum resonating from within. Amidst the swirling dust, Molly brushed off the debris from her hands and entered the warehouse with an impassive expression. Such formidable destructive power. Lin Qi murmured, his gaze fixated on the scattered metal fragments, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Outside, Li Pang fixed his eyes intently on Molly's retreating figure, swallowing hard. What is wrong with you? Lin Qi inquired, noticing the peculiar expression on his face. As the moonlight bathed the surroundings, Li Pang leaned closer to Lin Qi, whispering, Don't you think she is quite impressive? Lin Qi rolled his eyes, showing no inclination to continue the conversation, and proceeded directly to the weapon rack in the warehouse, casually selecting a standard-issue straight sword. Prior to arriving at the training camp, Chen Muyi had mentioned that weapons were prohibited unless absolutely necessary, thus he had left Zhao Kongqing's sword at Hong Ying's residence. Fortunately, the Night Watchers were equipped with standardized gear, and the warehouse was stocked with an abundance of weapons. While grasping the sword, Lin Qi attentively observed Mo Li's movements with his mental prowess. To his astonishment, the woman did not cast a glance at the myriad of swords and spears lining the racks. Instead, she strode resolutely to the innermost recess of the warehouse, where she unearthed a massive katana, slinging it across her back before turning to exit. Such a weapon was indeed a rarity. As she passed Lin Qi, he calmly spoke up. Mo Li paused, glancing at him with a hint of defiance. I like this one. Is there a problem? Lin Qi turned to meet her gaze, extending his right hand. I am Lin Qi. His eyes narrowed slightly. Ultra-high-risk forbidden zones. Why would I divulge that information to you? Don't you wish to win? She retorted. Do you think merely sharing information guarantees victory? Who do you think you are? Among the 5 members of the mask, at least 3 were classified as ultra-high-risk forbidden zones, and their coordination was exceedingly tight-knit. Lin Qi spoke with an air of calmness. If we do not unite among our own ultra-high-risk ranks, we stand no chance whatsoever. Molly furrowed her brows, gazing at Lin Qi with surprise. Are you also of extremely high risk? No, Lin Qi shook his head. Just as Molly turned to leave, he spoke slowly. I am the agent of the Seraph. Molly's footsteps faltered. She turned her head, her eyes filled with astonishment. You are the agent of a deity? Indeed. Molly scrutinized Lin Qi for a moment, and after a brief hesitation, she finally spoke. Forbidden Ruin Sequence 076, Cosmic Resonance. Allows me to control the vibrational frequency of any object that directly or indirectly interacts with me within the confines of the Forbidden Ruin. Lin Qi raised his brows, quickly recalling how effortlessly she had breached the door moments ago. He nodded slightly. Impressive. No wonder you wield a katana. As the two engaged in conversation, Bai Li Pang rushed over, clearing his throat to get their attention. He extended his hand to Molly solemnly. Greetings, Miss Molly. My name is Bai Li Tu Ming. Born into an ordinary family in Guangshan. Suddenly, Molly's brow furrowed in distaste as she shot a disdainful glance at Bai Li Pang, snorting coldly before turning to leave the warehouse. I detest individuals like you, the privileged elite. I warn you, keep your distance. Bai Li Pang was taken aback, hastily replying, No, I am not a privileged elite. I truly come from an ordinary family. What about your weapon? Lin Qi inquired, noticing Bai Li Pang's empty hands with curiosity. I don't wield any weapons. I don't know how to use them, so I didn't bring one. He replied. After a moment of silence, Lin Qi gently patted his shoulder and suggested, Why not find a secluded spot to hide? You can emerge once the battle is over to avoid getting hurt. Bai Li Pang resolutely shook his head, declaring, No way. I refuse to be a coward. I must fight. Lin Qi sighed and walked straight out of the warehouse, muttering, Do as you wish, as long as it makes you happy. At that moment, more and more new recruits arrived at the warehouse to collect their gear. As Lin Qi and Bai Li Pang stepped through the entrance, they spotted Molly leaning against the wall, a great sword slung across her back, seemingly waiting for something. What are you waiting for? Lin Qi inquired as he approached her. I'm waiting for you, Molly replied calmly. If I'm not mistaken, there's another individual who is also in grave danger. Who? The man who was the first to stand up in opposition when the chief instructor was speaking. Do you recall him? I remember him. Lin Qi nodded in acknowledgement. If we could just clang. Before Molly could finish her sentence, Lin Qi's pupils constricted suddenly as he swiftly drew his straight sword, aiming for Molly's back. With a sharp metallic sound, Molly reacted with remarkable speed, flipping forward and rising to her feet, her right hand gripping the hilt of her greatsword. Amidst the shadows, a short sword flickered ominously, while Lin Qi's straight sword firmly pressed against the blade of the short sword. Lin Qi's gaze was fixed on the void ahead, his expression growing increasingly grave. From the obscurity, a man adorned with a crescent moon mask silently emerged. He grasped the short sword in reverse, gazing in astonishment at Lin Qi. Can you see me? The moon ghost fixed his eyes on Lin Qi, and after a brief moment of realization, he exclaimed, I understand now. You are the emissary of the Seraph. Your aura is strikingly similar to that of the captain. Behind Lin Qi, Molly wore an expression of deep anger. Had it not been for Lin Qi's timely intervention to thwart the assassination attempt, she would likely have been eliminated without understanding why. This thought ignited a flame of fury within her, and she swiftly drew the great sword from her back, the blade trembling with a terrifying intensity. Lin Qi deflected the moon ghost's short sword with his straight blade and instinctively leaped backward. In the next moment, Molly's great sword descended, with a resounding whoosh. The air before the blade quivered violently, and then a dreadful shockwave surged from the blade, slicing through the ground and crashing directly into the warehouse wall, leaving behind a ghastly scar. Billowing clouds of dust surged forth, and amidst the crevice stood the moon ghost, his right arm now vanished. Indeed, a perilous forbidden realm. The moon ghost spoke softly, as the ethereal moonlight swirled in the air, swiftly coalescing into a new arm. Chapter 77. Breakthrough. Molly, shouldering her great sword, looked at the moon ghost with eyes wide in disbelief. How could this be? Is this regeneration? A troublesome forbidden realm. It appeared he was the only one to arrive thus far. Lin Qi's gaze swept around, his eyes growing brighter. This was an opportunity. If only he could unmask him, victory would be ours. Upon hearing Lin Qi's words, Molly's gaze instantly ignited with fervor, mirrored by the dozens of newly enlisted soldiers who had just retrieved their weapons from the warehouse, all fixated on the solitary figure of the Moon Demon. This was a solitary member of the masked organization. The Moon Demon, sensing the malevolent stares directed at him, felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. This was not how he had envisioned it. In his original plan, he should have been lurking in the warehouse like a specter of darkness, silently harvesting the new recruits. How could he have been so easily exposed? Just then, Bailey, with an exaggerated gesture, pointed at the moon demon and bellowed, "Brothers, take him down." As his words echoed in the air, the surrounding recruits surged forth, brandishing an array of weapons and forbidden artifacts, creating an overwhelming display. The moon demon cursed under his breath as his form suddenly became indistinct, dissipating into the air. The recruits stood momentarily stunned, bewildered as they scanned their surroundings. Lin Qi sprang into action. Like a flash of lightning, he darted towards a patch of void, his eyes ablaze as he swiftly swung his blade through the air. In the next moment, a short sword materialized, intercepting his strike. The moon demon was forced to reveal himself, his gaze towards Lin Qi filled with resignation. "Brother, must you do this to me?" Lin Qi offered a faint smile. And suddenly, a blinding golden light erupted from his eyes, a surge of divine might emanating from him, rushing toward the moon demon's very essence. However, although the moon demon had suppressed his realm to the level of a mere candle, his fundamental physique remained that of the river realm, rendering the seraph's divine pressure considerably less effective against him. Divine oppression? The power emanating from the lamp is truly formidable. Could this be the seraph? The moon demon momentarily lost focus but quickly regained composure, causing the short sword in his hand to dance rapidly, colliding fiercely with Lin Qi's straight blade. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks erupted in a dazzling display as the speed of their blades was astonishing. Yet, mere seconds later, Lin Qi felt an overwhelming pressure. After all, the moon demon was a member of Masked, and his swordsmanship was no trifling matter. Lin Qi had only recently begun his training. Thus, in this confrontation, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Fortunately, he was not alone in this battle. During the brief moments he occupied the moon demon, the new recruits encircled him once more, effectively sealing off all avenues of retreat for the moon demon and initiating a relentless assault. Amidst the torrential barrage of strikes, the moon demon could only rely on his moonlit abilities and vast combat experience to barely hold his ground. Thankfully, he could also envelop his mask in moonlight. Otherwise, it would have been shattered by the successive explosions. Where are those four fellows? We agreed to fight as a group. Why has it turned into me against a multitude? In the throng, the moon demon evaded attacks with great difficulty, cursing under his breath. Just as his words faded, a figure silently appeared atop a house to the east. It was a man wearing a balance mask, and the moment he materialized, Lin Qi noticed him, his expression turning grave. On the rooftop, the balancer observed the chaotic battlefield below, gently clapping his hands together, murmuring, "Force field conversion." Immediately, the scattered metallic fragments, debris, weapons, and bricks around the crowd began to levitate, as if a colossal bowl were inverted above their heads, poised to unleash its contents at any moment. The gravity intensified. With another clap of his hands, the scales enveloped the crowd in a heavy embrace, causing them to feel an abrupt weightiness, nearly toppling them to the ground. Under this oppressive force, their movement slowed considerably. Amid the throng, Yue finally exhaled in relief. Had he arrived a few minutes later, he would have truly been doomed. What a fool I am, Yue thought. How could I be so inept? From the southern path, Vortex sauntered over leisurely, speaking with a flippant tone. Shortly thereafter, Rose emerged from the western road, wielding a small hammer that she deftly swung, causing it to rapidly enlarge to the height of 3 stories. With such a blow, it could almost obliterate the warehouse. To the north, Wang Mian stood with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, having appeared there unbeknownst to the others. His gaze swept across the gathered new recruits, and he spoke calmly. "I regret to inform you that you are surrounded." Surrounded? For individuals encircling nearly 40? While this seemed absurd, none of the new recruits present perceived it as a jest. They were indeed surrounded. Among the crowd, Lin Qi's expression grew increasingly grave. What now? Molly, brandishing her katana, wore a similarly grim countenance. Should they confront them? With their meager numbers, they stood no chance. Lin Qi shook his head, his mind racing. He subtly turned, his gaze traversing the half-collapsed warehouse, landing on Vortex beside the southern warehouse. "Watch my actions in a moment," Lin Qi whispered. Both Molly and Bai Li Pang exchanged glances, their expressions sharpening slightly as they nodded in agreement. With only 4 of them, they had effectively sealed off all directions. If they united their efforts to break through in one direction, their chances of success were significantly heightened. Lin Qi raised his voice just enough for all the recruits present to hear clearly. "When that balance strikes, we will collectively charge towards the woman in the west." The recruits' eyes flickered with determination. They remained silent, yet their hearts resonated with a shared understanding. Perched atop the roof, the balance gently waved a finger, and in an instant, metallic shards and debris rained down upon them, glinting ominously with sharp edges. Almost simultaneously, the majority of the recruits, burdened by an intensified gravity, sprinted towards the direction of the rose. Meanwhile, a cold glimmer flashed in Molly's eyes as her blade trembled once more in her grasp. With a fierce roar, she swung her sword skyward. A powerful, invisible shockwave emanated from the blade, crashing against the descending shards, shattering them into fragments that scattered downward. At that moment, the rose, wielding a colossal hammer that towered 3 stories high, raised an eyebrow, observing the throng of approaching recruits with a chilling smirk. "Seeking death," she proclaimed. The size of her hammer swelled once more, nearly expanding to the dimensions of an entire residential building. Yet, she effortlessly hoisted it, summoning a gale as she brought it crashing down upon the bewildered recruits, casting a shadow that obscured the sun. Chapter 78. The explosion. The rose's hammer was indeed fearsome. But the recruits were not to be underestimated. In the fleeting moment before the hammer would descend upon them, a sudden burst of radiance erupted, colliding with the massive mallet and steadfastly bracing against its base. The resonating sound of an explosion reverberated from the point of impact, accompanied by a tempestuous gust of wind. The two forces remained locked in a stalemate, neither yielding to the other. At that instant, 4 additional masked team members sprang into action, racing swiftly towards the west as the encircling trap tightened rapidly. "Run!" Lin Qi, positioned at the rear, suddenly bellowed, disregarding the chaotic battlefield ahead, and pivoted to sprint southward. Meanwhile, Molly and Bailey Pang were engrossed in the fierce battle before them. Upon hearing Lin Qi's urgent call, they momentarily paused, then promptly followed suit, breaking towards the south. "Captain, several individuals have turned to flee south." Tianping observed this scene, momentarily taken aback. Wang Mian hesitated briefly before stating, "Let us first eliminate these several dozen recruits before we attend to the vortex in the south." "Understood." The vortex abruptly altered its course, pursuing the trio, making their escape southward. Meanwhile, other recruits began to realize the situation, attempting to break free in various directions like Lin Qi, but the encirclement had already solidified. Those who had barely made it halfway were swiftly dispatched by other masked team members. Lin Qi's feet did not falter as he charged directly into the warehouse, which had partially collapsed. Bailey Pang and Molly followed closely behind. The vortex flickered and soon reached the entrance of the warehouse, approaching them with astonishing speed. Just as the vortex crossed the threshold, a cart unexpectedly slid towards it. The whirlpool was momentarily taken aback, instinctively sidestepping to avoid the cart. Yet, in the next instant, a round object gently descended from above, landing precisely within the cart. The whirlpool looked up to see Lin Qi standing atop the beam, a faint smile gracing his lips. He then turned and leapt onto a nearby weapons rack, swiftly fleeing the scene. Peering down, the whirlpool, aided by the dim light from outside, discerned the contents of the cart. It was filled with neatly arranged bundles of explosives, and atop these explosives rested a bomb with a countdown of merely 2 seconds remaining. The whirlpool's pupils constricted in horror. Boom! A blinding flash of light erupted, mingled with billowing smoke, as the remaining half of the warehouse was obliterated in an instant. The resounding explosion echoed throughout the training base. With the detonation of the entire cart of explosives, the remaining grenades, detonators, and gunpowder in the warehouse erupted in a cataclysmic secondary explosion. The members of the masked squad, who had just eliminated dozens of new recruits, simultaneously paled in shock. Flames surged like pillars, and thick smoke billowed. The 4 members of the masked squad dashed to the wreckage of the warehouse, their expressions grave. From the inferno, a disheveled figure staggered forth from the debris, and only then did they exhale in relief. The bedraggled whirlpool coughed violently a few times, collapsing onto the ground, cursing under his breath, "Damn it. That kid has a truly dark heart. If it weren't for my quick reflexes and the timely activation of the devouring whirlpool, I would have surely met my end." He touched the mask on his face, now scorched and unrecognizable, marred by numerous fine cracks that threatened to split apart with the slightest pressure. Thankfully, the mask remained intact. I avoided catastrophe. "Vortex, you have been rather careless." The scale sighed. "Can this truly be blamed on me?" Vortex replied weakly. Beside them, Moon Ghost shrugged and remarked, "I was just about to warn you. The agent of the Seraph is quite formidable. I never anticipated that, Despite our meticulously crafted trap, he would brazenly break through. Wang remained silent, gazing in the direction where Lin Qi and the others had departed, his eyes flickering. Truly, as an agent, he is extraordinary. Vortex scratched his head. Captain, are you praising yourself? It's safe now. They haven't pursued us. Wiley panted heavily. Seven Knight, your attack was so ruthless. He won't be dead from the explosion, will he? If that were the case, he wouldn't be able to join the special squad. Lin Qi shook his head, expressing his regret. Unfortunately, it seems we still failed to destroy his mask. Otherwise, victory would have been ours. Is it really right to abandon the others like this? Molly, carrying her great sword, looked towards Lin Qi. They couldn't escape in the first place. Lin Qi calmly responded, their target is too significant. Our ability to break through was solely because we were a trio. The masked individuals chose to besiege the larger group instead of us. Had our numbers been greater, they would surely have redirected their main force to intercept us, and at that point, we would have been unable to flee. Ultimately, we merely exploited the disparity in value between ourselves and them, compelling the masked squad to make a choice. If we stubbornly attempted to break through alongside others, it would likely result in none of us escaping. Molly remained silent. What shall we do next? Bali pondered aloud. Given the current situation, the foolish recruits among the new arrivals should have already been eliminated. The remaining recruits have likely fragmented into small groups, dispersed throughout the training camp, seeking opportunities to eliminate the masked squad. Lin Qi crouched down, doodling in the dirt with a nearby twig. As of now, approximately 100 recruits remained on the field. After accounting for those who had lost their fighting spirit and were hiding in corners awaiting the conclusion of the battle, the actual combat strength should be around 90. Whether approaching head-on or through ambush, at least 10 individuals would need to strike simultaneously to topple the masked squad. Assuming these 90 recruits are divided into 4 to 8 groups, scattered across various corners of the school, Lin Qi sketched a rudimentary map of the training camp, marking several locations of interest. If I were part of the masked squad, I would seize the opportunity to dismantle these small factions one by one. If I am not mistaken, the ensuing conflict will likely revolve around a protracted struggle for key positions and a war of attrition. Regarding the positional warfare, the training camp offers limited ambush sites, the cafeteria, classrooms, dormitory buildings, tactical research rooms. I speculate that the masked squad's next target will be the dormitory. Lin Qi marked a pentagram at the dormitory's location. Why? Bailey inquired, perplexed. Among all these locations, the dormitory building boasts the largest area, the most ambush points, and the highest degree of concealment. I surmise that there must be more than one troop of new recruits lying in wait there. As for the masked squad, given that prolonged engagement would deplete their mental fortitude due to the attrition warfare, they will undoubtedly opt to confront the most formidable challenge right from the outset. Thus, it is highly probable that they will head straight for the dormitory building. Lin Qi's eyes sparkled with intensity as he abruptly lifted his head, only to find Bailey Pang and Molly regarding him with peculiar expressions. What's wrong? Is there a flaw in my reasoning? Lin Qi pondered in confusion. Bailey Pang and Molly exchanged glances before slowly speaking. Freak. Chapter 79. Suffocation. The dormitory building? Why prioritize that location? Xuanwo paused, rubbing his stomach. I was hoping to head to the cafeteria for a meal. Currently, the cafeteria is not serving any food. Tianping rolled his eyes in exasperation. I have made myself abundantly clear. Our numbers are a disadvantage, and with our levels suppressed to the Zhan realm, we lack the capacity to handle attrition warfare. Therefore, we must eliminate the greatest threat from the outset. Oh, so after we deal with the dormitory building, can we go to the cafeteria for a meal? Let us adhere to Tianping's strategy and first assault the dormitory building. Wang Mian spoke slowly, but we must exercise utmost caution. It has likely transformed into their stronghold, and we cannot afford to falter. Understood. The underground base. Lin Qi is capable of this. He managed to break through and nearly detonated Xuanwo's mask. A certain instructor lamented, after all, without two distinct skills, how can one act as an agent? His prowess in close combat was formidable. Yet he had yet to reveal the characteristics of a seraph. That was the realm of Sequence 003, the mortal divine domain. If he had just activated it, he could have undoubtedly broken free without detonating explosives. Intelligence reports indicated that his divine ruin seemed to be incomplete. However, his terrifying reasoning ability and close combat skills were sufficient to place him among the most promising individuals in the entire rookie camp. I find myself curious about what the scene would be like when he faced Wang. Commander, what are you observing? Yuan Gang extended his hand, pointing at a young man seated in a corner, embracing a blade and meditating. Look at him. Him? The instructor scratched his head. I recall he has been sitting there since the battle commenced. Does he possess any particular talent? Yuan Gang tossed the documents on the table. You all should take a look. The nearby instructors picked up the files, their eyes widening in astonishment, culminating in a sharp intake of breath. Is it really? Xiao Yuan, why have you been sitting here? Come, let us discuss the tactics for a while. A young man pushed open the dormitory door. Gazing at the solitary youth in the corner, sighing deeply, Xiao Yuan slowly opened his eyes and calmly replied, You may converse without me. Wait, Xiao Yuan. Do you not wish to triumph over the masked one and conclude the training session? Merely sitting here seems excessively passive, does it not? The young man wore an expression of frustration, as if lamenting the iron that could not be forged into steel. Would he merely sit idly and await the arrival of the masked squad to eliminate him? Indeed, as the young man realized he could not engage him in conversation, he resolutely closed the door and turned to walk down the corridor. Brother Shun, he still refuses to come over. In the hallway, a cluster of new recruits had gathered, with the one standing at the center being another high-risk owner of the Forbidden Wasteland, wearing his cap backward and chewing gum. Shen Qingzhu waved his hand dismissively and remarked, Let him be. He is just a coward, timid, and afraid of trouble. Even if we call him over, it would be of little consequence. Brother Shen, what shall we do next? Let us lay an ambush here. When the masked squad arrives, we will wait for the group across the building to strike first, exhausting them. And then we will launch a surprise attack and obliterate the masked squad. Excellent. Yes. Well said. Foolish. Amidst the chorus of agreement, a strange sound seemed to intermingle. The crowd paused, turning to see a man standing behind them, wielding a short sword and adorned with a crescent moon mask. The corners of the masked figure's mouth curled upward slightly. You. Bang. Bang. In a flash, the masked figure struck, using the hilt of his short sword to knock unconscious two recruits, marking them out of the game. It was only then that the others finally reacted, drawing their blades to strike. Yet, before their swords could reach him, the figure's form blurred and vanished entirely from their sight. He can turn invisible. Everyone, be cautious. The recruits quickly reacted, shouting in unison. Shen Qingzhu's expression darkened ominously as he swiftly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. In an instant, all the air within a 10-meter radius was extracted, creating a vacuum. The other recruits surrounding Shen Qingzhu suddenly felt their eyes constrict, clutching their throats in desperation. Their faces contorted in agony. They hunched over in pain, attempting to crawl away, but upon reaching the edge of the vacuum, an invisible barrier seemed to thwart their escape, rendering them helpless. Shen Qingzhu's demeanor remained impassive, disregarding the suffering of his companions as his gaze swept across the area. I know you cannot hear my voice, but you should be able to read my lips. In a vacuum, a human does not perish immediately. As external pressure dissipates, the gases within the body expand, escaping through the mouth, nose, and rectum, gradually being expelled. Simultaneously, microbubbles within the blood vessels enlarge, causing a foamy obstruction that leads to internal bleeding. A human can survive in such an environment for a maximum of 16 seconds, and 7 seconds have already elapsed. Now, it would be wise for you to remove your mask, otherwise, I would not hesitate to eliminate you alongside them. A murderous intent surged in Shen Qingzhu's eyes, when suddenly, a flash of sword light appeared before his neck. Shen Qingzhu's pupils dilated, instinctively drawing his blade to block, but at that moment, the silhouette of the moon ghost emerged, delivering a powerful kick to his chest that sent him flying. Cough, cough, cough. You lunatic. The moon demon gripped his dagger tightly, fixating his icy gaze on Shen Qingzhu. How could you be so ruthless in our duel? Shen Qingzhu chuckled lightly as he rose from the ground. If I didn't, how else could I force you out? Now, matters shall proceed more smoothly. With a swift motion, Shen Qingzhu grasped at the air, causing it to compress rapidly around the moon demon, forming a high-pressure cage that confined him while relentlessly pressing inward. The moon demon's eyes flashed with cold fury. One half of his body transformed into moonlight, brutally piercing through the air prison as his dagger lunged toward Shen Qingzhu with lightning speed. Shen Qingzhu clapped his hands together, erecting a barrier of air before him, while simultaneously retreating swiftly, yanking the collars of several recruits and hurling them into the corridor of the dormitory behind him. At that moment, the moon demon's dagger was nearly through the air wall. Shen Qingzhu inhaled deeply, then blew a bubble with his chewing gum and directed it toward the moon demon. In the next instant, a tremendous explosion erupted. Chapter 80. General? The sound of explosions. In another dormitory building, several recruits abruptly stood, glancing toward the source of the explosion, their expressions shifting dramatically. They encountered trouble over there. Should we go lend a hand? One of them inquired with a furrowed brow. You should focus on your own safety first, came a distant voice. Almost immediately, a violet vortex began to form rapidly below. Boom! The remnants of the explosion, which had just been absorbed by the vortex in the warehouse, erupted forth from it, unleashing a torrent of terrifying shrapnel and flames that instantly reduced half of the dormitory building to rubble. Amidst the shattered ruins, a concrete sphere gradually unfurled, and a dozen recruits burst forth. We are encircled. Charge together. The leading recruit bellowed, his long sword emanating a crimson glow as he surged towards the vortex, trailing a luminous tail, while a kaleidoscope of attacks followed closely behind. The gravitational field inverted. A sharp clap echoed from afar, as the balance beam levitated in midair, gesturing towards the crowd. Instantly, the gravity enveloping them was reversed. They felt an exhilarating lightness as an unseen force yanked them skyward, shattering their formation in an instant. At that moment, a colossal hammer silhouette swooped down from above. Rose, equally suspended in the air, wielded the massive hammer and shouted, "Here it comes!" Boom! The hammer sent the floating recruits hurtling away. Those who barely evaded the strike through sheer will found themselves ensnared by the balance's force field, only to be struck once more. In the mere span of half a minute since their emergence from the vortex, this squad of 10 had been utterly annihilated. Boom! A blinding explosion erupted from another dormitory building as the balance beam descended slowly alongside Rose, turning to observe. Wasn't Moon Ghost merely meant to restrain another group? Why such a commotion? The vortex murmured. Beside her, Wang Mian narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems Moon Ghost has encountered formidable foes. We should proceed as well. The four figures flickered and dashed towards the source of the explosion. Once they departed, Lin Qi in the distance slowly lowered his binoculars, his expression grave. Indeed, they have been defeated, and they were utterly powerless to retaliate, Molly spoke calmly. The masked squad was resolutely intent on launching a blitzkrieg, and under such a fierce assault, this impromptu team stood no chance of withstanding it. Lin Qi shook his head. What shall we do next? Are we to remain mere bystanders? Bailey looked toward Lin Qi. No, we must take action now. Lin Qi's gaze fell upon the distant dormitory building, which was engulfed in a series of explosions. If my conjecture is correct, it is another high-risk individual currently engaged with the Moon Ghost. As one of the few forces capable of contending with the masked squad, we cannot allow him to be eliminated so easily. We will maneuver behind the masked squad. If the opportunity arises, we shall coordinate with that high-risk individual for a strike. If no opportunity presents itself, we will rescue who we can and retreat, saving as many as possible. Of course, the premise is that we ensure our own survival. Boom! A blinding fireball erupted from the dormitory, shattering the glass of an entire floor. A figure, hazy like moonlight, flashed out from the rubble, closely followed by a young man. The Moon Ghost lightly pressed against the wall with his feet, executing a swift leap, and suddenly hurled the short sword in his hand, which cut through the faint afterimage, aiming directly for Shen Qingzhu's neck. Shen Qingzhu's pupils constricted as he rapidly extended 2 fingers to intercept. The surrounding air solidified before him like an iron plate, firmly trapping the short sword that was mere inches away. With a slight flick of his fingertips, he deflected the weapon several dozen meters away. The Moon Ghost reached beneath his cloak and grasped 2 more short swords, poised to act. But Shen Qingzhu snapped his fingers once again. As the gas between the 2 individuals was rapidly compressed, a spark of electricity erupted from Shen Qingzhu's ring. Boom! A searing flame exploded forth, causing the Moon Ghost's form to shimmer with lunar radiance, and it staggered backwards several meters. When the concentration of oxygen and nitrogen in the air reaches a certain ratio, it becomes capable of combustion. With just a hint of a spark, an explosion can be ignited. Shen Qingzhu, with his hands tucked into his pockets, calmly stated, "My indiscriminate area of effect lethality is your nemesis. But you can only manipulate the air within a 10-meter radius, can you not?" The Moon Ghost, clutching a dagger, gazed into Shen Qingzhu's eyes and replied, "At your current level, you are still leagues away from achieving such widespread devastation." Shen Qingzhu's expression hardened, a flicker of anger crossing his face. "That will suffice to deal with you." The 2 charged towards each other simultaneously. Just then, a massive hammer descended from the heavens. Shen Qingzhu's pupils constricted sharply as he abruptly halted, his hands extended to intercept the colossal hammer that was hurtling towards him. The air within a 10-meter radius around him was swiftly compressed, coalescing into a wall of air that shielded his head. Clang! The hammer struck down, causing the ground around Shen Qingzhu to sink slightly, with fissures rapidly spreading from beneath his feet. A muffled grunt escaped Shen Qingzhu's lips, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth as he staggered and fell to the ground. The Forbidden Ruin Sequence 068, Airmen. Yet another exceedingly hazardous Forbidden Ruin. Tian Ping strolled beside the vortex, speaking softly. No wonder Instructor Yuan urged us to intervene. This is indeed quite troublesome. It is said that among the new recruits, aside from the agent, there are 3 extremely high-risk individuals. The woman wielding the katana, the man manipulating the air. And where's the last one? Vortex scanned the surroundings. They must be lurking nearby. Everyone, exercise caution. Wang Mian spoke in a calm tone. No sooner had Wang Mian finished his words than the windows of the dormitory buildings on either side suddenly shattered, revealing a multitude of ominous gun barrels protruding from within, rifles, submachine guns, sniper rifles, and even several grenade launchers. In the corridors stood more than 20 new recruits, their fingertips emanating various hues of light, casting malevolent glances at the masked individuals. Simultaneously, the figures of 4 new recruits materialized behind the 2 buildings, each reaching toward the ground. Earthen walls, barriers, vines, steel spikes. Diverse walls ascended from the ground, effectively blocking the path from which the 3 had arrived, coupled with the dormitory buildings arranged in a triangular formation ahead. They had completely sealed off any escape routes for the masked team. Amidst the ruins, Shen Qingzhu shakily rose to her feet, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, and cast a cold smile at the 5. It is time, masked. Chapter 81, Yuan. Do you think that my prolonged struggle with that moon-masked assassin was for no reason? Shen Qingzhu narrowed her eyes at the masked team before her and slowly spoke. I admit that in direct combat, we new recruits cannot defeat you. However, we have now laid an intricate trap. Here, we can grind you down. Suddenly, Shen Qingzhu's figure retreated swiftly, disappearing into the dormitory building behind him. Immediately, a heavy wall of air materialized, blocking the entrance to prevent the masked squad from charging in. This situation seemed rather difficult to manage. Vortex surveyed the ambush of new recruits surrounding them and scratched his head. Over 50 individuals. It appears that the ambushers indeed comprise more than just 2 teams. Essentially half of the new recruits present have gathered here. Quite an impressive formation, he mused. With a sigh, he turned to Wang Mian. Captain, it seems it is time for you to take action. Wang Mian stood silently, offering no response. Inside the dormitory, Shen Qingzhu gazed down at the 5 individuals below and gently waved his hand. Engage. Gunfire erupted simultaneously from the weapons positioned at the surrounding windows, the dark muzzles belching forth blinding flames, as bullets cascaded like a torrent toward the 5 at the center. In addition to grenades and bullets, the new recruits capable of attacking the Forbidden Realm unleashed their fury, unleashing a tempest of elements mingled with various bizarre assaults that fell like raindrops. Vortex took a deep breath and conjured a colossal purple vortex above the heads of the crowd, devouring all incoming attacks. However, his current state was only at the level of Zhan, and he could not sustain this for long. Shen Qingzhu observed this scene, stating calmly, indeed. Moments later, the purple vortex above began to tremble violently. Captain, I cannot hold on much longer. Vortex's complexion turned ashen as he looked to Wang Mian. The myriad attacks intertwined, creating a dazzling display of light that illuminated Wang Mian's white mask. Beneath the mask, Wang Mian's calm, unflinching gaze sparkled with a glimmer of brilliance. His palm gently rested upon the hilt of the sword, and with a sudden surge of strength, the blade slid from its sheath by half an inch. In that fleeting moment, the onslaught of attacks seemed to be suspended in time, moving sluggishly through the air, akin to a tortoise. Moreover, the other members of the masked squad, along with the recruits lurking within the 3 dormitory buildings, appeared as if ensnared in a quagmire, their movements painfully slow. Within this decelerated realm, Wang Mian calmly drew forth the black blade from his waist. As he did so, the surface of the black blade shimmered with an increasingly brilliant radiance, emanating a terrifying oppressive force. Wang Mian took a half step forward and, in an instant, swung the sword. The intertwining beams of light converged before him, forming a net of blades, yet they remained suspended around him at an equally lethargic pace, enveloping him completely. With a sharp sound, the black blade returned to its sheath. Instantly, everything around resumed its normal pace. In the next moment, A series of fierce gashes erupted outward from Wang Mian's center, swiftly disintegrating the three surrounding dormitory buildings into fragments, while miraculously avoiding harm to each recruit, sparing their lives. The ensuing explosion of thick smoke engulfed the 5 members of the central masked squad, accompanied by a chorus of gasps, transforming the entire dormitory area into ruins. In the distance, Lin Qi and his companions, poised to encircle the masked figures, stood in astonishment. What is this state of Jean? Molly gazed ahead in a daze, murmuring to herself, to slow down time while executing such an extraordinary arc of the blade. What on earth is his divine domain? Lin Qi's brow furrowed, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Perhaps it was due to their distance from the dormitory, which shielded them from the peculiar realm of temporal stasis, that they were able to observe the entirety of Wang Mian's blade work with remarkable clarity. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that a being of the Jean realm, even if he is a divine agent, should not be capable of manifesting 2 entirely unrelated abilities simultaneously. In truth, his divine realm merely allows him to manipulate time. Bailey Pang scratched his head, pondering the astonishingly powerful blade energies. One might interpret it as a form of deception. Deception? The black blade in his grasp is a forbidden artifact that can unleash the sequence 301 Forbidden Realm, Yuan, condensing his speed into a blade aura. The faster he moves, the more formidable the aura becomes. Although the inherent danger level of this artifact is not high in the hands of its wielder, it possesses lethality comparable to that of exceedingly high-risk weaponry. Furthermore, Wang Mian, by merely utilizing the acceleration of the Jean realm, is capable of producing a blade aura akin to that of the Chuan realm. Therefore, even when suppressing his own realm to Jean, he wields the destructive power of the Chuan realm. This is utterly absurd. Lin Qi could not help but exclaim. Moreover, if Wang Mian can deliver such outrageous attacks solely within the confines of the Jean realm, what might he unleash if he were to liberate his full potential? Is this the caliber of a special team's captain? Truly, he is a prodigy among prodigies. Suddenly, Lin Qi recalled something significant. The divine being designated as 017, the god of time, Kronos. Molly gazed into the distant ruins and spoke slowly. For he was the captain of the mask team, adorned with the king mask, and also served as the agent of the god of time. Thus, he was occasionally referred to as the masked time king. Lin Qi's expression grew grave. Previously, while studying the goddess of night, Nyx, he had also delved into other deities from Greek mythology. Cronus, as the second-generation king of the Greek gods, possessed powers that were undoubtedly among the most formidable of all deities. Correspondingly, as his agent, the power of the king mask was bound to be extraordinarily terrifying. However, despite Cronus's might, Nyx, as a primordial deity, was technically his elder. Should one fully acquire Nyx's abilities, they would certainly surpass Lin Qi's capabilities. Bailey Pang cleared his throat, for the Yuan blade in his hand had been a gift from their family, intended to win his favor in his childhood. He often used that very blade to swat mosquitoes. Lin Qi, your family? Molly's brow furrowed slightly, as if recalling something, a flicker of astonishment appearing in her eyes. What did you just say your name was? Bailey Pang was momentarily taken aback. Then his heart swelled with joy as he earnestly gazed into Molly's eyes and extended his hand once more. Miss Molly, please allow me to introduce myself again. My name is Bailey Tumming. Bailey, Molly murmured. The family known as the Forbidden Relics Museum, the Bailey clan? Bailey Pang coughed softly twice, lowering his voice and gesturing gently with his hand, urging for discretion and subtlety as he proclaimed, I am merely a child from an ordinary family. Molly regarded him with an intensifying disdain in her gaze, letting out a cold snort before turning her attention elsewhere, deliberately ignoring the hand that Bailey Pang had extended. I detest the scions of wealthy families. The richer they are, the more I loathe them. Bailey Pong's expression suddenly froze.